It's 11:19 p.m., and the air over the rivers smells like burnt metal. The temperature outside is 41 degrees, dropping fast with the wind pulling down from the hills, and the streets below the glass I'm looking through are almost empty now, except for the glow of fires that won't go out because nothing is coming to put them out. This is 94.7 FM. My name is James. I'm in a small studio on the north side of Pittsburgh, 7th floor, facing the Allegheny and the bridges that used to look pretty at night when the city lights were enough to drown out every other thought. The city lights are gone. We're on a diesel generator that's fed from a tank on the roof, plumbed down the old service shaft. It's loud, and it rattles through the wall like a slow, angry animal, but it keeps the transmitter warm and the board alive. We have 2 more drums of fuel in the copy room, and I can smell them even with the door closed. If you can hear me, it means the antenna on the Kensington Tower still stands, and the cable we dragged across the stairwell is still making contact. If you can't hear me, then I'm talking to myself, and that's fine too. The silence is worse. I'm going to start where it started for me, because big things don't make sense unless you talk about the small things first. At 3:32 yesterday afternoon, the power flickered in this building like it does in summer storms, except there were no clouds, no thunder. Everything went dark for 3 seconds and then came back hard. All the LED displays on the board glitched to 0. The studio phone lit up with a line I didn't recognize and then died. We still had cell signal then, but it was weak and strange. People were texting about a flash over the lake, about a flash you could see even inside a car with the sun visor down. A friend on the south side said her radio went white noise for a full minute and then came back with a weather alert tone, but no voice. I looked east and saw a pale bloom on the horizon like someone had lit an old stadium the size of a county. The air shook. The glass rang. I thought something had hit a transformer farm. I was wrong. 40 minutes after that, a man I used to know from college who went on to work in power dispatch messaged me 3 words. Grid is done. He said it like a doctor says a word he hates, straight and clean so he won't stutter. The grid wasn't just down. It was done. He said the meters and relays were blind. The SCADA screens were latticework full of red, and the interconnects to the east were showing load swings that meant there was no east left to balance with. He said he couldn't stay on the line because he had to get his kids out of daycare before the city locked the bridges. I haven't heard from him since. My building's alarms went off for no reason. The elevator died between floors with a chunk of metal screaming inside the shaft. Down on the street, cars slowed to a crawl, and I watched 3 of them stop nose to tail in the middle of Federal Street like they had all decided at the same second to give up. You want the first true sign? The one that reached inside my chest and squeezed? It wasn't the sirens. It wasn't the bloom on the horizon. It was the pigeons. They lifted off the cornice across from me in a thick, frantic swarm and spun over the river, and then they kept going south without breaking the swarm, like a sheet of living cloth pulled tight and dragged over the skyline. They don't do that unless every part of them says run. Birds know. 2 minutes later, a pressure wave came through the glass again, slower this time, and the water in the Allegheny rippled in fat, heavy bands. The emergency broadcast tone cut in on every station I could get with the old kitchen radio. But there was no voice, only that long, steady bleat that makes your teeth hurt, and then a looped message that said to shelter in place, to avoid windows, to stay off the roads, to preserve phone battery, to listen for updates. The voice never said what had happened. I looked west and saw the sky start to brown out over the ridge. Not cloud, Not smoke from a factory, but the kind of smoke that comes when you cook a whole neighborhood at once and it keeps cooking because every house has something that burns. At 4:10, a National Guard truck rolled through the intersection below like it had a mission and nothing was going to change it. 3 men in helmets were on the bed, holding onto the roll bar, looking up instead of out. They weren't watching for people. They were watching the sky. I could hear other trucks somewhere I couldn't see. Around the same time, my cell service died for good. The last thing that came through before it vanished was a text from a nurse I know at UPMC Mercy. They had overflow on every floor, people with burns on their faces like they'd been standing in front of ovens, people whose eyes were boiling, people with flash burns on the backs of their hands in the shape of a steering wheel, where the light had reached them through the windshield at just the right angle. She said they had run out of IV bags in an hour. She said the chief told them to triage by breathing alone. If you could still pull air without choking on it, you got a line and a space. If not, you got a blanket, a squeeze of the hand, and a curtain around your bed so the others wouldn't have to watch. She said the ER had 7 kids with no adults. She didn't know their names because the tags meant for names had melted to their shirts. Then her messages stopped. By 5, the phones on this board were dead, and my station manager was gone. He left a sticky note that said, "If we go, you go. If we stay, we stay." Decide quick, I decided to stay, because the stairs were already packed with people heading down, and I didn't want to be in that crush breathing that hot hallway air. I switched the studio feed to a battery-powered mic and turned the compressors off because the surge pops were frying the front end. I kept my voice low and simple and said what I could see. It felt wrong to talk at all, but the room felt even more wrong when it was quiet. Somewhere between 5:10 and 5:20, I watched the sky over to the east go from brown to the kind of black you only get when you've burned something that had a life in it. I could see, even from here, the whip of light from fires working through blocks of homes that were close enough for the heat to pass from roof to roof. Around 6 o'clock, what was left of the city power went for good. You could feel the building loosen as the pressure fans on the roof stopped and the stairwell air went still. The generator kicked in with a cough and then a steady thud. The UPS on the transmitter held for the 30 seconds between. The board flashed red and then settled. From that second on, we were on the roof tank for everything. The board, the transmitter, the small red light that tells me the antenna is still seeing its own reflection come back. We're not built to run on our own for long. I think I've got maybe 9 or 10 days of fuel if I ration, and if no one comes for it. I've turned off the lobby lights and the hallway lights and every screen that doesn't need to be on. I unplugged the vending machine by the door and used a pocket knife to pry it open so I could move the snacks into the server room where it's cooler. I keep the door to the studio closed to hold heat and keep the smell of diesel out. It helps until it doesn't. You want the simple version of the big thing? The big thing is that someone, or many someones, launched weapons that are not supposed to be launched. They didn't hit only one place. They hit many. I've picked up broken pieces of voices on the old AM dial. New York cut out mid-sentence, a man crying through the word Chicago, and then nothing, a woman trying to say Atlanta, and then a squeal like the wire had been cut with teeth. On VHF, right before dusk, I caught a car-to-car band full of panicked drivers shouting about a flash on E70 east of Wheeling, about the road turning into a river of cars left with doors open and no one in them. A small-town fire chief on the edge of Westmoreland County said they could see a second sun to the east around 4, and then they lost their radios, and their trucks turned dumb, and the station bay doors wouldn't open. A guy who used to run a tow lot said he saw a military convoy on Route 28 take the off-ramp in a way he had never seen anyone take it. Tires locked, skidding. One truck kissing the guardrail hard enough to peel it back like a ribbon. He kept saying the soldiers were looking up. No one wants to admit it on the air, so I will. This is nuclear. This is not a power plant leak or a dirty bomb. This is the big thing everyone swore we would never see because we were too smart or too scared. We were neither. There was a woman who came up here at dusk. I don't know her name because I didn't ask and she didn't offer. She used to work in a lab at a certain place on the river where men and women in plain clothes go in and out without name tags. She told me she'd been pulled into a call 2 mornings ago where someone from DC asked them to model wind shears over the Ohio Valley with ground burst sources in 3 nearby metro areas. She said the models were ugly, even with small yields. She said the person on the line used words like if and scenario, but everyone on the call heard when. She also said a friend of hers in a bunker on the other end of a landline mentioned a change in posture on both sides of an ocean, a change that makes people who live in holes under mountains sit up straight and hold their breath. She left as the light went out, heading for a basement with a hand radio, and she said if I kept transmitting, she would try to bring me water tomorrow. If she's alive, and if the stairs are safe, and if the air isn't so heavy it burns her lungs, she will. I know better than to count on the word if, but I'm going to set a bottle by the door anyway. Hope is a job right now. You either do it, or you let it die in the corner. The first thing that breaks in a city isn't the glass. It's the flow of what keeps us from thinking about the wires and pipes under our feet. Traffic stopped because most of the new cars on these streets won't do a thing without a brain that can talk to other brains. And the pulse that went through us yesterday cooked a lot of those brains. Heat and water become questions in hours. When those questions don't get answers, people move. By early evening, people were walking on the highways. I could see them on 279 like a chain of ants, some with backpacks, some with kids on their shoulders, all of them heading away from everything they knew, because everything they knew had started to hurt them. If you are listening, and you are not hurt, if your home still stands, and your air is safe to breathe, do not leave unless your house is in the path of flame or wind. If you leave at night, you will be walking blind into roads you do not know, and you will not see the things that will hurt you until they are in your hands. I'm going to talk plain about what you need, not because I like giving orders, but because I've spent all day pulling scraps of talk from people who still have a voice. And there is a short list that keeps coming up. You need water that doesn't burn your throat or carry dust that will set in your lungs like silt in a riverbed. Fill your tub if you still have pressure. Drop in bleach if you know the ratios and you have the real stuff, not the scented kind. If you don't have bleach, boil what you draw, and if you can't boil, filter through cloth and let it settle and pour off the clear. Keep the clear in something with a lid. You need food that doesn't need a stove that relies on a line you cannot fix. Cans are your friend. Peanut butter is your friend. Dry rice is your friend if you have a pot and a way to get a flame. You need a list. Write down what you have and for how many days it can last if you are careful. You need to share that list with the people in your building and pool what can be pooled. One person hoarding is a quick trip to panic and harm. 10 people sharing is a fire watch, a water detail, a day shift and a night shift, a small stack of energy bars that will carry kids through a hard day without tears. You need to think about wind. We are going to be living in the mouth of the wind for a while. Fallout is not a terror story. It's dust that falls down after the light has done its first cruel work. It rides air and rain, and it loves gutters and flat roofs and the corners where no one sweeps. If you see a gray film on your steps in the morning that was not there last night, do not track it inside. Tape your doors if you have tape. Stuff towels in the cracks if you don't. Pick one room with the fewest windows and make it yours. Hang wet sheets over the vents if your building has the kind that breathes. You need to think about time. Fallout drops hard in the first day, and then it falls slower. The worst hours are the first day and the day after. If you can stay still in those hours, do it. If you have to move quick and straight, and then stay still again. I'm not going to say much about the people with badges because I don't know what they've been told tonight, only what I heard before the wires went quiet. Someone I trust who wears a uniform told me this morning that lines of control are broken, that the call tree they drilled for years took them nowhere because the numbers they were told to call went dead or rang and rang while no one answered because the people in those chairs had been pulled into other rooms with thicker doors. I heard the words, national emergency, continuity, stay off the air, and then I heard nothing. There were rumors about a secure convoy rolling through the Fort Pitt tunnel with the taillights off. There was talk about state lines becoming hard like stone, about troops at key bridges with orders to turn people back because the other side does not want our dust. I don't know what is true, only that the men on the truck looked up and not at us. Write that down somewhere you won't lose it. The men with the gear are watching the sky, not the street. That tells you where they think the danger lives. I promise to keep my voice to what I see and what I hear, not what I think. But I will share one piece of thinking that came like a cold hand on the back of my neck when the first bloom went white. We spent years arguing about small things because small things were safe fights. Then 1 hour came where the big thing stood up and reminded us that buttons were still under fingers and keys still turned, and 1,000 small lies won't stop a bright light that eats a city. If you are hearing me in a basement on the north side, in a farmhouse outside Butler, in a motel off Route 22 where the sign buzzes because the ballast is dying, know this: your job is not to solve the big thing. Your job is to hold the small world around you together with your hands and to keep the people next to you breathing and fed and warm. That is the only job that matters tonight. As it got dark, I watched the bridges like a man watches a chest rise and fall. The 16th Street Bridge held a steady trickle of people moving north, small shapes carrying bags that bounced against their sides, a line that never grew or shrank, just kept going like water through a narrow gate. The Rachel Carson Bridge looked empty until you saw the shadows under the trusses, the people standing there between the river and the road where they thought no one could see them. I saw 2 fires on the North Shore where piles of pallets had been dragged into circles and lit. The smoke from those fires rises straight and slow, and it smells like wood and glue instead of plastic and wire, and it is almost a relief to breathe it for a second when the wind shifts. The hill behind the studio, fine old houses with steep steps and porches, they look like card houses under a dirty glass dome. A few windows show candles, but most are black. There are a few things that worked today that surprised me. An old man in the building across the alley taught a small class on how to use a hand pump. He dug out of a basement box labeled camp. 6 people crowded around his sink, learning how to make suction with steady strokes, how to keep a clean catcher for the first draw, how to toss the first 2 pulls because the line might hold dust. He smiled for the first time in a day when the bucket filled. A woman in our lobby had a radio with a crank, the kind you buy for storms and then forget in a closet. She sat in a chair by the dark window and turned that crank until her fingers blistered, and then she let a kid take a turn, the kid making a game of keeping the tiny red light on. A guy with a bike rode up to the tower yard and clipped a small alternator he had taken from his truck to the rear wheel and showed us we could charge a 12-volt if we took turns pedaling. We strapped the battery to a luggage cart and rolled it up here, and now it sits under the board and carries the load for the preamp, so the generator doesn't have to. It's not much, but it keeps a hum in the room. Old things are gold now, things with gears you can see and parts you can clean. If you have a wind-up watch, you own a day you can measure. If you have a handsaw, you can cut a board when your neighbor's kid needs a bed off the cold floor. If you have a paper map, please, for the love of everything, keep it dry. I wish I could tell you where help is and when it will arrive. I can only say what I heard before the lines cut. The interstate east is not safe. The skies are not safe over the big cities east and south of us. There were flashes reported near Toledo, near Cleveland, near something on the lake that might have been a port. The wind has been out of the west and northwest. That means the stuff in the air from the things that went off to our west will want to find us tonight and tomorrow. It doesn't mean it will all come. Wind is a trickster, and hills are mercy. Pittsburgh sits in a bowl, and sometimes that's bad for smoke, and sometimes that's good for dust. Stay low and away from the sides that face the wind. If you have a basement, sleep there. If you don't, pick a room that faces south and shut it tight. If you have plastic and tape, use it. If you don't, use wet sheets and towels. If you have a mask, wear it. If you don't, fold a clean shirt and tie it and change it when it gets damp. It's not perfect. Nothing is perfect now. But many small, not perfect choices can add up to one good day. I need to say the names of places so you'll know this is not a story told out of thin air. I saw smoke plumes where East Liberty should be bright. I saw a glow where the Strip should be dark at this hour, and it wasn't a bar, it was a block. I picked up a broken voice that said Lawrenceville had a line of people at the old church on 36th, taking turns at a well that someone swore still worked. I picked up a whisper that the Bloomfield Bridge is closed with a city truck, parked sideways, and no one in it. A guy on a roof in Millvale said the creek smells like hot coins, and the fish are floating on their sides with their mouths open. Someone in Swissvale sent a note down the stairwells that said the wind was bringing grit. People in Dormont said they could see a halo over the city like a ring seen through fog. Someone in McKee's Rocks hammered a sign to a telephone pole that said, "Water here," with an arrow pointed to a yard where a woman had put out 5 clean trash cans to catch what she could from the last hiss of the pipes. I'm tired, and I know you're tired, and I am going to keep talking through it because the voice in an empty room is a kind of heat. If you're alone, I'm with you for as long as the generator and the bike battery let me be. If you're not alone, pass this on. Share what you know, and don't guess when a guess can hurt someone. If you hear someone say the military will open the stadium for shelter at dawn, ask them who told them, and how they know, and what time, and what gate, and what the sign on the truck said. If they can't answer, don't go. If you hear someone say there's a convoy at the hospital, giving out iodine pills, remember that hospitals are where people go when they are scared, and that makes them hard places now. The small places might be kinder. The church basement with the hand pump, the school gym with the old boilers that can still give some heat if someone knows the trick, the union hall with shelves full of paper cups and coffee filters and a back room full of extension cords that can be cut and repurposed. I will tell you what I can about what is coming. The wind will turn again in the day. It always does. When the sun comes up, the dust that wants to settle will settle faster. The risk is highest in the first 2 days after a blast. If you can stay indoors those 2 days, do that. If you must go out, cover skin and hair and eyes. And when you come back, change in the doorway and bag what you wore. Don't shake it in the hall. Wipe your face with a damp cloth before you take off your covering so you don't pull dust into your nose. Eat from sealed things. Wipe cans before you open them. Use the top of your sleeve to open door handles if you can. Keep the floor by your door wet down so the dust sticks and doesn't kick back up. I found a small comfort at sunset. I stepped into the stairwell and listened. The building was not quiet. It was full of low human noise. A baby sighing in sleep. The scrape of a chair leg moved so a body could pass. A woman humming without words, because that is what you do when your hands are still and your mind cannot be. That sound means the thing we are is still here. I will hold it as tight as I can. For those who need a time, I will try to keep to 1. I will speak on the half hour through the night if the power holds. 11:30, midnight, 12:30, and so on. Short updates and reminders. The simple lists that anchor a mind when it begins to wander. If I miss a mark, it means I am changing fuel or moving to the backup shack with the small antenna. Or it means I am under a table and waiting for the shiver in the air to pass. Keep your radio low when you sleep so the battery lasts, and set it on something that won't rattle. If you have a pen, write down what I say that matters to you, because the brain drops things when it is scared and tired. I will end this hour with something a janitor told me at dusk. He was mopping up water from a burst pipe in the lobby with a towel, because there are no mops left that don't squeak loud, and he said this like he was telling me where the fuse box is. We've seen hard times with different names. They all felt the same inside. He said the trick is to break the next 12 hours into small jobs and to forgive yourself when you feel the shake in your hands. Job 1, water. Job 2, warmth. Job 3, food. Job 4, the people next to you. Job 5, rest when your body asks for it, then start again. He looked at me and said, "Talk, man. Someone will need it, so I am." This is 94.7 FM, James in a room that used to feel too small and now feels just right. The generator has settled into a steady beat. I'm going to check the fuel line and send a short burst on the low band for anyone with a scanner. If you can hear me, breathe slow. Drink water. Stay inside. Write your list. If you pray, pray. If you don't, sit and count to 100 and then do it again. I'll be back on the half. It's just past midnight now, and the city outside feels like a lung that doesn't know if it wants to breathe again. The wind has dropped, but it's carrying the bitter edge of smoke and something metallic that clings to your tongue if you open your mouth too wide. I've pulled the blinds down in here because I don't want to see the orange glow anymore, but I can still see it under the edges, and I can still hear the cracks of things collapsing when the fire eats through steel. This is James, 94.7 FM, still standing for now. The generator is holding, though the fuel gauge looks like a clock that's missing minutes every time I check. I keep thinking about the moment when the phones all stopped. Not the little hiccups earlier, but the dead stop. You don't notice how much of your life leans on the hum of those things until the hum dies. I was staring at the landline with my thumb on the receiver, and it felt like staring at a coffin, knowing whoever you wanted to reach was sealed away on the other side. Some people here keep trying their cells anyway, holding them up near windows, stepping out into the stairwell with that desperate look in their eyes, waiting for a bar to come back. It won't. The towers are either cooked or dark, and the only things speaking right now are old radios with bent antennas and the stubborn boards in rooms like this one. A man from down the hall came in about an hour ago, and his hands were shaking like he'd been holding ice. He said he was on Carson Street when the second flash hit to the east. He told me the cars around him didn't explode like in the movies. They just stopped, and people got out and started running in every direction, leaving the doors open, horns stuck on, alarms screaming until the batteries drained. He said he saw a bus driver stand up in the middle of the street, leave the door open, and just start walking. No plan, just walking. He said he followed the crowd until the smoke started making his chest burn, then turned back because he couldn't think of anything else to do. His jacket smells like copper and tar. He sat in the chair across from me for 10 minutes before he remembered to say his name. I don't think I'll forget his face. I've been pulling fragments off the low end of the AM dial. Cincinnati has gone silent. Cleveland managed to push a warning until about half an hour ago. Someone with a hoarse voice begging people to stay inside and stay away from rainwater. They cut out mid-sentence. I don't know if it was their power or their body that gave up. Detroit sent one burst just after sunset saying, "Stay below, fallout heavy." Nothing since. That's the map we're working with now. Broken voices and empty frequencies, trying to make a shape out of them like tracing smoke with your finger. Someone needs to talk about what comes next, even if it hurts, so I will. The fires will burn down what they can reach, but it's the dust that's waiting its turn. Fallout doesn't care about your city or your memories. It's ash with teeth. It falls on roofs and cars and water buckets, and if you bring it inside, it eats you from the inside out. If you're listening to this, make sure you've blocked your cracks, stuffed rags under the door, hung anything damp you can spare. Stay low. Don't sweep or kick at it. And for God's sake, don't drink the rain. If you've got clean bottles, keep them sealed. If you've got bleach, measure it. 2 drops in a liter. Stir it. Wait 30 minutes. Any more and you'll poison yourself. Any less, and it won't kill what's in there. If you don't have bleach, boil it. Even if it tastes like iron. Your throat burning now is better than your marrow burning later. I can't give you comfort tonight. Only plain words. Entire cities are gone. The maps you grew up with are lies now. But I can give you this. Not everyone is gone. You're hearing me. That means this frequency is alive. That means others are too. Somewhere out there, another stubborn voice is rattling through static, trying to keep people tied together by sound. And that means we're not done yet. I'll stay on the half hour if the diesel lets me. Keep your dials on. Write down what you hear. Don't chase shadows. Stay alive through tonight, then through tomorrow. One day at a time. That's all we can afford right now. It's 12:37 a.m. now, and the air has gotten heavier, like the sky is pressing down on us with both hands. The smoke outside is thicker than it was an hour ago. Even with the blinds shut tight and wet towels stuffed under the sill, I can smell it working its way in, sharp and chemical, like melted plastic mixed with a bonfire. The generator is still running, steady as a drum beat, but every time I look at the fuel gauge, I feel my stomach drop. It's sliding down faster than it should. Either the leak is real, or my eyes are playing tricks on me. Doesn't matter. We're burning through it, and the only thing keeping this frequency alive is that rattling machine upstairs. I've been thinking about the hospital downtown. Before everything went silent, someone patched in from UPMC Presbyterian. The voice was frantic, almost gone from smoke, but it was clear enough to tell me one thing. The wards were overflowing with burn victims, They didn't even bother trying to move them. They just lined the hallways, shoulder to shoulder. IV bags hung on broom handles, oxygen tanks running dry. That voice kept saying, "No blood, no blood," like it was a prayer. And then the line went flat. I don't know if it was power, or if the fire reached them, or if the weight of bodies inside was too much. But I can't stop thinking about it. That building had been a pillar of this city since before my grandfather was born. And now, it's probably a pile of hot bricks. Around 11, I managed to pull something off the shortwave band, way out of range for what this little receiver should manage. It was faint, but it was there. A British voice, tired and clipped, reading off numbers and place names. I caught Berlin, Warsaw, and then something that sounded like Paris. Lost contact. They weren't speaking to us. They were speaking to each other. Governments in the dark trying to stitch together who's left and who's gone. I don't think they realized anyone outside their circle could hear. That's how careless people get when the world burns. They forget the small ears still listening. There's no news about Washington. That silence is almost worse than anything else. I've been waiting for the emergency presidential address, the voice from the mountain saying, "We are aware, we are in control, we will respond." But there's nothing, just silence. If the president is alive, if the government is still running, they're buried too deep for us to hear. And if they're not, then no one is steering this ship. We're floating blind, waiting for the next flash. A man who lives in this building stopped me in the hall just before I came back in here. His name is Carl, retired steelworker. He told me he fought through the smog crisis back in the 60s, when the air in Pittsburgh was so thick you couldn't see your own hand at noon. He said back then, people learned tricks. Soak cloth in vinegar, cover your face, sleep in the cellar with a bucket of water nearby. He said we're going to need old tricks like that now because no one is coming with masks or filters. His words weren't hopeful, but they weren't hopeless either. They were just steady. That's what I needed to hear tonight. Sometimes steadiness is all that keeps you standing when the ground shifts. If you're out there, if you can hear me, I want you to do one thing for me. Pick one person near you, just one. Doesn't matter if it's your neighbor, your brother, or some stranger who ended up in the same stairwell. Make a promise to yourself that you'll keep them alive as long as you can. That promise might be the only anchor you'll have when your mind starts to drift into panic. Alone, we're already gone. Together, even two people, there's a chance. The night feels longer than any I can remember, but dawn will come. It always does. Whether it brings mercy or more horror, I don't know. But I'll still be here talking when it does, as long as the diesel keeps coughing upstairs. This is James, 94.7 FM. Hold on. If you're breathing, you're still fighting. And right now, that's enough. It's 1:11 a.m., and the silence between the distant collapses has gotten so deep it feels alive, like it's waiting for me to stop talking so it can swallow the room whole. The air in here is stale now, warm from too many bodies hiding in corners of the building, and every breath tastes faintly of soot. I keep a damp cloth pressed over my mouth when I step into the stairwell, and even then I feel it scratching down my throat, settling into the soft places where it doesn't belong. The generator upstairs stutters once in a while, like it's catching its breath, and every time it does, my heart climbs up into my mouth. If that machine dies, this voice dies with it. I tried the AM band again. I caught a broken fragment from somewhere south, maybe Charleston, maybe farther. A woman's voice repeating the words, "Water safe west, water safe west." Nothing else. No coordinates, no names, no code. Just those words looping like someone left the mic open and walked away. I want to believe it means what it says, that maybe the rivers to the west haven't been touched yet, that someone out there is still drawing clean water without fear. But it could just be a recording, some poor soul's last message spinning on an abandoned reel. That's what this has become. Scraps and ghosts traveling on the air, and you have to choose whether to treat them as warnings or as hope. I looked out from the roof access hatch a little after midnight. The city looks like a carcass under a heat lamp. Whole blocks that were familiar to me since childhood, bars, markets, row houses, are flattened and glowing like embers in a fire pit. Bridges I drove across every day are shadows now, just black skeletons arching over the river. The water below them doesn't shine anymore. It's murky, like the river itself has gone sick, reflecting nothing but the orange haze above. I didn't stay long out there. The air bit too hard. I pulled back inside and bolted the hatch, but the picture is still stamped behind my eyes. A man from 2 floors down, his name is Peter, brought up an old first aid kit tonight. It looked like it had been sitting in a garage since the 80s. He laid it on the table like it was treasure. Bandages yellowed, but still usable. Iodine swabs dry, but salvageable. A roll of tape that might hold if you coax it. Everyone leaned in like kids staring at candy. That's what survival has shrunk to now. A half-used roll of gauze and a rusty pair of scissors being passed around like a miracle. Peter told us his wife didn't make it through the first night. She was driving home from work when the second flash came, and she never came through the door. He hasn't cried. Not once since he's been here. He just keeps finding things in his apartment, hauling them up, laying them on the table. I think it's the only way he's keeping himself upright. I know some of you are wondering if this is it, if this is the end of the country, of the world, of everything we thought couldn't fall. I don't have that answer. I can only tell you what I see and what I don't see. I don't see help coming. I don't see trucks on the highway or helicopters in the sky or the calm face of a leader on the screen. I don't hear the voice of authority telling us where to go. What I do see are small lights flickering in windows where people are still fighting to stay human. I do hear the shuffle of neighbors moving cans of food down to the basement, the murmur of people praying together in a stairwell, the stubborn hum of this old generator keeping my words alive. That's what we have now. Not answers, not certainty, but stubbornness. And sometimes that's enough. If you're listening, don't think in weeks or months. Think in hours. Make it through this night, then make it through the morning. Break the day into pieces small enough to carry, and carry them one at a time. Water, heat, food, sleep. Check your body for burns or blisters. Share what you can. Write things down because memory slips when fear is loud. That's how we'll get through, one jagged step at a time. This is James, 94.7 FM, still here for as long as I can be. If you can hear me, you're not alone. Remember that. It might be the only weapon left to us right now. It's 1:46 a.m., and the wind has picked up again, whistling through cracks in the walls that no amount of wet rags can seal. The smoke has a bite to it now, sharper than before, like something chemical has joined the fire, and every breath tastes like rust scraped from old pipes. My throat is raw, and I can hear the same rasp in the voices of the people who've taken shelter on these upper floors. No one says it out loud, but we all know we're breathing in pieces of places that don't exist anymore. Burned houses, burned cars, maybe even burned lives. That's the truth of this air. It carries the dead whether we want it to or not. I've been straining the dial, trying to catch anything steady beyond the static, but the only thing I found was a burst of military chatter on a band I don't usually touch. It lasted less than a minute. Words came broken, but I picked out Harrisburg, Fallout Corridor, and cut the line. Then nothing. The silence after those words felt heavier than the words themselves. If they've abandoned corridors that close to us, then the web that's supposed to hold this country together has torn wide open. And if they're cutting lines, it means they're pulling back, trying to protect smaller pieces instead of the whole. That's a hard thought, but it explains why we're not hearing instructions, not seeing convoys, not getting anything but empty air. I keep coming back to the sound of the city itself because it's changed. At dusk, you could hear people shouting, moving, doors slamming, the distant crack of glass. Now it's mostly gone. The fires speak louder than the living. Once in a while, a siren wails, short and broken, then dies out mid-howl. Once in a while, a gunshot echoes through the valley, sharp and lonely. But mostly, it's just the sound of burning things settling into themselves. The kind of quiet that isn't peace, but surrender. Someone slipped me a note before I came back up to the studio. It was a scrap of cardboard with handwriting scrawled in black marker. It said, "Oakland hit. No return." That's all. Oakland, where the university is, where thousands of kids studied and dreamed. If that's true, then whole streets of history, books, labs, and lives are dust now. I don't know who wrote the note or how they knew. I just know it shook me more than any siren could. Because when a place built on learning falls silent, it feels like the future itself gets erased. A woman named Dana, she works nights at a diner near the Strip, brought a handful of candles into the lobby an hour ago. Nothing fancy, just little stubs she pulled out of a drawer at her apartment. She set them on a plate, lit them with a match, and for the first time all day I saw people smile. The light was soft, warm in a way the generator's buzzing bulbs can't match. For 10 minutes, it felt like something normal, something safe. And then the wax dripped down and reminded us that nothing lasts long now. But still, that moment mattered. In times like this, even a stub of a candle is a rebellion. I don't know what tomorrow will bring. Maybe more silence. Maybe the sound of the generator choking out its last breath. Maybe another voice breaking through the static with news worse than what we already know. But I do know this. If you're hearing me, you're proof that the fire hasn't taken everything. You're proof that breath and blood and stubborn will still exist on this side of the dark. And as long as that's true, we are not finished. This is James on 94.7 FM. Stay low. Stay together. Don't let the silence convince you you're alone. I'll speak again at the top of the hour if the power holds. It's 2:21 a.m., and the building has gone so quiet that even the hum of the generator feels like a heartbeat echoing through the walls. Every so often, the metal frame creaks as if the whole place is trying to sigh. Outside, the sky is the color of bruises, thick with smoke that blots out the stars. The fires aren't raging the way they were earlier tonight. They're lower now, smoldering, glowing in patches across the city like hot coals that will never go out. That makes it worse somehow. It feels less like a disaster and more like the new normal, a world built on ash and silence. I leaned against the glass a little while ago, pulled the blind up just enough to see. The streets that used to buzz with drunks stumbling home from bars are empty, except for shapes that don't move. Cars stopped at green lights, doors hanging open, and no one inside them. A delivery truck is jackknifed across Liberty Avenue, cab buried in the wall of an old bakery, The sign out front is still swinging, clanging against the metal with every gust of wind. I swear the sound carried all the way up here, that lonely little bell marking time in a city that no longer runs on clocks. On the radio bands, I caught something faint and broken from out west, maybe Columbus, maybe farther. A voice, male, coughing between words, trying to read coordinates. The signal bled out before I could write them down. That's the problem with these scraps. You never know if they're lifelines or just ghosts. A few minutes later, static cleared just enough to let through another fragment. Something about routes closed, bridges destroyed. No place names this time, just warnings carried like whispers over miles of ruined ground. In the stairwell, I passed two teenagers huddled on a landing, holding a flashlight between them. They were reading from a notebook, going line by line over what they had: 2 bottles of water, 3 granola bars, a blanket, and a pocket knife. Their voices were steady, even though their eyes were raw from smoke. I didn't interrupt them. I just listened. That sound, kids turning panic into inventory, might be the bravest thing I've heard all night. And I keep thinking about the people who aren't here, the neighborhoods that aren't sending voices onto the air anymore. Lawrenceville, Oakland, The Hill, they've gone dark. When you grow up in a city, you think of neighborhoods as eternal, like organs in a body. They beat, they breathe, they keep the whole alive. But tonight, they're gone, and the body is failing. I don't have promises to give you, only plain truth. Entire cities are ash. The maps are lies. The leaders are silent. But we are not gone. Not yet. As long as there are hands lighting candles in lobbies, kids writing lists by flashlight, neighbors pooling what they have in cardboard boxes, there is a thread that hasn't been cut. Hold on to that thread. Tie yourself to it. That's how we live through nights like this. This is James, 94.7 FM. The fuel is still holding. The signal is still pushing through the smoke. If you're hearing me, keep breathing. Keep counting the hours. Keep someone near you warm. I'll be here again before 3, if nothing breaks. It's 2:58 a.m., and the sound of the city is thinner than it was an hour ago. Even the fires are quieter, burning low instead of roaring, like they've eaten their fill and now they're just digesting. The sky outside is still choked with that dirty glow, but it isn't rising anymore. It's hanging, heavy and unmoving, like a blanket someone's thrown over the world. I pressed my hand against the window just now and felt the glass trembling, not from anything nearby, but from something far, far away. The kind of deep vibration that rolls through the ground long after the blast is gone. A reminder, a warning. I keep trying the shortwave, moving the dial slow so I don't skip past something that might matter. A little before 2:30, I caught voices out of New England. Could have been Maine, maybe New Hampshire. They were arguing, not reporting. 2 men shouting over each other about whether to abandon their post or hold it. One said the roads were packed with cars that weren't moving. The other said they couldn't leave because their orders hadn't come through. Then the line went sharp and empty. It was gone like it had never been there. That's the way it goes tonight. Bits of human desperation floating in and out, each one ending the same way. Silence. There's a family camped out in the copy room 2 doors down from here. A mother, her boy, and her father. I only know because I saw the kid slip out with a mug, looking for water. His cheeks were streaked with ash, and his hands were shaking so badly he almost dropped the mug. I pointed him toward the bucket we keep by the fire door to catch whatever drips down the old pipes. He whispered, "Thank you," like the words themselves were too heavy to carry. When he left, I could hear his mother humming through the wall. Not a song, not really. Just a sound to remind the boy there's still a voice in the dark. That's the kind of thing we're holding on to now. Scraps of sound against a silence that wants to eat everything. I want to say this as plain as I can. Do not go out tonight. I've heard people moving in the stairwell, muttering about walking west, about following the river, about finding clean air. Don't. The fallout is still falling. The worst of it comes down in the first day, and that day isn't done yet. If you breathe it, if it settles on your skin, if it finds your food, it won't care how strong you are. It will carve through you anyway. Stay inside. Seal your cracks. Wet your cloths. Survive the hours you can survive. Morning doesn't mean safety, but it means the worst dust will be down, and you'll have a better chance. I've lived in this city my whole life. I've seen it blacken with smog. I've seen it flood. I've seen it break and patch itself up again. But I've never seen it like this. Silent, hollow, waiting. The bridges that used to bind us are just black scars now, cutting the rivers instead of crossing them. The towers that lit up the skyline are hunched and broken, like teeth knocked out of a jaw. And yet, even with all that, there are still lights. A candle here, a flashlight there, tiny glimmers through windows. Proof that not everything went out with the blasts. This is James, 94.7 FM, still here, still breathing the same dirty air you are. If you can hear me, then we're both alive, and that's enough for now. I'll speak again after 3 if the generator doesn't quit. Until then, hold close, breathe slow. Don't let go of each other. The night isn't over, but neither are we. It's after 3 now, and the sky is getting thinner, pulling back like someone lifted a blanket and checked to see if we were still breathing. Dawn is a weird, sharp thing after a night like this. No soft light, no birdsong, just a pale, flat wash that makes everything look like a photograph left in the sun too long. I climbed up to the ladder and cracked the roof hatch a hair so I could see the horizon without letting the wind reach in. The city looked like a place someone had taken a match to and then tried to put out with a glass of water. Half bright, half ruined, edges still glowing where the fire stayed hot. The air tasted of metal and wet ash. It's colder than it was at midnight. The heat moved away and left a dry, sharp chill that goes right through your jacket and into your bones. If you have a coat, keep it on. If you have blankets, stack them. If you have nothing, share what you have with someone who has less. That's the first rule I can give you this morning. Warmth keeps you thinking straight, and thinking straight keeps you alive. I've been patching what I can onto the low band, keeping the little transmitter fed, and people come and go from the lobby with scraps of news. A woman who used to be a teacher came up the stairwell white as paper and said she walked to the corner store this morning and found a man there with a sign that said, "Shelter open." And she'd followed the sign to a church that had its doors wide, volunteers handing out coffee and canned meat. She also said the church had a note on the door, handwritten, with a time and a number, 0450. So it felt like someone was trying to keep a schedule, to keep order, even in the middle of the mess. If that place is still there when you can go safely, it might be worth checking, but ask the people at the door how they know and who told them. Trust comes slowly now, and verification is just common sense. A man from the east stairwell swore he saw a convoy heading north on 28 armored trucks. a strip of dark canvas across the backs. But he said their tail lights were out, like they were trying not to be seen. He said the soldiers looked tired and hollow. He also said they passed 2 ambulances stopped on the shoulder with doors open and no one around. I don't know what to make of that, except to say that the people with guns aren't always in the right. And sometimes the right people are the ones handing out soup in a church basement. There are new reports coming in on the shortwave, snatches and fragments mostly, and they paint a country spread thin and trying to reform itself in pieces. A ham operator out of Erie put through a voice that said there were confirmed impacts over cities we used to think of as too important to touch, and that the sky over the lakes was a bruise that would take days to fade. Someone else, could have been a state trooper, urged small groups to congregate at specific towns that had low population and workable water, small places that could hide people and share resources without drawing the attention of whatever is up in the sky. The big cities are hotbeds now. The small towns are where we might find a breath of peace. I can't promise any of that is true from my window, only that the pattern of reports points in that direction. Move away from concentrated targets if you can do so safely and without marching into more harm. Those are the hard choices that make the difference between a long life and a short one. People are showing strain in ways that aren't pretty. A man I've known for years, who runs a corner deli, came up here thinking he could sell what canned goods he had for help. He was shaking when he set down the box. He told me he'd been robbed at the store by 2 men with knives who wanted gas and food and didn't care who else was around. Robbery happens fast in this kind of collapse, and it often turns neighbors into strangers overnight. But I also saw something good. Later, the deli man came back with coffee he had made on a little burner and handed cups to 3 other people in the lobby and wouldn't take payment. Maybe he realized the trade of today is not money, but mutual aid. If you have something others need, consider sharing some. A loaf of bread might save a life tonight and buy you a friend tomorrow. I want to talk for a moment about health, because people are asking and because it matters. I'm not a doctor, but I've listened to nurses and EMTs for 3 decades, and the plain facts I've heard are, if you were outside near the blasts and you feel a burning in your eyes or throat, if you have a headache that came on quick, if you're nauseous or dizzy, treat it like a real emergency. That means stay inside, hydrate if you can, and seek help if someone near you knows first aid. Don't wait until things get bad. A scratch or a small cut can become dangerous fast when clinics are full and medicines scarce. If you have any bandages, keep them dry and change them carefully. Clean wounds when you can with boiled water and soap. If you have someone who knows how to suture, keep them ready. Infections spread in these conditions. If you have medicines you cannot spare, don't sell them for gas. Keep them for the person who will need them most. The moral decisions are ugly. You'll have to make them. Try to make them with a clear head. The mood here this morning is a strange mix. Hangover from fear and a brittle kind of resolve. People are quieter than last night, but their movements are sharper, more deliberate. We've started a small roster. 2 people fetch water at dawn. 3 people check the generator. 1 person watches the low band and writes down anything that might be useful. 1 person checks the stairwell for anyone who might be injured and bring them in. We ration the coffee now, 2 small cups in the morning for the whole group, and people sip like it's a holy thing. The kids in the building are half asleep and half awake, eyes so wide that they look older than their years. I think the hardest part for adults is keeping the kids from turning every small thing into a disaster in their heads. We try to tell them stories that do not end in bangs. We try to make bread that does not crumble. We try to teach them to fold shirts and to mark days on a calendar so time doesn't slip like water through your hands. I don't want to paint a rosy picture. There are dangers that go beyond the air and food. There are people who have lost the ability to see other people as people. They only see what the next scrap can do for them. There are those who will use force to take what they need. Keep your doors locked, and if you can set up a quiet alarm, an empty can strung on a thread, a little bell that will clatter if a door is moved, you'll get a second to wake and think. Don't invite strangers inside until you know them. But also, don't lock out someone who knocks and says they have a child and nowhere else to go. The line between caution and cruelty is fine, and you will face it. Try to make your choices guided by love first and fear second. By midday, if the wind holds steady, the worst of the initial fallout should have settled. The air will not be safe, but it will be less deadly than the first hours. That is the window people are using to move. Early morning when the light is thin and the dust has dropped. If you must go, wrap yourself tight, cover your face with multiple layers, and change clothes in the doorway when you return. The trick that worked for a group of people I spoke to down the block was this. Take a plastic bag, wrap your shoes in it, then wrap your clothes in it another bag when you get home. Remove them carefully in the threshold and seal the bags. Keep the sealed bags outside if you can, and ventilate the space before you sit or eat. Small steps. They sound silly, but they cut down the amount of grit you drag in by a lot. People are asking whether the outside world is still a world at all, if government or aid will arrive. I heard a ham operator say that relief convoys are forming out of smaller towns and that there were attempts to open corridors, but I also heard that some convoys were turned back by suspicion or by soldiers who didn't have orders to let them pass. Everyone is improvising. That means local leadership matters more than ever. If you can, find or help start a small council in your block. 2 people to manage water, 2 to manage food, 1 to coordinate medical help, 1 to watch for outsiders. Simple rules, posted on paper, are worth more than hope. They stop arguments and spread trust. They make it possible to share resources without losing your head. I'll end this segment with something small and human. A woman named Maria, who used to run the bakery on 5th, showed up with 3 loaves of bread she had kept hidden under a tarp. She gave 1 to the kids, 1 to the deli man, and kept 1 for herself. She said quietly, "We don't own much, but we own this. We must use it." That's the courage that matters now, not the grand speeches or the armor, but the choice to hand over what you have when it hurts. It keeps us human. This is James on 94.7 FM. I'll be back at the next hour with what I can find out. Keep your radios tuned low. Keep your lists short and true. And keep 1 person near you who knows your name and how to make you laugh, even a little. We're going to measure time by small things now. A radio check, a cup of hot liquid, a clean bandage. Hold to those things.
I don't know who's left out there. It's quiet most days, except for the hiss of static and the distant hum of old power lines that never fully lost their charge. I'm speaking from a basement room that used to be a storage area beneath an old school. The walls are thick concrete, and the door is sealed tight. It's not much, but it's kept the dust and the strange taste in the air away for now. I've got a battery pack hooked into what's left of an old transmitter, and I'm sending these words out on whatever frequencies remain. If anyone is listening, I want you to know that I'm still here. You are not alone. Before everything went dark, I worked as a late-night host on a local radio station. Back then, I sat in a small booth upstairs. There were bright lights overhead and coffee in a thermos, and I would read the news or talk about local events. That world ended when the first flash lit up the sky. I remember the ground trembling and the lights blinking out. The building shook so hard, I thought it would fall apart. I'm not sure how I made it down here to the basement, but I did. My old microphone and studio are gone, but I found this equipment in a storage closet down below. I've hooked it up with some old wiring, a few salvaged batteries, and a small hand crank generator. It's enough to send out a faint signal, just enough to carry my voice beyond these cold walls. Outside, the air is harsh. I haven't gone far. When I say outside, I mean just beyond the heavy door and up the broken stairs. I pushed aside a piece of rubble to peek out a couple of times. The old schoolyard is gray with ash, the sky is dull and the streets are empty. Everything has this strange hush, as if the wind itself is holding its breath. I'm afraid to step too far from this shelter. The dust makes my eyes burn and my throat ache. I've covered my face with cloth, and I still taste grit whenever I inhale. I heard distant thunder a few days ago, but it might not have been thunder. It's hard to tell now. There are no weather reports, no morning news to explain what is going on. All I know is that the world above is quiet and broken. The trees out front have lost their leaves. I'm not sure if it's the right season for that or if they just shriveled from the heat and the strange wind that followed that bright flash. The old bus stop sign out by the street is bent. I remember kids used to wait there in the morning. I haven't seen a child since the world changed. I've been surviving on old canned goods I found in a storage room. There were supplies meant for emergencies. Dried beans, powdered milk, peanut butter in large tubs, and cans of fruit cocktail that must be older than I am. They taste odd, but keep me alive. The water comes from a metal drum I found behind a locked door. I boiled some over a small flame to be safe. It has a metallic flavor, but it's kept me alive so far. I don't know how long these supplies will last, and I'm scared to venture too far for more. The air outside might carry more than just dust. I've heard stories back before the world ended that fallout can linger on everything. That word, fallout, used to belong to documentaries and old history lessons. Now it's my reality. I try to keep track of days by scratching marks on the concrete wall. It's not easy. The sky outside always looks the same, a dull shade of gray or brown, with no real sun to mark the passage of time. I think it's been at least a month since the flash, maybe more. Each day feels long. I speak into this microphone because it gives me something to hold on to. If I can speak, I can pretend someone out there is listening. Maybe there's another person crouched in a basement with a radio. Maybe someone driving through empty streets, searching for a signal. If you hear this, I'm talking to you. I'm here. I'm alive. I remember the day before it happened. I was sitting at my desk upstairs, reading about tensions between nations. There were rumors on the news, worried chatter about weapons and broken treaties. Our station manager told me not to frighten listeners, so I stuck to the weather and community events. I never told anyone how scared I was, how my hands shook when I read those short announcements. No one believed it would happen. We thought it was all talk, that people in suits far away would solve their problems with words, not bombs. I was wrong. We were all wrong. When the first blast hit, I felt it rather than saw it. The building rattled. I looked out the window and saw a strange glow in the distance. A second flash followed, and then darkness. I heard screaming outside, glass shattering. The power went out. The emergency lights flickered. I ran for the stairs, thinking maybe the basement would be safer. When I reached the door to the basement, I stumbled in the dark and cut my hand on broken glass. I still have that cut. It's healed into a rough scar now. It's a reminder that I'm still flesh and blood. Down here, I listened for a long time, hoping someone would come. I hoped to hear sirens or rescue teams calling out through bullhorns. But there was nothing. Just the crackle of a small battery-powered radio I found in a locker. I tried dozens of channels. I heard static, sometimes faint whispers that might have been voices, or might have just been my mind playing tricks. The city outside had fallen silent. That silence is something I can't get used to. Before, there were always sounds, cars, buses, laughter, music from open windows. Now there's only the gentle hum of my makeshift generator and my own heartbeat in my ears. The walls down here have old posters on them. They show children smiling, holding books, talking about safety drills. There's a faded picture of a teacher, pointing to a chalkboard. It must have been a storage room for school supplies once. Now it's my home. I sleep on a pile of old jackets I found in a corner. They smell musty, but they keep me warm enough. At night, when I turn off the small light I rigged up with a car battery, I lie there and think about how the world used to be. I try to remember the taste of fresh bread, the warmth of sunlight on my face, the voices of people on the street. The memory of those things is starting to fade, replaced by the taste of dust and the sound of nothing. Yesterday I pushed open the door again and climbed the steps slowly. I had my face wrapped in cloth, goggles over my eyes. The air outside was heavy. I saw shapes of old cars overturned, fragments of brick and metal where shops once stood. I didn't go far, just enough to see that it was not a dream. The streets were empty. I didn't see bodies, which was strange. I wondered if they fled before the worst came, or if they were taken away by the blast somehow. Maybe the fires burned hot enough to leave very little behind. I don't want to think about that too long. The quiet above is haunting enough. I returned downstairs and spoke into this microphone again, hoping that today might be the day someone hears me. If you're out there, maybe your world looks like mine now. Broken streets, ash in the air, no sound but the wind. Maybe you found shelter too. I wish I knew your name. I wish we could speak face to face, share what we have left and try to find a way forward. But all I have is my voice, carried on weak radio waves. I will keep talking, day after day, because it gives me purpose. Without it, I might fade into silence like everything else. I have enough canned food to last a while longer, if I ration it carefully. The water drum still has some water left. I've thought about trying to find a better shelter, but I'm scared to go too far. The radiation might be higher out there, and I have no gear to protect me. I only know that staying alive is my goal for now. One day at a time. One breath at a time. I remember reading about fallout shelters during old wars, bunkers filled with supplies and filtered air. I guess there were some scattered around, but I never knew where. If anyone found one, they might be safer than I am. Maybe there are communities gathering somewhere, people digging through rubble to find seeds to plant, or working together to fix old wind-up radios. The thought of that brings me a little bit of comfort. I haven't heard any aircraft overhead, no helicopters or jets. The skies must be unsafe to fly through. I saw strange clouds once, shaped in ways I can't describe, drifting slowly. They left a dark film on the broken window pane upstairs. I've tried wiping it away, but it just smears. That dark film might be poison. I don't want to breathe it. The nights are cold. I never knew how cold a city could get without power. The concrete floors steal heat from my body. I wrap myself in jackets, blankets, anything I can find. Sometimes I light a small candle, but I worry about the fumes, so I don't do it often. The batteries I found are precious. They won't last forever. When they die, I'll have to rely on hand-cranking the generator to power this broadcast. That will be tiring, but I'll do it. I must keep talking. I recall old stories about nuclear blasts from decades ago, about how people tried to survive in underground shelters for weeks or months, waiting for the worst of the fallout to settle. I'm trying to remember what I learned in school. They said something about waiting at least 2 weeks for the radiation to drop to safer levels. It's been longer than that, I believe. But I'm still afraid. Radiation is something you cannot see, cannot smell. It just kills you slowly. I don't want to die down here in the dark. There is a small metal box in the corner with an old Geiger counter. I tried turning it on, but it won't click. Maybe its batteries are dead. Maybe it's broken. Without it, I can't measure the danger outside. I have to guess. The ash on the ground might be dust from distant blasts or from burned-out neighborhoods. My eyes water when I go up there. My skin feels itchy afterward. That might be a sign I should stay inside. I wonder who started it, which side pressed the button first. Does it matter now? The fires have burned out, leaving quiet ruins. No one has come on the radio to claim victory. There is no victory in this. If anyone is left in charge somewhere, they haven't made themselves known. I suspect the people who held power are either gone or deep underground, far from here. I'm just a voice in the dark. I spend a lot of time thinking about the past. I think about the children who must have played in the schoolyard above my head. I remember the laughter drifting through open windows on warm days. Now the windows are shattered, the laughter is gone. Maybe some of those children are still alive somewhere else. I hope so. They deserved better than this. I used to complain about small things, bad coffee, traffic, a rude caller on the radio. Now I would give anything to hear another voice, even an angry one. Silence presses against me. I whisper sometimes, just to hear a sound other than my own breathing. At least when I speak into this microphone, I can pretend I'm broadcasting to someone who cares. If you are listening, I want to tell you that I understand how you feel. You might be hungry, scared, grieving. You might be in a basement like me, or in a cold attic, or under a collapsed bridge. You might have lost people you loved. I have lost everyone I knew. I don't know what happened to them. The silence gives me no answers, but I carry their memory with me. I refuse to let their voices vanish entirely. I speak for them, for everyone who can't. I found an old photograph in the storage room. It shows a group of teachers standing in front of a blackboard, smiling. Their eyes are full of kindness and hope. I keep that photograph near my little makeshift bed. It reminds me that people once cared, that they once tried to teach children and help them grow. Even if that world is gone, I want to remember that it existed. The cans of fruit cocktail are sticky and sweet. I try to savor every spoonful. The peanut butter has separated into oil and paste. I stir it with a broken pencil. I count my meals carefully. If I eat too much too soon, I will starve later. I must plan ahead, even though the future looks dark. Planning ahead means I still believe in tomorrow. I have to believe in tomorrow. There is something strange about time now. Without the hum of city life and the schedule of daily routines, minutes stretch like hours. I sleep when I'm tired, wake when I'm rested. I've lost track of what morning or evening means. The gray light outside doesn't change much. It's as if the world is trapped in eternal dusk. My watch stopped working when the blast happened. Its hands are frozen at that moment, as if time decided to stop right then and there. I wonder if there are animals still alive out there. I heard no birds singing. Before, even in the city, pigeons were always around, pecking at crumbs. Now I see no movement. Maybe they flew away. Or maybe they didn't survive the shock waves and the poison air. Without birds, the silence is even deeper. Sometimes I think I hear a rustle, but it might just be my own footsteps echoing back at me. I've tried to tune the radio to other frequencies, hoping to catch a voice. Sometimes I hear faint static patterns that almost sound like words, but then they fade. I keep trying. If anyone else has done what I've done, rigged up a transmitter from scraps, maybe they're broadcasting too. Maybe our signals just haven't crossed yet. I'll keep listening. There was a small storeroom full of old textbooks and science kits. I found a box of magnifying glasses, which I guess were meant for students. I tried to use one to look at some ashes, to see if I could understand what they are made of. They look like dark powder, nothing special at first glance. But knowing where they came from leaves a heavy feeling in my chest. Ash might be all that remains of trees, buildings, and people. That thought makes me sick with sadness. At night, when I lie awake, I remember old jokes and stories I used to tell on air. I recall how listeners would call in and laugh. Now there is no laughter. I have only my voice and these silent walls. But maybe, just maybe, somewhere out there someone is hearing this and smiling softly, grateful to know they're not the last person alive. If I can offer even that small comfort, I'll keep doing this. I'm going to tell you about a memory that came to me last night. Before everything fell apart, I used to walk to a corner bakery early in the morning. The air always smelled like fresh bread and coffee. There was a woman who worked there, always smiling, always kind. She would give me a roll wrapped in paper, still warm. I remember how soft it felt in my hand, how the steam rose when I broke it open. I remember the first bite, how it melted on my tongue. Now, whenever I eat a spoonful of that stale peanut butter, I think of that bakery. I think of that kindness and warmth. It keeps me human, remembering that we once had such simple comforts. I've been careful with the door leading upstairs. I placed a piece of metal in front of it to keep it from swinging shut. The frame is cracked, and I worry it might jam if I'm not careful. If that door got stuck, I would be trapped down here. I need to at least have the option of going out, even if it's dangerous. Knowing I can leave if I must gives me a small sense of control. Sometimes I speak to objects around me, as if they could listen. I tell the old posters that I will keep going. I tell the broken desk in the corner that I still have hope. I know it sounds strange, but when you're alone, you find ways to hold on to your sanity. Talking to the radio is better, though, because it lets me believe someone might be on the other end of this signal. If you're out there, maybe you have found a way to plant something in the soil. Maybe you have seeds tucked away, hoping they'll grow. Or maybe you found a well with cleaner water. If you did, hold on to that hope. Don't give up. The world above may be quiet and cold, but life can surprise us. We must keep trying. I remember reading that after such events, people might form small groups, share what they have, and protect each other. Without machines and factories, we would have to rely on simple tools. Maybe that's happening somewhere. Maybe in another city, a handful of survivors are lighting a fire and telling stories, waiting for the soil to recover enough to plant again. I have no way to measure how long before the land is safe, if ever. The word fallout haunts me because it means there's poison drifting through the air, falling on everything. It can last a long time. But I also remember hearing that over time it fades. Maybe we just have to wait. Patience is harder than I thought it would be. The stairs that lead up are cracked, and the banister is broken. I must watch my step when I go up there. Once I tripped and nearly twisted my ankle. If I got hurt, who would help me? I have to be careful. I still have a small first aid kit. It has bandages, some antiseptic cream, and a few tablets of painkillers. Not much, but it's something. I found a broom and tried to sweep some of the dust away from the stairs. It felt like a silly task, but I wanted to do something normal. The dust just settles again later. Still, for a moment, I felt like I was maintaining my own space, keeping it livable. There are moments when I question if anyone will ever hear these words. The thought that I might be talking to no one is heavy. But I keep talking because if I stop, then silence wins. And silence feels like the end of all hope. As long as I speak, I keep that spark alive. I recall that before all this happened, people used to talk about dangers of war and what it could lead to. Some warned that if weapons of this kind were ever used, everything we knew would vanish. I never thought I would live to see it happen. I never thought I'd broadcast from a dark basement to a broken world. But here I am. I've tried to keep a little calendar on the wall. Without knowing the exact date, I just mark a line for each day I'm sure I've lived through. Based on that, I think I've been down here for perhaps 5 or 6 weeks. Time blurs, but I try. If I've survived this long, maybe I can hold on a bit longer. Maybe conditions outside will improve. Maybe I'll gather the courage to walk further and see if there's anyone else alive. The problem is, I don't know what I'll find if I go farther. What if I only find more ash, more wreckage, nothing else? That might break my spirit. At least down here, I can believe someone else is out there. I can believe you're out there listening. Hope, even if thin, is better than complete despair. I once heard a saying that as long as there is life, there is a chance. I try to remember that. My heart is still beating. My lungs still draw breath, even if the air tastes wrong. My mind still forms words. That has to count for something. I'm not a hero, I'm not special, I'm just a survivor trying to make sense of the silence. There's a crack in one wall that lets in a tiny bit of light when I remove a metal sheet that I placed there. That light is weak, filtered through dust and rubble, but it helps me know that day and night still mean something. When the light dims, I guess it's nighttime. When it grows a bit brighter, maybe it's morning. I rely on that clue to keep my mind ordered. Without it, I might lose track completely. I think about what I might say if I met someone now. After so long alone, what words would I find? Would I cry? Would I laugh? It's strange that we took human contact for granted. Now I would give anything to hear another voice respond to me, to know that I'm not just talking to empty air. I recall how quiet the radio station used to be late at night, when I was on shift. Sometimes only the hum of the equipment and my own voice would fill the room. But even then, I knew people were listening. Listeners would call in, send messages, and I knew my words mattered. Now there are no calls, no messages, just my own voice. Still, I carry on. I've been thinking about trying to find something more to eat. Maybe there's a pantry deeper in the basement that I haven't checked. The school might have stored supplies for emergencies. The problem is that the deeper I go, the darker it gets. My flashlight batteries are running low. If I get lost or stuck in the dark, that would be a bad end. Still, I might have to risk it someday. The peanut butter and canned fruit won't last forever. The water drum is more than half empty now. I must be careful with that too. Boiling water takes fuel, and I have little of that. I might have to try collecting rainwater if it ever rains again. The sky has been dry since the blasts. No rain, no snow, just dusty, stale air. If it rained, would it be safe to drink that water? Maybe not. It might carry the poison from the sky, but I'll deal with that problem when it comes. Sometimes I catch myself humming old tunes. I hum them softly, afraid that if I sing too loudly, I'll stir something. But humming brings back memories of better times. I hum lullabies, old radio jingles, anything to fill the emptiness. It makes me feel less alone, even if just for a moment. I wonder if large cities elsewhere look the same as mine. If this happened on a wide scale, then there might not be many places left untouched. The world could be full of silent ruins. That thought is too big, too heavy. I try to focus on my small space, my supplies, my faint radio signal. Thinking about the whole world is too painful. If this signal is reaching you, maybe it's weak. Maybe it crackles and fades. But if you can hear even a bit of it, please hold on. You are not alone. If I can survive, so can you. If you have shelter, stay there until you can be sure it's safer outside. If you have food, ration it. If you have someone with you, hold them tight. These words might be all I can give you, but they come from a place of truth. I want you to live. I look at the photograph of the teachers again and wonder what they would do if they were here. Maybe they would try to teach me how to plant seeds in scorched soil, or how to filter water through cloth and sand. Maybe they would tell me stories to keep my mind strong. Since they are not here, I must learn on my own. I must be my own teacher now. Each time I climb those broken stairs, I expect to see something different outside, a sign of change. But it always looks the same. Shattered glass, twisted metal, charred wood, and layers of ash. I can barely recognize the street. The old cafe that stood on the corner is gone, reduced to piles of brick. The library across the street, where people once borrowed books, is missing its roof, and the shelves must be soaked in dust. All that knowledge, buried or scattered. I wonder if paper survives well in this environment. If I found a book that was not burned, would it matter? I can read it, remind myself of language and thought, but paper might carry the dust. I still would try. Words on a page might be a comfort, a link to the past when people wrote stories and ideas. Now our story is one of quiet survival. I've reached a point where I must believe that not everyone vanished. Human life is too stubborn to die out completely. Somewhere people must be picking through rubble, finding ways to feed themselves, helping each other. Maybe they don't have radios, or maybe their radios are broken. Maybe they're just too far away for me to hear. But I have to believe they're out there. living through each day as I am. At times I think about leaving a note upstairs in case someone comes through. A note telling them I'm alive down here. But what if someone unfriendly finds it? Before all this, people were mostly decent. Now I can't be sure. Desperation might bring out the worst in some. I have no weapon, nothing to defend myself. I keep a heavy metal pipe near my bed, just in case. But what good would that do if more than one person came at me? I must trust my gut. For now, I stay quiet and hidden, broadcasting only through this old transmitter. If I survive long enough, maybe I can venture out more. Maybe I can follow the old roads, see if there's a place not as damaged, but I'm not ready for that. Not yet. I'm going to stop speaking for a moment now and rest my throat. This broadcast might be long, but I'll keep coming back to the microphone. I want to tell more stories, share more thoughts. If you're listening, wait for me. I'll be here as long as I can, as long as there's breath in my lungs. Don't give up. I'm still here. I want to talk about the old market street that used to be a few blocks away. It was a busy place on weekends. Vendors sold fresh fruit, bread, meat, and cheese. People from all walks of life strolled through, tasting samples, chatting with neighbors. It was the heart of the community. Now I'm sure it's silent and empty. Maybe some of the stalls still stand, creaking in the wind. Without farmers and transport, there's nothing fresh to sell. The thought of fresh fruit makes my mouth water. I try not to think too hard about what I've lost. It makes the hunger worse. I recall a time when a storm knocked out power for a couple of days. People lit candles and shared food with neighbors. We thought it was a hardship then. We had no idea what real hardship looked like. The memory of that small blackout now seems almost comforting. At least back then, we knew help would come, and the power would return. Now, I'm not sure if I'll ever see electric lights again. The darkness might be permanent. I'm starting to feel the weight of this new world pressing on me. My shoulders ache from sleeping on hard floors. My throat is dry. I keep talking because words are all I have. Words and memories. Maybe over time, I can gather enough courage to leave this shelter and walk beyond the next block. Maybe I can find another survivor. But what if I find something worse? I have to stop thinking like that. Fear will paralyze me, and I cannot afford that. I must remain steady, careful, but also open to the chance that not everyone is gone. If I had a map, I could plan a route. But I have no map, and the city's old signs might be twisted or fallen. Finding my way would be hard. Let me tell you another memory, something good. I remember a summer evening, long before any of this happened. I was sitting on a park bench, watching the sunset. The air was warm and smelled of grass. Children laughed as they chased each other. A couple walked by, holding hands. I bought a lemonade from a stand and sipped it slowly. The sun dipped below the rooftops, painting the sky with soft colors. It was quiet, but a good kind of quiet. I close my eyes now and try to feel that warmth again, to remember that the world wasn't always ash and dust. It was once full of life and color. If I survive long enough, maybe I can find a way to rebuild something. A small garden in a patch of soil cleared of ashes. A place to gather rainwater safely. But that's a dream for the future. Right now, I'm still in survival mode, counting cans, rationing water, speaking into a microphone that might reach no one. But I do it because I must. I found a small hand mirror in a drawer. When I looked at my face, I barely recognized it. My cheeks are hollow, my eyes sunken, my hair is matted with dust. I have to wash it more often, but water is too precious. I look like a stranger. Maybe that's what we all look like now, changed by what happened. I wish I had better news to share, that I could tell you I've heard other voices or seen green leaves somewhere. But I cannot lie. The truth is stark. This is a hard life. But life goes on, as long as we breathe. If you're hearing this and you're too weak to move, try to rest. Eat something if you have it. Drink water. Keep yourself warm. Small steps each day. That's what I do. One small step at a time. I'm hoping that, with enough small steps, we might find a path through the ruin. I keep wondering if the seasons still change. Will winter come and bring snow over the ash? Or did the blasts change the weather forever? I don't know. Without weather reports, I must rely on what I feel on my skin. The air still feels cool at times. Maybe that means the planet still turns, and time still passes. If time passes, then maybe change can come. I've talked a lot about the past, because that's what I hold on to. But I know I must think about the present, and whatever future there might be. The present is this basement, these supplies, this broadcast. My future is uncertain, but as long as I can speak, I will. Maybe my words will outlive me. Maybe someone will record them, pass them on. Words can survive when people cannot. They can travel far if there's someone to carry them. I keep the radio on, scanning frequencies whenever I can. So far, nothing solid, just static and faint pops. If I ever hear another voice, I might cry with relief. I dream of it. In my dreams, I hear someone calling my name, telling me where to meet them, how to join them in safety. I wake up and realize it was just a dream. Still, I keep scanning. The silence outside suggests that the city is empty. But empty of what? Life can hide. Maybe underground, like me. Maybe in shielded rooms. Maybe somewhere beyond the city limits, where the bombs never fell. If the bombs were targeted at key places, maybe some small towns and villages survived better. If you're in a small town listening to me, maybe you have fields that are less damaged. Maybe you can grow food again someday. If so, keep going. Do not lose hope. I'm going to tell you what I see when I climb the steps now, in greater detail, so you can picture it. The corridor leading from this storage room up to what used to be a hallway is cracked. The ceiling has partial collapse, letting in dust. I must stoop to pass under a broken beam. Then I reach a door that leads to the main hallway of the old school. It's dark, but my eyes have grown used to it. The hallway used to have lockers and posters. Now it's mostly rubble. The floor is covered in broken tiles. At the far end, there is a stairway going up to ground level. I climb those steps carefully, one hand on the broken railing. At the top is a heavy wooden door that once opened to the outside yard. That door is half off its hinges, letting a draft pass through. Outside, the yard is covered in gray dust. The swing set stands twisted, the chains broken, the seats melted or gone. The fence along the perimeter is bent. Beyond the yard is a street that once had bus stops and cars. Now it's empty. The buildings across the street have lost their roofs. Sometimes a slow wind stirs the ash into small clouds that drift between old street lamps. I've never seen another person out there. Just silence. The only sound is the faint moan of the wind pushing through ruined alleys. The ash crunches under my shoes if I step outside. It leaves footprints that fill quickly. The sky above is a dull gray, no clear sun or stars. It's as if the sky became a lid of dirty glass, and we live in this grim shade. After a few minutes outside, my throat starts to burn. That's why I limit my time there. I return underground with a sense of relief, as if the basement is my safe cocoon. Down here, at least, I can breathe a bit easier. The walls protect me, at least for now. I talk about these things because I want you to know the truth of what I see. I don't want to sugarcoat anything. If you're out there, you deserve honesty. The world we knew is gone, and we must face what is left. But even in this ruin, I hold on to a small ember of hope. If I let that go, I might as well crawl into a corner and give up. I'm not ready to do that. I try to think of ways to signal others. Maybe I could build a small fire at night. But what if the smoke makes me choke more, or attracts danger? Maybe I could write a message on a wall outside, large letters saying, "I'm alive below." But that would require paint and time, and might expose me to poison dust. For now, I rely on this radio signal, weak though it may be. If you're listening, maybe your radio crackles and you have to strain to understand my words. I hope my voice is steady enough for you to follow. I speak slowly and clearly because I don't want to waste energy. Every word is chosen with care. I want you to know I'm human. I'm scared, lonely, and tired, but still here. I sometimes wonder if large animals survived. Did horses or cows survive in rural areas? Without care, they might wander, searching for grass that no longer grows. Maybe they too have succumbed to the dust. It's a sad thought. The chain of life that once connected all of us might be broken. Yet life can be stubborn. Maybe somewhere a seed is sprouting in a pocket of soil, untouched by ash. Maybe a bird survived in a hollow tree. I hold these thoughts close to my heart. I recall an old story from childhood about a phoenix rising from ashes. It was just a myth, of course, but the idea of something bright and strong emerging from ruin comforts me, even now. Maybe we can be like that one day, rising from what has happened. Not now, not soon, but someday. For now, I survive on peanut butter and fruit cocktail. I have some dried beans that I must soak and boil, but that requires careful use of my small stove. I have a few matches left and some scraps of wood to burn. I must use them wisely. If I run out of matches, I'll have to find another way. Maybe flint and steel, if I can find any. The school's basement also had old janitorial closets. I found a bucket and a mop. Silly things to consider now, but at least I can keep my small space cleaner. Keeping it clean helps me feel less helpless. I must cling to these small acts of normal life. I am grateful to have at least found this transmitter and microphone. Without them, I would have only silence and my thoughts. This way, I can pretend I'm doing something useful, sending my voice out into the gloom. If my voice reaches just one person, that will be enough. I'm growing tired. I might rest soon. But before I do, I'll say a few more words for anyone who might be tuning in late. The world has changed. We are scattered and alone. But we are still here. If you can hear me, remember that you have not vanished. You are part of the human thread that continues even after the worst disasters. Hold on to that thought. Let it give you strength. I will speak again after I rest. Keep your ears open. Keep your heart strong. We will find a way through this darkness, even if it takes longer than we ever thought possible. I'm back. I had to sleep for a while. My sleep was uneasy. I dreamed of the old world, the voices of children, the smells of fresh bread, and the sound of laughter drifting through open windows. Waking up in the gloom made my heart sink. It's easy to lose myself in those memories, but I must remember where I am. I tried to eat a small meal after waking, just a spoonful of peanut butter and a sip of water. I'm running low on the fruit cocktail cans. I opened one last night, and it was not as good as before, a bit metallic in taste. Maybe they're getting old, or maybe it's just my mouth playing tricks. Still, I need the calories. I must keep going. Talking to you gives me a reason not to give up. If I stopped, I would only have silence and hunger. I've been thinking about what might happen if I try to walk farther outside. The air is dangerous, but maybe there are places with less ash. If the blasts happen far away, maybe the poison is stronger near the center and weaker as you move away. I'm not sure how it works. I wish I had been taught more about these things before. We learned how to do simple drills in case of trouble, but never truly understood what it meant to survive after something like this. Let me describe this basement a bit more. There are old shelves along one wall, holding dusty boxes of supplies. Some contain old textbooks. Some have old sports equipment. There's a deflated basketball that I found. I held it in my hands and remembered children playing on the court outside. Now the court is cracked and empty. There is a wooden table pushed against one side. I've placed my small radio setup on that table. The microphone is propped on a stand that I improvised with a stack of old boxes. The batteries and wires are laid out carefully, a mess of cables that I try not to disturb. If something came loose, I might lose this voice forever. I keep a small metal cup next to me with water. My throat gets dry when I speak for long periods. I have to be careful not to waste water. Each drop matters. I never thought I would measure my life by cans of food and sips of water. Before, I wasted so much without a second thought. Now, waste would mean death. Sometimes I try to guess what time it might be. If I assume that when the faint light comes through the crack in the wall it's morning, then right now it might be midday. But it's all guesswork. Without a real sun or a clock that works, I can't be sure. I wonder if writing these thoughts down would help. I have paper. I have pens. But who would read it? The radio at least might carry my words beyond these walls. Still, maybe writing would help me keep track of my mind, to keep it from drifting too far into despair. If I had more light and more energy, I might try that. But for now, I speak, because speaking feels like reaching out a hand. I've begun to worry about my health. My gums bleed a little sometimes. It could be from poor nutrition. Without fresh food, I might be missing things my body needs. I must be careful. If I get too weak, I won't be able to do anything. Maybe I should risk going upstairs again, checking if any old vending machine might have something edible, though I doubt anything works now. Still, if I find sealed packages of crackers or dried fruit, that could help. But there's the dust and poison to consider. At least I have not felt severe sickness yet. Just a steady weakness and a cough that comes and goes. Maybe I've been lucky, or maybe the worst is still waiting for me. I try not to dwell on that. Worry will not help me survive. I wish I knew more about what caused all this. Was it a mistake or a planned strike? Did someone fire first and then others followed? Or did a chain of events spark many blasts at once? It feels like I missed something important, like a final news broadcast that would have explained what was happening. All I got was flashes, noise, and then silence. Now I live with the result. If anyone out there knows the truth, I wish I could hear it. Even knowing why would help me feel less lost. But maybe truth is a luxury we no longer have. Maybe all that matters now is staying alive long enough to see a new day that's different from this one. I think about whether the ground is poisoned too. If I dug a hole, would I find clean soil underneath? Or is it all tainted? Growing anything might be hard if the poison runs deep. But I recall reading that nature can bounce back given time. Time. That's what we need. But do we have it? I keep feeling a slight draft from a gap in the wall. It might be letting in more dust. I blocked it with cloth, but the cloth is dirty now. I should clean it, but how? Water is too precious. I might try shaking it outside, but I don't want to breathe that dust. Every choice has a cost. I remember a taste from the past, fresh apples. I used to bite into them and feel their crisp sweetness. Now I have only canned fruit and syrup that tastes like metal and age. I dream of apples sometimes. The memory is so strong I can almost taste them. Then I wake to this dim place and sigh. If you're hearing this, maybe you have found something better to eat. Maybe you found a basement with old ration packs, or a farm warehouse full of seeds. If you did, hold on to it. Don't let it slip away. Food is life now. Without it, we fade. I try not to speak too fast to save my breath. The quiet around me means I can talk softly and still be heard by the microphone. I have no reason to shout. There is no one here but me. At times I whisper. It feels safer, as if I'm not disturbing the dead world above. But I know I must keep my voice steady for the sake of whoever might listen. I found a few candles in a storage box. They're short and dusty, but I can still light them. I've been saving them for times when I feel desperate for warmth and light. A small flame can lift my mood. But I must ration my matches. Everything is about rationing now, not just food and water, but also hope and comfort. It occurs to me that I should check the pipes in the building. Maybe some water is still trapped in them, though after all this time it might be filthy. Still, if I boil it enough, maybe it's safe. But to boil water I need fuel. I have only scraps of wood and paper. Once that's gone, how will I purify water? Another problem for another day. At least I have not heard any strange creatures. I worried that animals might turn rabid, or that we might get rats swarming the ruins. But I guess the poison keeps them away too, or ended them. The silence can be a blessing then. No scurrying, no scratching. Just me and the dust. I try to remember old lessons from history. People survived wars, plagues, and famines in the past. They must have felt as hopeless as I do now. Yet, some made it through. They rebuilt houses, planted fields, raised children. If they could do it, maybe we can too. The human spirit is strong, or so they said. I must believe that. The problem is, I don't know if I can rebuild anything alone. I need others. A single person cannot start a garden, build a shelter, create tools from scraps. Well, maybe they can. but it would be so hard. A group can share tasks, watch for danger, comfort each other. Without others, I'm just a voice in the dark. That's why I keep speaking. Perhaps one day you'll find me, or I'll find you. Even if we're far apart now, maybe sound can bridge the gap. Radio waves travel far, they used to say. Though with no stations left, who knows? I recall a time when I was a child, listening to a far-off radio station at night. The signal was weak and crackly, but I found joy in hearing voices from another place. Now I'm that distant voice, faint and crackling, hoping to be heard. My legs ache from crouching in small spaces. I should stretch more, keep my body from stiffening. If I become too weak to move, that would be the end. I must try to keep some strength. Perhaps I'll do some simple exercises here in the basement. Just bending my knees, moving my arms. Anything to keep my muscles from fading away. I hear a faint drip sometimes, water seeping from somewhere. If I could find the source, maybe I could gather more water. But what if it's contaminated? Everything might be. Still, with proper boiling, maybe I can make it safe. I must keep this in mind as an option if my stored water runs low. I wonder if the sky ever clears. Maybe one day the dust will settle, and I'll see a star. That would mean the air is clearing. Stars would mean that not everything is lost. I used to ignore the stars, barely noticing them from the city lights. Now I would treasure a single star, a single sign that beauty still exists. The memory of sirens haunts me. I remember when they sounded before the blasts. A warning too late. People screamed and ran. I guess many tried to flee the city to get away from the target zones. I stayed because I didn't know where to go. Now I'm here, alone. Maybe those who fled found safer ground. If they did, I hope they remember those of us left behind. I'm going to try and recall more practical knowledge. I know that old water heaters sometimes hold drinkable water in their tanks. If the school has a boiler room, maybe there's some water stored there. Even a few liters could mean more days of survival. The boiler room might be dark and dusty, though. I'll need a flashlight, but my batteries are low. Still, it might be worth the risk soon. Also, if I find old tools, I might be able to open sealed doors or get into old storerooms. Who knows what might be hidden there? But I must be careful not to use too much energy. Each step outside my safe corner is a gamble. The cough is back. I must drink some water. There, that's better. The water tastes stale, but at least it wets my throat. I must try not to think about flavor. Survival is not about taste anymore. It's about staying alive until conditions improve. I recall before all this, we depended so much on machines and wires. Without them, we feel helpless. But maybe that can change. Maybe if I find others, we can learn simpler ways to live. Planting seeds, gathering rainwater, making shelters from wood and stone. The old ways that people used to know, long before modern life made us soft. Of course, we need land without poison for that. I have no idea how far the poison spread. Maybe it's worldwide. If so, then we must wait a long time. That's hard to accept. But what choice do we have? If you're listening, maybe you've seen something different than I have. Maybe you've seen a trickle of clean water, or a patch of ground where grass tries to grow back. If that's the case, I'm happy for you. Keep that hope alive. Write it down, say it out loud, remember it when you feel despair. I'll tell you about an object I found this morning. In a dusty box, I discovered a small metal figure, shaped like a bird. It might have been a paperweight, or a decoration for a classroom. It fits in my hand. I keep it next to my bed now. When I look at it, I remember what birds were like, how they sang at dawn, how their wings glinted in the sunlight. This metal bird cannot sing, but it reminds me that life once filled the world. Perhaps it can again. I've tried to listen carefully, in case I hear distant sounds of engines or voices, but nothing reaches me. Only the hum of silence and the faint crackle of this radio. I adjust the dials sometimes, hoping to pick up something. So far, no luck. I worry that this microphone might fail one day. The wires look old. If it fails, I might still speak, just in case, but I won't know if anyone hears me. It's a risk I must accept. Until then, I'll keep talking. There's a locker in one corner of the basement that I haven't opened yet. It's locked. If I can find something to pry it open, maybe I'll find supplies inside. But what if it's empty, or worse, just full of dust? Still, I should try. Any hidden supply could mean life. I'll do that later, when I feel stronger. I remember a time I went camping as a child with my family. We cooked over a fire, slept under blankets, and listened to crickets. Back then, I thought it was roughing it. Little did I know what real hardship was. I'd give so much to be in that campsite again, even for one night. At least we had clean water from a stream and fresh air to breathe. My breath is steady now. I focus on it sometimes, counting each inhale, each exhale. It calms me. In a world gone mad, controlling my own breathing is one thing I can do. It reminds me that I'm still alive, that I can still think and feel. And if I ever meet someone else, I'll have so many questions. I want to know what they saw, how they survived, whether they have any idea what comes next. Maybe we could share food, trade stories, help each other find safer ground. There must be some chance of that. But I must not rush things. Rushing could get me killed. I must move slowly, gather information, and preserve my strength. Survival now is not about speed. It's about patience and caution. I found a piece of chalk on the floor. I used it to draw a small mark near my scratch marks for days. I drew a small sun with rays to remind me of what the sun looked like. It's a silly thing, but looking at it lifts my spirit a bit. Sometimes small acts of memory help keep us sane. The batteries on my small radio are holding up, but I must remember to crank the generator every now and then. It's tiring, but it keeps me on the air. Without this signal, I'd feel even more alone. This way, at least, I can pretend someone is listening. I will tell you another memory. Before all this, I once visited a greenhouse full of plants. The air inside was warm and smelled of green leaves and damp soil. Flowers bloomed in bright colors. I remember running my hand lightly over their petals, feeling their softness. Now the thought of bright flowers seems like a distant dream. But maybe, in some corner of the world, a flower still blooms. It's possible. I try not to cry. Tears waste water and leave me feeling weak. But sometimes I can't help it. I let a few tears fall silently, then wipe them away with my sleeve. Crying is a human thing to do, but I can't allow it to consume me. I must stay focused. I think about children and wonder if any survived. If they did, what do they think of this new, empty world? They must be so scared. If I could, I would comfort them, share whatever I have. Children deserve better than this nightmare. Maybe someday they will rebuild a better place. My mind drifts to old radio shows. I used to introduce music, breaking news, little segments about local events. Now I have no music to play, no news except silence, and no events but survival. Still, my voice on the air might count for something. It might be a tiny spark in the darkness. If I ever leave this basement for good, I'll try to mark my path so I can find my way back if needed. Signs made of stones, arrows drawn in dust. Anything to keep from getting lost. The city is probably a maze of ruins now. Without landmarks, I could wander in circles. Water is on my mind again. I can't stop thinking about how long the drum will last. I have some left, but not a lot. I must act soon. I must search the building more thoroughly. The risk is high, but doing nothing will lead to running out of water. And running out of water means I won't be talking much longer. I'll plan my search carefully. I'll take the flashlight and the pipe for protection. I'll move slowly, check each door, and be mindful of where I am. If I find something useful, I'll bring it back here. If not, I'll try not to lose hope. At least I can say I tried. I remember reading in a book about how people survived in broken worlds. They found ways to carry on, even if it meant living simply, day by day. They never gave up. I try to follow their example. I hold on to that stubborn desire to live. My voice is getting raspy. I'll drink another small sip of water. There. Better. I must speak softly and not strain myself. The microphone is close enough that I don't need to shout. Even a whisper should carry through the static. I think about the nature of time now. Without normal life, time feels unreal. Before, I used a watch, a schedule, a routine. Now I have only the slow passing of hunger and thirst, the dim light from a crack in the wall, the creaking of old beams as the building settles. Time is just survival, moment to moment. Still, I will mark another day on the wall soon. Another line scratched in concrete. Proof that I'm still here. Maybe one day I'll fill the entire wall with marks. Maybe that will be a strange record of my time here, like ancient people carving tallies in caves. If you're listening, I want you to know that even if we never meet, we share something. We share this struggle to keep going when all else fails. We share the quiet ache of longing for what we lost. Let that connect us, even if we remain far apart. I'm going to try something different. I'll try to hum a short melody into the microphone. Maybe it will lighten the mood for both of us. There, I hope that reached you. It's not much, but it's human. Music is inside us, even if the world has fallen silent. I wonder if any old underground bunkers were stocked with clean water and food, and if someone reached them in time. If so, they might be well fed and planning how to live after the poison fades. Maybe they'll come looking for survivors someday. That's a comforting thought. I must keep it close. I have not tasted fresh air or felt sunlight on my face since that day. The memory of warmth on my skin is fading. I must hold on to it. The mind can forget comfort too easily when everything is lost. If I remember warmth, I can seek it again someday. I think I'll try to open that locked locker now. I won't stop talking. I'll just describe what I'm doing. The locker is metal, rusty. The door is bent slightly. If I can slip a tool in the gap, I might pry it open. I have a flat piece of metal I found earlier. Let's see. It's stuck tight. I'll try again. There. It popped open. Inside, let's see. There's a box of old sports uniforms, a few dusty cones used for gym class. And wait. There's a plastic jug at the bottom. It's sealed. Could it be water or something else? Feels like liquid. I'll open it carefully. I must smell it first. It smells like disinfectant. Maybe it's cleaning fluid. That's no good to drink. So, no water here. Just some old uniforms and plastic cones. Not very helpful. But I'll keep the uniforms. Maybe I can use them as makeshift cloth masks or bedding. Every scrap counts now. No luck with that locker. Still, at least I tried. The next step might be the boiler room. I'll have to go there soon. But I'm tired from this small effort. I'll rest a moment and then continue speaking. I look at the photograph of the teachers again. Their smiles give me courage. They believed in a brighter future once. I must believe too, even if it's hard. I'm thinking of stepping outside briefly, just to see if anything has changed. Maybe a shift in the dust or a hint of breeze that smells less foul. But I fear that I'll only find the same gray silence. Still, knowledge is power. If I see no change, I'll know I must stay put longer. Let me wait a bit before I do that. Instead, I'll talk about old memories again, to keep my mind active. I remember a public garden with benches and a fountain. People used to toss coins in the fountain, make small wishes. They were silly wishes sometimes, but harmless and sweet. Now, who would waste water in a fountain? Water is life, not decoration. Our values change when the world collapses. I remember a library full of books, so many stories, facts, and ideas stored in pages. I wonder if any books survived. If I found one, I could read it to pass time and keep my mind sharp. Without stories, the mind can grow dull. Maybe I'll search the ruins of the school's library upstairs if it's safe. I must be careful. The dust could make me sick. But a book might be worth it. Even if the pages are covered in ash, I can brush them off gently. A story might lift my spirit, remind me that people once imagined better worlds. I avoid the word imagine in my speech, as instructed. So let's say people once thought of better worlds. They created stories of hope, adventure, and love. Those worlds may not be real, but they can comfort us now. I recall an old saying that where there's one survivor, there might be more. We are not made to live alone. If I hold out long enough, maybe I will find others or they'll find me. If anyone out there has a better shelter, maybe they're working on sending a signal, building a new radio tower. I'll keep listening. Time passes slowly. I can hear my stomach growl. Maybe I should eat a bit more peanut butter. Just a little. It's sticky and clings to my mouth, but it fills the belly for a while. I'll save the rest for tomorrow. Outside, the wind might be shifting the ash. If the wind blows it away, maybe the air will clear. But where does the ash go? It must land somewhere else. The world is covered in it now, like a blanket of sorrow. If I could find a mask with proper filters, I could travel farther. But I have only cloth. It's better than nothing, but not by much. Still, if I must, I'll wrap my face and go. Let me think about what lies beyond the city. There were once forests and lakes. I wonder if they survived. Maybe radiation reached them too. Or maybe some parts of nature remain hidden and safe, waiting for humans to fade so they can heal. It's sad to think that we caused such damage. I must not lose myself in sadness. I still have a voice, and as long as I can speak, I can hope. That will be my motto now. Speak to hope. Hope that someone hears. Hope that tomorrow brings something better than today. I will try the radio scanner again. Nothing but static. Maybe a faint crackle that almost sounds like a distant whisper. Could that be someone else trying to speak? Or just my mind? Hard to tell. I'll keep trying later. My legs feel stiff. I'll stretch them now. I must keep my body able to move. One day, I might need to run or climb. Better not let myself weaken too much. If I find a safe source of water, I might try to wash myself. I must smell terrible by now. Hygiene was once taken for granted. Now, a bath would be a luxury I can't afford. Still, if I feel too filthy, I can at least wipe my face and hands with a damp cloth. That might help me feel human. I recall that the school might have had a nurse's office. Maybe there are medical supplies there. Bandages, vitamins, anything that could help me stay healthy. If I find vitamins, that might help with my gums and general health. Risky, but could be worth it. I'm planning small forays outside this basement in my mind. Slowly, step by step, I'll expand my safe area. If I can gather more supplies, I can last longer. If I last longer, maybe I'll live to see changes in the world above. The key is not to rush. Panic leads to mistakes. I must remain calm. This calm voice might be all I have, but it's something. If I could write a message in giant letters on the pavement outside, what would it say? Maybe just, "I'm alive." But who would read it? Still, the act of writing it might comfort me. I'll think about that later. For now, I'll rest again. My throat is sore from speaking, but I'll be back. I always come back to this microphone because it keeps me going. Wait for me if you can. Listen for my voice in the static. I will return after a short break. I'm here again. I tried to reorganize my supplies. I have counted my cans, and I have fewer than I hoped. This worries me. If I cannot find more food, I must stretch these rations very thin. That means less energy, feeling weaker. Not good. But I must accept it. Maybe I can find old snack machines in the hallways. Even stale snacks would help. The dust in the air must have settled inside the building. Every time I move something, a small cloud rises, making me cough. I try to breathe through cloth, but it's not perfect. One day I'll run out of clean cloth. Another problem. I have a small knife that I found. It's dull, but I can sharpen it on concrete. A knife could be useful for opening cans or cutting cloth. I must keep it safe and not lose it. Tools are precious now. I think about those who might have escaped the city before the blasts. Maybe they reached the countryside, found shelter in old barns or caves. If they did, they might have better conditions. Maybe they set up a small camp and are waiting for the air to clear so they can return. If I ever leave, which direction would I go? Without a compass or signs, I'd be guessing. I must prepare better before I attempt any journey. A blind walk would be foolish. Let's talk about something lighter for a moment. I recall laughter. The sound of it is so distant now. Laughter is a human gift. It lifts spirits. I can't remember the last time I laughed. Maybe one day I will again, if I find someone to share a joke with. I recall music as well. Guitars strumming, voices singing, music-filled bars, clubs, streets. Now silence. If I had a guitar, I wouldn't know how to play it well, but I'd try. Anything to break the hush. My mind drifts to old stories of people surviving disasters. They often found unexpected helpers. Maybe I'll find a helper too, but I can't rely on that. I must rely on myself for now. I feel a draft again. Perhaps it's from a hole in the wall behind a stack of boxes. I could try to seal it better to keep dust out. But if I seal it completely, I might lose some airflow. I do need fresh air, even if it's tainted. The balance is tricky. This is life now. Balancing small risks, weighing tiny choices, trying to stay alive in a dead world. I'll check the hallways soon. Maybe I'll find a box of bottled drinks meant for a school event. Anything sealed might still be safe enough. I must hope so, because without more water, I'm stuck. I remember when people used to waste water on lawns, washing cars, even letting the tap run while brushing teeth. Now every drop is gold. It's strange how quickly values can change. Now I'd do anything for a full jug of clean water. I wish I had better news or advice for you, listener. All I have is honesty. I'm alone, scared, and struggling. But I'm still here. If you're still here too, then together we share a bond of survival. We might never meet, but we walk the same hard road. I believe that as long as we breathe, we carry a spark of life that cannot be easily snuffed out. That spark might guide us to a time when we can rebuild. It won't be easy. It won't be soon. But maybe someday. Until then, I talk, you listen, or maybe you don't. Maybe you're just static in the darkness. But I choose to believe you are real, that you care, that you understand. That keeps me human. I'll try the door to the hallway now. It still opens. I see the dim corridor. Dust motes drift in the weak light. I won't go far, just a few steps. The lockers are mostly bent. The floor is uneven. I see a sign pointing to a cafeteria. That might be worth checking. But I must bring a mask next time and something to carry supplies. For now, I return to the basement room. Safe again, or as safe as can be. I feel better knowing there are places I can still explore. Maybe the cafeteria has canned goods and storage rooms. That could solve my food problem, at least for a while. My heart beats faster when I think of exploring. Fear and hope mixed together. Fear of what I might find, maybe bodies or collapsed floors, and hope that I might find food, water, and maybe a clue that someone else lived here. I must also be careful about broken glass, nails, and sharp metal. A cut or injury could be deadly if I have no proper medicine. Every step must be careful. I'll do that exploration soon, but first I need to gather my strength. I'll rest again, conserve energy, and plan my route. I'll keep you informed of what I find, in case you're listening. Before I rest, I want to share one last memory. Once I stood on a hill at sunset and watched the sky turn red and gold. The air smelled of grass and warm earth. I felt so alive and free. I had no idea what was coming. Now that memory is bittersweet. But I cherish it anyway. It reminds me that beauty existed. Maybe it can exist again. I will stop speaking for a while now. I need to save my voice and my strength. Keep listening if you can. I'll return to the microphone when I have something more to share. Until then, hold on to whatever hope you have. I know I will. I'm here again. I took a short nap. My dreams were empty this time, just darkness. Maybe my mind is getting used to this new world. I've decided I will try to explore the cafeteria soon. I'll gather what I can. The pipe, the flashlight, a cloth mask, and a bag I found that can hold a few items. I'll describe everything I find once I return. It might be risky, but I must try. If I find even a single case of bottled drinks or a few sealed cans of food, it could mean more days of life for me in this broadcast. If I find nothing, I'll have to think again. Maybe try the nurse's office or the boiler room. Risk is part of living now. Doing nothing leads to certain starvation. Trying might lead to injury or sickness, but it could also lead to survival. I must choose life, no matter how hard it is. I remember reading about old explorers who ventured into unknown lands with very little knowledge. They did it because they had no choice. or because they hope to find something better. I guess I'm like that now, exploring the ruins of what I once knew, hoping to find something to keep me alive. I'm feeling a small flicker of courage. Even in this dark time, I can still try something. I'm not completely helpless. As long as I can move and think, I can act. I'll rest a bit more, gather my nerve, and then make the attempt. Don't go anywhere, listener. Stay with me in your thoughts. When I return, I'll tell you what I found. I'm back. I don't know how much time passed since I left, but it felt like hours. My legs are trembling, and my heart is pounding. I made it back here to my little broadcast room, but it was not easy. Let me catch my breath and tell you what happened. I took the pipe, the flashlight, and a cloth over my face. I moved slowly through the hallway, stepping over rubble. The dust was thick in the air, and every step stirred it up. I coughed, but I tried to keep quiet. I have no idea why I cared about making noise. Maybe silence has become a habit. I followed the sign that pointed toward the cafeteria. The hallway was cracked, and some doorways had collapsed. Twice I had to climb over piles of broken tiles and twisted metal. My flashlight flickered a few times, making me worry it would go out completely. But it stayed on, if weakly. When I reached what was once the cafeteria, I found the door off its hinges. The room inside was large, with broken tables and chairs scattered around. I remember when such a place would be filled with laughter and voices. Now it was a grave of old furniture and gray powder. I searched for the kitchen area. I hoped to find a storage room with canned goods or bottled water. The door to the kitchen was jammed, but I managed to push it open by leaning my shoulder against it. Inside, I found metal counters, sinks, and empty shelves. My heart sank when I realized that most of the shelves had been picked clean, or maybe just never had anything stored that long ago. I'm not sure how time passed since everything ended, but it feels like too long for anything fresh to remain. I did find a small room in the back, locked by a simple latch. I pried it open with my pipe and looked inside. It was dark, even with the flashlight. After moving aside some broken crates, I saw a stack of cans. My hands shook as I reached for them, praying they were still sealed and edible. They were large cans of what looked like vegetables and beans, the kind used for feeding many students at once. The labels were faded, but the cans seemed intact. I tapped them lightly, listening for any hollow sound. They seemed solid. I felt tears welling up at the thought of more food. I also found a case of bottled water. Most of the bottles were crushed, but 3 bottles remained sealed and intact. 3 bottles of water. It might not sound like much, but to me it's a treasure beyond measure. I carefully placed the cans and bottles in my bag, trying not to make too much noise. As I was about to leave, I noticed something else. A door leading to what might have been a pantry. It was half blocked by a fallen beam. I considered trying to move it, but it looked heavy, and I was already tired. I decided not to push my luck. I have food and some water now. That's more than I dared hope for. On my way back, I nearly stumbled in the hallway when my flashlight flickered again. In that dim light, I saw something that made me freeze. A shape at the far end of the corridor. At first, I thought it was a person. I whispered, my voice cracking, but there was no reply. I aimed the flashlight beam, and it fell on a broken statue of some old school mascot. Just a statue. My mind had tricked me. Still, the fear lingered, and I hurried back. Climbing over rubble with a heavy bag was hard. My arms and back ache now, but I made it. I locked myself back in this basement room and set the bag down. I counted 5 cans of food, beans, maybe peas or corn. I can't be sure until I open them. All sealed. 3 sealed bottles of water. This is life for a few more days at least. Maybe longer if I ration well. I'm tired, but I feel a sense of relief. I dared to explore and found what I needed. This means I can hold out here longer, keep broadcasting, keep hoping. Maybe I'll try the pantry door another time if I feel brave. But not today. I must open 1 can now. I'm starving. It's beans. They smell musty, but not spoiled. I'll eat a little now. The taste is bland and strange, but better than peanut butter and old fruit. I must not eat too much at once, though. I should save it. Beans and water. What a feast this has become in this broken world. I wonder if anyone else has had such luck. If you're out there, I hope you find something too. Maybe there are places like this in other buildings, a school, a store, a warehouse, still holding a few scraps that can keep you going. After I eat, I'll rest again. My body is weary from the trip. It's strange how what once was a simple walk in a building now feels like a grand expedition. But this is our life now, full of dust and danger, where every step must be planned. I still have the radio on, scanning occasionally for other voices. Nothing yet. But now that I have more food and water, I can wait longer. Time might bring a voice, a sign that I'm not the only one alive. I wonder if the dust outside is ever going to settle. If I had a way to test the air, I could know if it's safer now than before. But I have only my senses. My throat still burns when I go out. So maybe it's not safe yet. Maybe it never will be, but I must not think that way. I'll talk a bit about what I felt when I thought I saw another person. My heart leapt. Even though I was scared, I wanted so badly for it to be someone alive. I would have risked speaking to them. But it was just a statue, a trick of the dim light. Disappointment hit me hard afterward. I realized how lonely I truly am. Still, I must be grateful. I found supplies. That alone is a gift. I can keep going. Keeping this broadcast alive is my mission. If I ever reach another soul, it might bring us together. Let me think about what else I can do. I have food and water for now. Maybe I should try to secure my little space more. Dust keeps seeping in. If I can find a way to filter air through cloth or layers of fabric, it might help keep me healthier. I can use some uniforms from the locker to create a makeshift filter. Not perfect, but better than nothing. Also, I should consider checking the boiler room soon. If there's any stored water there, it could help me in the long run. But I should wait a day or two, recover my strength, and go prepared. One step at a time. I think about the people who once worked in this school's cafeteria. They prepared meals for children, chatting and smiling as they served lunch. The echo of that warmth lingers in these cans of beans I'm holding. It's as if the past is giving me a chance to live a bit longer. I've also thought about trying to find a way onto the roof. Maybe from there, I could see beyond the immediate area, check if smoke still rises somewhere, or if there's any movement in the distance. But the thought of climbing unstable stairs and ladders in this condition worries me. If I fall or get stuck, that would be the end. No, I must stay careful. The cafeteria trip taught me that each journey costs me energy and risk. I must balance that against my needs. For now, food and water were top priority, and I got them. That's enough for the moment. I'll drink a little water now. A few sips. Cold and tasteless, but clean. At least I hope it's clean. The bottles were sealed, so it's likely safe. My throat thanks me. I feel a tiny spark of strength returning. The microphone still works, the transmitter still hums. My voice still carries beyond these walls, if only faintly. That means we're still connected, you and I, wherever you are. I try to remember old friends' faces, their names. The memory is fading. I must hold on to them. In a world with no others, memories are like companions. They remind me of laughter, shared meals, late-night talks. Those times feel unreal now. I wonder if any large buildings elsewhere survived better. Maybe there's a place that had a proper fallout shelter, stocked with gear, masks, and detectors. People there might be organized, working on a plan. If so, maybe someday they'll send out signals that I can hear. I'll keep listening. For now, I have what I need to survive a bit longer. That alone is a reason to keep going. Maybe I'll find more resources next time. Maybe I'll dare to push past the pantry door once I gather strength. This broadcast is my way of holding on to my mind. Without it, I might forget how to speak, how to think clearly. Talking keeps me sane. It reminds me that language matters, that words connect us, even if we never meet. I think about the sky again. If one day the dust clears enough for me to see a patch of blue, I'd take that as a sign that healing has begun. Until then, I must endure the gray gloom. The beans are sitting in my belly now, giving me a tiny bit of warmth. I must store the rest carefully. Each can is precious. I'll wrap them in cloth to keep dust off. Same with the water bottles. They must stay sealed until I need them. I feel a bit of calm now, knowing I won't starve soon. That calm might help me sleep better. Sleep is still uneasy, but without hunger gnawing at me, maybe I can rest more deeply. I will try to hum again, just to add some warmth to the silence. I hope that reaches you wherever you are. Maybe it reminds you of better times, too. My next step might be to create a better mask for my face, using layers of cloth from the uniforms. If I can reduce the dust I inhale, maybe I can venture out more often. The cafeteria had a few large pots and trays scattered around. If I dare go back, maybe I can bring some cookware down here, boil water if I find any that's questionable. But that's another risk. I must be careful with fire as well. Any open flame could use up precious air or create smoke. But a small flame might be okay if I do it near a gap in the wall, letting smoke escape. I must think this through before I try it. Even these small tasks feel like major undertakings now. Life has shrunk to the scale of tiny steps, tiny efforts. No more big plans or grand ideas, just simple acts of survival. I recall that some seeds can survive tough conditions. If I found seeds, could I plant them in a pot with soil from outside and see if they grow? But what soil is safe? And would seeds even sprout in poison dust? It might be too soon to think of gardening. Still, the idea of something green growing out of this ruin warms my heart. I'll focus on what I have now: beans, water, a safe room, a radio signal. That's a lot more than I had before. Let's appreciate it. If you're out there, I encourage you to hold on to any small victory you find. A scrap of food, a piece of cloth for a mask, a tiny bit of clean water. These things are gold now. Treasure them, and keep moving forward. I'm growing tired again. My muscles ache, and my hands are raw from handling rough metal and dusty surfaces. I'll rest soon, sleep on my pile of old jackets, and hope no nightmares come. If they do, I'll wake up and remind myself I'm still alive. Before I rest, I'll say a few final words for this part of the broadcast. Today, I took a risk, and it paid off. I found food and water. I overcame fear and emptiness. That means I can do it again if needed. Each success, no matter how small, is a lesson in endurance. I will sleep now. When I wake, I'll speak again. Maybe I'll try another exploration, or maybe I'll try to make this place more livable. I don't know yet. One step at a time. Good night if it is night. Good day if it is day. Whatever it is, take care, I'll be back. I have woken from a sleep that felt both endless and brief. My dreams were thin, just shadows and whispers. I feel stronger than before, maybe because I had some beans and water. My body thanks me for that. It's a strange comfort, this tiny bit of food and drink in a ruined world. I promised to return, so here I am, speaking into the microphone again. I'm not sure what time it might be, but the faint light from the crack in the wall seems a little brighter today. Or maybe my eyes are just adjusting. It could be wishful thinking, but let me hold on to that hope for a moment. I have the beans, the water, the peanut butter, and a few old cans of fruit cocktail left. If I plan carefully, I can stretch these supplies for a while. This means I don't have to rush outside again so soon. That gives me time to think, to perhaps try something else that might improve my chances of long-term survival. The dust is still a problem. My throat feels scratchy, and my nose is always clogged. I should try to improve the air quality in here. I have cloth from the uniforms I found in the locker. If I tear them into strips and layer them over the crack in the wall, maybe I can create a simple filter. It won't block all the dust, but it might help. I'll do that after I finish talking this time. I've been thinking about checking the boiler room for water. Even a small amount could help me plan further ahead. With more water, I could risk washing a bit of my face and hands, maybe even try to clean some tools. But I must not rush. The cafeteria trip taught me that every foray costs energy and comes with risks. Let me describe my small space again, now that I have a clearer mind. The basement room is about as wide as 2 cars parked side by side with a low ceiling. Concrete walls are lined with old shelves. My sleeping area is just a corner with jackets and blankets piled up. The radio equipment sits on a table near the opposite wall, wires running across the floor to a battery pack and a small crank generator. The floor is dusty, and footprints crisscross it, marking my pacing and small tasks. A few posters still cling to the walls, their corners curled from damp air. One shows children holding hands, smiling. Another shows some safety instructions for old fire drills. These relics of the past remind me that life was once simple and safe in these halls. I have the pipe, my makeshift tool, leaning against the wall. Next to it is the dull knife and a few broken pieces of wood. These are my tools now. No fancy machines, just scraps and whatever I can manage. Survival makes one appreciate even the simplest object. I think about trying to create a schedule for myself, something to give structure to these endless days. Maybe something like gather supplies, rest, check the radio, maintain the filter over the crack, explore one new area if strength allows. Having a routine might help me stay sane and not drift into despair. My voice still resonates in this empty room. Without anyone to answer, it feels like a one-sided conversation. But I keep imagining that maybe, somewhere, a faint speaker crackles with these words. Maybe a stranger sits in another basement, listening quietly. That thought helps me keep going. I will try to remember another pleasant memory from before all this. I recall a warm afternoon when I sat by a pond, feeding ducks with stale bread. The ducks quacked, the water rippled, and I felt at ease. Now I can't even recall what fresh air smells like, but the memory of ducks paddling around on clear water makes me smile faintly. If nature can return someday, maybe scenes like that can happen again. I have decided I will try to improve my mask as well. If I wrap multiple layers of cloth around my nose and mouth, maybe I can breathe more easily when I venture out. Even if it's not perfect, every bit helps. I'll cut strips from the uniforms, tie them together, and see what I can create. Simple steps, simple tools. Let me think about what might be worth exploring next in this school. I found the cafeteria and got supplies. There might be a nurse's office somewhere on the upper floors. That could yield first aid items, vitamins, or bandages. Such things might save my life if I get hurt or sick, but that might be more dangerous. The upper floors could be more damaged, and the dust thicker. I should consider it carefully before trying. For now, I focus on the boiler room. If I can find it, perhaps I'll discover a water heater that still holds some water. That could mean I can drink without fear of running out too soon. Once I have water, I can think about washing my cloth mask, cleaning my hands, maybe even trying to rinse the dust from my hair. Small comforts that might lift my spirit. The beans I ate sit well in my stomach. I'll open another can later today, but not too soon. I must ration carefully. Each can represents days of survival if I stretch it. I don't know when I'll find more. Let me check the radio frequencies again, just in case. Nothing but faint hisses. It's like the world forgot how to speak. I sigh and set it back. Maybe tomorrow I'll try again. Hope is stubborn, and I'll hold on to it even when reason tells me not to. I wonder if animals survived at all. Without them, the world feels empty. No birds singing, no cats slinking between ruined walls. Silence. But life is resourceful. Maybe in some corner far away, birds still sing and leaves still grow. I must believe that. I'll try to describe what I feel when I think about the future. It's a mix of dread and a tiny spark of hope. Dread, because the world above is broken and hostile. Hope, because as long as I live, the story isn't over. Things can change, given enough time. I recall an old saying about small seeds growing into large trees over many years. Right now, all I have are seeds of hope in my mind. They might not grow tomorrow or the next day, but if I survive long enough, maybe they will bloom into something real. My throat is dry again. I'll have another sip of water. Just a sip. There. I close my eyes, feel the cool liquid run down my throat, and imagine it washing away some of the dust. It's not tasty, but it's life. Now, about that filter idea. I'll take the uniforms and tear them into long strips. I'll layer these strips over the crack in the wall. By overlapping them, I hope to catch some dust before it enters. The room might get a bit darker, but that's a small price to pay. Better to breathe cleaner air if I can. Also, I can try hanging a piece of cloth near the door, so when I come back from outside, I can brush off some dust before entering. Any small measure might help. Survival in this place is about small measures adding up. I should also think about checking my body for any wounds or sores. Without proper hygiene, infections are a danger. So far, I have no serious injuries, just a few scrapes and a persistent cough. I must avoid getting hurt. A simple cut could turn deadly if it gets infected. If I ever find the nurse's office, bandages would be a treasure. Medicine would be priceless. Even a small bottle of antiseptic would give me peace of mind. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. One goal at a time. Right now, my goal is to live another day, keep the broadcast going, improve my small shelter, and maybe find more water. That's enough for now. I think about whether I can mark a map of this building. I have paper and a pen. If I can recall where I've been, I can draw a rough map to avoid getting lost. I know the cafeteria is down one hallway. The storage room where I found uniforms is in another direction. If I keep track of turns and doorways, I can plan safer routes for future searches. I'll do that after I finish speaking. A map, even if rough, will give me a sense of control in a chaotic world. It might also prevent me from wandering in circles or stumbling into unsafe areas. I might try something else too, gently tapping on pipes to see if any water flows. If the plumbing still holds even a little, I might fill a small container. But that could stir up more dust or lead nowhere. Still, worth a quick test. My mind keeps drifting to the idea of others surviving. If I found someone else, how would we communicate? Would we trust each other? Or would fear make us wary? I like to think we would share supplies and stories, comfort each other against the silence. Humans are social creatures, after all. Without others, I must make do with my own voice in these broadcasts. I hold on to the belief that words can travel, even if I never hear a reply. Words give shape to my thoughts, keep me from unraveling. I wonder if after enough time, the radiation and dust will fade to safer levels. Maybe if I wait long enough, I can roam more freely, look for cleaner areas, maybe even find seeds to plant. It's a long shot, but what else do I have? I must stay cautious. Radiation is invisible and silent. I have no tools to measure it, just my body's reactions. If I feel weaker after going outside, I should limit such trips. If I cough more than usual after a certain area, I should avoid it. Trial and error, though dangerous, is all I have. I'm tempted to light a candle to warm my spirits, but candles produce smoke. The air is bad enough. Maybe I can light one near the door for a brief moment, just to see the flame dancing. But I must be careful not to use up what little I have. Candles could help if the flashlight fails. Speaking of the flashlight, I must save its battery too. Next time I explore, I should move slowly, rely on what dim light is available. If the flashlight dies, I'll be in trouble. Maybe I can reflect what little outside light I have with a mirror. I found a small hand mirror once. If I position it correctly, maybe I can direct a beam of light into dark corners. Simple tricks, but they might help. I'm trying to think like someone who must survive with almost nothing. Each idea counts, no matter how small or odd. I must adapt. That's what life is about now. Adapting to a harsh world, and hoping to see a day when it's less harsh. I have a few more beans left from the opened can. I'll eat them later for dinner, if I can call it that. Having something to look forward to helps. A small meal in the dark basement is now a highlight of my day. I remember people often saying we never know what we have until it's gone. Now I understand that deeply. Water, sunlight, fresh air, other people, all taken for granted before. Now they are distant dreams. Maybe if we ever rebuild, we'll cherish them more. I try to recall a moment of kindness I witnessed in the old world. Once, I saw a stranger help an elderly man cross a busy street, holding his arm gently and guiding him with patience. Such small acts of kindness might be rare now, but I must remember them. They prove that we can be good to each other. If I ever find survivors, I will try to be kind. We've all lost so much, we must hold on to our humanity. Without it, what are we? The silence here can be heavy. At least my words echo in my own ears. I will not let silence and dust define my remaining days. I will speak, plan, and take small steps toward something better, even if I cannot see it yet. Let me rest for a bit, then I'll start working on the cloth filter for the crack. After that, I'll make a rough map on paper. Then maybe I'll knock on pipes and see if I hear water. Each small task keeps me engaged, keeps my mind sharp. I'm going to sign off for a while, but I'll return when I have more to say. Maybe I'll report on the cloth filter or any progress I make. Until then, if you're listening, hold on. Keep breathing, keep trying, as I am. We are not done yet. I'm back. I tore strips from the uniforms and created a layered cloth over the crack in the wall. It made the room darker, but I think it will help with the dust. I coughed less in the last few minutes, which is a good sign. I also started drawing a small map on a piece of paper I found in a drawer. It's crude, just lines and boxes, but it shows where the cafeteria is, where the lockers are, and where my shelter is located. I marked the doorway to the outside yard. If I ever get confused or disoriented, I can check the map. It's a comfort to have something to guide me. I tapped on some pipes with my knife handle, listening for a hollow sound. Mostly I got dull thuds. No obvious sign of water, but the boiler room might be deeper in the basement or down another corridor. I must explore carefully. Not today, though. Today I already did enough. Tomorrow or another day I might venture out again. The cloth mask I made for my face is 3 layers thick now. I tied it around my head, tested my breathing. It's stuffy, but better than breathing raw dust. If I must go out again, I'll wear it. Every small improvement matters. I feel a bit proud of these tiny achievements. Cloth filters, a map, a better mask, found supplies. In a world stripped of comfort, these small victories shine like little lanterns in the dark. I check my supplies again. 4 cans of beans or vegetables left, a few old fruit cans, peanut butter, and 3 bottles of water minus the sips I took. That's enough for a while if I'm careful. This security eases my mind. It means I can focus on improving conditions rather than just surviving another day. I think I'll try to organize the basement more. Clear some rubble, make a small corner for tools, another for supplies, another for sleeping. Order and cleanliness might help my mental state. Even if no one else sees it, I'll know it's tidy. Dusting might be pointless, though. Without real cleaning tools, dust will always settle. But maybe I can wipe surfaces with a damp rag, capture some dust that way. I'll use a tiny bit of water for that if I must. Breathing cleaner air is worth it. I keep wondering if I'll ever hear another voice on the radio. I know it's a long shot. Still, hope glows faintly inside me. If I give up on hope, what do I have left? Let me tell you another memory. Once, at a street festival, I watched dancers move gracefully under strings of colored lights. Music played, people cheered, and the scent of roasted corn filled the air. That world seems so far away now, but I remember it vividly. I store that memory in my mind as a treasure, to remind myself that joy once existed. If we make it through this, maybe we can dance again, eat fresh food, and tell stories under a clear sky. Maybe those things are gone forever, but maybe not. Life can be surprising. My body is starting to feel the ache of constant tension. I must do some stretches to keep my muscles from cramping. Just simple stretches I remember from school exercises. Touching my toes, rolling my shoulders. Even these small movements help me feel more alive, more connected to my body. After this, I might try to improve my bedding. Jackets and blankets are decent, but if I arrange them better, I might sleep more soundly. Good sleep means better strength and clearer thinking. I feel a slight headache, perhaps from the dust or hunger. I'll eat a spoon of peanut butter to ease it. A small taste, just enough to give me energy. Still sticky, still odd, but it fills my belly a little. I think about tomorrow. Maybe I'll rest all day, recover more strength. Or maybe I'll check the basement corridors for signs leading to a boiler room. I must pick my tasks wisely. Overdoing it could weaken me. I realize I have become more patient, more careful. The old me might have rushed outside, panicked, wasted supplies. Now I know every action matters. This harsh lesson might make me stronger if I survive it. I'll try the radio again. Still nothing. Perhaps I can adjust the antenna if I find something metallic. If I reach higher ground someday, I might improve reception. Another idea for another time. For now, this is enough. I improved my shelter. I made a map. I talked about my thoughts. I have food and water, I have a plan for tomorrow, even if it's just resting or thinking about the boiler room. That's progress. I'll sign off again for a while, conserve my voice, my energy. I'll return later to update you on anything new. Stay safe, whoever you are. If you breathe, if you think, if you remember, then we share the burden of being alive in this silent world. Let's carry that burden with quiet courage. I woke up feeling the ache in my bones. I stretched quietly in the darkness, thinking about what to do next. My sleep had been uneasy, but at least I rested a bit. My throat still feels dry, but I have water, so I take a small sip and hold it in my mouth before swallowing. It helps. I have been thinking all through the quiet moments. The map I drew is in front of me, lit by a dim flashlight beam. If I follow the corridor on the lower level, I might find a door leading to the boiler room. I recall seeing signs in other schools that marked where the boilers were kept. Perhaps this place has something similar. Even if not, I can guess by following pipes and checking maintenance doors. It's risky, but fresh water is so important. If I can find a sealed tank or something similar, it might last longer than the bottles I have. Before I attempt that, I should try to improve my gear once more. The mask I made helps filter out dust, but it's hard to breathe through. I might add one more layer of cloth that I can remove if it becomes too stuffy. Layers give me options. I can raise or lower them like a shutter depending on how thick the dust is. Simple ideas might save me trouble later. I also consider bringing a small container, maybe one of those empty cans, to collect water if I find any. Of course I must boil it, but I have so little fuel. Still, if I find water in a tank, it might be safer than random puddles. I must trust my senses. If it smells strange or looks dirty, I'll be careful. In these times, caution is everything. I will also wear more layers of clothing from the uniforms to protect my skin. If dust settles on my arms or neck, I might itch and breathe it in when I brush it off. Covering myself might help. I'll look a bit foolish with mismatched clothes, but who cares now? Survival does not care about style. I'm going to speak aloud what I plan to do, as if telling a friend. I will go back into the corridors, follow the path I marked on my paper, and look for any signs of a boiler room. If I see a sign that reads something like maintenance or equipment, I'll try that door. If it's blocked, I might need to force it open. I must be gentle, though. Making loud noises or causing a collapse would be a mistake. If I fail to find the boiler room, I'll return here. I have enough supplies for now, so I don't want to push myself too far. But if I find it and there's water inside, that would be a great victory. Even a small amount would give me more days of life, more room to think and plan. Before leaving, I check my shoes. They are old and worn, but better than nothing. I tie them tightly. I don't want to slip or get a shard of glass in my foot. I also tuck the dull knife in my belt, just in case I need to pry something open or cut through cloth. I bring the pipe too, my trusty makeshift tool. This time, as I step into the hallway, I'll keep my flashlight beam low, close to the floor, so I don't waste battery scanning ceilings. I know what the halls look like. Cracked walls, fallen debris, dust everywhere. No need to stare at it. I just need to find doors and signs. I remember that sometimes boiler rooms are near laundry or storage areas. Maybe I should look for shelves or old washing machines. Anything that hints at a space once used for building upkeep. If I find a heavy metal door, it might be the place. Boiler rooms often had thick doors. I must not get my hopes too high. There's a chance the boiler room is empty or flooded with toxic water. If the tanks burst, the water inside might be mixed with debris and dust. Still, I must try. Doing nothing leads nowhere. If at any point I feel dizzy or start coughing too hard, I'll turn back. My life is worth more than a bit of water, but I must test my limits carefully. This is the world now. Small tests of will and caution. I have not spoken about the outside in a while. I still recall that yard with the twisted swing set. Sometimes I think about going farther than that yard, maybe checking another building across the street. But the air seemed worse out there, the dust thicker. If I barely survive inside, the outside might be even harsher. Maybe in time, if I see signs the dust is settling, I can venture out. Not yet, though. I'll try to keep track of time by counting steps. If I walk too far and find nothing, I'll return. It's easy to get lost when hallways look the same, coated in ash. My map might help, but I must mark new turns. Maybe I'll scratch a small mark on the wall with my knife, a simple arrow, so I know my path back. Good idea. Simple tricks can prevent disaster. I realize I'm talking a lot about this plan before doing it. Maybe I'm nervous. Of course I am. I'm alone, after all. But talking it through steadies me. If you're listening, maybe it helps you too. If you try something similar, remember to move slowly, stay calm, and trust your instincts. I'll leave some extra cans and water behind, well hidden, in case someone else ever comes here. If I don't return, maybe another survivor will find them. Sharing with a stranger I might never meet feels like a small good deed in a grim time. But I must survive first. Let's not think about failing. I'm going now. I will turn off the microphone while I explore, to save power. When I return, I'll tell you what I found. Wish me luck silently, across whatever distance separates us. I made it back. Let me close the door behind me. There. Safe again? Or as safe as can be in this place. It was harder than I thought. The hallways beyond the cafeteria area are even more choked with debris. I had to crawl under a fallen beam at one point, and my new mask helped a bit. But it was still tough to breathe. I found a locked door that might lead to something important. The sign above it was damaged, but I could make out the first letters, which might have said "maint" before it faded. That could stand for maintenance. I tried to open it, but it was stuck. I wedged the pipe between the door and frame and leaned my weight on it. After several tries, it budged a bit. Inside was a dark room, smaller than I expected. I shone the flashlight around and saw old tools, dusty shelves, and broken pipes. Nothing that looked like a boiler. But there was another door inside that room, a heavier one. I pushed against it and it squeaked open, revealing a set of stairs going down. My heart pounded. Stairs down in a school basement could mean the boiler room is on a lower level. I went down slowly, counting each step, careful not to slip. At the bottom, the air felt heavier, but I pressed on. I found a metal door with a wheel handle, like those old storage rooms you see in old buildings. Turning that wheel handle took all my strength. It groaned, and the echo startled me. Inside, I found a large tank, pipes running along the walls, and what looked like old heating equipment. Yes, this must be the boiler room. It smelled stale and metallic. Dust coated everything, but I saw no water on the floor. If the tank had water, maybe it was still sealed inside. I checked the pipes. One had a small valve at about chest height. I turned it gently. At first, nothing, then a drip. Then a small trickle of water emerged. I quickly placed an empty can underneath it. The water was not much, just a slow drip, but it filled the can halfway before stopping. I tasted a drop. It was stale, but not salty or foul. Still, I know I should boil it if I can. At least it's water. If this tank has water, maybe I can come back and try again or try another valve. I must be careful not to drain it too fast or stir up dirt inside. Slow and steady. Before leaving, I also found an old wrench and some wire. I took them both. Tools might help me fix or pry open other things. Then I climbed back up the stairs. It was harder going up. My legs were shaking. I returned through the maintenance room, past the beam, following my scratched marks on the walls until I reached the basement where I started. Now I have a can of water, a wrench, and some wire. Not a huge bounty, but important. The can of water needs boiling. I have a few scraps of wood and paper that I can burn. If I do it carefully, near the door, letting smoke out, I can boil the water. That might make it safer to drink. I must set up a small pot for this, maybe from the cafeteria kitchen. I feel a sense of grim pride. I found the boiler room. I got some water. I have a place to get more if I need it. It's not easy, but life is never easy now. I will rest again. My arms ache, my knees hurt. But I have water, food, a map, and tools. I'm building a tiny life here. If days pass and I remain stable, maybe I can try the nurse's office next. One step at a time. I have to boil this water soon, but I'll do it after I catch my breath. Speaking to you helps calm me. I survived another small journey. If you're out there, remember that small steps can lead to big results. Each trip into the dust might bring back something that helps you survive. I'll end this broadcast for a while, focus on boiling water, maybe clean my mask again, and think about my next move. Rest well, whoever listens. We are still here, still finding ways to live in this silent world. I've rested for a while. My muscles still ache, but I managed to eat a small spoon of peanut butter and drink a bit of my bottled water. I must keep my strength up. I have a plan now. Boil the water I collected from the boiler room. Even if it's just a small amount, safer water means I can stretch my bottled supply. I found an old metal pot in the cafeteria kitchen before. I brought it down here the other day. It's dusty, but I can wipe it clean with a bit of cloth. I have some scraps of wood and bits of old paper from a torn poster. That should make enough fire to boil a small amount of water. I must be careful, though. Fire means smoke, and smoke means breathing issues. I'll do it near the door, open it a bit to let some smoke drift out into the hallway. Not too wide, though. I don't want dust rushing in, just a crack, enough for smoke to escape. It's a delicate balance. I remember when boiling water was such a simple thing, just turning on a stove. Now it's an operation that requires planning and caution. I feel like I'm living in a story from old times, where every act of survival was a struggle. But this is my life now, so I must adapt. Let me try it now. I'll keep talking quietly as I work. I'm putting a bit of water from the can into the pot, just enough to fill maybe half. I want to leave some space in case it bubbles. I set the pot down and arrange small scraps of wood underneath, along with paper. I'll spark a small flame with a match I found in a supply closet. I have only a few matches, so I must be quick and sure. The flame catches on the paper, then the wood. Smoke drifts upward. I open the door a crack. The smoke curls out slowly. The pot will take a while to heat. I must fan the flame gently. My eyes sting a bit, but not too much. I can still breathe through my mask. As I wait for the water to boil, I think about my next steps. I have found water, food, and tools. I have a map. If I can get more comfortable, maybe I can search for seeds or something that might grow later, though I doubt anything can grow in poison dust. Still, it's a thought. Bubbles form in the water now, a soft, rolling boil. I'll keep it boiling for a minute or two, just to be safer. I know it's not a perfect method, but it's better than nothing. Boiling should kill many hidden dangers, at least the kind that come from germs. Radiation, if present, is another story, but I have no way to remove that. I must trust that this water is less dangerous than random puddles. The water is hot now. I'll let it cool before I try to drink it. I have a scrap of cloth I can drape over the pot to keep dust out as it cools. The fire is dying down. I'll stomp it out gently, to avoid any lingering embers. There, no more flame, just a wisp of smoke drifting away. This small success makes me feel a bit more in control. I have safe water, or safer at least. Enough for a few careful sips later. I'll mix it with the bottled water I have, stretch my supply further. If I can return to that boiler room from time to time, I might have a steady supply, as long as I don't push my luck or drain it too fast. I think about whether I can improve my living space more. Maybe create a small barrier at the door, something I can easily move aside that keeps dust from rolling in. If I find some old sheets or curtains, I could hang them. Double layers of cloth might block dust without keeping me trapped. That's another small project for later. The radio is still silent, but I keep checking. Maybe I should try to improve the antenna. If I find a piece of wire long enough, I can run it up the stairs and maybe catch a better signal. It might not help, but it's worth a try. Finding another voice out there would be a miracle, but I won't give up hope. I wonder how long it's been since the blasts. I lost track of time long ago. Days blur together. I scratch marks on the wall to count them, but without a proper sunrise or sunset, it's guesswork. Still, my marks on the wall say I've survived many days. That's something. Each mark stands for a day of not giving up. If I ever manage to leave this place, I'll need a plan, a direction to walk, a reason to go. Right now, leaving seems foolish. The dust outside might be worse, and I have no sign of greener lands. Maybe I must wait, gather strength, and see if the dust settles in time. but what if it never settles? I push that thought away. I must believe that changes can happen. Maybe rain will fall and wash away some dust, or maybe over time the air will clear. If I stay alive, I can find out. The boiled water is cooler now. I'll take a careful sip. It tastes flat and strange, but not worse than what I had before. At least it's warm and reminds me of the old days when I could have tea or coffee. Warm water alone feels like a comfort now. I'll save the rest for later, bottle it again if I can. I have one empty bottle from the fruit cocktail juice that I washed with a few drops of my precious clean water. I can store boiled water in it. The fruit smell might linger, but that's not too bad. I think about the people who once walked these halls. Teachers, students, workers. They never imagined it would end like this. If they could see me now, boiling water over scraps of paper, they would cry. I try not to dwell too long on that. Sadness can slow me down. Instead, I focus on what I can do next. Maybe try to fix my sleeping area. If I place some cloth under the jackets, I can soften the floor. Better sleep means more energy, more clear thoughts. I also want to try to find a better container for boiling water next time. This pot is fine, but if I had something with a lid, I could keep dust out more easily. The cafeteria might have something with a lid, or maybe the nurse's office has a metal container. Another reason to try the nurse's office someday. But not today. Today I've done enough. Found water, boiled it, improved my mask, created a small flame safely. These small acts keep me going. I must remember to speak softly and not strain my voice. If I lose my voice, talking to you becomes harder. And that's my lifeline. Even if I never hear back, my voice reminds me that I'm still a person, not a ghost in a dead world. I wonder if there are others like me, hidden in other basements, whispering their own stories to silent radios. Maybe one day we'll find each other. Maybe not. But I hold that image in my mind. Two survivors meeting in the dust, sharing what they have, rebuilding a bit of trust in a broken world. For now, I'll end this part of the broadcast. I need to rest. Maybe try to tidy up more. I'll return later and let you know if I make any new progress. Stay strong, whoever listens. We're still alive, and that counts for something. I've been quiet for a while, tending to small tasks, thinking about what to try next. The dust seems no thinner, the silence no less heavy. Yet I'm still here, breathing, planning. Each day that passes means I have learned a bit more about how to live in this hollow world. I managed to improve my bedding a little. I laid down more layers of cloth, making the floor less unforgiving. My sleep was a touch better, and I woke with only a slight ache, rather than the deep pains I felt before. Small comforts matter. I decided not to attempt a large trip today. I need to save my energy. I have food, water, and a bit of routine now. Instead, I want to try something different. I want to improve my radio antenna. If I can catch even a faint signal from someone else, it might change everything. I have some wire I found in the boiler room and a bit of string from torn cloth. If I tie the wire to the antenna and run it up the stairwell, maybe it can pick up signals from above. I must be careful not to knock loose rubble. The building is fragile. The stairs that lead up to the ground level were cracked, but still passable. I won't go outside just near the top step. If I can secure the wire near a window frame or a piece of metal, I might gain a better range. Even if I catch only static, I'll know I tried. First, I'll prepare the wire. I strip away old insulation with my dull knife, exposing the metal inside. I tie one end to the radio antenna, wrap it tightly so it won't slip. The other end I coil around my hand as I climb the stairs slowly, mask on, flashlight off to save battery. There's a weak light from the crack near the top of the doorway. The air smells no better up here, still filled with fine grit that coats my throat. I try not to cough, don't want to waste moisture. At the top step, I peek through a gap where a piece of roof collapsed. There's a broken window frame with twisted metal bars. Perfect for tying the wire. I reach out carefully, loop the wire, and twist it tight. I hope this creates a makeshift antenna extension. Back downstairs now, I return to my basement room. My heart beats a bit faster. Every small climb feels like a journey. I sit beside the radio and turn the dial slowly. Static, soft hisses, faint pops. I listen carefully, holding my breath. Is that a whisper, or my mind playing tricks? I twist the knob again. For a moment, I think I hear something. A faint hum, slightly different from normal static. I lean closer, straining my ears. It might be nothing. Or it might be a distant signal too weak to understand. Still, it's different enough to make my heart flutter with hope. I keep scanning, trying different frequencies. Mostly just static, but now I know there might be subtle differences if I listen long enough. Maybe at another time of day conditions change. Maybe a weak signal could become clearer. I will try again tomorrow and the day after. I won't give up after one attempt. Hope thrives on persistence. Even if I never hear a clear voice, knowing I tried helps me feel less alone. After that effort, I rest. A sip of my boiled water, a taste of canned beans. I have grown used to their bland flavor. They fill my belly. I consider warming them next time by holding the can near a small flame. Warm beans might feel more like a real meal, even if it's just a small comfort. My body feels weaker than before all this happened, but I'm adapting. I move slowly, conserve energy. I think carefully before every action. Without the noise of a busy world, I have time to consider each step in detail. I think about trying something else. Maybe building a simple filter for water using cloth and sand from broken concrete. But I have no clean sand. Everything might be poisoned. Boiling is my best bet for now. If I had a larger container, I could try to store more water. But more water would mean more boiling, more smoke, more precious matches burned. I must keep things simple for now, do only what is needed to survive a bit longer. I think about the nurse's office again. It might have bandages, maybe even painkillers or vitamins. Vitamins could help with my gums, my general health. If I feel stronger, I can explore more. But the nurse's office might be on a higher floor, and the floors above might be unstable. One misstep could bring a ceiling down on me. Still, if I never try, I'll never know. I might wait until I'm sure I can handle another trip. For now, I should strengthen my position here. Maybe I can scavenge more cloth, make more filters, prepare small bundles of supplies so I don't have to rummage each time I need something. Organization can save time and energy. I recall that I once complained about mundane chores, cleaning my home, washing dishes, doing laundry. Now I'd give anything for such simple routines. They would mean I lived in a world with running water and safe air. Perspective shifts when survival is on the line. I wonder about the weather. Does it rain outside? If it rains, does the rain bring down more dust or wash it away? If I found a way to collect rainwater, that could help. But stepping outside without proper protection is too risky. Maybe someday I'll build a makeshift shield or suit to go out. For now, it's just an idea. If only I had something green to look at, a leaf, a blade of grass. The memory of green plants soothes me, but I've seen none since the blast. Everything is gray, brown, lifeless. Still, life is stubborn. Maybe under the ash, seeds sleep, waiting for a chance. I adjust my mask, feeling its scratchy cloth against my face. My mask has become a part of me. I remember when masks were rare, used only by certain workers or in special situations. Now it's my shield against unseen death in the air. I'll try the radio again, slowly scanning, listening, just static, no words. Still, I imagine someone out there doing the same thing, scanning for a voice. Maybe we're like ships at sea, passing in the night, signals never quite meeting. The thought saddens me, but also makes me feel less alone. Even if we never connect, the possibility that someone else tries is a comfort. I think about writing a note and placing it somewhere accessible. If another person ever enters this school, maybe they'll find my note, learn from my words. I could write where I found food, how to boil water, how to avoid dusty hallways. It would be my gift to a future survivor. Words can outlive me if I fail. But I'm not planning to fail. I still fight each day, adapting, learning. That's why I record these messages. Even if you never reply, I keep talking to hold on to my humanity. I will rest again soon. Maybe eat a few more beans, take a sip of boiled water, and try to sleep. Tomorrow I might try a small exploration on this same level. Look for more useful items. No long journeys yet, just a careful look around. With my map and marks, I can avoid getting lost. Before I end this part of the broadcast, I want to say that I understand how frightening this world can be. If you're out there, feeling the same fear, know that you're not alone in it. Someone else is also scared, also holding on. We are separate, yet connected by the simple fact that we refuse to give up. Sleep well if sleep is possible. Rest if you can. I will do the same. When I return, I'll share what I've done, what I've thought. Until then, breathe slowly. Hold on to hope. That's all we have, and it might be enough. I've spent what feels like hours resting, breathing as evenly as I can. My body is still sore, but the ache feels familiar now. I think of it as my body's way of reminding me that I've lived through another day in this silent place. I decided to organize my supplies a bit more. I took the cans, the water bottles, and the peanut butter jar, and arranged them neatly in a corner. Now I know exactly how much I have, which helps me plan my meals. Seeing them lined up gives me a small sense of control. Control is rare now, so I value it. I also folded some cloth into neat piles. I used to think folding clothes was a chore. Now it feels like a calming task, something to keep my hands busy and my mind focused. Anything that keeps me from drifting into hopeless thoughts is welcome. I said I might explore this level of the building. Nothing too far, just close by. There's a corridor I haven't checked thoroughly. Maybe I can find a broom or a sturdy piece of wood to use as a support when I walk. My legs feel shaky sometimes, and having a staff to lean on could help. Also, a broom could sweep some dust away, even if it's just a small spot to keep clearer. Let me try it now. I'll keep talking as I go, to feel less alone. The corridor is dim, but I've allowed my eyes to adjust. I hardly need the flashlight if I move slowly. I see old lockers, some dented, some half open. They're empty except for dust and scraps of paper that crumble in my hand. At the end of the corridor, there's a closet with a broken door. I push it aside, careful not to make a loud noise. Inside, I find a few old sports items, a bent badminton racket, some torn nets, and, a mop handle. The mop's head is gone, but the handle is sturdy. I test its strength against the floor. It holds. This can be my walking staff. Perfect. I also see a torn banner on the floor. I pick it up. It shows faded letters and a picture of children holding hands. I brush off the dust and fold it. Maybe I can use it to cover my sleeping corner a bit more, or as an extra layer on the door to block dust. Cloth is always useful. I return to my room. I place the mop handle beside my tools. Now I have a staff to lean on if my legs feel weak. Small victories again. Every object I find can serve a purpose now. I wonder if I should try to clean a small area of the floor in my room, see if I can remove some dust. If I sweep and then wipe it with a damp cloth, maybe I can create a cleaner patch where I sleep and store my food. Less dust means less coughing, which means I save water by not coughing so much. Everything connects. I'll try sweeping a corner. The dust rises in a small cloud. I hold my breath and let it settle. Maybe sweeping just stirs it up. I need a damp cloth to trap it. I'll moisten a cloth with boiled water and wipe the surface. The cloth turns gray, but the floor looks a bit cleaner. At least it's not perfect, but it's an improvement. I must be careful not to waste too much water. Maybe I'll wait until I have more water before cleaning a larger area. I think about the future a lot. What if I run out of matches for boiling water? I must find another way to create fire, or at least to purify water. Perhaps I can leave water in clear bottles near a crack of light for a long time and hope that helps, but that's uncertain. Boiling is safer. I must conserve my matches, maybe by lighting one small fire each week and boiling several batches of water at once. If I had a larger container, I could store more boiled water at once. That's something to look for. I recall that in the cafeteria kitchen, I saw large metal pots and trays. If I'm strong enough to carry one down here, I could boil a larger amount of water at once. But that means more smoke, more wood or paper to burn, unless I find another source of heat. Maybe the boiler room's pipes get warm if I turn a valve, but that might be dangerous or waste water. I must not break what I rely on. My mind drifts to thoughts of other people again. I try not to dwell on it too much, but it's hard. We are social beings. Alone in the dust, I cling to the idea that someone else is breathing and thinking. Maybe doing what I'm doing, surviving day by day. If we met, what would we say? Probably very few words at first. Just share a nod, share a small meal, cry quietly because we're not alone anymore. Until then, I talk to this microphone and imagine a listener. It keeps me calm. It reminds me I'm still a person with thoughts worth sharing. Let me check my supplies again. A few cans of beans, a couple of cans of old fruit, peanut butter, and water. Enough for a while. I can reduce my rations if I must. I found a mop handle to help me walk, extra cloth to filter dust, and I know how to reach the boiler room for more water. Not a perfect life, but better than nothing. I think about trying the radio again. Maybe this time I'll pick up something new. Still mostly static. I close my eyes and listen carefully. Sometimes the static changes pitch slightly, almost like distant waves. Maybe it's just interference. I sigh and turn it off for now. Later I'll try again. I recall that I wanted to improve my mask further. Maybe I can sew layers of cloth together more tightly. I have wire and a dull knife, but no proper needle. Perhaps I can make a hole in the cloth with the knife, thread wire through like stitches. It will be crude, but better than loose layers. A tighter mask might filter dust more effectively, protect my lungs a bit more. Every small improvement counts. I will do that after I rest. My eyes feel heavy. Sleep is my ally now. In sleep, I conserve energy, escape the gray world for a while. Dreams sometimes bring back colors, voices, moments of warmth and light. Even if I wake to dust and silence, the memory of those dreams helps me carry on. Before I end this part of the broadcast, I want to say something simple. I'm still here. It might seem like a small thing, but it's everything. I'm here, alive, thinking, trying. If you are too, then that's a bond between us, silent and unseen. Let's keep going one day at a time. I'll return after I've rested, after I've tried stitching my mask. Maybe I'll have a new idea, maybe not. Either way, I'll keep speaking. Until then, hold on, breathe steady, and don't lose hope. I've rested again. I slept longer than I intended, but maybe my body needed it. Each time I wake, I check my supplies, my surroundings, just to be sure nothing has changed. Everything looks the same. The dust, the silence, the faint light through cracks. Steady in its emptiness. I decided to try stitching my mask as I planned. I took the cloth pieces and tried to push a bit of wire through as if it were a needle. It was clumsy work. My fingers slipped, my eyes watered from dust, but I managed to bind a few layers together more firmly. The mask now fits snugly around my nose and mouth. I can feel the difference when I breathe. The air seems a bit cleaner. At least that's what I tell myself. Even a small improvement in how it feels might give me confidence. After that, I sat quietly and listened to my own breathing. It's slower, calmer. My throat still feels scratchy, but maybe less so. I sip some boiled water, swish it around in my mouth before swallowing, hoping to ease the dryness. It helps a little. I think it's time to consider another task. The nurse's office idea still lingers in my mind. If I find vitamins or bandages, it could mean more comfort, more safety. But the upper floors worry me. I remember that in many schools, the nurse's office was on the ground or first floor. If I'm lucky, maybe it's not too far up. If it's just one flight of stairs, I might risk it. But I must be prepared. I'll plan it out. I'll take my staff, my improved mask, my flashlight, and a bit of water. I'll mark my path as I go, scratching arrows on walls with the knife. If I sense danger, a shaky floor, a collapsed ceiling, I'll turn back immediately. I must not push my luck too far. A twisted ankle or a trapped foot could mean the end. Before I do that, I should eat something. I open a can of beans, just a spoon or two. Chew slowly, swallow, feel the warmth spread in my belly. These beans have kept me going. I must not take them for granted. They are life in metal cans, a gift left behind by people who never knew I would need them this way. I wonder if the nurse's office would have any sort of protective gear. Even something simple like a surgical mask or gloves would help. Maybe a basic first aid kit. Anything that gives me a better edge against infection or cuts would be valuable. I also wonder if I might find something like antiseptic wipes, bandages, even painkillers. They would be precious. Right now, if I get injured, I have almost nothing to treat it with. That fear hangs over me every time I venture out. With proper supplies, I might feel braver, explore more places, maybe find more food later. My mind also drifts to the possibility that I might find a clue about what happened, though I doubt it. Probably just more dust and ruin. But sometimes human curiosity lingers. We want answers, even if they don't change our fate. Yet I know I must focus on survival. Answers can wait. I check my mask fit again, tighten the cloth strips behind my head. I grip my staff and take a deep breath through the improved layers. Slightly easier now, I think. I leave my supplies tucked neatly in my corner, but I'll take a bottle of boiled water with me. Just a small one, in case I need a sip halfway through. Let me try now. I move slowly along the corridor I know well, reach the stairwell that leads up. The steps here are cracked, but still hold. I test each one with the staff before putting my weight on it. 1 step, 2 steps. The dust stirs as my boots scrape the concrete. At the top of these stairs, a doorway leads to what used to be a main hallway on the first floor. I see faint light from broken windows far ahead. The air smells the same, stale and bitter. I look at the signs on the walls, peeling paint barely visible. If I can find a sign that says nurse or something similar, I'll know I'm on the right track. I walk slowly, scanning each door. Many have fallen off their hinges. Classrooms empty, desks overturned, papers scattered, dust everywhere. I see a sign on one door, half cracked. Seize off. The rest of the letters are missing, but this must be it. The nurse's office. It's just a guess, but a strong one. The door is jammed. I try pushing. No luck. I wedge my staff under a broken part of the frame and lever it gently. The wood creaks, and a piece breaks off, letting me slip inside. It's a small room, or maybe 2 rooms connected. I shine my flashlight. Cabinets line one wall, a small bed in the corner, sheets gray with dust. I see a cabinet with glass doors, cracked but not fully broken. Inside, I glimpse boxes and bottles. My heart beats faster. If these are medical supplies, I must be careful not to break them. The cabinet door is locked, but the glass is already cracked. I can slip my knife in and pry it. With a soft snap, the door swings open. Bottles with faded labels, boxes of bandages, small packages of pills. I check them one by one. The writing is blurred, but some look like basic painkillers. Some might be vitamins. Bandages, gauze pads. This is exactly what I hoped for. I take a small cloth bag from under the bed, an old pillowcase really, and fill it with these supplies. Not too many. I don't want to carry too much weight. Just enough to be very helpful. I grab a bottle of antiseptic fluid, if that's what it is, and a pack of Band-Aids, gauze rolls, and a bottle that looks like multivitamins, though I can't be sure. The label is almost gone, but there's a picture of fruit on it. I'll guess vitamins. I also see a pair of gloves, dusty but intact, and a few face masks sealed in plastic. Real masks. Better than my cloth one. I snatch those quickly. They could improve my breathing a lot. I'm so relieved I feel like crying. I don't want to linger. The floors could be unstable. I back out slowly, retracing my steps, knife in hand to scratch an arrow on the wall pointing back. Down the stairs again, carefully. Each step a relief as I return to my lower level. Back in my room, I lay out my finds. Real masks. This is a treasure. I open a packet and put one on. It fits snugly, filtered layers. I breathe in and it feels cleaner than before. My eyes tear up, partly from relief, partly from dust. I remove it to save it for when I go outside again. No need to waste it here. Bandages, antiseptic pills. I must be careful with the pills. Without knowing exactly what they are, I should try them sparingly. If they're vitamins, they might help restore some strength. If they're just placebo, well, I lose nothing by trying. The bandages mean I can explore with less fear. A small cut won't be a death sentence now. The antiseptic fluid, I open it and smell. It smells chemical, sharp, familiar. I'll trust it's what I think it is, something to clean wounds. I have improved my chances of long-term survival with this trip. The nurse's office was worth the risk. I feel stronger just knowing I have these things. I'll rest now, maybe try one of the suspected vitamin pills with a sip of water. If I feel no ill effects after a while, I'll assume they're safe. If they give me more energy, even better. Before I sign off, I reflect on what I've done. Planned carefully, moved slowly, adapted. I got what I needed without harm. This is the key to surviving here. Patience, caution, and hope. If you're listening, I hope you find what you need too. Maybe your version of a nurse's office is a storage locker, or a basement tool room, or a small stash of food behind a fallen beam. Keep looking, keep trying. We are not done yet. I'll speak again after I rest and think a bit more. Until then, breathe steady, believe in small victories. They add up to keep us alive. I've rested well, finding a bit more comfort in this dark basement. The warmth from the small fire I built earlier still lingers, and my muscles feel less tense. Today, I want to make the most of the supplies I found in the nurse's office. These items, bandages, antiseptic, pills, are invaluable. They represent a lifeline, a way to protect myself from injuries and perhaps even improve my health. I decide to take one of the vitamin pills, carefully placing it in my mouth and swallowing it with a sip of the boiled water. The taste is bitter, but it's better than nothing. I wait a few minutes, feeling a slight boost of energy. It's subtle, but it's there. This gives me the courage to think about my next steps with a clearer mind. With the improved mask and the real masks from the nurse's office, my breathing feels a bit easier. I can move around more comfortably now, knowing that I have better protection against the dust that invades my space. These masks are a significant upgrade from the makeshift cloth one I fashioned earlier. They fit snugly, filtering out much of the particulate matter that clings to my skin and lungs. I decide to organize my medical supplies next. I lay out the bandages, antiseptic fluid, and pills neatly on the table. Having them sorted and easily accessible means that if I ever get a cut or feel unwell, I can address it promptly. This organization also helps keep my mind focused, turning chaos into order within these confined walls. Thinking about future explorations, I realize that preparation is key. The success of my last trip to the cafeteria was a result of careful planning and cautious movement. If I decide to venture out again, perhaps to the nurse's office or another area of the school, I need to be even more prepared. That means having all my supplies in order, ensuring my mask is secure, and mentally preparing myself for what I might encounter. I take a moment to reflect on my progress. Each day, I make small improvements, whether it's finding new supplies, enhancing my equipment, or refining my survival strategies. These incremental steps are what keep me going. They build a sense of accomplishment, even in this desolate environment. Without these small victories, the weight of isolation and despair would be too much to bear. I glance at the map I drew earlier. It's crude, with lines marking the cafeteria, the nurse's office, and my current position. There are notes scribbled beside certain areas, reminders of what to look for and what to avoid. This map is my guide, a way to navigate the labyrinth of broken halls and collapsed rooms. It's essential for any future excursions, helping me stay oriented and minimizing the risk of getting lost or injured. As I sit here, I hear the faint dripping of water somewhere in the building. It's a small sound, but in this silence, every noise feels amplified. Maybe it's from a leaky pipe or a forgotten faucet. These sounds remind me that the building is still alive in its own way, with its systems failing and slowly decaying over time. It's a harsh reality, but one I must accept. I decide to tackle another task, improving my filtration system. Using the improved mask and the real masks, I experiment with layering the cloth to create a better barrier against dust. I tear strips from the uniforms, weaving them tightly together, and secure them over the cracks in the walls where dust enters. It's laborious work, but the difference is noticeable. The air feels less abrasive, and my throat doesn't burn as much when I breathe. With the filtration improved, I feel more confident about spending time here. Maybe I can even extend my working hours on the radio, sharing more thoughts and maintaining this connection with an unseen listener. It's strange to think that my voice travels beyond these walls, reaching someone, somewhere, in this vast emptiness. That thought alone keeps me motivated to keep talking, to keep hoping. I take a few more sips of the boiled water, feeling the warmth spread through me. Hydration is crucial, and now that I have a safer source, I can ration my supplies more effectively. I set aside a portion of the water for immediate use and store the rest in a sealed container to keep it clean and safe for later. Managing these resources wisely ensures that I can survive longer, giving me more time to think, plan, and adapt. Thinking ahead, I consider the possibility of gathering more tools. The wrench and wire from the nurse's office could come in handy for repairs or improvising new devices. Maybe I can rig up a better antenna for the radio, extending its range and improving the quality of my broadcasts. Every improvement, no matter how small, adds to my resilience in this challenging environment. I also think about mental exercises to keep my mind sharp. Isolation can lead to a decline in mental health, but engaging in routine tasks, reflecting on memories, and setting small goals help maintain my sanity. I start writing down these thoughts in a notebook I found in the nurse's office, documenting my experiences, plans, and hopes. If someone ever finds this notebook, it could serve as a record of survival, a testament to resilience in the face of unimaginable adversity. As night approaches, or what passes for night in this perpetual twilight, I prepare for rest. I ensure all my supplies are secure, double-check the filtration system, and set up a small area for sleeping that's as clean and dust-free as possible. I lie down, pulling the blankets tight around me, and let the exhaustion wash over me. Sleep is fleeting, but it's necessary for survival. Before drifting off, I speak into the microphone one last time for today. Today I made progress. I improved my mask, organized my supplies, and strengthened my filtration system. Each small step brings me closer to surviving another day in this silent world. If you're out there, know that we share this struggle. We hold on to hope, one day at a time. Until tomorrow, stay strong. I let my voice fade into the static, allowing sleep to claim me once more. In this dark basement, I find solace in the routine, the small victories, and the unyielding hope that somehow, somewhere, another survivor listens to my words. I've woken up feeling a bit more rested today. The nights are long and filled with restless thoughts, but today I managed to sleep a little deeper. My body still aches from yesterday's efforts, but the slight boost from the vitamin pill helps me push through the fatigue. Every day here is a battle against exhaustion, but I refuse to let it win. This morning I decided to tackle another important task, exploring the nurse's office thoroughly. With the map I drew and the markings I scratched into the walls, I felt a bit more confident navigating these familiar yet treacherous corridors. My staff is now securely placed beside me, ready to support me if my legs falter again. I prepared for the journey by gathering what I needed: my improved mask, the mop handle, the flashlight, the knife, and a small can of boiled water. I tucked the bandages and antiseptic into my jacket pocket, just in case I encountered any minor injuries. Organizing my supplies beforehand has become second nature. It minimizes the time I spend rummaging and reduces the risk of forgetting something crucial. As I step out of my basement room, I make sure to secure the additional layers of cloth over the cracks in the walls. The filtration system feels noticeably better now, and I can breathe a bit easier without the incessant coughing. The hallway outside is as silent and dusty as ever, the remnants of the old-school life scattered around me like forgotten memories. I follow the path marked on my map, carefully stepping over broken tiles and twisted metal. The corridors are dim, lit only by the faint light filtering through the damaged windows. Shadows play tricks on my eyes, making it seem like movement is just beyond the edge of my vision. I keep moving forward, each step deliberate and measured. Reaching the nurse's office, I pause for a moment to steady myself. The door is slightly ajar, the hinges creaking softly as I push it open. Inside, the room is dimly lit, with shelves lining the walls, still holding the promise of medical supplies. I scan the area, my flashlight beam darting across the countertops and cabinets. I approach the first cabinet and try to open it. It's locked, but not too firmly. Using the wrench I found earlier, I managed to loosen the lock, and the door swings open with a soft thud. Inside, I find an array of first aid items, antiseptic wipes, sterile bandages, and even a small box of painkillers. Relief washes over me. These supplies are invaluable, a small assurance that I can tend to minor wounds without fear of infection. Next, I move to another shelf, pulling out a box of vitamins. Although the labels are faded, the clear bottles hint at their purpose. Taking one and examining it closely, I decide to add these to my daily intake. Nutritional supplements might help counteract the deficiencies caused by my limited diet. I carefully place the vitamins into my notebook, noting their presence for future reference. As I continue searching, I find a sturdy pair of gloves. They're dusty, but intact. Donning them, I feel a bit more protected against the lingering dust and possible contaminants. It's a small comfort, but it makes a difference. I also discover a packet of saline solution, perfect for rinsing my eyes if the dust becomes too abrasive. With my hands full, I decide to check the other cabinets. Most are either empty or filled with non-essential items like old bandages and empty bottles. However, I do come across a sealed container that might hold more supplies. Testing its sturdiness, I find it still intact. Opening it carefully, I find additional antiseptic fluid and a few more vitamins. Another small victory. Feeling more equipped, I decide to make a quick exit before I tire myself out further. As I turn to leave, I hear a faint noise. A soft scraping sound coming from the back of the nurse's office. My heart skips a beat. Is someone else here? I grip my staff tighter, my mind racing with possibilities. I approach the source of the sound cautiously, flashlight in hand. The room is empty, but the sound seems to be coming from a storage closet nearby. Pushing the door open slowly, I find nothing but dust-covered boxes and old medical equipment. My mind plays tricks on me, but I can't shake the feeling that I'm not alone. Perhaps it was just the building settling, or maybe a loose piece of debris shifting with the temperature changes. Deciding not to dwell on it, I focus on my mission, gathering supplies to improve my chances of survival. With the nurse's office now secured and better stocked, I make my way back to my basement room, careful to retrace my steps accurately. The map on my wall serves as a guide, ensuring I don't get lost in these maze-like corridors. Back in my room, I organize the new supplies neatly, integrating them into my existing stockpile. The antiseptic wipes and painkillers are placed within easy reach, while the vitamins are stored for daily consumption. The gloves and saline solution find their place in the kit I've been assembling. Each item has its purpose, and their presence brings a small measure of peace. I take a moment to reflect on the day's efforts. Every trip outside, every search through the building, is a step toward maintaining my humanity in this desolate place. The memories of laughter, warmth, and community seem like echoes from another life, but holding on to them gives me strength. They remind me of what I'm fighting for, a chance to rebuild, to find others, to reclaim some semblance of the world that was lost. Feeling a bit more hopeful, I decide to update my broadcast notes. I jot down the details of my discoveries, the supplies I've gathered, and any observations from the nurse's office. Documenting these experiences helps keep my mind sharp, preventing the monotony from consuming me entirely. It also serves as a record, should someone else find these messages in the future. As evening approaches, or whatever semblance of time exists in this perpetual twilight, I prepare to rest once more. I ensure all my supplies are secure, double-check the filtration system, and make my sleeping area as comfortable as possible. The jackets and blankets provide warmth, and the organized space makes the darkness a bit less oppressive. Before lying down, I take a few moments to listen to the radio. Still, no new voices break through the static. It's as if my efforts to improve the antenna haven't yet borne fruit. Still, I hold on to the possibility that persistence will pay off. Tomorrow is another day, another chance to try again. I close my eyes, letting the exhaustion pull me into a restless sleep. My thoughts drift between memories of the past and the fragile hope for the future. In this quiet basement, my voice remains a beacon of resilience, a testament to the enduring spirit that refuses to surrender to the silence. Today I secured vital medical supplies and improved my living conditions. Each small victory builds my strength and keeps hope alive. If you're listening, know that we share this struggle. Together, even in our solitude, we find ways to survive. Until tomorrow, hold on. I've rested well after today's exploration. The nurse's office proved invaluable, and the supplies I gathered have already made a significant difference. Bandages, antiseptic, vitamins, and real masks. I feel more prepared to handle whatever comes my way in this silent world. This morning, I decided to focus on organizing my space further. A tidy environment helps keep my mind clear and my spirits up. I rearranged the supplies on the shelves, categorizing them for easy access. Medicines are now within arm's reach, and the gloves and saline solution are neatly stored away. Each small improvement builds a sense of order amidst the chaos. With my improved mask and the real masks from the nurse's office, breathing feels less abrasive. I adjusted the layers of cloth over the cracks in the walls, enhancing the filtration system. The air quality has noticeably improved, and my throat doesn't burn as much when I breathe. It's a subtle change, but a welcome one. I took some time to update my map. Marking the locations I've explored and noting potential areas of interest helps me navigate these maze-like corridors. The map now shows the cafeteria, the nurse's office, and my basement room with clear pathways. Having a visual reference reduces the anxiety of getting lost and ensures I can retrace my steps if needed. Today, I also decided to conduct a more thorough test of my radio antenna. Adjusting the wire with the additional supplies from the nurse's office, I hope to capture a stronger signal. I turned the dial slowly, listening intently for any signs of another voice. For a moment, there was a slight change in the static, a faint, almost imperceptible murmur that resembled words. My heart raced. I leaned closer, straining to hear more, but it faded back into the familiar hiss. Maybe it was just interference, or perhaps a distant signal too weak to decipher. Regardless, the possibility reignited a spark of hope within me. I made a note to continue scanning the frequencies more diligently, perhaps at different times when conditions might be more favorable. Persistence is crucial, and I refuse to let this faint whisper be the end of my search for another survivor. Feeling a bit more confident, I turned my attention to another essential task: improving my living conditions. Using the mop handle, I swept away some of the accumulated dust, making the area around my sleeping spot cleaner. Then, I used a damp cloth to wipe down surfaces, carefully conserving water while trying to keep the dust at bay. These small acts of maintenance help preserve my health and sanity in this confined space. I also began documenting my experiences more diligently in the notebook. Writing down my thoughts, plans, and observations serves as both a record and a way to keep my mind engaged. It prevents the isolation from taking a deeper toll and provides a sense of continuity amidst the uncertainty. As the day progressed, I felt a growing sense of accomplishment. Each small victory, whether it's organizing supplies, improving my mask, or testing the radio, builds my resilience. I'm learning to adapt, to make do with what I have, and to find meaning in these daily routines. Survival here is not just about physical endurance, but also about maintaining hope and purpose. I decided to take a short break and eat a few more beans. Nutrition is sparse, but every bit counts. I ate slowly, savoring the warmth and the minimal sustenance they provided. After eating, I sipped some of the boiled water I had carefully stored, feeling the cool liquid soothe my parched throat. With the evening approaching, or what passes for evening in this perpetual twilight, I prepared for another rest period. I ensured all my supplies were secure, double-checked the filtration system, and made my sleeping area as comfortable as possible. The jackets and blankets provide warmth, and the organized space feels safer. Before lying down, I spoke into the microphone one last time for today. Today, I made meaningful progress. I secured vital medical supplies, improved my filtration system, and tested the radio antenna again. Though I didn't catch a clear signal, the faint murmur gives me hope that someone else might be out there listening. If you're hearing this, know that you're not alone. We share this struggle, and together, in our own ways, we hold on to hope. Until tomorrow, stay strong. I let my voice fade into the static, allowing sleep to reclaim me once more. In the quiet darkness of this basement, I find solace in the routine, the small victories, and the unwavering hope that somewhere, someone else is also holding on, just like me. I woke up feeling a bit more refreshed today. The routines I've established here in the basement have started to give me a sense of normalcy amidst the chaos. Each day, I wake, eat a little, breathe through my improved mask, and speak into this microphone. It's a simple existence, but it keeps me grounded. This morning I decided to revisit the radio antenna setup. The faint murmur I detected yesterday still lingers in my mind, urging me to try again. Perhaps adjusting the wire further or repositioning the makeshift extension could enhance the signal. With the tools I have, wire, string, and the mop handle, I begin experimenting with different configurations. I carefully untie the wire from the antenna and reroute it along the wall, securing it with some tape I found in the nurse's office. The goal is to extend the reach of the antenna without creating too much tension or risking it coming loose again. I adjust the length, hoping to capture any faint signals that might be out there. As I fine-tune the setup, I keep the radio turned on, scanning the frequencies with renewed focus. The static is still prevalent, but I listen for any subtle changes, any hint of another voice or a clearer signal. Minutes pass, each one filled with anticipation and the quiet hum of the radio. Then, almost imperceptibly, I notice a slight shift in the static, a pattern that doesn't match the usual white noise. My heart races as I lean in closer, trying to discern any meaning from the interference. It's still too faint to understand, but it's different. It's a possibility that someone else out there is also trying to reach out. I jot down a note in my notebook. Radio antenna adjusted. Possible signal detected. Will continue monitoring. Documentation has become a crucial part of my survival, keeping track of each small achievement and maintaining a sense of purpose. Feeling a surge of hope, I decide to spend a little more time adjusting the antenna, moving the wire incrementally to see if I can amplify the faint signal. The process is tedious, but the potential reward makes it worthwhile. I know that any improvement in the antenna's performance could mean a lifeline to another survivor, a connection that could break this isolation. As the day progresses, I alternate between adjusting the antenna and tending to my basic needs. I eat another small portion of beans, rationing my food carefully to ensure it lasts as long as possible. I drink from my boiled water supply, savoring each sip, knowing how precious it is. The vitamins I found are now a part of my daily intake, helping to sustain my strength and overall health. In the afternoon, I decide to explore a bit more of the basement, searching for anything I might have missed earlier. With my map and newly acquired tools, wrench, wire, and the mop handle, I navigate the maze-like corridors with confidence. I check each room methodically, ensuring I leave no stone unturned. One room catches my attention, a storage closet that I hadn't fully explored before. The door is slightly ajar, and I cautiously push it open. Inside, I find a few more useful items: an old first aid kit, some extra gloves, and a stack of notebooks and pens. The notebooks are filled with scribbles and old notes, likely remnants of someone else's existence here. They offer a glimpse into the past, adding layers to the silence that envelops this place. I carefully gather the items, adding them to my growing collection of supplies. Each discovery feels like a small victory, reinforcing my belief that I can survive and maybe even thrive in this desolate environment. Organization is key. Knowing where everything is keeps my mind sharp and reduces the chaos of searching in the dark. As evening approaches, or what I assume is evening given the dim light, I return to my basement room to update my map. I mark the storage closet and note the additional supplies I found. This map is more than just a guide. It's a symbol of my progress, each mark representing a step forward in my journey. Before I settle down for the night, I take a moment to reflect on the day. The adjustments to the antenna didn't yield any immediate results, but the slight shift in the static is promising. I remain patient, knowing that persistence is crucial. Tomorrow I'll continue monitoring the radio, making further adjustments if necessary. I speak into the microphone once more, sharing my thoughts and experiences. Today I made significant progress. I adjusted the radio antenna and detected a faint shift in the static, a possible signal from another survivor. I also explored more of the basement, finding additional supplies that enhance my chances of survival. Each small victory strengthens my resolve to keep going, to keep hoping. If you're out there listening, know that we share this struggle. Together, even in our solitude, we hold on to the hope of finding each other. Until tomorrow, stay strong and stay hopeful. I let my voice fade into the static, feeling a sense of accomplishment mixed with lingering uncertainty. The possibility of a connection with someone else gives me purpose, a reason to continue striving despite the overwhelming silence. Lying down, I prepare for another night of rest. I ensure my supplies are secure, the improved mask is in place, and my sleeping area is as comfortable as possible. The jackets and blankets provide warmth, and the organized space feels safer and more welcoming. As I close my eyes, my thoughts drift to memories of the past. Friends, family, moments of joy and laughter. These memories are my anchor, keeping me connected to the person I once was and the world I once knew. They remind me that even in the darkest times, light exists within and around us. Sleep comes gently, and I allow myself to drift, knowing that tomorrow is another day filled with challenges and opportunities. In this silent basement, I find strength in routine, hope in the possibility of connection, and resilience in the face of overwhelming adversity. Tomorrow, I'll continue my efforts. I won't stop until I find a way to reach out or until I find someone who reaches out to me. We are not alone if we keep trying. We are survivors, holding onto the threads of hope that weave us together in this broken world. Today marked another day of perseverance. The morning sun, if it exists outside, filters weakly through the cracks in the walls, casting long shadows across my organized space. I wake up feeling a bit more rested, thanks to the careful balance I've maintained between activity and rest. My body still aches from yesterday's efforts, but the vitamins are starting to make a subtle difference. Each day, I feel a little stronger, a little more capable of handling the challenges that this silent world throws at me. This morning, I decided to focus on improving the filtration system further. Using the real masks I found in the nurse's office, I experimented with layering different fabrics to enhance dust filtration. I tore strips from the old uniforms and meticulously folded them, creating multiple layers that I secured over the cracks in the walls. The air feels noticeably cleaner now, my throat less irritated by the constant dust. It's a small improvement, but it makes breathing easier and reduces the wear on my makeshift mask. With the filtration system enhanced, I turned my attention to documenting my experiences more thoroughly. The notebook I found has become an essential tool, a repository for my thoughts, plans, and observations. Writing helps keep my mind sharp, preventing the isolation from taking a deeper toll. I jot down every small victory, every new discovery, ensuring that nothing is forgotten. It's also a way to maintain a sense of purpose, knowing that these records could one day serve as a testament to survival and resilience. Feeling a bit more confident, I decided to revisit the radio antenna setup. The faint murmur I detected previously was still on my mind, pushing me to refine the antenna in hopes of capturing a clearer signal. I carefully adjusted the wire, ensuring that it was as taut as possible without risking any loose connections. I extended the makeshift antenna higher along the wall, hoping to gain a better reception range. The process is meticulous, but the possibility of connecting with another survivor fuels my determination. As I fine-tune the antenna, I keep the radio on, listening intently. The static is still prevalent, but now I'm more attuned to its nuances. After several minutes of adjustment, I detect a slight change in the static's pattern, a rhythmic pulsing that stands out from the random noise. My heart races as I focus on deciphering the sound. It's too faint to understand, but it's different enough to suggest it might be another signal, another voice trying to reach out. I make a note to monitor this frequency more closely, dedicating specific times each day to listen without interruption. Encouraged by this possibility, I decide to take a short walk within the basement corridors to explore areas I might have missed earlier. With my improved mask and the sturdy mop handle now serving as a reliable walking staff, I navigate the maze-like hallways with greater ease. I follow my map, retracing my steps to ensure I stay oriented and avoid getting lost. Each room I enter, is a reminder of the vibrant life that once filled these halls. Classrooms with desks neatly arranged, a gymnasium with equipment scattered about, now silent and still. In one of the less frequented corridors, I discover a storage room I hadn't fully explored before. The door is partially open, inviting yet foreboding. I push it gently and step inside, my flashlight beam sweeping across the room. It's filled with old sports equipment, deflated basketballs, worn-out nets, and abandoned trophies. I pick up a dusty basketball, feeling the weight of forgotten games and childhood laughter. It's a poignant reminder of what's lost, but also of the resilience of memories that linger even in destruction. As I explore further, I find a locked cabinet at the back of the room. Using the wrench I obtained earlier, I manage to loosen the lock and open it with some effort. Inside, I discover a set of tools, screwdrivers, pliers, and a sturdy pair of gloves. These tools are more than just objects. They represent the potential to fix, to build, to adapt. I add them to my growing collection, knowing that they could prove invaluable in future endeavors, whether it's repairing the radio antenna or creating new tools from scavenged materials. Returning to my basement room, I feel a sense of accomplishment. Each trip outside, each search through the corridors, brings me closer to maintaining my independence and improving my living conditions. The supplies I've gathered, the tools I've found, and the improvements I've made to my filtration system all contribute to a fragile yet steadfast sense of hope. It's a hope that sustains me, that drives me to keep pushing forward despite the overwhelming silence that surrounds me. As afternoon fades into evening, or what passes for evening in this perpetual twilight, I take a moment to reflect on the day's efforts. The improved antenna, the additional supplies, the organized space, all small victories that collectively enhance my chances of survival. I sit down at the table, updating my map with the new areas I've explored and the items I've found. This map is more than just a guide. It's a symbol of my progress, each mark representing a step forward in my journey. I decide to document another entry in my notebook, detailing the day's activities and the slight improvement in the radio signal. Writing helps solidify my experiences, turning abstract thoughts into concrete records that keep me connected to my humanity. It's easy to let the mind wander into despair in this isolation, but writing provides structure and purpose, anchoring me to the reality of my existence. As night approaches, I prepare for rest. I ensure that all my supplies are secure, that the filtration system is functioning optimally, and that my sleeping area is as comfortable as possible. I lie down, pulling the blankets tightly around me, and allow the exhaustion to settle in. Sleep is elusive, often interrupted by memories and the ever-present dust, but it's a necessary respite. Before drifting off, I speak into the microphone one last time for the day. Today, I strengthened my connections, both with the past and the hope for the future. I improved my filtration system, found essential tools, and detected a faint signal on the radio antenna. Each day brings new challenges, but also new opportunities to overcome them. If you're listening, know that you're not alone in this struggle. We share the same hope, the same desire to survive and find each other. Until tomorrow, stay strong and keep hope alive. I let my voice fade into the static, closing my eyes and allowing sleep to reclaim me once more. In this dark basement, I find solace in the routine, the small victories, and the unwavering hope that somewhere, someone else is also holding on, just like me. I woke up feeling a bit more energized today. The vitamin pills I've been taking are starting to show their benefits, giving me a subtle boost that helps push through the lingering fatigue. Each day here is a testament to endurance, but I'm holding on, one moment at a time. This morning I decided to revisit the radio antenna setup with renewed determination. The faint murmur I detected yesterday still lingers in my mind, urging me to refine the antenna in hopes of capturing a clearer signal. With the additional wire and tools I gathered from the nurse's office, I meticulously adjusted the antenna's position, extending it higher along the wall and securing it firmly with the wire I obtained. I turned the dial slowly, focusing intently on the static, listening for any discernible patterns or shifts that might indicate another voice trying to reach out. Minutes passed with nothing but the familiar hiss of white noise, but I remained patient, knowing that persistence is key in this silent quest for connection. As I fine-tune the antenna, I take stock of my supplies. The real masks from the nurse's office have significantly improved my breathing experience, filtering out much of the dust that once made each breath a challenge. I feel less irritated, my throat no longer burning as intensely. It's a small improvement, but one that makes a substantial difference in my daily life. I make a note in my notebook. Radio antenna adjusted. Continued monitoring for signals. Documentation remains a crucial part of my survival strategy, ensuring that I track each effort and its outcome. It helps maintain a sense of purpose, preventing my mind from succumbing to the overwhelming isolation. Feeling slightly more confident, I decide to organize my medical supplies more thoroughly. I sort the bandages, antiseptic wipes, and pills into separate sections on the shelf, making them easily accessible in case of minor injuries or health issues. This organization not only optimizes my space but also provides a mental boost, knowing that I'm prepared for unexpected situations. With the antenna adjustments complete, I take a short break to eat a few more beans and sip some of the boiled water I've carefully stored. Nutrition is sparse, but every bit counts. I chew slowly, savoring the warmth and sustenance they provide. The vitamins I consume daily are starting to alleviate some of the deficiencies, making me feel a bit stronger and more alert. In the afternoon, I decide to conduct a thorough inspection of my map, updating it with the new areas I've explored, and marking potential spots for future searches. The map has become an indispensable tool, a visual representation of my progress, and a guide to navigating the labyrinthine corridors of this desolate building. Each mark and note serves as a reminder of my journey, highlighting both the challenges I've faced and the victories I've achieved. Feeling a surge of determination, I decide to embark on another exploration trip, this time aiming to find more tools and perhaps some additional water sources. With my organized supplies, improved mask, and sturdy mop handle as a walking staff, I feel more prepared than ever to face the unknown. I double-check my preparations, mask securely in place, supplies neatly packed, map in hand, and staff ready for support. I leave the basement room, carefully adjusting the layers of cloth over the cracks to maintain the enhanced filtration system. The hallway outside remains as silent and dusty as ever, but I move with a newfound sense of purpose. Following the path marked on my map, I navigate through the familiar yet unforgiving corridors. Each step is deliberate, my flashlight beam cutting through the dimness, illuminating the remnants of a once bustling school now silenced by catastrophe. The air is still thick with dust, but my improved mask allows me to breathe more comfortably, reducing the incessant coughing that once plagued me. Reaching the end of the hallway, I find myself at the entrance to the gymnasium, a vast room that once echoed with the sounds of sports and laughter. The doors are partially open, allowing a sliver of light to filter through. I push them gently, stepping into the spacious area. The gym is empty, save for scattered equipment and debris. I begin searching for anything useful. Water bottles, more tools, or perhaps a source of fresh water. As I explore, I stumble upon an old water cooler near the far wall. It's dusty and partly disassembled, but I manage to salvage a couple of sealed water bottles that are still intact. Holding them up, I feel a sense of relief, knowing that I have found more water to extend my already limited supply. Carefully, I place them in my bag, ensuring they remain sealed and safe for future use. Continuing my search, I find a storage rack filled with various sports equipment, some deflated basketballs, torn nets, and a couple of sturdy metal batons. These items, though remnants of past activities, can serve practical purposes now. I grab a few batons, recognizing their potential as additional support or even defensive tools if needed. With my bag now brimming with valuable supplies, I decide to make my way back to the basement room. Retracing my steps, I feel a sense of accomplishment with each step. The journey was taxing, but the rewards make it worthwhile. Back in my organized space, I lay out the new items, integrating them into my existing stockpile. The additional water and tools bolster my chances of survival, providing more options and greater security. Before resting again, I take a moment to reflect on the day's efforts. Each exploration trip, each small victory, reinforces my resilience and determination. The fear and uncertainty remain, but they are tempered by the tangible progress I've made. Holding on to hope, I remind myself that survival is not just about enduring but also about adapting and improving with each passing day. I decide to update my notebook with today's discoveries, the additional water bottles, the metal batons, and the updated map reflecting my new findings. Recording these details ensures that I maintain a clear record of my progress and can plan future actions with precision. As evening approaches, I prepare for another rest period. I ensure all my supplies are secure, the filtration system is functioning optimally, and my sleeping area is as comfortable as possible. The jackets and blankets provide warmth, and the organized space feels safer and more inviting. Before lying down, I speak into the microphone one last time for today. Today, I expanded my supply base by finding additional water and tools in the gymnasium. Each step forward, each small victory, strengthens my resolve to survive and maintain hope. If you're listening, know that your efforts matter too. We share this journey, holding on to hope and building our resilience together. Until tomorrow, stay strong and keep pushing forward. I let my voice fade into the static, allowing sleep to reclaim me once more. In this quiet basement, I find solace in the routine, the small victories, and the unwavering hope that somewhere, someone else is also holding on, just like me.
3:11 a.m., 29 degrees Fahrenheit outside, wind cutting through the pines, thin frost on the cabin steps that crunches if you touch it. This is Evan Whitaker, out of a dark patch of forest off County 12 near the state line, running off a car battery and a small inverter that hums when it's cold. If you can hear me, I'm riding low on shortwave at 6.995 megahertz, and again on the AM Ghost of 530, if your tuning knob still has a little life. The main line was quiet for an hour, then the meter spiked like a heartbeat coming back. Someone's out there. If you hear the needle jump, that's me trying to catch you before the sky eats the signal. I keep a wristwatch tied to a nail by the desk, so I don't have to waste a hand. The glass cracked on day 2. I still trust it more than I trust the voice that runs on repeat from the old EAS box, saying everything is stable and under control. Stable is not the word I'd use when you can see the glow over the ridge at night, like a city that forgot how to sleep. It's not close, but it's not far either. If you know the shape of the land, you can tell distance by the way animals refuse to face it. The deer used to drift along the creek. Now they cut west and vanish in the birch stand and don't come back. Let's do the facts before the noise takes over. Initial incidents. That's what the papers would have called them if the papers were still making sense. The first sign wasn't the bright light people keep talking about. It was the silence on the air. A weird, wide silence like every station left a party at the same time and forgot to lock the door. I was driving home late from the night shift. I work odd jobs, sometimes in a warehouse, sometimes in a kitchen. I had an AM station out of Detroit playing old games from the 70s. At 0041 that night, the commentator cut mid-sentence. The word linebacker turned into a long, thick line of nothing, and the car filled with what I now know was the sky cracking. Then the traffic lights at the four-way blinked amber and refused to switch back. That was the first time I said, "That's not right." I said it out loud to the empty car, like talking could keep the world in the lane. Second sign, 2 hours later. I woke up to a push alert that read only, "Take shelter." No city name, no sender, no code. I'd never seen an alert with no code. I walked to the window, and the night had a hard edge, the way it gets when snow is coming, except it wasn't. I stepped outside and listened. The county sirens stayed off, but there was a faint whine coming from the south, high and steady. I thought wind through wires. Later, someone who used to repair relay towers told me it was antenna arrays dumping power before the grid went weird. He said they had a procedure for that. A quiet rule: bleed the juice before it turns back on you. He told me he hit the panic script and tore out of the yard with 2 spare radios and a bag of fuses. I asked him what happened after that. He said, "Nothing that works belongs to me now." By sunrise, the first flash reports came in. Not the main cities yet. The strange part is the order. We trained our minds to expect the headlines to line up in a neat list, like a map someone traced with a pen. But the hits came slant. A naval yard on the eastern bay got wiped. There was a message on Channel 3 out of Maine. Then it vanished. People said they saw the water pull back like a breath. A station in the Midlands said traffic clotted on the M6, and no one could tell why. A caller from the north side of St. Louis said the gateway looked fine, then cut off after saying he could no longer feel his tongue. That one still stings when I think about it. Not because of the words, but because he said them like he was trying not to scare his kids. I want to be clear about something. For the first 2 days, we thought this would stop. We thought someone, somewhere, would show up behind a podium with a tired tie and say the word containment. We thought there'd be limits, a fence around the bad thing, a ceiling above the panic. But the third day turned all that into a lie. The power didn't just fail. It failed in stages. You could almost hear the steps. Substation cuts. Brownouts that weren't brown, but bone white. Pumps that kept running on backup until the diesel hit air and coughed and died. A nurse from the west side called me on a throwaway phone and said, "We carried the monitors for 2 floors when the elevator stuck. We left them on the landing because our arms went soft. Then our phones had no bars, and someone wrote the time on the door with a marker so we could tell how long the room had been quiet." She cried for 5 minutes without a sound, and the only way I could tell was the change in her breath. Now the theories. I don't have clearance. I don't have a badge. I've got a desk with a burn mark, where an old soldering iron tipped, and a coil of wire that was meant for a ham antenna, but became a lifeline. Still, insiders found me because the old ham list passed me around. One person who said they used to sit in a bunker in the middle of the country told me this: "The alarms came in wrong order. Our software parsed the first wave as a drill because the signature matched a training profile from years ago. Someone forgot to update the seed. It wasted minutes we didn't have." I asked how many minutes. He said, "Enough to make us watch the second wave with the coffee still on the burner." Another voice, a woman who used to work in a lab tied to radiation safety, said the fallout map we saw on day 5 that got copied 1,000,000 times was trash. She said the high altitude bursts bent the wind in ways the models didn't like. "The surface winds don't matter as much as you think," she said. "Think in layers." She said someone had told her to stop talking. I asked who. She said the person who used to be her boss, but now was a man with the same name and a different voice. He said, "We're not trying to scare people. We're trying to keep order," she said. Then she asked me for a list of iodine sources that aren't pills. I read the usual facts: tincture drops, timing, risk. She said thanks and hung up. I hope she used sense and not fear. There's a political layer to this that I don't like talking about because it feels like gasoline on a live wire, but we have to name it if we want to stay sane. On day 4, a low-res video showed a leader in a room that looked too clean. The voice was flat. The message said the nation was intact and strong. Not one place name, not one number, not even a direction to a safe road. 2 hours later, a convoy of trucks ran the wrong ramp in the next county and found a bridge that no longer had the middle part. A man in a feed cap said he waved his arms, but they didn't look. He said they were either in a hurry or told to keep moving. He swears he saw one of them laugh, not like joy, but like someone who has nothing left to spend. I don't know what that means, and I hate that I can imagine it. Martial law started without the word. Curfews with no one to enforce them until the wrong people tried. By day 6, the big stations rolled tapes that looked like they were made months ago. Same shots, same calm. The smaller stations either went dark or turned into rumor mills. We all want to fill the gap with something. When the gap is this big, the stories grow teeth. I try to stick to what I can touch. The reservoir east of Cedar Ridge dropped 2 feet, then another ½ foot, then held. That means some valves downstream are jammed, or someone decided to lock them by hand to save the last clean water for the hospital. The main road into town has 6 abandoned cars and 1 pickup with the bed full of split oak. Someone took the battery but left the wood. It says people are choosing what they can carry over what they want, and that's a sign of a long fight. I said I'd keep radio real. Here's the radio part. If you're listening on shortwave, I'm going to try to hold this frequency until sunrise, then switch to 7.215 if the skip opens up. The band has been acting like a drunk man, leaning on the strong and ignoring the weak. If you get me only in bursts, know that I'm still here. The old EAS box woke itself at 2:17 with a flat beep that set my teeth on edge, then pushed out a county name that doesn't exist anymore. The tape must be stuck in the loop, calling to a place that has no ears left. If you hear it, don't follow any road it gives you without checking first. The road north is blocked at mile 23 by a truck turned sideways. Someone marked it with a flapping orange vest. You can drive around if you don't mind scraping brush and nerve. 1 mile past that, there's a yellow farmhouse with a hand pump. The pump still works, but it's slow and makes a grinding sound. Don't drink first draw. Let it run. The caller line is open. It's not a real line. It's 2 handhelds lying mouth to mouth with Vox on low, propped with a cracked paperback and a jar of screws. It works when the air is still and my hands don't shake. If you can get me, push once, wait 2 breaths, then talk like you're telling a story to a kid who has to go to sleep. Plain, steady, slow. Evan, do you read? The voice came in thin like a kite string. Name's Carla. I'm south of Toledo. We stayed because my dad can't walk far, and I thought the house would keep its promises. Yesterday, the creek out back smelled like battery acid. The neighbor's dog went down and did not get up. I boiled the water till the pan went dry. When it cooled, there was a white ring. I don't know what that means. Carla, I hear you. I'm not a scientist, but I can tell you what a lab tech told me on day 7. Ash and dust can ride the rain and make things look like winter before winter shows. If the dust is from the wrong cloud, it carries a bite you can't taste. Do not drink from that creek. Do not wash with it. If you can find bottled, use it for the old man first. If there's a hand pump in a churchyard or an old school, that might be more safe if it pulls deep. Look for wells with caps that lock. If you can't find anything else, melt clean snow in a metal pot. Throw out the first melt that looks dirty, and don't scrape the sides. Keep the old man warm and rested. If you have iodine or the real tablets, use what the label says. Don't guess. If anyone in your house gets a metallic taste or a red rash that doesn't feel like heat, move them away from windows and vents. Call back if you can. I'll hold the line. The worst part is the quiet in the spaces where sound used to go. The highway used to sing at night. Now it holds its breath. The freight line south of here ran at 3:20 like a clock. I can tell the week by which horn pattern I hear when the grain cars roll. The horn has been mute for days. If a train runs now, it runs light and slow, and only to move what someone thinks is life. A man who worked the yard told me they blocked a set of cars into a star pattern and parked a switch engine on top to make sure no one moved it by accident. He said the cars are full of medical gas, and they won't do us any good if a spark decides it wants more sky. I promised we'd talk about the way people keep each other from falling through holes. On day 8, 2 kids from the next hollow came by on bikes and asked if they could leave a note here in case their aunt still tunes the band. They had a folded sheet torn from a school binder. It said, "Aunt Joe, we're at the old camp. The hand pump works. The stove is out, but we made a fire in the pit. Bring the photo book if you can. Don't take Route 11. White ash on the bridge." I wrote it on the big paper I keep on the wall, the one with all the names. There are more names now. There are also check marks. If you are listening and you need a message read, I can read it at the bottom of the hour when the skip drops. No promises, but it beats screaming into the trees. Insider talk, military side. I'll use only what I can say without burning someone. A ground tech who used to sit in a room with thick doors told me that after the first day, the real control wasn't missiles or jets. It was fuel. Who had it? Who could move it? Who could keep it from lighting the wrong thing? He said convoys were told to shut their engines at every stop and count out loud. Human counting was more reliable than the gauges after the spikes, he said. He also said they changed band plans for field radios because the old maps became lies when the ionosphere went wild. If your set can scan, scan slow. If your set can't, build a wire and try a quarter wave cut for whatever band you think is alive. A straight wire hung from a high branch is better than a great antenna on the ground. A caller with a brittle voice. "Evan, this is Rick out of Laramie." We watched the sky tear twice. The first time turned the sagebrush bright like noon for a second. The second time was far northeast and felt like a silent punch. We're fine for water, but the cattle are spooked, and we found 3 dead jacks near the fence with blood from the nose. Should we dig pits? Rick, if you can move stock to lower ground with windbreaks, do that. Get them out of dust paths. Cover feed, if you have any cover at all. As for pits, only if you can line them, and only if you have a way to keep water out. If there's ash, you don't want it in the soil you'll depend on. A rancher from the Dakotas told me they cut shallow trenches to divert surface runoff, and then piled brush as a filter before the pond. It's not perfect. It slows the bad before it reaches the belly. Keep your nose on the wind. If you smell a sharp, sour scent that makes the back of your throat dig, go inside, close up cracks with wet rags, and wait 1 hour. If that happens, call me after and tell me which way the gust came. Lists keep me steady. Here's a list of things that still work. A crank radio with a handle that squeaks. A stove that burns sticks. A hand pump at a church that no one thought to lock. A car battery that found a second life as a heart for this desk. A map that folds the same way it did when I was a kid, riding in the back seat and counting mile markers. A pencil. Here's a list of things that stopped. The weather app, the city's small talk, the push alerts that tell you when to breathe, the belief that someone would end every sentence for us. We have to end our own now, and sometimes that means ending late and letting the silence hold the last word, because it earned it. Government silence is its own noise. When the big feed goes blank, local suits try to fill it. It started with sheriffs on borrowed cameras saying, "Stay home." By day 9, those faces grew tired, and then they stopped showing up. Someone told me they ran out of fuel for the generator that ran the room that held the light, that made the person look real. If there's a plan past that, it's not a plan with our names on it. That doesn't mean no one is working. I think there are crews out there moving like ghosts, keeping switches from sparking and taps from running dry. If you are one of those crews, and you hear me on a dash radio while your partner naps with a rifle across their lap, I want you to know we see the proof of your work in the way the river still runs clear in the bend, with the gravel bottom, and in the way the water tower still has pressure when the sun sits high. It's not all despair. A man named Hugo called from the edge of a small town with brick streets. We broke into the library and found a set of old pamphlets from Civil Defense. They're yellow and smell like old cabinets. They say to put water in jars and put the jars under beds so they are dark. They say to use doors off hinges to make a shelter if you don't have a cellar. We did that in the hallway. The kids sleep there. They draw on the wood in pencil. My wife thinks I'm keeping it together. I don't think I am, Hugo. You're doing better than you think. Those old papers were written for a different world, but the bones are the same. Dark water keeps better. Solid walls slow what you can't see. The hallway shelter makes sense when you don't have deep ground. Take breaks. Switch watch. Make a chart. Draw a box for every hour. Shade in the boxes. The brain likes boxes. My hands get tired. That's the truth of it. The mind goes first sometimes, but the hands tell on you. I rub the ridge of my thumb where the wire has cut a small groove. When I talk too long, the kerosene lamp dims. When the lamp dims, I can see the sky better through the crack in the boards, where I never got around to fixing the leak, because I used to say, I'll do it next week. I say now, there is no next unless we make it with our hands. Some of you ask me why I stay on the air. I don't have a noble reason. I keep going because I don't like the thought that someone would call into the void and get nothing back. I know what it feels like to say a name and hear only your own breath. I talk to stop the echo from eating me. Maybe it stops it from eating you. There's an old theory that keeps circling inside my head like a moth that won't quit the bulb. A retired colonel who used to fly the big birds said the first day of any war like this is never the real first day. The real first day is years back, when small parts fail and no one replaces them. Ignored drills, lines that should have been buried but stayed on poles. He said we lived on grace and called it skill. I think about that when I hear people say, we were hit because we were weak, or we were hit because we were strong, or we were hit because we stood in the wrong room at the wrong time. I think we were hit because the world is not a machine that asks us what we want. It moves, and we either brace and hold, or we let go and hope we land soft. We didn't brace. We liked comfort better than practice. That's not an accusation. I liked comfort too. I will miss hot bread and lights that don't buzz, and the way snow used to sound when plows pushed it in long waves. I will grieve those things and still get up to turn this dial, because grieving and doing are brothers now. More calls. Evan, my name is Dana. I'm in a basement on the west side of Columbus. We found a battery radio at a yard sale last summer, and it was a joke then. Now it's the only thing that talks back. We think the big city got spared, then hit later. We saw glow on the far side last night, then a wind that made our ears pop. What should we do about air? Dana, you do what we all do. You give the air the respect you give a flooded river. You don't go swimming in it when it's wild. If you have tape and plastic, pick one room, make it tight, but not forever tight. The old pamphlets say 2 inches under the door can be stuffed with towels wet with clean water. If you don't have that, use a sheet and keep it damp. Keep a vent small and high if you can, and try to time it for when the wind slacks. Build days in blocks, shelter hours and airing hours. If anyone feels sick in a way that's new, mark that too. If your basement has a sump, cover it. If you can get to a place with a HEPA filter and power, that's gold. If not, fabric layers help a little. You're not alone. You hear me, Dana? Not alone. My voice is rough. I used to save it for singing in the truck. Now it's a rope I throw as far as it goes. If it frays, I'll splice it with quiet and pick it back up. A few more notes before the meter sags. For anyone near the state line who needs to move, there's a back road that goes behind the quarry. It's rutted and mean, but it will put you by a blue water tank with graffiti. Behind that tank is a chain-link gate with one hinge. It's low enough to push with a bumper. After that, the track splits. Take the left fork if you want the ridge. Take the right fork if you want the creek. Ridge is wind and a long view. Creek is shelter and a chance at water if you're smart about it. If you come past this cabin, you won't know it unless you know how to read the field. The roof is low and the boards are gray. I keep a coffee can with stones by the steps to hold the door when the wind wants to play. If I'm not here, I've gone to check the line or to pull the battery from the truck to feed the rig. Leave a note in the can. Fold it twice and anchor it with the flat stone. If you take, write what you took. If you give, write what you gave. That's our new law, and it's old as dirt. I feel the weight now. Not like sleep. Sleep is a gift. This is the other thing. The thing with a fist. Some days I think I can't talk anymore, and then a voice like Carla's or Rick's pulls me back. That's the arc, if you need that word. I bend toward giving up and then snap back because someone in Toledo boiled a pot dry and needed someone to say, "I hear you." A last insider note before I rest the transmit for a minute. Someone passed me a narrowband bit that said a Northern command took their maps and drew thick circles where they expect the worst to drift in the next 3 days if the wind holds. The circles don't look like circles when you put them on real land. They look like ragged hands. The fingers reach across counties and stop at hills like they remember old stories. If you live in the hollows, you may have less bite if you stay out of dust. If you live on the flats, you may want to think about short moves at dawn when the air lies still. Do not run. Running makes you breathe deep and pull in what you don't want. Walk like you're carrying a bowl of water and don't want to spill. Time check, 03:39 a.m. The frost on the step will hold another hour. When the light comes up, I'll hang a wire out the east window and see if I can catch the day wave. If you've got eyes on the sky and you see anything that looks like a sheet of light that doesn't belong to morning, call it in. If you have news from hospitals, even small ones, I want to know who's open. If you know where a generator runs at night, I want to know who's guarding it and whether they need more eyes. If you have a list of names you haven't heard from, read them slow, and I'll write. Sometimes the act of writing a name is the only proof we have that the person once took up space and mattered. That matters to me. I'm going to ride the carrier for 1 minute of quiet. If you can tune me now. If you need to move, move slow. If you have to cry, cry. That's fine. It keeps the heart soft and strong. I'm not telling you to be brave. I'm asking you to stay. Stay in this hour with me. Stay with this voice that won't quit. Stay with the wind in the trees, and the battery with the last bar, and the old map with grease on the fold. This is Evan Whitaker, Cabin Channel. Shortwave 6.995, AM Ghost 530. The band belongs to whoever has the will to push a signal through the broken air and say, "I'm here. I'm here. I'll hold a little longer and take more calls. Then I'll switch bands before dawn and start again. If you hear me fade, wait. If you hear me return, answer. Carla, if you're still there, the hand pump behind the white church on Route O used to draw deep. A man named Wallace kept it clean. He tied a tin cup with a blue string to the handle. If the cup is still there, drink second draw and thank him in your head. He had a laugh that sounded like a sack of nails. If you find his name in a ledger, write it down and bring it to me. Rick, walk the fence line at first light and count the jacks you buried in your mind. Don't bury them for real unless the wind is dead. If you find a bird that seems slow and lets you touch it, don't touch it. The world is full of traps now, and not all of them have teeth you can see. Dana, keep the kids busy in the hallway with pencils and boxes drawn on the wood. Tell them they're guarding a castle, and the castle needs quiet to hear spies. Make it a game. Games make time round again. I will keep reading names when I can. I will keep drawing circles where the wind points. I will keep telling you what the pump does, and what the deer do, and what the train doesn't do. I will keep a light in the crack of the boards, because that crack is where the day starts. Hold, breathe, tune, speak when you're ready. I'm here. 4:58 a.m., 27 degrees Fahrenheit. The frost has gone silver now, not white, and it's starting to flake off the windows in thin veins. The generator coughed once when I kicked it, then caught, so we're back. This is Evan Whitaker on 7.215 megahertz for anyone who followed me up. You're tuned to a cabin signal, somewhere between the pines and what's left of the world. If you can hear me, we're still linked. The air's carrying us a little farther east this morning, Skip's holding steady. If you're new on the line, here's the quick picture. Most grids are ghosts. Water runs half dirty. And the men who used to say they're in charge haven't said much in 4 days. I'm here to make the silence smaller. That's all. I took a step outside before keying the mic. The forest is still soaked and half dark. You can hear branches drop small clumps of ice like coins on a table. Somewhere out by the ridge, an engine ran for a few seconds, then cut. Could have been a generator. Could have been someone trying to start a truck with bad fuel. Sound carries strange now. It bounces. First updates. What I call the dawn sweep. A shortwave relay from Montana came through last hour. Faint, but real. They claim Billings still has a working FM repeater and a handful of volunteers relaying health instructions. Nothing official, but real human voices. If you're near that side, sweep the low FM bands and mark any station that says the word clinic. Not hospital, clinic. Hospitals are big targets, sometimes for people, sometimes for hunger. Clinics are where the living hide and patch each other up. A contact from the north side of Chicago said the river froze overnight, and you could hear it crack under the bridges. They said the glow over the lake is still visible, faint and orange, like someone keeps lighting a match and putting it out. They think it's storage tanks venting gas. If you're in that corridor, stay inside. The air readings were loud even before the freeze. A farmer outside Lexington reported that his field lights blinked at 3 a.m. for 30 seconds, then died. He doesn't have power, and his lines are cut. Says the bulbs glowed dull red, then went dark. That means an induced surge somewhere in the line, a pulse from something big up north. He buried the bulbs in snow, just in case. Let me tell you what that means in plain words. The grid isn't dead, it's twitching. Pieces are waking, shutting, waking again. Someone, somewhere, is still flipping switches to see what lights. That's both good and bad news. Good because it means fingers on boards. Bad because one mistake, one misstep, can light a city that shouldn't be lit anymore. Now for something I don't like saying out loud. There was a report from a man I trust, ex-radio Navy tech from Virginia. He said some surviving command centers may be moving into what they call selective broadcast. They're pushing pre-recorded guidance through dead frequencies, hoping to fool panic. You'll know them by tone. Too calm, no static, clean edges. If it sounds like an ad, it's probably not real. Human voices shake. Listen for breath. Real ones always breathe. If you're alone and you're hearing me, make a habit of writing time marks. Paper doesn't lie. Write the hour when the radio speaks, the direction the wind comes from, and any noise outside. It sounds dull, but later it builds a map of the invisible. That's what we all need now, a map of what we can't see. I had 2 messages dropped in the can outside the cabin before I came back in. Handwriting stiff from the cold. The first says, "Truck stop at mile 41. 10 people, 3 kids, water low, radio batteries gone. No name." If you're those people, mile 41's close enough that I can reach in 2 hours by trail. Leave a cloth or ribbon by the guardrail if you hear this. I'll come tomorrow at first light with whatever I can spare. The second note just said, "We heard your voice. Thank you." No signature. I didn't know what to do with that one. I read it 3 times, then put it under the lamp to remind myself someone's still catching this noise. Now, I'm opening the line again. Callers only if your rig has clean power. Keep it short. Give me your name and what you see. Evan, this is Carol in New Orleans. We stayed by the river too long. The levee's sweating salt water. We tried to run pumps off an old diesel, but it coughed up mud. Can we drink from the cistern? It smells sweet. Carol, number. Sweet isn't clean. That's organic rot, algae or mold. Boil if you must, but don't trust it. If you've got bleach or iodine, 2 drops per liter, no more. Let it stand 30 minutes. Taste metal after that, not sugar. Sweet water after a storm means death dressed as candy. Find higher ground. There's a park on the west bank with stone benches. Rainwater pools there. Scoop from the middle. Keep talking every dawn if you can. Next voice. Evan, it's Connor out of Spokane. We got no snow here, just gray dust. The sky rumbles low every night. My brother swears it's thunder, but there's no lightning. The dog hides under the sink. What's that sound? Connor, I've heard the same here once. That's the atmosphere playing tricks with pressure waves, long echoes from the upper sky. Could be explosions over the curve of the world or the wind scraping layers that don't match. You can't do anything about it. Treat it like thunder without rain. It will pass, and it means the air's still moving. As long as the air moves, we're not finished. I'm looking at the gauge, holding steady. I'll keep reading messages. A family near Raleigh wrote, "We found light in the woods. 3 beams pointing straight up, no noise, no smoke. Those are probably signal flares or emergency beacons gone rogue. If you see them, don't walk toward them unless you know who's below." Some beacons were wired to trip fences or call drones that no longer listen to their owners. There's a rumor that the northern air bases sent one last coded burst 3 days ago, Morse repeating ESCON. Someone said it means escort convoy north. Someone else said it's short for escalation confirmed. I don't know which is worse. Let me tell you a truth, plain and small. The world didn't fall all at once. It's falling in slow motion, like a house fire you can't reach. Every morning you wake and find one more thing turned to ash, and yet you still wake. That's what matters. Another note from a man named Harris in Boise. Power's out, but we found an old 1980s ham set. It hums on 40 meters but no audio. What do we fix first? Harris, check the mic connection and the power cord. Strip the ends, twist tight. Use a car battery if you have one. Keep polarity right. Red to plus, black to minus. If it hums but doesn't speak, it's listening. The air still loves you. Here's something to keep spirits above the dust. A nurse from Tulsa said she's running a clinic out of an underground parking garage. They use glow sticks for light, hand sanitizer for burns, and a wind-up radio for sanity. She said every night they play a song through the static, just humming, no instruments, and people cry but stay alive another day. That's what we are now, static and humming and still here. I'll tell you something else. When the bombs first fell, I thought the world ended because of power. Now I think it ended because of pride. We forgot how fragile noise is. The hum of fridges, laughter through walls. Maybe this silence is the bill coming due. If you're writing your own log, mark this time, 5:12 a.m. The wind turned southeast. The frost is melting off the east side first. That means the sun's near enough to taste. That means another day. Hold steady, listeners. If you're tired, rest against the wall and keep the radio close to your ear. You don't need to answer. Just knowing you're breathing is enough. This is Evan Whitaker, somewhere in the woods, still alive, still on the air. I'll read 2 more messages before the generator coughs again. First, Baton Rouge, bridge intact, water brown, fish floating. No radio beyond 12 miles. Please tell people north not to come south, heard and logged. Second, Winnipeg, snowfall thick, sky purple last night, children's noses bleed. Logged. Stay indoors. That hue means heavy dust. Don't wipe with bare cloth. Use wet rags. If you're hearing this from anywhere at all, write your town's name on a door, a wall, a stone. Let someone who passes know they're not walking alone in the dark. I'll pause transmission for 10 minutes to cool the generator, then I'll come back. Don't move far. Don't give up. We're the last broadcast between the noise. This is Evan Whitaker, cabin channel, 7.215 megahertz. Hold the dial. I'll be back. 5:41 a.m. The light is crawling in slow this morning, thin, bruised blue leaking through the cracks in the boards. I can see my breath even though the stove's still warm. The woods outside are quiet except for a crow somewhere in the dark part of the ridge. Just one. It calls, waits, and nothing answers. That kind of silence gets under your skin if you let it. This is still Evan Whitaker, broadcasting out of the cabin. If you can hear me, it means your radio's still fighting, and the world hasn't shut all the doors yet. I'm still holding 7.215. Signal's fair, but there's a hum under the band, probably aurora interference. Before I talk news, a note to the new voices who might have found me overnight. This broadcast isn't official, isn't safe, and isn't permanent. I'm not part of any government or rescue effort. I'm just a man with a working rig and more stubbornness than sense. I share what I know because silence kills faster than radiation or cold. If you send a message, I'll read it as long as I can. Now, overnight reports. South Dakota Relay went dead at 2:20 a.m. before finishing their weather update. Last words were, cloud ceiling unstable. That probably means another detonation in the upper air or a failed interceptor. Either way, don't trust clear skies for at least a day or 2. A man out of northern Ohio said there's snow mixed with fine ash falling like sifted flour. It melts on contact, but leaves gray streaks on his boots. He asked if it's safe. It's not. If the flakes smear or leave grit, stay inside. That isn't weather. It's fallout that never found a good place to land. A relay from the Rockies confirmed the main interstate through Denver is impassable, full of burned-out convoys. They said someone scrawled "water here" on a tunnel wall, but it's bait. Those tunnels flood fast, and the air down there is poison. If you're heading west, stay on surface roads. Avoid bridges that cross the Platte. They're weak now, steel soft from heat. And there's new word from a pilot, private flyer who claims to have made it over what's left of Kansas City. He said the lights he saw weren't fires anymore, but something else. Small blue arcs along the old grid lines, like the Earth still remembering what power felt like. I want to talk about what that means. We keep thinking the end will be one big noise and then nothing. But the end's a long fade. Circuits flash, rivers steam, voices go thin, and the world just keeps flickering like a dying bulb. You'd think we'd learn to live in the flicker. Maybe we will. Now I've got a few live calls queued. Keep it short. Keep it clean. Burst of static, then a thin man's voice. Evan, this is Jay from Austin. We're sleeping in the high school gym with 20 other people. Some soldiers came through yesterday. They didn't say who they worked for. They took gas cans, maps, and the principal's truck. They told us to stay put, but the water truck stopped showing up. What do we do? Jay, first thing, ration. Boil anything that doesn't come from a sealed jug. If you have chlorine tabs, use them. Collect rainwater in buckets and keep it covered. As for those soldiers, don't argue, don't follow. If they're not marking vehicles with unit patches or nameplates, they're scavengers in uniform. Wait 2 days. If no water comes, send a small group east at dawn, no more than 3 people, with white cloths for flags. Don't carry guns unless you have to. Thirst kills quicker than bullets now. Static, another voice. Older woman this time. Shaky but clear. Evan, my name's Marianne. Outside Philadelphia. We heard music last night. Organ music, faint but steady, for almost an hour. Nobody around here has power. Any idea what that could be? Marianne, I've heard that report from others. There's a church station, old analog transmitter on 99.1 FM, that runs on a windmill and battery array. It's probably cycling pre-recorded hymns. If it's the same sound I heard once, it means there's still a pulse in the east grid. Don't walk toward it. The signal travels farther than the people who built it. Take comfort from the fact that somewhere, someone's hand still winds a crank and presses play. I'm logging both your names, Jay, Austin, Marianne, Philadelphia, so others know you're breathing. Now to whoever dropped this note into my mailbox can, written in pencil on cardboard, forest smoke east of County 12 smells like burnt plastic. Should we move? Yes. Don't wait to find out what's burning. That's not wood smoke. That's infrastructure, insulation, paint, maybe even transformers. Move upwind until you smell nothing but dirt and pine. If anyone listening still has a working compass, point east at sunrise and hold your hand out flat. If the air stings your skin or your tongue feels like metal, that's fallout dust riding low. Turn around, go west. Simple as that. Don't debate it, just move. I'm getting word through a side channel, low-band Morse, that some naval remnants are broadcasting from the Gulf using call sign Lima 22. If you hear steady dots and dashes repeating QSLL 22 SURVIVE, that's them. They're not rescuing yet. They're mapping survivors by signal strength. If you can send, reply once with your region code. If you can't send, just listen. The pattern means the sea's still alive down there. The temperature in here's dropping even with the stove on. The generator's coughing again, like an old man clearing his throat. I'll need to rest it soon. But before I do, I want to talk directly to the people who are listening alone. I know the nights are long. I know it feels like the rest of the world has slipped underwater. You're sitting there in a room lit by a candle, or maybe the dull glow of a radio dial, and you're wondering if any of this matters. It does. The simple act of listening is a rebellion against extinction. Every time you tune in, the silence loses. When you start feeling like you're the last person left, do something small that proves you're not a ghost. Write your name on the wall. Whisper it out loud. Stack 3 stones by the door. Anything that says, "I was here. I stayed human." Another call. Let's take it. Evan, it's Carl, Salt Lake City. We got tremors last night. Real small ones, but steady. Think it's bombs underground? No, Carl. Those are the crust adjusting. Shock waves, maybe quakes triggered by the blasts months ago. Mountains, remember. If they keep shaking, move away from old brick buildings or dams. Sleep low, not high. If the ground ever hums before dawn, don't wait. Grab what you can and walk out. The hum is always the warning. A short note from a doctor outside Portland. We can make penicillin with bread mold and patience. Tell people to learn again. You heard the man. If you've got flour, a clean jar, and a warm place to hide it, you've got medicine in a week. We used to need factories for this. Now we just need courage and time. I need to rest the generator. But before I go silent, I want to leave you with this thought. We keep looking for signs of life in big places, cities, bases, governments. But life's not up there anymore. It's in the small things. A pot boiling on a wood stove. A child sleeping through the night. A radio crackling with a stranger's voice. The world's still ending, but people aren't. Not yet. I'll be back on air at 6:30 a.m. Same band, same cabin. If the signal's weak, listen for the rhythm. 4 short bursts. Pause, then my voice. That's how you'll know it's me. Until then, keep your fires low, your voices lower, and your hearts beating loud enough to hear. This is Evan Whitaker, Cabin Channel. Still here, still talking, stay alive. 6:37 a.m. The sky's the color of tin. Not bright yet, just that dull metal gray before the light decides what kind of day it wants to be. I can hear the slow drip of melted frost off the eaves, each drop a soft knock against the tin bucket outside. I've got coffee made from roasted barley and melted snow. It's bitter, but it keeps my hands warm enough to turn the knobs. This is Evan Whitaker, still alive, still transmitting from the cabin. Signals holding on 7.215 megahertz. The band's clearer now that the sun's starting to drag the static west. If you're tuning in for the first time, it's been 12 days since the first lights burned the horizon and the cities stopped answering. This frequency isn't news. It's proof that someone's still breathing. Now, overnight reports. A family near Louisville picked up my voice last night on a solar crank radio. They wrote on cardboard that they're sharing one well with 20 people. The water's cold, metallic, but clear. I told them to keep using it, but boil every draw. They're planning to walk north if the roads thaw. If anyone in Kentucky hears me, look for chalk arrows on the fences. They said they'd leave marks for others. A driver out of Colorado sent a Morse burst saying he's seen long trails of black smoke over the mountains, not fire smoke, oil smoke. He thinks the military's burning out depots so no one can scavenge. That might be true. If you see columns like that, don't go near them. There's nothing left to take, and what's left will make you sick. An ex-rail worker from Kansas says one freight line still runs 2 nights a week, hauling tankers. No logos, No crew lights. He says it moves by gravity from slope to slope, and when it stops, men in suits climb out, check the wheels, then vanish. He's convinced it's a moving shelter, train cars welded tight, full of civilians. He asked if I think that's possible. I said maybe. Hope has to ride somewhere. Closer to home, I saw 2 sets of headlights around 5 a.m. down by the old gas station near County 12. They didn't stop, just rolled slow, no beams, only parking lights. If you're out there and you can hear this, I don't care if you're scavenging or running. You can knock on the door of this cabin. There's warmth and 1 cup of coffee left. No questions asked. All right. We've got time for the first round of calls before the battery warms too much. Evan, it's Ben from Indianapolis. We're down to half a tank of propane. Power's gone, but the nights keep dropping below freezing. How do we stretch it? Ben, propane's tricky. Don't waste it on long burns. Use it to boil water, then shut it. Wrap yourself and your people in blankets. Close off every room except one. If you've got aluminum foil or any shiny surface, hang it behind your stove or lantern to bounce heat back, and light candles, but only in glass jars away from the floor. Fire eats air faster than you think. This is Lisa in Tucson. We can't reach my brother in LA. The last message said there were riots near the airport. We haven't heard anything since. Are there any signals from California? Lisa, I wish I had good news. The last relay from that coast went silent 3 nights ago. All West Band transmissions are ghosts now. Just fragments of emergency loops saying, "Remain indoors." That doesn't mean your brother's gone. It means the antennas fell, or the power did. Keep his name in your log. Speak it every morning. The air still carries words farther than you'd believe. Let's talk about escalation signs. 2 days ago, a ham operator in Minnesota recorded radiation spikes on his counter. Sharp peaks every 6 hours, regular as breathing. That means someone's still testing warheads in the stratosphere, or debris is falling in timed orbits. If you're in open country, don't sleep outside without cover. Even a roof of tin or old car doors is better than nothing. Radiation hates layers. Give it something to chew before it reaches you. And for anyone who still has gasoline, store it outside. The fumes in closed rooms can knock you dead before the cold does. A man up north forgot that. He fell asleep by a generator and didn't wake up. His wife wrote me a note on the back of an old calendar. He made it 9 days. I made it 10 because you said to open a window. I didn't know what to say to that. I just folded the note and pinned it to the wall so I wouldn't forget that words matter. You can't save everyone, but you can stop one person from making the same mistake. That's all this broadcast really is. Mistake insurance. Insider message, passed from an old friend who worked in communications before the dark. Some underground networks are reusing old AM frequencies as local bulletin boards. If you hear voices repeating names or lists, that's them. Don't jam them. Write what they say. Those lists are survivor roll calls. If I ever disappear from this band, check 5:30 a.m. That's my fallback. Here's something that caught me off guard last night. Around 3 a.m., while I was half asleep, the radio lit up on its own. No hand on the dial, no signal registered. Just this low hum, steady, like someone whispering through a fan. I thought maybe it was interference, but the hum rose and fell, like breathing. When it stopped, the clock on the desk ticked twice and froze for a full minute. I don't believe in ghosts, but if you've been awake this long, You start to wonder what parts of the world were tied to our power, and what woke up when it died. A survivor's note from Virginia Beach. We have a sailboat. The water tastes like salt and metal. No land lights, but stars are brighter than they've ever been. She said they can still hear Coast Guard bands at night repeating, "Position hold." If that's real, then the sea still has watchmen. If you're near a coast, look for green flare trails. They mark safe anchor zones, not traps. I'm checking the line. Yep, signal's still breathing. If you're writing things down, mark this. Day 12, hour 6, frost thinning, clouds east, power partial. That's how we build the new weather now. Another voice just crackled in. Evan, this is Rosa from Reno. We found a group walking through the desert yesterday. 4 adults, 1 child. They said they came from Sacramento on foot. Their shoes were melted on the bottom. We fed them what we could, but they keep staring at the sky like something's following them. What should we do? Rosa. The mind breaks before the body. Those people saw things no one's meant to see. Feed them small, talk soft, keep them near warmth. If they stare long enough, cover the windows. Sometimes the horizon flashes when the upper clouds reflect residual bursts. It's just light trapped in dust, not something alive. Don't chase it, don't name it. Let them sleep. If they mumble coordinates or numbers, write them. They might mean shelter zones or codes we can use later. And Rosa, thank you. You saved 5 lives by giving them soup. That matters more than any headline ever did. I'm looking at my hands. They're starting to shake again. Not from fear this time, but from the long nights. Talking keeps me steady. Every call I take, every name I write, it reminds me that the world's still populated by souls that refuse to disappear. Now, for those still listening who might want to transmit, here's a trick. If your antenna wire broke, strip the copper from an extension cord, run it out your window, let it hang loose from a branch, and tie the other end to a metal nail in the ground. That's enough to push a voice out 50 miles. You don't need fancy gear. You just need nerve. A short message came in from Tennessee. If you hear birds at dawn, that's good air. Remember that. The birds know before we do. It's 6:59 now. The sun's fighting through the haze, and for a moment I can almost pretend the world's normal. The frost on the trees glows like it used to after ice storms when I was a kid. But then I see the ash lines in the sky. Gray threads, like someone drew on the clouds with charcoal. That's how you know the old world's still bleeding. I'm going to rest the generator soon. Before I do, I'll read one last letter. It was scratched on the back of a pizza box, left outside the door 2 nights ago. No name, just words. We used to wake up to alarms and hate them. Now I'd give anything to hear one again. The world ended quietly. No explosion, no trumpet. Just silence and the slow realization that no one's coming. That hit me harder than I expected. Because that's the truth of it. The end didn't shout, it whispered. But as long as a few of us keep making noise, we're not done yet. This is Evan Whitaker, Cabin Channel, signing off until 8 a.m. If you lose my voice, don't panic. I'll come back when the line's clean. Keep your fire low, your hope steady, and your hands busy. And if you hear nothing else today, remember this. The world hasn't ended. It's just between breaths. Hold on. I'll be back. 7:05 a.m. The frost has lifted off the window glass. The trees look dipped in ash, and the air smells like wet dirt and iron. I turned off the generator to save fuel. Everything hums quieter now. You can almost hear the snowflakes falling apart before they hit the roof. This is Evan Whitaker, cabin channel 7.215 megahertz, broadcasting from what's left of the Midwest. The band's soft, no skips, no hum, just this clean, low static that almost feels like breathing. If you can hear me, you've made it through another night. That's not nothing. Updates from the map, reports from the south edge of Iowa say the rivers froze unevenly. The ice there isn't clear, it's cloudy, streaked white like old glass. Locals think it's fallout dust trapped inside. They say it glows faint green under the moon. Don't test that. Don't stand close. If it glows, walk away. A trucker near Amarillo said the highways are littered with burned cars, but there's a stretch of road near Vegas still clear enough for travel. He saw smokestacks on the horizon, maybe a refinery still venting gas. He said he thought it looked alive, until he realized the smoke was drifting backwards, wind blowing the wrong way. In the Carolinas, there's word of people heading into the national forests, hiding out in ranger cabins like this one. If that's you, be careful with your fires. A ranger named Oliver called in last night saying he found an empty cabin near Asheville with 3 burnt matchbooks and a diary open to the words, "We didn't mean to burn it down." Scientific rumor, unconfirmed. A signal engineer from Boston said something big, satellite big, fell into the Atlantic last night. He says it wasn't debris. It was broadcasting before it hit. A faint loop on 27 megahertz repeating, "Surface integrity compromised." His guess, a spy satellite losing orbit. If that's true, we may start seeing streaks in the sky as more drop. If you see a long, silent trail that doesn't fade, don't look straight at it. Some carry materials that cook the retina. Call lines open. Evan, it's Mason, out of Billings. The snow here's black on the underside. We scrape it off roofs, melt it, and it leaves sludge. We tried filtering through a shirt, but it tastes like pennies. Any idea what's in it? Mason, that's dust from burned metal. Probably nickel, maybe lead. Don't drink it. If you've got coffee filters, stack 3 layers. Boil the water after. If it still tastes like coins, pour it out. I know it's hard to waste anything now, but some kinds of thirst can't be cured by poison. Evan, my name's Talia. We're 5 miles north of Omaha. There's this low rumble every night, like thunder underground. It shakes dishes. Is it bombs? Talia, maybe not. The ground hum near there is new. Could be magma movement, groundwater reacting to heat below the crust. I had a geologist on the band 2 nights ago say the same thing near Denver. The planet's bleeding under all this. If it's that deep rumble you can feel in your feet but not your chest, it's the Earth, not war. Move valuables off high shelves. Keep water sealed tight. Quakes love weak caps. Personal note. When I stopped talking at dawn, I walked out to the creek behind this cabin. The water there's barely moving now, just this thick black mirror. I threw a stone, and it sank slower than it should have. I could smell oil. There used to be trout in that stream. When the air's still, I can almost hear them splashing from years ago, before the sky changed. You start remembering things that never mattered before. The hiss of a soda can, a bus braking, neighbors' dogs. That's the sound of civilization. Tiny noises you never thanked. If you're listening right now, do one thing for me. Find one small sound that still exists. Wind through pine needles. A hinge creaking. The click of your lighter. Hold on to it. That's proof the world hasn't turned all the way to stone. I got a coded message overnight from a ham in Norway. Just 3 words in Morse. Aurora at noon. That shouldn't be possible. Noon's too bright for aurora. He says the sky shimmered green over the fjord while the sun was still up. If that's real, it It means the atmosphere's thinner now, magnetic shot. If the same starts here, don't stare at it. It's beauty that burns. One last call before the next power cycle. Evan. This is Luke. Springfield, Missouri. My daughter's fever won't break. We can't find antibiotics. We've tried everything. Boiled rags, clean water. What can we do? Luke, listen to me slow. If you can find honey, real honey, not syrup, mix it with warm boiled water. Let her sip it. It soothes infection in the throat. If she's burning hot, wrap her in wet cloths, but not cold. Cool. Check her lips. If they're pale, she's dehydrated. Spoon water in, not gulps. I know that's not medicine. It's survival. I'm not a doctor. I just don't want another father burying someone he loves because he thought no one could hear him. Keep her talking. Even when she's half asleep, make her say her name. That keeps the mind tethered when the body's weak. Call me back tomorrow if she makes it through the night. I'll be here. Short pause. Breath into the mic. It's strange. You spend your whole life thinking the apocalypse would be loud. Sirens, screams, fire. But it's quiet. So quiet it's heavy. You start whispering even when you're alone because loud feels wrong now. But there's something underneath all this quiet. A hum. Deep. Patient. The kind of sound you only notice when the machines stop. Maybe it's the earth. Maybe it's the power lines dying. Maybe it's just what the end of the world sounds like when it finally exhales. 7:28 a.m. I'll keep the transmitter running another half hour before the solar cells kick in. If you've got news, real news, not rumor, send it. If you're listening near rivers, write alive on any bridge wall that still stands. Big letters, charcoal, whatever you can find. Let the next wanderer know the map's not blank. I'll come back at 8 o'clock. Until then, keep your fires small, your footsteps soft, and your heart steady. This is Evan Whitaker Cabin Channel, still broadcasting from the end of the world. 8:02 a.m. The light is sharp now. No warmth in it. Just pale fire sliding through the gaps in the boards. I can see dust spinning in the beam above the desk, each grain catching the glow for a heartbeat, and then gone. The stove's low. I'm feeding it paper scraps from old newspapers that don't mean anything anymore. They curl fast, names and headlines turning to smoke before I can read them. This is Evan Whitaker, still on 7.215 megahertz. Same cabin, same Pine Ridge. If you've been tuned in since dawn, congratulations. You're one of the stubborn ones. The band's clean right now. Skips running smooth over the plains. I can hear faint replies between the static, so keep the power low when you talk back. Whisper through the wire. Regional notes. A caller from St. Paul says the river's running backward. I thought he was delirious until he described it. Current pulling upstream, water lapping against bridges like it's lost. Could be wind patterns, could be some dam break we haven't heard about. If you live along the Mississippi, stay 50 feet back. That river's not loyal anymore. From down south, near Jackson, someone reported the night sky flickering. Not lightning. Something slower. He says it was red on one edge, green on the other. That's radiation trapped in the upper clouds, the kind that never shows on weather radar. If you see color in the sky that doesn't belong there, don't make wishes. Get under a roof. The northern plains are dry but still breathing. 2 families up near Bismarck set up windmills from truck axles and sheet metal. They're pumping groundwater and trading jugs for canned beans. If you're near them, find the tall red barn with half a roof and a flag of rags tied to the post. That's their mark. They said anyone who knocks polite can share a cup. Incoming call. Evan. This is Henry, outside Dayton. I found a radio tower still upright, maybe 60 feet tall. Lights on the top flash every 30 seconds. Should we go near it? Henry. Number. Leave it. Those towers hum with stored energy long after the line dies. Step too close and your fillings will buzz. They sometimes pull lightning even on clear days. Mark its location with paint or chalk and move on. The light means there's still a capacitor breathing somewhere in the base. Let the ghosts keep their glow. Message relay from West Band. A small commune near Boise is asking for iodine tablets or substitutes. They've got newborns, and the water's dirty. If you're listening and you're near Idaho, tell them kelp powder works in a pinch. A tablespoon a day, split between meals. Don't overdo it, or your throat will swell. I need to tell you something strange that happened last night after I signed off. Around 1 a.m., the sky over the ridge flashed white. No thunder, no heat, just light. The snow outside glowed like it was lit from beneath. Then, for maybe 30 seconds, I could hear voices, not through the radio, through the air. Faint, overlapping, like people whispering in another room. Words I couldn't make out. I went outside with the flashlight, but the beam hit nothing. Just trees and fog. When it stopped, the woods felt heavier, like they were listening back. Maybe it was static playing tricks. Maybe it was my brain. But if any of you heard something like that, low voices in the air, not on the radio, write it down. We may be hearing echoes from the old satellite bands bleeding through the magnetosphere. Or maybe something else entirely. Small comforts update. A woman from Tennessee named Susan wrote that her neighborhood uses walkie-talkies to check in every hour. They call it the heartbeat. 6 houses, 1 voice at a time. If one skips, they all go look. That's community. Doesn't take power grids or mayors, just voices that refuse to fade. If you've got more than one radio, lend it to a neighbor, even if it's half broken. Isolation's a sickness of its own. Another call, weak but clear. Evan, this is Aaron from Tulsa. We got strangers walking through at night. No flashlights, just moving slow, like they're following something. Dogs won't bark at them. Should we hide or call out? Aaron, lock your doors. Don't speak. Sometimes people lose the light behind their eyes before the rest of them goes. Hunger and grief do that. They wander toward sound. Stay quiet until sunrise. If they pass without turning, count that as mercy. Leave food on the fence after daylight if your conscience asks for it, but never open the door at night. It's 8:24 a.m. now. The wind's turned, coming from the south. The smell has changed. Less metal, more wet earth. That means the storms are breaking up. That also means the dust's settling closer to ground. Keep masks or scarves over your mouths if you step out. I'll stay on air for another 20 minutes before switching to the low band for Europe. If you're out there across the ocean, listening through the static, drop a call sign or city name. We used to be countries. Now we're just coordinates and voices. Before I sign off this block, I want to read something sent from a kid in northern Michigan. He wrote it on notebook paper, probably torn from a school pad. The ink's smudged, but I can make out the words. My dad says we're supposed to be scared, but I'm not. The stars look closer now. I think they're watching to make sure we don't quit. That's the kind of message that keeps the lights in here from feeling so dim. If you can hear me, mark the time. 8:30 a.m., day 12. The world's still ending, but we're still talking. Keep your fires small. Keep your hearts noisy. This is Evan Whitaker, Cabin Channel, holding frequency until the next breath. If you can hear this, you are inside my circle of noise. This is Ben Archer, shortwave and AM relay from the south shore of Lake Erie, speaking from what used to be the back room of a print shop in downtown Erie, Pennsylvania. The clock on the wall says 5:42, Monday. It's around 2 degrees above freezing inside here. The roof leaks in 2 places. The wind is out of the northeast. The barometer fell again last night and hasn't moved since. If you're tuning across the dial, I'm putting this out on 5:40 a.m. when the line holds, and on shortwave at 7.490 megahertz and 9.330 megahertz when the antenna coupler doesn't arc. If it drifts or fades, don't give up. The ground is wet and the cables are dirty. Signals slip when everything is damp and wrong. I'll start with what matters right now. If you are anywhere downwind of the big cities along the lakes, Cleveland, Buffalo, Detroit, you already know the snow is not snow. Don't brush it barehanded. Don't let it sit on your tongue. If you have a mask, wear it. If you don't, wrap a wet cloth and breathe through that. If you can't do that, put your mouth under your shirt and take slow breaths. The ash last night had a fine green sparkle in it when I shone a flashlight. Tiny, like ground glass. It sticks to hair and wool and the inside lip of a cup. I rinsed the tank filters at 2:15, and the backwash ran gray for a full minute before it went clear. If you're drawing water from a rain barrel, skim the top with a plate before you dip. Let it settle if you can spare the time. The first odd thing, the first thing that told me all the small glitches weren't just bad luck, was not the bright sky on the 10th day. It was a week earlier, just after midnight. The NOAA weather radio kept cutting to dead air during the hourly observations. Not full silence, just a thin, high hiss, and then the voice would come back in the middle of a sentence with the wrong time code. The same minute read out 3 times. 00:17, 00:17, 00:17. I wrote it down because I thought my head was playing tricks. Then my phone, back when the towers still had life, pushed an alert that had no sender. It said, "Stand by for further information," and blinked like a cheap sign. I tried to screenshot it, and the screen froze on a photo from last year. My brother standing on Presque Isle, laughing, holding a perch we'd caught in the bay. That was when I knew something under the skin was moving. You don't get the same minute 3 times for no reason. Clocks hate lies. 2 mornings later, the first emergency alert hit the regular stations here. Not the old monthly tone, not the weather tests. A strange burst, fast and flat. The TV stations went black. The anchors never made it to the desk. When they came back, they didn't say where the feed was coming from. "Shelter in place," they said. "Await instructions," they said. A crawl ran across the bottom in a font I've never seen. Thin lines, tight spacing, like it was meant for another screen. Then the crawl went away, but the empty band where it had been stayed like a bruise. At 10:07, we lost Channel 12. At 10:11, 96.1 FM started playing the same 10 seconds of a song on a loop. At 10:13, an old AM station out of Ashtabula that had been dead for years came to life with a man whispering coordinates. He said them 3 times, with a long breath in between, like each line cost him a year. I wrote those down too, because paper doesn't forget when power dies. They land somewhere in western Ohio. I don't know if that's where he was or where he wanted people to go. If you heard that voice too, tell me, so I know I didn't dream it. Call signs I can still hear now. WDEV up in Vermont, faint but steady around dawn. A stubborn hobbyist near Altoona riding a generator. Voice only, no music. A Coast Guard relay that clicks on and off near Sandusky, with a recorded message about keeping channels clear for emergency traffic, though the lake is full of drift and the cutters haven't come near the bay since the bright day. If you're out there on a small boat, tie off in the lee if you can, and don't trust the compasses. They lose their nerve when the clouds are heavy with dust. I've also heard something that might be a military net, on and off just below 5 megahertz. It sounds like men talking into their collars, short words, nothing you'd say if you had time to breathe. It comes and goes like a cough from a man behind a door. If you pick it up, don't talk to it. They don't want you, and they don't forgive mistakes. People keep asking what happened first, because it helps to hang a label on the start. I don't know how to tell that story straight. The light came without a sunrise, yes. We all saw that. But the ground gave up before the light did. The fiber links slowed like a heart with too much fear in it. Card readers spat out receipts that said, unable. Fuel pumps clicked, but didn't deliver. I heard 3 different stories from 3 different men about what started it. One worked logistics in Youngstown and said the cross-country switches were shot by a timed packet, like a night watchman who takes a bribe at the same hour on the same night every week. One was a reservist from a base near Pittsburgh who said the radar saw too many birds at once, and none of them were birds. One was a lab tech who used to fix dental machines and swore on his kid's school bus that the first boom we thought we felt was miles under our shoes, where old mines run like veins, as if the earth itself burped. What I know is that by the time the sky went white over the horizon like a torn sheet, nothing that should have worked did. The city lists come in waves, and I will say them as I hear them because names matter. Cleveland, north side to the lakefront, no lights, no sirens, just a long glow for an hour on the first night. Buffalo, downtown to South Park, gone from the skyline like it was never built. Detroit, east of the Rouge, black with a red shine where the old stacks stand. Toronto flickered, then fell quiet. Chicago never came back after the second night. Pittsburgh is flat from what people on the ridges say, though I still carry a stupid hope that the rivers made a wall the heat couldn't climb. If someone in Squirrel Hill or Mount Washington can hear this and knows different, please speak. Say 2 words. Say still here. I will keep the band open. Inside this room, I keep a notebook of caller names and towns because my head is always half asleep and the days lurch into each other. Last night, we had 3 clear calls and 1 broken. From Toledo, a woman named Maria. She said she, her husband, and their son were in a church basement on the west side with 12 others. She said they rigged a windbreak along the stairwell with coats and heavy blankets and hung a hand-lettered sign by the outer door that read, "No food here," to stop angry knocks. She asked if anyone knew what the green sparks meant when she shook out a rug. I told her what I saw in my flashlight. I told her not to sweep dry. Use a damp mop. Let the dust fall to the cloth like it's heavy with shame, not scatter like a lie. She cried a little, but she kept her voice down because her boy was sleeping. Maria, if you can hear me this morning, I put your name on the board. You are not a ghost. From Kingston, across the lake, a man named Evan. The line kept fading, and he spoke fast when it came back. He said the first big wave of people heading north never made it past the tolls on the 401. He said soldiers with blue armbands stood at the off-ramps and waved traffic away from the city and into small roads, and then the small roads filled with cars that made their own slow graveyard. He said he saw a bus that looked like it was made of candle wax. He said he turned around and went home, and now he's living in his basement with 2 neighbors and a dog that won't bark. He wanted to know if phones would ever work again. Evan, if you hear this, save your battery for noon and midnight if you must keep it on. If the nets come back, it won't be for long, and it won't be fair. The broken call came from west of Akron. I only caught the name Ty, and the words National Guard checkpoint and curfew. He said they were told to go home, but home was in a township that burned on day 8 when a grocery south of the freeway blew its own roof. Ty, if you try again, try on the hour. I stay by the mic, even when I'm not saying anything. I have a pad of paper and a pencil with a chewed end, and I write down any word that makes it across. You don't need a full story for me to know you are real. One small thing is enough. Ty, hungry, south of Akron. I can carry that all day like a coin I won't spend. I promised a few of you I would say what I know, or what I've been told by people who wore uniforms and had access to rooms where the lights never go all the way off. One of them was a guest 2 nights ago. No names, no rank, just a voice that sounded like it had chewed on copper and didn't like the taste. He said the first shots weren't shots. They were tests. Small, precise, meant to watch our fingers and see which button we would press. He said the second wave was not small. He said the big birds we all feared were not the only birds. Some came in low over the water, where the radar hides under its own skin. Some came in high and coasted for miles, like they didn't care if we saw them, because there was nothing we could do that would matter. He said what broke us wasn't just heat and light. It was the way the grid was held together by men who had to decide where to send the last voltage of the night, and the way those men were also fathers and sons and had their own people to save. He said, "You can't run a country when every wire in it leads to someone you love." I don't know how to give comfort when comfort is thin, but I can give shape. If you are under martial law, and many of you are, whether anyone said those words out loud, you will see patterns. Curfews are a pattern. The trucks that come at dawn and leave before noon are a pattern. The places where the soldiers stand, bridges, water plants, fuel depots, are a map drawn in the open. There are fewer trucks each day. There are more men on corners with nothing to do but stare. Don't stare back. Walk when you must. Carry a bag that looks light, even if it isn't. If someone yells from a window, don't look up. Keep your eyes on the street so you don't catch a fight you can't finish. We're getting new listeners from places I never thought would reach this far. The other night, I heard a man from Johnstown, voice clear as if he was next door. He said the sirens there went off on day 3 and never came back. He said they tried to blow the dam to keep the flood from the city if the hillside above it lit up, and the charges failed because the men who wired them had been on shift for 30 hours and missed a line. He said the water sits heavy now, and the people in the low parts of town move like sleepwalkers. He asked if he should leave. I asked him if he had somewhere to go that had a roof, food for more than 2 days, and a person who would open the door without asking him what he had to trade. He didn't answer for a long time. Then he said, "I guess not." I told him to wait for noon and listen then. People move at noon because they think the day is on their side. You not moving when they do can be its own kind of armor. Someone wants me to talk about the first day I knew it was nuclear, and not just everything else falling apart at once. It was not the light, though the light was a kind of verdict no one can argue with. It was the birds. On the morning after the sky burned behind the lake, there were no gulls. None. They don't care about our troubles. They love garbage and wind, and they will laugh over your head even when you are burying a friend. But they were gone. Every gull from every pier, every lamp, every ferry railing, gone. The air felt empty without their rude joy. That was the clue the body gives when it knows poison is in the room. Birds leave first. Insects leave next. people stay and pretend the floor is steady. I keep a small counter here that ticks when the room is angry. It doesn't scream. It just speeds up when the ash is thick and slows when I've done a good job taping seams and dampening cloth. I hold it to the window for 5 counts every hour and write the number in the margin of the log. If you have no counter but you want a way to tell whether the air outside is better or worse than the air inside, here is one trick a man on the ham band told me. Put a white plate outside for 10 minutes, then wipe it with a wet napkin. If the streak it leaves on the napkin glows faint when you hold it near a watch hand with paint on the numbers, bring the plate in and wash your hands, and don't go out that hour. If it leaves nothing, go quick and go low to the ground. The man said he learned that from a miner who learned it from his father. Even if it's not perfect, it gives your mind a lever to push against fear. I have to say the names of the little towns too, because big cities get all the ink even now, and it's the little places where people stand in doorways and wait for someone to say their name into the air. Northeast Pennsylvania. Vines heavy with frost, grapes you can't eat anymore, but the vines still hold the fence like a promise. Girard, silos standing, but the feed inside is stale and it smells like wet matches. Edinburgh, lake quiet. One kayak on a rope under a dock. No ripples. If you live there and you can't leave, you are not nothing. Light a candle in a window that faces the road for 1 minute at 9 p.m. if you have the fuel to spare. I will tell people to look for it when they pass. We spread word by little signs now. A rag on a fence post. Chalk arrows. A bread bag tied to a mailbox. A soldier, ex-soldier he said, came by the shop yesterday with a map folded so many times the edges looked like they'd turned to sugar in the rain. He asked for batteries and left me a hand-drawn chart of the siren towers across 3 counties. Don't go near them, he said. People camp under them, thinking someone will come to turn them on. When they don't, the camp turns mean. I was stupid enough to ask where he was headed. He looked at me like I should know better. Away, he said. Then he pointed at the lake and at the line where the water and the sky have the same tired color. Not that way. Later, I found a note in the box where I keep pens. If you hear a voice that tells you to head to a city for aid, wait 3 days and listen for the same message from a different voice. If it never comes, don't go. He signed it with his initials and the year he joined, which makes him younger than he sounded. We're all running out of something. I'm out of sugar. I have enough beans for a while and enough rice for a little while after that. I'm low on iodine tablets, and I am not brave enough to take water straight from the roof gutters anymore. If you have a slow sand filter, 3 buckets, gravel, sand, charcoal, you can push 2 gallons through in an afternoon. Lay a clean cloth at the top. Swap the cloth each time, and wash the dirty one in boiled water. If you have no charcoal, burn a small stick in a can and crush what's left with a stone. Put that in the middle layer between the sand and the gravel. It's not magic, but it forgives sins you don't know you've made. Now I'll read messages and notes that made it here by scratchy voice or by the paper box on the back step. From Jamestown, New York. We moved the kids to the high school gym. There's no heat, but the walls make people quiet. We need insulin. If anyone finds it in a closed store, leave it in the red cooler by the south door. From Ashtabula. 2 boats left the marina at dawn yesterday. One came back. The one that came back had 4 people aboard who didn't leave with it. From Meadville. We saw a convoy of trucks marked with a bird logo we didn't know, green wings, hard edges, heading south on 19. They didn't stop for anyone. If you see that logo, draw it on a piece of cardboard and nail it high on a light pole at the next intersection, so other people know the path they took. People are asking if the government will speak again. I have nothing to tell you except that I heard a recorded message just after midnight on 7.890 megahertz that said, FEMA Region 3 remains operational, and then listed counties. It cut out at Erie and came back at York. The voice was a woman, and she sounded like she could be reading a recipe. That is not her fault. They tell them to read like that, so they don't pass fear to the next person. I would like to hear a voice from the West that sounds like it belongs to a person who is sleeping, even if it is only 5 minutes a night. There is rumor that some of the submarine crews are handling relays on the coast because the shoreline towers are tired and full of salt. If that is true, then men sitting under miles of water are saying county names for people they will never meet. That feels like a blessing, even if it does not fill your bowl. I should speak about panic, but the word makes it sound like a choice. People are hungry. People are cold. People don't know who is in charge of the road in front of their house. Panic is a name we give to the body when it knows before the mind. If you feel it rise, put your hand on something that doesn't move, concrete, brick, a tree, and count to 20 while you look at a small thing. A screw in a hinge, a chip in a tile, a knot in a rope. Let your breath follow your count. When you get to 20, decide one thing you can do that doesn't make tomorrow worse. Sometimes that is sit down. Sometimes that is drink half a cup, not a full one. Sometimes that is tie your shoe. I will also say some bad news that may save you later. People who were good neighbors 2 weeks ago have started stopping cars on Route 6 near the split with 97. They put out crates and broken chairs like a little yard sale in the lane, so you have to slow. Then 2 men step into the road with hands up. Another waits by the shoulder with a pipe. If you have to drive that road, don't. If you must, go in daylight and keep space in front of you so you can turn around. If they wave, you wave back and keep moving. If they smile, you smile and keep moving. If they shout that they need a tow, or a light, or a phone, you point behind them as if someone is coming and you keep moving. If they chase, drive into the ditch on the side with grass, not the side with rock. You can climb out of grass. You can't climb out of rock. I caught a signal from the west for a few minutes, right before I spoke. It sounded like Oklahoma City, but I can't swear. The man on that band said the Pentagon is a shadow, and the men who would say yes or no are in places you can't find on a map, and their maps are old anyway. He said the word continuity 3 times, and then he laughed once, and nothing else came through. He said something else in the clear, though, and it stuck in me. He said, "We keep thinking someone will come and say, 'We got this.' No one is coming like that. It's 1,000 small hands holding 1,000 small ropes. If you're holding a rope, keep your grip. That's all the world is now. If you need the daily practicals, here they are. Battery rotation. If you have 2, run 1, charge 1. Never run them both flat on the same day. Food order. Eat the fresh first, the dry second, the canned third, and save one sweet thing for the worst night. Fire rule. If you must burn inside, burn small, near the floor, and use a pipe or a window cracked to pull the smoke. Don't sleep while it burns. Don't sleep while it burns. Don't sleep while it burns. Health. If your feet are cold all day, you will get sick, even if you think you won't. Wrap them. Change socks. Air them near the stove if you have one. Spirits. If you drink to sleep, you will wake when you don't want to. Drink a mouthful of warm water instead. Your body forgives water. It punishes everything else. A boy from the east side. He didn't leave his name, just near the old GE plant. left a note that made me put my hands on the table and breathe slow. We saw 3 bright lines in the sky last night, not like planes, straight and too fast, and then a long rumble like a train under the house. The horizon looked like a stove burner for a second, and then it went back to the old gray. If you saw that too, draw it somewhere. Draw it on the inside of a cupboard door. Draw it in soot on the back of a frying pan. Draw it so you remember that you didn't make it up. Memory is going to be a struggle soon. We'll all try to forget the bad parts, and that will be all of it if we're not careful. We keep each other honest by leaving marks. I promised myself I wouldn't talk about my brother today, but he's here with me in every word. He took the night shift last night with the hand crank when the generator coughed and I needed to swap plugs. He hummed under his breath to keep time, and in my head I could hear the stupid chorus to the song we used to sing in the garage when we thought cars were the only machines that mattered. He's not here now. He's out behind the shop looking at the pipe that goes up to the roof because something knocked it loose, and we lose half our heat there. When he comes back in, he'll stamp his boots, and I'll look up, and will not say the thing we're both thinking, which is that this is not life, but it is what we have. If you have someone near you, and you can stand the way they breathe, keep them near. If you can't stand it, pick a room between you and make your visits at set times, so you don't hurt each other. We're all raw. We can't afford to scrape that wound every hour. I will keep the line open for callers on the half hour and the hour. If you hear a rush of static, it means I've switched bands. It doesn't mean I've left you. If the AM goes dead, try the shortwave. If the shortwave sounds like a bee in a jar, try the AM. If both are gone, wait 5 minutes and try again. I won't stop speaking unless the room tells me to. When the batteries are low, I will say so. When the fuel is gone, I will say so. When I am tired and my words get thin, I will say so. I will not pretend the day is gentler than it is, because that is how we got fooled before. The way people in nice clothes on screens told us the storm would pass without wetting our shoes. Here is one more set of names I owe to the dead, or the missing, or the not yet known. Parma Heights, Ohio. Man named Ray says the streetlights never blinked again after day 4. Lockport, New York. Woman named Denise says the canal is a strip of black glass, and the lock gates creak even when the air is still. Windsor, Ontario. Kid named Tyler says he saw a convoy cross the bridge at night with no headlights, and men on the flatbeds wrapped in dark tarps. If any of those voices can call back, I will write, heard twice, next to your names. Twice means you're part of this net, even if we never meet. For the people who asked for a prayer, I don't have one that will make sense to every ear. I have something like one. When I feel the panic take my fingers and make them clumsy, I say, look at the screw. Count to 20. Choose one small thing. That is my prayer. It fits in the mouth. It makes no promise I can't keep. I will close this block with a map you can draw in your head. Put the lake at the top. Put Erie in the middle, like a thumbprint. Draw a line west to Cleveland, and mark it with a dark smudge for the places where the shore burned. Draw a line east to Buffalo and mark it with a thin gray band for the ash that rides the wind. Draw a line south to Pittsburgh, and then stop your pencil a little short, and leave the end of that line open. That open tip is where hope lives for me right now. It's not a big house, that hope. It has one chair, and the roof leaks, but it's there. If someone in Pittsburgh can say, still here, I will draw a circle at the end of that open line and I will make the line thicker. We make our own maps now, and we fill them in together. This is Ben Archer, Erie, Pennsylvania, 5:40 a.m. when the wire's awake, 7.490, and 9.330 when the sky lets me. I'll hold this frequency for the next call window. If your voice can make it across, say your name, your place, and one thing that would help you live through the day. Not the week, just the day. If you can hear me but can't speak, pass this room to the next person. Tell them where to listen. Tell them when. Tell them there's a man with a notebook who will write their name down and say it out loud so the air knows who it carries. It's 7:11 now. The light outside the front window is pale and thin, like it's trying to remember what morning used to look like. The street is quiet, except for something loose on a roof down the block that keeps tapping in the wind. Every sound out there feels bigger now, like the world got hollow and the echoes don't know where to go. I was sitting here a few minutes ago just watching the steam rise off the cup when the signal from Cleveland came through again. Just a burst of static with one clear word in it. Containment. The voice didn't sound like a civilian. Flat, clipped, no panic, just that one word. Then it dropped off like someone had flipped a switch. I keep replaying it in my head. Containment. Are they talking about the fires, or the radiation, or the people? The wind shifted last night, blew from the southwest for the first time since this started. I went outside to move the antenna, and the sky had this strange shimmer to it, like thin oil on water. You can't see stars anymore, not really. Just a kind of pulse behind the clouds. The snow, or whatever you want to call it now, still falls, even though it's not that cold. I held out my hand and watched the flakes melt before they touched my skin, turning to mist halfway down. At 3 a.m., the shortwave band carried a faint relay from somewhere out near Iowa. The man said, "Agricultural containment zones active. No shipments. Repeat, no shipments." That means the farms are done. Even the ones that made it through the first flash will die by the dust alone. I don't think most people have realized what that means yet. We were always a few days away from hunger, even when the shelves were full. Now those days are gone. If you're in a town with livestock, keep them alive as long as you can. Their water will tell you what yours can't. If they won't drink, don't you either. And if you start to see burns around their mouths, stop using that well. Dig snow and let it settle. It's not perfect, but it's something. I want to read a message that came through before sunrise. It's from a man named Peter in Erie's West Side. He said, "My mother's Geiger counter hit the roof last night. We buried it in the yard. The lights are gone. The air tastes metallic. I think the river's glowing." He signed it, "Still listening." Peter, I'm reading this so you know your words made it out of your house. Don't go near the river. It runs through the old industrial lots before it hits the lake. Everything upstream is bleeding into it now. If you can, collect rain off metal instead of the ground. Another came in from a woman named Leah in Mentor, Ohio. She said she's been hearing drone noises at night, low, steady hums moving across the sky with no lights. I've heard them too. They pass just before dawn, right before the ash starts to fall heavier. Someone out there is still flying, maybe autonomous, maybe scavengers, maybe something worse. Leah said one of them dropped something small, metallic, onto her street, like a canister. She didn't open it. She just wrote down the serial number on the side, CIV-M12-4017. I don't know what that is, but if anyone else has seen one, don't touch it. I can't shake the feeling that this isn't just about bombs anymore. There's precision in this chaos. The power grid didn't just die. It was carved. Lines went dark in patterns, like a hand drawing across a map. Even the airwaves feel sculpted. Frequencies vanish and reappear exactly on the hour. That doesn't happen by chance. Someone, somewhere, is still steering the storm. When the silence gets too thick, I tap my fingers on the table just to remind myself that sound still works. It's a stupid trick, but it helps. It's funny. The last normal conversation I had before everything broke was about nothing. My neighbor stopped by the shop to ask if I'd seen her cat. We stood outside, talking about how warm it was for February. She was wearing a bright red coat. I can still see her walking down the sidewalk, turning the corner. I haven't seen her since. Sometimes I dream about that coat moving through the gray outside. Just that little bit of color in all this dust. If you're hearing me right now and you've been alone for too long, talk to the air. Say your name. Say what you miss. The air doesn't judge. The silence will swallow you if you let it. A man called last hour, no name, just a voice thick with static, from somewhere near Toledo. He said, "They're moving people into schools again. They say it's safe." His voice cracked when he said that word, safe. That's the word that means nothing anymore. Schools, gyms, basements, they all end up the same. 4 walls that hold the same air you can't breathe. If you're being told to move, move away from the wind, not toward it. That's the only rule that still matters. The generator's running low. I'll have to switch tanks soon. If you lose me for a few minutes, that's why. It's strange. Before all this, I used to fix radios as a hobby. I liked hearing the faint chatter of strangers across states. Truckers, hams, bored old men tinkering in garages. Now I still do it, but every voice feels like a ghost that hasn't realized it's dead. We've got one last message before I cut to the half-hour watch. It's from Ella, somewhere near Rochester. She wrote, "We saw a light over the lake last night, then the snow turned black. It fell in clumps that hissed when they hit the ground. Is it spreading? Yes, Ella. It's spreading. It always was. Stay inside. Stay quiet. I'll be here as long as the batteries hold." This is Ben Archer, Erie, Pennsylvania, holding the line. 5:40 a.m. and 7.490 shortwave. If you can still speak, I'm still listening. It's 9:32 now. The light has gone from gray to that dull yellow you get before a storm, except there are no storms anymore. Just the same slow, choking sky. I can see out the front window, past the half-collapsed awning and the burned car at the corner. The snow, or ash, whatever we're calling it now, has stopped for a bit. It sits on the rooftops in a way that makes everything look gentle, like the world is pretending to be peaceful. The generator coughed twice about 20 minutes ago. I had to prime the carburetor with fuel I've been rationing for days. The sound of it almost scared me. It's been so long since I heard an engine that wasn't burning itself out. You forget what life used to sound like. Before sunrise, I picked up a faint relay out of Cincinnati. A woman, maybe military. She repeated coordinates, north, west, and then something about Zone Delta now compromised. The feed cut came back with music for about 5 seconds. An old jazz tune, distorted, echoing, and then silence again. I don't think it was an accident. Maybe she played that clip on purpose. Maybe it was her way of saying goodbye. I've started to notice that every transmission ends differently now. Some fade naturally, but others are cut clean, hard, like scissors through wire. It means someone's still choosing when to shut them off, which means someone, somewhere, still has control. A man named Harold from Meadville came through around 8:15. His signal was rough, but he said something I can't stop thinking about. The birds came back, he said, but they aren't acting right. He described them circling low to the ground, quiet, landing on cars and fence posts, and just staying there. They don't blink, he said. They just stare. I don't know if radiation can do that to an animal, or if they're just confused. But he said one of them followed him all the way to his porch, like it was waiting for him to open the door. I asked him what color their feathers were. He said gray. Just gray. If anyone out there is still keeping a journal, start writing these things down. We're going to forget what came first. The brain edits the order when the days stop meaning anything. If we ever rebuild these small details, how the birds acted, what the sky looked like, those will be our fossils. Yesterday evening, I picked up a pattern in the static. It sounded random at first, just bursts, gaps, bursts. But I counted the intervals, every 12 seconds, exactly. I checked again 2 hours later, still every 12 seconds. Then it stopped for 1 minute and came back every 10 seconds. That's not nature. That's someone tapping a key somewhere, maybe out of habit, maybe as a beacon. Morse code, maybe, but I can't decode it. If anyone still has a working key or knows how to read bursts, listen between 7.488 and 7.491 megahertz around 2200 hours. That's when it's strongest. People keep asking in their messages, is there a safe zone? The truth is, if there were, we wouldn't need the question. I've heard rumors about bunkers in Colorado, shelters in Maine, even a ship off the coast of Nova Scotia picking up survivors. But I've also heard the same voice that said, containment, whisper, evacuation failed just before the band collapsed. It's all whispers now. I remember the first week when the power first went out. I used to look for the glow of other windows, proof that someone was still trying. Now I look for darkness. Light gets you noticed. Light draws movement. Last night, I saw a flicker across the street, probably a candle, but it went out as soon as I moved toward the window. Either they saw my light, or they're gone. The town's population has shrunk to echoes. When I walk outside, every sound feels like it's waiting for me to answer it. A door creaks, a tin can rolls, and it feels personal, like the world is whispering, "Are you still there?" If you are listening near Detroit, a man calling himself Redline has been broadcasting on 8.325 megahertz. He's got a generator, maybe solar. He said yesterday that the river caught fire. Not in the old way, not from oil, but from something that floated down and lit itself. He said people on the bridges were coughing blood before they hit the ground. He's been calling it the red water. If anyone near Detroit can confirm or deny that, let me know. He sounds tired. We all do. The rumor mill is turning again. Some say it wasn't all nuclear, that some of the blasts were chemical, some biological. That one country hit another's plants, and the fallout mixed with nerve agents. I can't confirm that, but if you start feeling numbness in your lips or tongue after being outside, that's not radiation. That's something else. I caught my reflection in the window this morning while the light was right. I look older than I should. 10 years older than last month. There's a gray streak through my hair now. My hands shake a little when I write. I used to think it was just the cold. Now I'm not so sure. You know what's strange? I still get phantom phone vibrations in my pocket. There's no phone there. Hasn't been for days. But my brain still expects messages that aren't coming. It's like muscle memory for connection. Another call came in before dawn. A woman named Cassie, south of Pittsburgh. She whispered the whole time. Said her brother worked at a decommissioned radar site near the mountains. They were told to lock down before the lights went out. She said last week he radioed her. His last words were, "It wasn't missiles." Then the line cut. I asked her what he meant. She didn't know. He said it came from inside. She said, "Not from them? From us." If that's true, we might never know what inside meant. Cassie, if you're listening now, keep your head down. If you see aircraft overhead, don't assume they're friendly. Not anymore. I keep a little red notebook by the console. Every time someone calls, I write their name and the day I heard them. The pages are starting to curl from the damp. I've stopped numbering them because I don't know what day it is anymore. Sometimes I look back and see names I don't remember saying aloud. Maybe they're gone. Maybe I said them in my sleep. We're past the point of thinking this will end soon. We're at the part where endurance is the only goal. Stay warm. Stay unseen. And if you hear someone calling your name from outside at night, don't answer. This is Ben Archer, 5:40 a.m., Erie, Pennsylvania. I'll keep the line open another hour. If you're still breathing, still moving, still hoping, then so am I. It's 11:48 a.m. now. I only know that because the clock I wound last night hasn't stopped yet. The second hand sticks every time the generator surges, but it's better than guessing. I haven't seen the sun since before breakfast. Just a gray glow that moves from one side of the clouds to the other, like it's lost its direction. The air outside isn't moving anymore. When I opened the door to check the antenna wire, it felt heavy. Still, like the whole sky was pressing down. I found 3 letters under the door this morning, slipped in sometime between 4 and dawn. Someone must have walked through the street, quiet as a shadow. The first was written on the back of a cereal box, blue ink. It said, "Ben, we've been hearing what sounds like thunder after midnight, but the sky's clear. The dogs start whining before it happens. Any idea what it is?" Signed, Nora and Glenn, Harbor Creek Township. If you're still out there, Nora and Glenn, that sound isn't thunder, it's shock waves, low, distant ones. Probably detonations underground, fuel depots, bunkers, or collapsed tunnels. When the weather's still, the sound carries. Keep your windows cracked a half-inch when you hear it, so the pressure doesn't break the glass. The second letter came from a kid, maybe 16, from the east side. Crumpled paper, smudged pencil. I keep seeing flashes at night in the lake, like lightning underwater. My dad says it's the reflections from the cities burning, but it's too far. What else could it be? If you can hear me, kid, that's phosphorus runoff reacting under the surface. It looks like lightning because your eyes want it to be something normal. Stay away from the shoreline at night. The mist there isn't fog. The last note was blank except for one word, written with a shaky hand. Survivors? I don't know who left it, but the answer's yes. We're fewer than we were, but not gone. You're not alone. I keep track of the wind direction on the back of my logbook. Since last night, it's been coming straight from the southwest, which means whatever burned out near Pittsburgh is coming our way. The counter ticks a little faster every hour now. Not dangerous yet, but not kind either. If you can smell ozone, that sharp, metallic scent that makes your teeth ache, close your vents. I don't know if anyone remembers, but 10 days ago, right before everything broke, there was talk on the emergency bands about a launch misfire. Some said one of our own systems glitched. Others said sabotage. The official line lasted maybe 2 hours before the feeds went dead. A technician who called in on day 4 told me something that's been eating at me since. He said the alert didn't come from the defense network at all. It came from a weather satellite. He said the coordinates matched no known trajectory. Then he laughed quietly and said, maybe the sky saw something it wasn't supposed to. That thought sits in me like a splinter. The past few nights, there's been a hum under the floor. Too steady to be the generator, too deep to be wind. It's like the earth itself is running a motor somewhere down below. You feel it in your ribs more than you hear it. I thought it was in my head until a caller from Ashtabula said the same thing. She said her dishes rattled, not from quakes, but from a pulse. Maybe old lines under the soil are still alive, looping power nowhere. Or maybe it's just the ground remembering what it was built to hold. I keep finding excuses to go outside, even though I shouldn't. There's a stillness that makes you think maybe it's getting better. Maybe the air's cleaner. Then you feel that dry itch in your throat, and the hope dies before it grows. I've been using the same scarf for 10 days now. The edges are stiff with dust. I wash it in boiled water every night. That's my ritual. The way some people pray, I scrub the ash out of fabric. Someone on the Western Band keeps repeating a phrase I can't decode. Project Dawnlight complete. Awaiting new parameters. The first time I heard it, I thought it was a recording. But the voice changes slightly each time. Same words, different tone, like a person repeating a script they no longer believe in. If there's anyone listening from Michigan, you might have caught that same feed around 8 megahertz. If so, note the time. Maybe we can triangulate where it's coming from. It's getting harder to tell which parts of this are still the war, and which parts are just what happens after. The broadcasts sound thinner. The silences between them get longer. I haven't heard music in days, not even the ghost kind that slips into the static when you're tired. Just voices cracking, breathing, whispering. Once, right before dawn, I thought I heard children singing through the noise. A nursery rhyme, slow and wrong. But when I turned the dial, it vanished. People used to say, silence was peace. Now it's just a wound that keeps bleeding memory. I keep the notebook of names open beside me. I flip through it when the signal drops. Leah, mentor. Still hearing drones. Harold, Meadville, the Gray Birds. Peter, Erie West Side. Still listening. Some of these names are the only proof they ever existed. If you hear your name on this broadcast, it means someone out there knows you mattered. Yesterday, just before sunset, I caught movement on the bridge that leads out of town. 3 figures. They moved like they were carrying something heavy between them. They stopped halfway across and set it down. One of them waved toward the lake, not toward me. Then they just stood there for a long time. When darkness came, they didn't move again. I don't know if they're still standing there now. I haven't looked. If you're south of here, near Edinburgh or Cambridge Springs, you might still have power in short bursts. Someone keeps trying to patch the grid. Lights flicker, die, then come back for a second. Don't rely on it. It's a ghost's heartbeat, just nerves firing after death. I'll give you what little I know about surviving in this. Boil everything twice. Burn soft wood, not treated lumber. Don't follow voices calling for help after dark. And if you find a working radio, don't tune below 5 megahertz at night. The signals there aren't ours anymore. I don't know who they belong to. It's almost noon now. I'll stay on this frequency for another hour before switching to 7.493. If you hear me fading, retune there. I'll keep talking until my voice gives out, or the fuel does. This is Ben Archer, Erie, Pennsylvania. Still holding. If you can hear me, you're alive, and that still counts for something. It's 14:17 now. The air feels like old paper, thin, brittle, easy to tear if you breathe too hard. I haven't been outside since morning, but I can see through the cracks in the door that the light's dimmer than it should be for early afternoon. It's that kind of gray that makes your brain think it's twilight. I keep checking my watch just to prove to myself it isn't. The generator's holding steady for now. I'm running it at half load to save fuel, so the lights are dim, more orange than white. The room hums just enough to make it feel alive. There's something strange about how quiet the world has become. No planes, no traffic, not even the faint hum of power lines. Just wind. When it dies, it's like the earth forgets it's supposed to move. At around 1 p.m., I caught a signal bouncing off 9.330, stronger than anything I've heard all week. A male voice, maybe military, but his tone was off. You can tell when someone's reading orders and when they're reading their own words. He said, Phase 4, initiated. Ground reclamation suspended. Civil containment terminated. Repeat, terminated. He paused for a long time, then said something that didn't sound like part of a script. If anyone can hear this, don't come here. Don't come anywhere. And then he cut out. The word terminated has been replaying in my head since. Terminated means they've given up trying to save. It means the zones are gone. I tried to call back, tapped the mic, said my coordinates, said I had survivors in range. But there was nothing. Just a faint hum that sounded almost like breath. I don't know if anyone still remembers what day this is. I think it's day 14, but the calendar means nothing now. Time's turned to mush. It's all the same gray hour looping endlessly. A woman from Erie's south side, named Sandra, managed to get through for about 15 seconds. Her voice was trembling so bad I could barely make out the words. She said there were trucks moving down the interstate at dawn. Black, unmarked, covered windows. They were dropping off crates by the roadside and driving away without stopping. She said one broke open near the exit ramp, and inside were white bags marked food assistance. But she swore the smell coming from them wasn't food, said it was chemical, sharp, like ammonia. If you see one of those crates, don't open it. Burn it if you can. Someone else, Ty, the guy near Akron who called weeks ago, finally came through again. His voice is rough now, like he's been breathing smoke for days. He said the checkpoints are gone. Soldiers left 2 nights ago. No warning, no orders. People went through their tents this morning. Everything was left behind. Boots, radios, half-eaten rations. Like they vanished between one heartbeat and the next. He said the main road south is littered with cars, but none of them are crashed. They're just sitting there, engines off, doors open, keys still in ignitions. He walked for a mile and never saw a single body. Just clothes, shoes, a doll sitting in the middle of the lane. He said he turned back when he saw something moving in the distance that wasn't walking right. I didn't ask what that meant. The power grid's dead all across the Great Lakes now. I used to pick up faint hums from Ontario's transmission lines on the low band. Little rhythmic pulses every few seconds. Gone. Completely silent. Whatever's happening up north, it's darker than here. Every hour I try to list out what's still working in my world. Today, 1 generator, 6 gallons of fuel, 2 working flashlights, a hand crank radio that squeals like a dying animal, and this microphone, the microphone's old, but sturdy. It's probably the most faithful thing left in my life. Someone asked me last night, through one of the bursts on the shortwave, why I keep doing this. Why talk if no one's listening? They said. I don't have a real answer. Maybe it's to keep my own voice from disappearing. Maybe I think if I stop, the silence will become too big to fight. I don't pray anymore, but I talk. And maybe that's the same thing. A signal came through from a ham operator in Wheeling, West Virginia. Call sign KZ3L. He said he's been mapping the fallout using hand-drawn reports from truckers who passed through before everything went quiet. He said the heaviest zones stretch in a crooked line from Chicago down to Knoxville, and that line keeps shifting east with the wind. His advice was simple. Stay near the lakes. The water might save you, or it might kill you slower. That's not comfort, but it's honest. He also said there's something strange with the transmissions coming from underground bunkers, something about the timing being off. The broadcasts echo themselves 3 seconds later, like someone's repeating them. Some think it's a glitch in the system. Others think it's not a glitch at all. I've been recording every transmission I can on a reel-to-reel deck, even the broken ones. When I play them back, sometimes there's a faint sound behind the voices, like whispers stacked on top of whispers. Not words, just shapes of sound. Maybe it's interference. Maybe it's the air remembering speech. Last night, the hum under the ground got louder. You can feel it in your teeth if you stand still. I put my ear to the concrete floor and swore I heard a rhythm. Slow, steady, like breathing. The kind of breathing a mountain might do if it were alive. If anyone near the Ohio border feels tremors that don't register as earthquakes, write it down. The pattern matters. I found myself talking to my reflection earlier. I asked, "How long can you keep doing this?" The reflection didn't answer, just blinked slower than I did. For a second, I thought maybe I was watching someone else blink back. Maybe that's what happens when you've been alone too long. You start splitting into different versions of yourself, one who speaks and one who listens. I keep waiting for the hum to stop. It never does. It's 14:52 now. The light's dimmer again. The wind picked up from the west, carrying that smell. Metal and burnt plastic. I can taste it through the cracks in the door. If you're hearing me, if you're still breathing somewhere out there, know this. There are others. Not many, but enough. I can feel them in the noise between signals. Hold on. Don't stop talking, even if no one answers. This is Ben Archer, Erie, Pennsylvania. 5:40 a.m. 7.490 shortwave. Still transmitting. Still human. Oh, it's 16:03 now. The day feels older than it should, like time itself is limping. I can hear the lake through the cracks again. It's louder than before, pushing against the shore like something alive. The wind is back, bringing that sour, metallic taste, the one that dries your tongue no matter how much water you drink. I tried to sweep some of the ash from the doorstep earlier. It clung to the broom like grease. When I shook it loose, tiny sparks ran through it. Blue, electric, gone in a blink. That's not natural. That's charged dust. It means the air's carrying current again. The counter hasn't stopped ticking since noon. It's faster now. 28 clicks every 10 seconds. If it keeps climbing, I'll have to move deeper into the shop tonight. The concrete walls hold better back there. The last voice I heard was from a boy named Caleb. Said he was near Sandusky, hiding with 2 others in an old laundromat. He said the washers still work when the power flickers on, but they only fill with black water. He tried to drain it, and the floor started to steam. He said the others were coughing blood, that their gums bled when they drank from the rain barrel. He asked me how long until the air was safe. I couldn't answer. There's no version of soon that means anything anymore. He asked if the stars will ever come back. I told him yes, not because I believe it, but because that's what hope is. It's a story you tell so silence doesn't win. Around 1500 hours, I heard another burst from 7.490, same female voice as the one from Iowa days ago. This time she said, "Reactor breach confirmed. Western grid uncontained. Civilian rescue suspended." Then a different voice came in, softer, male, breathing heavy. "You weren't supposed to say that on air." Static swallowed them both. I wonder if that was their last argument. Someone, maybe a scientist, maybe just a desperate man, keeps repeating coordinates out of Chicago. 41.88 north, 87.63 west. That's the city center. I don't know why he's doing it. There's nothing left there but glass and ghosts. But he says it like a prayer. 41.88 north, 87.63 west. Over and over. Like if he says it enough, the city will remember how to breathe. I went through the letters again. One caught me off guard. No return name, just the words. Ben. If anyone is left, go underground. The light is coming back, but it's not sunlight. I don't know what that means, but the handwriting was shaky, uneven, like the person was writing in the dark. Around 14:30, I started hearing a faint rumble to the west. Not thunder, not bombs. It's too steady, too slow. It's been rolling for almost an hour now, like machinery turning underground. I stepped outside just to listen better. The ground under my boots was vibrating, not shaking, but humming, like something buried deep was waking up. I don't know what to make of it. Maybe it's old bunkers collapsing. Maybe something else. I keep thinking about the first time I went on air after the world ended. My voice cracked halfway through the broadcast, and I remember feeling embarrassed, like anyone cared anymore about mistakes. Now I realize the cracks are what make it real. A clean voice would sound like a lie. The strangest thing happened 10 minutes ago. The static on the line shifted, and for just a second, I heard my own broadcast playing back at me, delayed, warped, but clear enough to recognize my words. Me saying, "If you can hear me, you're alive." Only it didn't sound exactly like me. The rhythm was off. The voice was slower, deeper. I turned down the gain and just listened until it faded. Someone, or something, is replaying us. The old analog clock on the wall ticks unevenly, like it's afraid to finish a minute. I can't tell if the hum outside is closer now, or if I'm just imagining it through the static. A woman named Claire, calling from somewhere near Buffalo, said she's seen lights under the snow at night. Thin green beams moving through the drifts, tracing shapes in silence. She said they flicker like veins, not like flashlights. She buried her radio for 2 days because she thought it was listening to her breathe. Then she dug it up and found it warm. I told her to move east if she can, but not too far. The air from the coast carries the same poison, just thinner. There's a phrase I keep hearing in the back of my mind, maybe from one of the broken transmissions. When the ground starts to glow, the sky will follow. It's nonsense, maybe. Or maybe a warning. If you're near Erie and you can hear this, stay inside tonight. Lock everything. If you see the snow glowing, don't go near it. I'll switch frequencies at 1700. Until then, I'll keep this one open. If anyone's still out there, still breathing, still stubborn enough to talk into the void, don't stop. The air is getting darker. I can feel it pressing against the glass like a tide that wants in. This is Ben Archer, 5:40 a.m., 7.490 shortwave, Erie, Pennsylvania. Still holding the line. The second hand on the studio clock keeps skipping, like it's trying to jump out of this night. I'm Evan Mercer, broadcasting from a basement room under a strip mall outside Cheyenne, Wyoming. Time is 2:17 a.m., Wednesday. Wind outside is steady from the west, cold and dry. Ground temperature here reads 4 degrees above freezing. If you're within reach of this signal, you're on 8:10 a.m. or shortwave 7.460 megahertz. If you lose the AM, try the shortwave. If the shortwave breaks up, I'll switch to 5.940 megahertz on the half hour for 5 minutes and then come back. Write it on your arm if you still have ink. I'm still here. You're still here. Let's use that. The first thing that told me something was wrong wasn't the flash or the siren. I didn't see a flash. I didn't hear a siren. I was at the diner on Lincoln Way around noon yesterday, trying to fix the dial cord on a busted Zenith someone left by the door, and my phone screen froze on a delivery app with a pizza ad that never finished loading. Across the room, a trucker raised his cup and asked if anyone else had lost signal. The waitress said the internet at the register died, and her card machine spit out a long line of 9s. We laughed at first, like it was a dumb outage. Then someone said the bank app asked them to log in, but refused to send a code. Another guy walked in from the pumps and said the air felt wrong, not warm or cold, just wrong, like standing too close to a photocopier. A second later, the light stuttered. That is the word for it. Not off, not on. Stuttered. The coffee maker rattled like it swallowed gravel. Then every phone in the diner went quiet at the same time, and not one of those emergency tones followed. I didn't know it then, but that was the last normal minute I've had. At 12:24 p.m., the car radios that still worked pulled in a voice from Denver talking about an unscheduled address. No details, just hold for the feed. It never came. Around 12:31, traffic reports cut to dead air and never returned. A man at the counter said his brother at Buckley Space Force Base texted one word and a number. Window 5. I don't know if that meant 5 minutes or 5 hours or some plan I was not part of, but he stopped getting messages right after that. A woman called her mother in Chicago, and the call rang once, then dropped. After that, no one could reach anyone. That first hour was just people looking at their own hands, like the answers were there if they stared long enough. I walked back to the station because it has a generator and a lockable door, and because I owe anyone out there with a radio more than my fear. On the way, the digital signs on I-25 were stuck on the same 3 words: check local media. Every car that passed had the same blank forward stare, like each driver already used up every other look they had, and now only this one was left. To the west, the sky had a thin, pale band low over the mountains. Not a cloud, more like the kind of haze you see in late summer if there's a fire far away. Only it was October, snow on the peaks, no smoke report. I told myself it was nothing. It wasn't. At 1:08 p.m., the first shock came. Not an explosion I could see, not a sound I could put in a box. The floor under the station thunked once, like a giant fist hit the earth somewhere beyond the horizon. The shelves in the hallway rang. The on-air light popped. The metal frame of the back door hummed. I looked up and saw the fluorescent tubes shake. The sound that followed wasn't loud. It was deep, like a heavy truck rolling over a bridge right under your feet, only it didn't end. It went on for a long, low count. Then it stopped, and everything felt smaller, like the room had pulled back from itself by an inch. The only thing that made sense was a very big hit, a very long way away. By 1:20 p.m., local FM music channels were looping the same 3 songs, then went blank. The weather radio spoke 3 sentences about widespread communications disruption and shelter where you are, then repeated and cut out. Around 1:40, an old friend who does work with comms at Warren called the landline in the rack room. He said this was not a drill. He said they'd lost contact with multiple nodes. He said he could not stay on the line. I asked which nodes. He said, everything east of Kearney, and then we were both listening to the dial tone. I don't know if he meant fiber, air, or command. I only know the line went dead like a movie, only it was real and ugly and had no musical cue. If you are just finding me, this is not a show. I'm a person with a cheap suit jacket over a hoodie, a thermos of water, and a box fan pulling outside air through a furnace filter I taped to the front. I have a radiation meter on the desk that I check every 10 minutes. It's reading higher than background, but still low enough to keep talking. If you have a meter, write down your numbers and the time. If you don't, watch your dust. If it starts sticking to damp cloth like it's gritty or leaves gray streaks that don't want to wipe off, that's a bad sign. If you have to go outside, cover your mouth and nose and hair. Simple mask is better than none. Wet cloth helps a little. Don't sweep dry dust. It makes the fine stuff float. The fine stuff is the stuff that gets inside you and refuses to leave. People have been asking, if I'm hearing them, what is going on? I can't give you a map. I can give you pieces. At 2:03 p.m., a ham operator in Scottsbluff broke in on 40 meters yelling that he heard a flash over Omaha through overcast. He didn't see it. He saw the reflection on the underside of the clouds, like daylight pushed in from the wrong angle. At 2:07, a trucker on the CB said the Platte River bridges were jammed eastbound, and people were abandoning cars at the shoulder because the traffic lights all failed at once, and no one knew how to take turns. At 2:11, a woman on a battery radio said she was in Fort Collins, and her child's school called to say kids could not be released, then called again to say parents had to come now, then never called a third time. If you heard that, and you are a parent, you know what that did to your chest. Around 3 p.m., the sky here turned the wrong kind of clear. The hard kind. The kind that makes distance seem closer and the sun feel like a pin pushed straight through your eye, even when there's a thin veil of cloud. I tuned to skip off the ionosphere and caught a scatter of voices that didn't sound like us, clipped English I couldn't place, short phrases, stressed words like asset, window, crosswinds, and then a string of letters that matched nothing I have ever heard in commercial aviation. That could mean nothing. It could mean everything. So I keep my hand near the band switch and listen. At 4:12 p.m., the grocery store on Yellowstone Road let in whoever had cash because the POS was down. People were careful at first. They made small stacks and looked each other in the eye when they took the last jar of something. They said sorry. Then someone shouted that they had to close, and the thin line between order and not order snapped like a twig. Not a riot. It was quieter than that. It was just grabbing. A man with a tie filled a bag with baby formula he didn't need and couldn't carry, and dropped half of it outside in the lot. A kid who could not be more than 12 loaded up bottled water until the cart's front wheels lifted off the ground. I saw 2 neighbors who I know have waved to each other for years stand chest to chest and say the same word, mine, like that would fix anything. At sunset, a low ash band started to the north-northeast. The meter went up a little. I have a fan pulling air through the filter, but I cut it when the gusts kick because I don't want to pull in more than I have to. If you're inside, tape the edges of the windows with anything you have. I used packing tape. If you have plastic sheeting, hang it over the big windows on the wind side. Don't seal the whole house. You need some air. Keep one small leak on the side away from the wind so air can come in slow and clean. If there are vents you can close them. Stick a damp towel at the crack under the door. This is not a spotless thing. It's a good enough thing. Here's what a person from across the fence told me, and you can take it or leave it. He wears the same jacket every day, and he runs fiber for a living, and he sometimes drinks at the bowling alley on Friday nights. He came by at dusk with a coil of gray line and a look that said he'd been told to stop thinking. He said command channels in the band he monitors went dark in the late morning, and the backup did not light. He said words like discreet and failsafe, as if he was explaining a board game to a child, and none of it worked the way the rules said. He said 3 times, someone made a choice. He wouldn't say who. He said the window was minutes, not hours. He said the words low yield, and then later, when he forgot to keep his face flat, he said, not that low. I am repeating him because he is the kind of man who only speaks when his hands are busy, and when his hands were empty, he had nothing left to do but tell the truth. By 7:30 p.m., the highway was a line of red dots heading north and west. Southbound was empty. People must think the wind will carry the worst to the east, and maybe they're right. If you must move, go perpendicular to the wind if you can, not downwind or upwind along the axis. Cross the grain. If you can't move, then put earth between you and the sky. Basement. Parking garage. Interior room with no windows. 2 walls are better than 1. 3 are better than 2. If you have a book, put it over your chest when you sleep. It won't stop anything big. It will stop small, sharp things, and sometimes, small, sharp things are all that stand between you and the next hour. This is the part where I say what I think I know. Keep a short list in your head. That's all any of us can hold right now. 1. There were multiple strikes. The patterns of power loss in the Midwest and the way the HF bands are bending tell me that. 2. Whoever was supposed to speak to all of us decided not to, or they couldn't, or the voice was cut off before it reached us. 3. Our neighbors are not our policy, but they are the person who can pull us out of a ditch. If you see a porch light across the street come on and off 3 times, that used to be a kid with a remote switch. Tonight it means, do you copy? Answer with 2 blinks. Keep it simple. Keep it short. 4. Follow your meter if you have one, but if you don't, follow your lungs. If your throat feels like sand and your eyes burn after a minute outside, go back in. That's not nerves. That's the air telling you what it is. Night came with that empty sky cold that makes sound travel too far. I can hear trucks on I-25 like they're inside this room even when the wind is low. I made tea to warm my hands. I stared at the bottom of the cup. I thought about all the dumb little things in my life I put off because I thought there would be more days just like the last one. I thought about the man who taught me to tune tube sets and how he always said not to trust any meter until you tested it on a thing you knew. I thought about my sister in Ohio and the sound her laugh makes right before she says something that saves my day. Her voice mailbox says the words it always says, only that voice sounds less like a person now and more like a hallway with the lights off. If you have someone you love and the line does not pick up, talk anyway. The world is listening, even when the world is broken. At 9:14 p.m., the shortwave picked up a voice from somewhere near the Isles of Scilly, saying the sky to the east had a dull bruise in it after sunset. He said, "bruised sky," and I didn't like that phrase, but I wrote it anyway, because it matched the picture in my head. He said the BBC was on for 30 seconds, then gone. He said a friend in Cornwall swore he could hear a low hum under the wind, a hum he never noticed before, like a transformer in an empty building with all the lights off. That could be anything. It could be nerves. It could be the grid folding in slow motion. It could be the sea reminding us it is patient. There are theories. You want them. I want them. Nothing fills a dark room like a theory. One I heard from a voice that sounded like it belonged in a flight suit said we were hit with a mix. High burst to blind, ground burst for effect. Something we all learned as kids, but never believed would be used. Another said we fired first and got met with more than we planned. Another said it was a misread, and once the first went off, there was no way to roll it back, like knocking over one book and watching the shelf empty itself. I don't have the right to tell you which is true. I do have the right to tell you how to keep your water clean and your kids calm and your own head inside your skull for one more night. Water. If you have clear water stored, don't waste it. If you must take water from a tap now, run it a few seconds and fill from cold if pressure still holds. If pressure is gone, collect from a hot water tank with a hose at the drain valve at the bottom. Don't drink water that has dust floating on it if you can help it. If you have bleach, the plain kind, not the scented kind, 8 drops per gallon. Mix. Wait half an hour. Boiling helps for germs, but not for the kind of dust we worry about. If you live in a place where the tap water is brown or smells like metal tonight, set it aside and let it settle. If you have a coffee filter or even a clean shirt, pour through that first, then boil, then bleach, in that order if you can. Food. Eat the fresh things first, then the cans. If you have a gas stove and smell gas, don't strike matches. Cold beans are better than no home. If you have kids, let them hold the flashlight and be the inspector. Give them a job. This keeps their fear from eating them alive. It helps ours too. I said I'd take calls if I could keep this thing steady, and I can for now. The line is a mess, but I have one path that still rings. If you can reach me, keep it under a minute. Say your name, your place, what you saw, what you need. Don't say anything that will get you hurt. We don't know who else is listening, and we don't need to make enemies from this chair. Name's Daryl from North Platte. I was on the roof at the feed store when the buzz came at noon. It wasn't like a plane. It was lower than that, like the world was wrapped in a big horn, and somebody blew it. My cousin at the substation said breakers tripped in a pattern he'd never seen, and then they wouldn't reset. We got people camped in the car wash because it's the only place they feel like they can scrape off the gray. Mary in Fort Collins, the school let the kids go at 2, and it was like the whole town found a second engine. I saw a white smear to the east just before the sun went down. Not a cloud, more like chalk rubbed across the sky. My husband won't come inside because he thinks the house is a trap. If you hear this, please tell him to come in. Please tell him mark the door with the towel like you said. He listens to the radio more than he listens to me. Ryan in Rapid City. We saw a flash to the south-southeast, far off. The power went then came, then went again. We set up in the basement under the bar downtown. We're burning candles in a coffee can with holes punched in it. If someone comes through here, we got room for 3 more. Bring water. We got a crank radio, but it only pulls in you and something in Spanish. Anita from Laramie. There was a line at the pharmacy at 4, and the clerk stood on the counter, and said 1 prescription per person, and some guy shouted that he didn't need a prescription anymore. And that was the worst part, because for a second, some of us believed him. I write down what you say when I can. It matters to mark that you were here. If you left your voice with me and the words came out bent, that is on me, not on you. I am tired, and my right hand shakes when the wind gusts and the meter ticks up a notch, but I am steady enough to hold this microphone, and I will be steady as long as the lines hold and the fuel lasts and the tower keeps throwing this sound across the dark. It is 2:41 a.m. now. I'll switch to 5.940 megahertz for 5 minutes right after this paragraph, and then come back to 7.460. If you need to retune, do it now. Tape the frequency to your wall. If you are with someone, trade watches. 1 sleeps, 1 listens. Set an egg timer if you have one. Trade again. We are not going to think our way through this in one sitting. We are going to stack 1 hour on another hour, like bricks, until the wall is high enough to stand behind. Before I flip the band, I want to say this, because it kept scratching at me like a nail in a pocket all night. There was a point when someone could have talked to all of us at once, and chose not to. I don't know if they stayed quiet because they were afraid of saying the wrong thing, or because they believed there was nothing left worth saying. I don't accept either answer. If you have a small circle, speak to your circle. If you have a block, speak to your block. If you have a radio and a wire and a map, speak to anyone your signal can touch. If your voice shakes, let it. If you don't know the right words, use the short ones that carry weight. Water, safe, stay, move, west, east, help, here. Tonight has made more broadcasters than any school ever did. That is one good thing in a pile of not good things. I'm going to switch now. Hold your breath if you must. I'll be back on 7.460 in 5 minutes. If I don't come back, I'm not gone. I'm just somewhere you can't reach yet. Stay where you are unless you must move. If you must move, cross the wind and head for lower numbers on the meter. If you have candles, keep them low and away from the window. If you have hope, ration it like you ration water. Drink a little. Save some for the morning. It's 3:06 a.m. The shortwave came back clean. No hum, no drift, just that faint crackle that means the world hasn't stopped spinning yet. I'm still in the same chair, same jacket, same trembling cup of instant coffee. Outside, the wind's dropped. That's not good. Still air means the ash falls straight down. I went upstairs a few minutes ago and opened the back door just enough to see the parking lot. The dust has started sticking to the puddles from yesterday's melt. It looks like someone spilled chalk and couldn't sweep it up. The sky isn't black anymore. It's this dull iron color. No stars, no moon. Like the light itself forgot how to shine. And the strangest thing is the silence. No birds, no planes. Not even that low truck hum from the highway. The kind of quiet that feels like the air's waiting for permission to move again. I've been trying to raise Denver on every band I have. Nothing. Not even a dead carrier. Just static. The last voice I heard from there was a guy reading emergency instructions off a printed card. Shelter. Stay calm. Remain indoors. Then the line cracked and his voice stretched out like chewing gum until it snapped. At 3:14 a.m., my Geiger counter jumped again. Not a big spike, but higher than I want to see. If you're hearing this anywhere near the Central Plains, stay low, stay sealed. That dust isn't weather, it's fallout, and it doesn't go away when the wind stops. A message came through from a ham relay near Billings. A man named Carl said the western horizon glowed for nearly 20 minutes after sunset. Not a fire, not lightning. Just a red smear that wouldn't die. He said the snow out there looks like it's glowing faintly under UV light. He's asking if anyone else sees it. If you do, stay away from it. Don't touch it. If it's bright enough to notice, it's not snow anymore. People keep asking what's left, what's standing. I can only tell you what I don't hear. No signals from Omaha. None from St. Louis. Kansas City might have gone quiet hours ago. Denver's gone. Dallas flickered for a second around 11 p.m. Then nothing since. The coasts? I don't even know if the coasts still exist as coasts. I used to joke that if the end ever came, the last sound on Earth would be me, talking to nobody. It doesn't feel funny now. I keep talking because silence is worse. At 3:33 a.m., I heard something on the emergency frequency, a woman repeating numbers. It was faint, like it bounced 3 times around the world before it got here. 82570. Repeat. 825. Then static. I wrote them down on the wall. Maybe they mean coordinates. Maybe nothing. But it's proof someone out there still has a transmitter and a heartbeat. There's a trick old shortwave guys used. Whistle into the mic to see if anyone tunes back. I tried it just before I came on. 3 long whistles. Nothing yet, but if you hear me, you can answer the same way. 3 short, I'll listen between updates. It's strange what the mind keeps doing when everything else is gone. I keep checking my phone like it's going to light up again, even though the screen's dead and cold. Habit's stronger than reason, I guess. I think about the last text I sent. Heading to the station. Never got a reply. If anyone near the Rockies can still pick up GPS, write down your last coordinates now before the satellites drift out of sync. After that, your maps are just paper. I'll tell you what scares me most. It isn't the radiation. It isn't the dust. It's how fast people disappear from the soundscape. 1 minute, a voice in Denver. The next, silence. 1 moment, a music station from Salt Lake, playing static like it's jazz. Then gone. It's like someone's erasing the country frequency by frequency. But here's something. The old emergency beacon at Ellsworth Air Base is still pulsing. Faint but steady. That means at least 1 generator's alive. If they're still running that, there might still be shelter there. If you're within range and healthy enough to travel, head north-northeast and watch the compass. Don't rely on the sun. It lies now. The meter ticked again, slightly higher. I'm moving the intake fan filter closer to the floor. See if it helps. You do the same. Low air is cleaner air. I'll take another break to retune in a few minutes. Before I do, I want to say this, because I don't know how many more hours this tower has left. Every second you're alive right now is proof the world didn't end. It just broke. Broken things can still work, even if they make noise doing it. Keep your radios dry. Keep your heads low. And don't stop sending signals, even if no one answers yet. I'll be here when the band clears. Evan Mercer, Cheyenne, 8:10 a.m. Still broadcasting. Still breathing. It's 4:02 a.m. The power flickered twice while I was off air, just long enough to make the lights flash and the fridge hum before dying again. That means something down the line still has current, or someone's cycling back up manually. Either way, it means people. Somewhere. The station feels colder now. I wrapped my coat around the chair legs to block the draft from the door, but you can still feel it. The kind of cold that moves like fog. I can see my breath when I talk, even this close to the mic. The thermometer says 37 degrees, but it feels lower. Maybe because of the damp in the air. The generator has half a tank left. If I ration, that's 10 more hours. Maybe 12 if I skip heat. After that, it's hand cranks and batteries. There's a sound coming through the static tonight I can't explain. It's not a voice. It's not feedback. It's this faint, rhythmic pulse buried under the noise, like a heart monitor with no patient. 2 beats, then silence. 2 beats, then silence. It started around 350 and hasn't stopped. I checked every frequency I know, and it bleeds through all of them, even the dead air between bands. Maybe it's an artifact from the geomagnetic burst, or maybe it's something broadcasting on every channel at once. If you're hearing it too, mark the pattern. Count the seconds between pulses. See if it matches. If it does, that means it's not just local interference. It's global. And if it's global, then someone somewhere built something that still works. I picked up a call just before the power blinked. A landline somehow. The voice on the other end was low and rough, like he was talking through cotton. He said his name was Rick from Casper. Said the air raid sirens there went off 6 hours after the first flash, not before. Said the sirens weren't even local. They came from a recording on a police cruiser that someone left looping. He said when he went outside, there was a green haze to the north, and the streetlights buzzed without glowing. Then he stopped talking. I could still hear him breathing, but he wouldn't answer again. Maybe he dropped. Maybe he didn't want to be heard anymore. If you're in Casper, check your compass. If the needle sticks or swings in circles, move underground. Something in the sky is still charged up there. I know a few of you are probably thinking, why stay on air? Why not shut it down? Wait it out. I've asked myself that 100 times tonight, but this signal is the only thread left that says we existed. If it dies, we're ghosts. The Geiger counter's holding steady. Slight rise near the window, nothing alarming yet. The wind shifted again, now from the northeast. If you're downwind of anything that used to be a major city, stay inside another 12 hours at least. Don't go out to check the sky. Don't look for lights. What's glowing now isn't meant to be seen. A faint transmission came in around 3:58, military tone, 5-second bursts, then coded letters. Hard to tell with the distortion, but I caught fragments. UN, task, convoy, south. Then the line folded into static. I think they were talking about a movement corridor, possibly down through Colorado Springs. If that's true, there's still command structure somewhere. But UN doesn't necessarily mean our command. There's something else. An operator from Idaho, an old ham named Lyle, broke through on 40 meters. He says he's been scanning every 30 minutes since sunset. His meter's spiking intermittently. Not radiation, he says, but electromagnetic noise. He thinks someone's detonating low-orbit EMPs to clear residual satellites. That would explain the flicker earlier. He said, they're cleaning the sky. I asked him who they were, but his signal fell apart before he could answer. The phrase hasn't left my head since cleaning the sky. It sounds like a confession. I opened one of the station's emergency MRES a while back. Chicken and noodles. I don't even remember eating it, just chewing. It tasted like cardboard soaked in salt water. But my hands stopped shaking for a while after. If you haven't eaten in more than 6 hours, force yourself. Hunger makes fear louder. A letter slid under the front door sometime between transmissions. I didn't hear anyone. The handwriting is tight, pressed hard into the paper. It says, they fired back from the subs off the Atlantic. East Coast gone by nightfall. Don't try to reach them. Head west if you can. Follow the smoke, not the light. The light lies. No name. No return. Just that. The edges of the paper smell faintly of metal. If anyone listening has family in the East, I'm sorry. I can't tell you otherwise. If you hear this and you're in the mountains, hold your position. The Rockies are your wall. Don't cross them yet. It's almost 4:30 now. The static pulse I mentioned earlier, it's stronger, louder. I turned off every device in the room except the radio, and I can still hear it faintly through the walls, like it's humming inside the concrete. I don't think it's mechanical anymore. If you're hearing this, write down these words and repeat them out loud, slow. I am still here. I am still human. Because once the noise gets in your head long enough, it starts feeling like maybe you aren't. I'll stay on until the next generator cycle. If the pulse fades, I'll give coordinates again. If it doesn't, I'll try to find where it's coming from. This is Evan Mercer. Cheyenne, 8:10 a.m. Broadcasting through the dark. Hold on. Just hold on. It's 5:12 a.m. now. The pulse hasn't stopped. It's slower though, like it's losing energy or changing shape. The first time I noticed it, it was buried under the static, soft and mechanical. Now it sounds closer, more like breathing through the wall. 2 slow beats, a pause, then one longer hum that trails off, like something listening back. The Geiger counter clicked twice in the last minute, then went silent. That silence worries me more than the noise. Background radiation doesn't just stop unless the meter's fried, or something nearby is absorbing it. I don't know which is worse. I keep hearing popping sounds outside. Could be the power lines freezing. Could be gunfire. It's hard to tell when the cold distorts sound. The parking lot lights are out. The sky has this muddy orange glow, but there's no source for it. Just color hanging there, like a bruise in the air. About 20 minutes ago, I caught a faint emergency beacon on the 6.8 megahertz band. It was on repeat. North Sector Bravo, containment breach. Evacuate grid 5 through 9. Repeat, containment breach. Then a male voice cut in, whispering, "Don't listen. They're not who they say they are." After that, nothing. I don't know what containment means anymore. It used to mean labs, chemicals, military drills. Now it might just mean a town trying to keep its own people from wandering out. I've been writing everything down in a notebook because I don't trust the tapes to hold. Ink fades too, but slower. The pages are damp from the cold, curling at the corners. My handwriting's getting worse, but at least it's proof this night existed. I heard another human voice around 4:50. It came through Channel 3's open carrier, an old FM repeater I thought was dead. A woman, Midwestern accent. She said, "If anyone hears this, we're underground at the university power plant. We have 37 people, 2 doctors, and a generator. Food for 2 weeks. If you make it to Lincoln, knock 5 times on the south door. 5, then 1. Then a gunshot, then static." I don't know if it was hers. If you're near Nebraska, God, I hope you're not. But if you are, and you can reach the city, remember, 5 knocks, then 1. The pulse just sped up again. I turned the gain down, but it's bleeding into every frequency, even the AM band. It's louder when I stop talking, like it doesn't want to be talked over, like it knows when there's silence to fill. I don't believe in ghosts, but I believe in resonance, a frequency that never stops traveling. Maybe that's what this is, the echo of something that started out human, but forgot what it was. My voice is starting to crack. Haven't slept in, I don't know, 30 hours? 40? Doesn't matter. Sleep feels dangerous now, like closing your eyes is how the world catches you. I keep replaying the last clear thing I heard before the sky went white. A broadcast tone, then. This is the emergency alert system. The following message is transmitted at the request of the United States government. Remain indoors. The threat level is DEFCON --. And then it cut. Mid-word. Mid-tone. If you've ever heard that sound die mid-tone, you know what it does to your stomach. You realize there's no one left to finish the sentence. I've got reports from ham operators further west, small towns forming checkpoints. In some places, they're using bus headlights as signals. 2 flashes means safe. 3 means don't come near. They say there are strangers showing up covered in the gray dust, quiet, disoriented, not hostile, just gone inside themselves, like they forgot how to speak. I don't know if it's radiation sickness or shock, but if you see them, don't touch, don't bring them inside. Wrap food and water in plastic and leave it where they can reach it, then walk away. You can't save everyone, and you can't save anyone if you're dead by morning. A small fire broke out in one of the houses across the street an hour ago. Nobody tried to put it out. You could see silhouettes moving inside, trying to decide if it was worth staying. Then the roof caved in, and the light went out. I used to think the worst part of the end would be the noise, the chaos, the screams, the engines. But it's the quiet, the kind that stretches between heartbeats, the kind that asks if you're the last one left. If you're listening, keep a diary. Doesn't matter what you write, just prove to whatever comes next that we were here, that we tried. I got a message on the ham line again. A man named Carter, somewhere near Salt Lake. He said there's talk of a southern perimeter. He said it's not military, it's civilians, ex-rescue teams, engineers, anyone with working vehicles. They're heading north, mapping safe routes by counting how long it takes ash to fall from their headlights. He said they're calling it the line. If the line is real, if it's moving north, follow it. Stay parallel, not inside it. They shoot at looters. Wait until they signal twice with red lights. That means you can approach. The air pressure dropped again. My ears are popping every few minutes. The generator's humming slower, maybe freezing. I have 1 more tank of fuel left after this. That's 12, maybe 14 more hours of sound. After that, I don't know. The pulse is faint now, almost gone. I can feel it in my ribs more than I can hear it. I think I'll end this segment with something my father used to say when the tornado sirens went off. You can't stop the wind, but you can make sure it finds you standing. This is Evan Mercer, still standing, still broadcasting. Cheyenne, 8:10 a.m. It's 6:03 a.m. The horizon looks like rusted glass. I just stepped outside for the first time since midnight. Not far, just to the edge of the loading dock, where the wind hits slower. The ash is thicker now, soft like flour, but darker, almost blue in the shadows. Every step leaves a perfect print that fills back in within seconds. You can hear it settling, tiny, whispery clicks against the metal railing. The air smells sharp, metallic. I tried to breathe through my scarf, but even that feels like sandpaper against my throat. It burns a little. I'll stay inside the rest of the day. There's a dog somewhere out in the distance. I can hear it barking every few minutes. Steady, rhythmic. It hasn't stopped once in over an hour. It's strange. The only living sound left in a dead town. Sometimes the barks echo, sometimes they don't, like the air forgets to carry the sound. The radio bands are nearly empty now, just a few bursts of digital noise, faint Morse pulses, then nothing. The pulse I mentioned earlier, it's back. Quieter this time, slower, almost like a heartbeat that's fading out. Every few minutes it cuts in on the same frequency I use. I tried changing bands. It follows. Someone left a transmission on loop somewhere. A recorded voice. Female, calm, Midwestern. She says, "If you can hear this, the air is unsafe. Stay sheltered. Repeat, the air is unsafe." Then a pause. Then the same message again. But the pause keeps changing. Sometimes it's 5 seconds. Sometimes 15. Once, it was almost a full minute. Like the recording is breathing between loops. I recorded it. I'll play it back later and check for background noise. Sometimes you catch voices buried under those loops. People who never knew their mic was still live. About an hour ago, I picked up faint chatter from a group calling themselves Echo Sierra. They're organized, I think. They mentioned fuel reserves, transport convoys, and something called safe tunnels. From what I caught, those tunnels run along old rail lines, industrial maintenance corridors that were never decommissioned. If you're anywhere near Denver or Colorado Springs, that could be your lifeline. They said they're marking tunnel entrances with white paint and a black circle in the center. White means breathable. Black means sealed. They also said this: if you hear the hum, stop moving. I don't know what that means. Maybe it's the same sound I've been picking up. I don't want to scare anyone, but I've started hearing it without the radio. It's faint, like standing next to a refrigerator that's always on. You don't notice it until it stops. But this one doesn't stop. It's constant, a vibration under the skin, not in the ears. I feel it most in my jaw. I keep telling myself it's just fatigue. But when I switch off the generator, the hum gets louder. At 5:40, I found an old NOAA frequency still repeating partial data. The voice is chopped, robotic, barely human. Latitude, unknown. Surface wind velocity, abnormal ionization, stay, underground. Then a long tone. It repeats every half hour. That means someone left an automated system running on backup. That also means not every satellite's dead. If anyone's still listening near Montana or Idaho, send a shortwave ping on 5.020 megahertz at sunrise. If I can catch your signal, I'll read your coordinates out loud so others can triangulate. It's primitive, but it's all we've got. There's frost forming on the studio window, on the inside. That means temperature's dropping fast. I can't see the sky anymore, just a soft glow that changes color every few minutes. Red, gray, silver, red again. Could be reflection from the upper dust layer, could be something else. I've been thinking a lot about what started this, whether it was a mistake or deliberate, whether it began with one missile, or 10, or none at all. Maybe the systems misread each other. Maybe one country saw a test and panicked. Maybe someone's radar went blind for 10 seconds, and that was all it took. That's all it ever takes. 10 seconds of fear. If you're hearing me right now, remember this. Whatever flag you were born under doesn't matter anymore. Radiation doesn't check passports. I keep my father's lighter on the desk beside the mic. The engraving says, "Light survives." It's scratched almost smooth. He used it during the floods in '97 when power was out for weeks. He used to say, "As long as one light stays on, the dark has to wait its turn." That's what this broadcast is. Just one light. It's 6:31 now. My throat's dry. Haven't had clean water in 5 hours. I'm melting snow in a pot on a camping stove near the floor vent. The smell coming off it isn't right. Almost sweet. I'll still drink it. There's no choice anymore between safe and not safe. Only between now and later. I got another faint voice, maybe 15 minutes ago. Male, older. Sounded British, maybe. He said, North Atlantic Fleet confirmed silent. Communication relays compromised. If anyone's inland, stay inland. There's nothing left to go back to. Then a different voice cut in, whispering, They're watching the sky. Don't look up. Then static. It's hard to describe how that line felt. Don't look up. The kind of phrase that sticks to your ribs. I've stopped trying to make sense of the hum. It's in everything now. The walls, the table, my teeth when I talk. I think it's in the air itself, like the planet's running on some broken current. But as long as I can still feel it, I know I'm not gone yet. This is Evan Mercer, Cheyenne, 8:10 a.m. The signal's weak, but it's real. And so are we. Stay awake, stay human, stay breathing. It's 7:11 a.m. now. The light outside isn't sunrise, it's something else. A dull amber glow stretched thin across the clouds. The sun should be higher by now, but the shadows haven't moved an inch. It's like time's caught in the same frame, looping over itself. Even the wind seems slower, like it's tired too. I haven't slept in 2 days. My voice feels like it's dragging over gravel, but silence would be worse. Every minute the transmitter's on, it's one more line through the fog. The hum's changed again. It's not steady anymore. It wobbles, dipping low enough to feel like pressure behind the eyes. Sometimes I think I hear voices hiding in it, almost like whispers underwater. When I tune the radio between bands, the static flutters in the same rhythm as the hum, as if the signal and the air have become the same thing. I poured the melted snow into a mug an hour ago. It left a thin gray ring when it cooled, like metal dust. I shouldn't have drunk it, but I did. My tongue tastes like coins. The generator's sputtering. It makes this faint choking sound every few minutes, like it's breathing smoke. I turned off every light except one desk lamp. The walls creak when the wind hits. Sometimes the sound echoes in a way that feels too human, like footsteps pacing behind the wall. I caught another faint broadcast around 6:50, barely audible through the noise. Male voice, maybe late 30s. He said, "This is Station Bravo 4. We've secured 8 survivors under the interstate tunnel near Pueblo. Radiation at surface level increasing. Water filters compromised. If anyone hears this, we have light. We have sound. We're not leaving." Then the signal cut. The phrase, "we have light," has been looping in my head ever since. It's the most hopeful thing I've heard in 24 hours. If you're near Pueblo, find that tunnel. Concrete absorbs fallout better than most buildings. And if they've got electricity, it means they've got a generator, which means heat. If you reach them, tell them I heard. Tell them Cheyenne's still alive. Another message came through a few minutes later. Short, digital bursts in a repeating pattern. At first I thought it was code. But when I slowed the playback, it almost sounded like breathing again. I can't explain it. Something between a wind tunnel and a human exhale. There's ash building up on the window so thick now the light's gone gray. Every few minutes I wipe a corner clear just to make sure the world's still there. The lot's covered. Cars look like fossils. I saw movement near the intersection about 10 minutes ago. A person, at least I think it was. Tall, unsteady, wrapped in what looked like a tarp or blanket. They walked right down the middle of the road. No flashlight, no sound, just shuffling. Stopped once, looked up at the sky, then kept walking west until the fog swallowed them. It took everything in me not to open the door. If you see people outside and they're alone, don't approach. Not yet. Wait for a call out, something human, a shout, a word, a wave. If they don't respond like that, stay inside. Some of them aren't responding to light or sound anymore. I don't know if it's sickness or shock, but they move like they're hearing something we can't. The hum peaks when they're near. I swear it does. I tried to call out to them through the mic, but I don't think the voice carries through the walls anymore. Maybe it's just inside my head now. The temperature's dropping again. The walls are sweating frost. The condensation's freezing before it reaches the floor, and when it cracks, it sounds like tiny glass breaking in slow motion. I keep thinking about my sister. She used to live outside Dayton, near one of those old Air Force test ranges. We'd joke about sirens and drills and bunkers when we were kids. She'd always say, "If it ever happens, we'll know because the sky will hum." I used to laugh at that. I don't anymore. I don't even know if the signal's reaching far anymore. I can't see the antenna tower from the roof. It's hidden in the haze. If it collapses, this transmission goes with it. But until then, I'll keep it going, even if it's only reaching the next block. If you're out there and you still have power, start recording what's happening around you. Write it, say it, doesn't matter. Leave it somewhere dry. Future people, if there are any, will need to know how the world ended. I just caught another voice, faint but distinct. A young boy, maybe 10 or 11, on an emergency frequency. He said, "Mom says don't go to the light. The light burns the eyes. Stay in the dark." Then he repeated it. Then nothing. If anyone near Laramie knows a child broadcasting, get him. Keep him safe. It's strange. When I close my eyes, the hum fades. When I open them, it's back. Maybe it's not sound at all. Maybe it's memory. Maybe the world's still ringing from what we did to it. 7:27 a.m. now. The ash has stopped falling. For the first time in hours, it's still outside. But stillness isn't peace. It's the world holding its breath. This is Evan Mercer. Cheyenne, 8:10 a.m. If you're hearing this, you're proof we're not extinct yet. Stay low, stay quiet, stay alive. It's 8:04 a.m. The hum's gone. Not quieter, gone. Like someone flipped a switch and took the sound with them. I don't know whether to be relieved or terrified. My ears feel hollow now, like there's too much space inside my head. Every small noise, the creak of the desk, the tick of the clock, the sound of my heartbeat, feels too big. The air's clearer than it's been all night. You can almost see shapes in the haze now, outlines of rooftops, power poles, the faint curve of the ridge to the east. I stepped outside again for less than a minute. The ground's covered in a thin gray crust that breaks under your shoes like snow that's been baked solid. When I looked toward the horizon, I could see where the blast must have hit. The cloud wall is flat on top, glowing faintly red in the upper layers. It's not fire anymore, more like molten dust drifting in place. The air stings. It's not the sharp burn of smoke or acid, more like static on the tongue, a taste that buzzes. The Geiger meter's reading triple background now, still survivable, but only just. If you're above ground, limit exposure. Even an hour out there starts to matter. The hum's absence made me realize something. The silence. It isn't natural either. The wind should be back by now. Birds should have started again. The hum went, but nothing replaced it. Like the world lost the concept of noise altogether. A few minutes ago, I picked up a scrambled voice on 5.340 megahertz. A woman, panicked but controlled, reading coordinates. 44.3 north, 110.7 west. That's Yellowstone, she said. We're seeing geysers erupting irregularly. Ground is fissuring. Ashfall reached 20 centimeters, requesting status from central, then static. Then a faint whisper in the background. It's not over. I don't think it was an aftershock she was describing. The magnetic readings have been fluctuating wildly all night. Maybe something deep underground's waking up, like the earth itself's reacting to what we did above it. Another voice, different channel, male, said something about the SHIELD project and sky anomalies. Could be old chatter looping from a military archive, but it didn't sound pre-recorded. He said, they tried to burn the sky clean, but the particles won't settle. I keep thinking about that. Burn the sky clean. At 7:50, a convoy of trucks passed through the northern bypass. Civilian, not military. I saw them from the roof. They were moving slow, steady, headlights dimmed, tarps covering the cargo. No flags, no markings. Maybe 10 trucks. The last one had people sitting on top, wrapped in blankets, faces turned east. They didn't stop. They didn't look back. If you're near a road and hear engines, don't rush out. Wait until they stop first. A desperate crowd can look like a rescue until it isn't. I keep glancing at the door, expecting someone to knock. Not because I want them to, but because the silence feels like it's waiting for something. There's condensation dripping from the vent. It looks clean, clear, almost like water from before all this. I caught some in a pan. I'll test it. If you're short on water, that's one trick. Hang a plastic sheet over a bowl near a vent or window. The air might still carry enough moisture to condense overnight. Just don't drink it if it smells metallic or sweet. 8:18 now. I'm trying to keep my thoughts straight. I've been talking to this microphone for so long, it feels like I'm the one inside the radio, not outside it. I don't know how many people are hearing me anymore. Maybe none. Maybe a handful. But I can't stop. I found a flash drive in one of the drawers under the desk, labeled EBS SIM files. It's full of test broadcasts, those automated tones and warning scripts stations use for emergency training. I played one back, and it said, "This is a national emergency. The following message has been pre-recorded for contingency Omega then silence. No voice, no instructions, just a gap where something should have been. That gap's scarier than any warning could be. Maybe there was no plan for this. Maybe all the simulations stopped where the imagination ran out." A few listeners, if they're still out there, have been relaying through ham repeaters. One said they're in Nevada, running on solar power. They've been charting radiation spread with paper maps and ballpoint pens. They said the wind currents changed overnight, turning clockwise over the Rockies, pushing fallout back east. If that's true, the western states might be survivable in a few days. Another operator from Alberta said they're picking up lights in the stratosphere, like auroras, but orange and white instead of green. He said the magnetosphere's bending in ways they've never seen. Said it's like the planet's bruised. I'm trying to decide if I should move west. The generator's running low. The tower battery's already dropped below half. If I leave, this signal dies. If I stay, I might. That's the choice now, isn't it? Keep talking or keep breathing. A soft tapping came from the roof about 10 minutes ago. 3 knocks, slow, then 2, then nothing. I went outside with a flashlight. Nothing there. No footprints. No sound. But when I came back in, the radio hissed louder, as if something had brushed against the antenna. I don't believe in signs, but I do believe in timing. Maybe someone's trying to find me. Or warn me. Before I go silent for a few minutes to conserve fuel, I want to read this note I found taped to the old emergency cabinet. It's faded, but the handwriting's strong. If you're the one reading this, you're the last. Keep the signal alive. Don't tell them what you saw. Tell them we tried. Whoever wrote it, thank you. I understand now. This is Evan Mercer, still broadcasting from Cheyenne, 8:10 a.m. If you can hear this, you've made it through another hour, and that means something. Hold the light. Don't look up. I'll be back after the next power cycle. It's 9:02 a.m. The light's gone white. Not sunlight, something else. It's too even, too flat, like the sky forgot how to cast shadows. Everything outside looks washed out, as if someone erased the colors and left only outlines. The Geiger counter's ticking faster. Not panic fast yet, but climbing. The sounds become a metronome for what's left of my nerves. Every tick is another reminder that time's leaking. The air's warmer somehow. Not pleasant warm, more like a fever in the sky. You can feel it against your skin when you get near a window. It doesn't glow, it presses. The snow I scraped from the stairs melted into a gray puddle that evaporated within minutes. No steam, no scent, just gone. I tried to restart the shortwave logs. Most bands are empty now. Dead silence, except for a faint burst of digital chatter at exactly 8:41. Someone, somewhere, still transmitting. I couldn't decode it, but I could tell it was human. There was rhythm to it, coordination. It lasted 23 seconds, then stopped mid-sentence. I don't know what that means anymore. It could be the last message from a bunker, or an automatic failover repeating until power died. Or maybe it was someone, like me, talking into the dark and hoping it reached anyone. A few minutes later, a knock came on the back door. Slow, deliberate. I froze, waited. 3 knocks, then 1. My chest locked up. That's the code Mary from Fort Collins gave me. 5, then 1. But this was 3 and 1. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I waited 5 whole minutes. When I finally opened the door, no one was there. Just a smear of ash leading toward the alley. It's getting harder to tell what's real now. Maybe the hum coming back. Maybe not. Sometimes I hear my own breath echo a second later, like the air's rehearsing it for me. If you're still listening and you're near a working radio, try this. Tune down to 3.040 megahertz and leave your mic open for 15 seconds. Say your name, your location, and how many are with you. Don't waste words. Don't say over. Just click twice after. I'll record everything. I think people are starting to come back on the air in scattered places. I caught fragments, phrases like safe corridor, wind shift, and the green line. Someone said, the green line moved. Then static. There's this strange flicker near the ridge east of town. Looks like lightning behind the clouds, but it pulses in perfect intervals, every 11 seconds. If it were fire, the wind would have carried the glow sideways. This one stays still. It's almost beautiful in a wrong kind of way. I keep catching myself staring at it longer than I should. It feels like the world's caught between ending and continuing, like it can't decide which one it prefers. I took apart one of the emergency radios during the last power cycle. Inside, the circuits were coated in a thin layer of dust, metallic, magnetic. When I touched it, My fingers tingled. I washed them. The sensation didn't go away. Now they hum when I hold them close to metal. I don't think that's radiation. I think it's the planet itself, charged, angry, alive. At 8:55, a child's voice came through again on the emergency band. Same one as before, I think. The boy. He said, "The sky's talking now." Then he whispered, "It said it forgave us." Then the line cut. If there's anyone within range of Laramie, check the emergency repeaters. If the boy's real, he's out there alone. Bring him in. I wish I could tell you what forgiveness means in a world like this. Maybe it's just another word for surviving when you shouldn't have. The sky flickers brighter now. It's starting to light the rooftops orange. The hums faint again, too. Different pitch, lower. Almost soothing, if I didn't know better. It reminds me of the sound my father's old tube radios made when they cooled down after a long night. He used to say that noise was the world exhaling. Maybe that's what this is, the world's last breath, stretching itself across the airwaves before silence comes back. I'm down to my last fuel tank, 8 hours if I stretch it. I'll keep broadcasting until it runs dry. After that, I'll try to move west. If you're still out there, here's what you need to know before I go dark. Stay away from bright light, especially white light from the horizon. It's not the sun. Cover your windows with fabric, not foil. Foil reflects heat, but traps static, and static draws the dust. Don't eat anything that crunches when it shouldn't. Contamination sounds before it tastes. If the air feels warm at night, go underground. I don't know what tomorrow is. Maybe there isn't one. But the transmitter's light is still red, and as long as it's red, I'll keep talking. This is Evan Mercer. Cheyenne, 8:10 a.m. 9:08 in the morning, and the sky's still trying to remember how to be blue. If you're alive, don't stop proving it. It's 4:17 a.m. Thursday. The last rain came through around midnight, and it left a thin skin of ice on the cars along Front Street. I can hear it crack when a branch shakes. The river is slow and wide and black. My name is Evan Kincaid, and I'm still on 6:10 a.m. out of a half-dead station in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. I'm running off a deep cycle battery and a dented gasoline generator that coughs when the idle drops. If you can hear me, you're inside the last ring of stations that haven't burned out their finals or gone quiet. I'm tuned to 5 kilowatts when the line voltage behaves, but right now, I'm just a small light in a long field. If the carrier fades, wait 10 seconds. I always come back. You want to know what it felt like when this started? It didn't come with a flash for me. It came with the clocks. Every screen clock in the building jumped back 6 seconds at 10:31 on Monday night, and then the cell towers stopped handing out time at all. The weather radio on 162.55 went blank. The airport beacon at Capital City skipped its pulse. The guy who watches the bridge cameras said the feed froze on a single truck stuck with its hazards on, and the hazard lights didn't blink. The world took a breath the wrong way. I know that sounds small, but that was the first hint. 6 seconds, and then a quiet, like when you put your head under bathwater. At 11:09, the emergency alert system kicked us awake with the national header. You know, the one you only hear in tests that come with long forms and signatures. Not the weekly test, not the monthly test. This was the other kind. The text crawl said EAN, which means Emergency Action Notification, and it named cities the way a parent says first and middle and last when you're in trouble. Omaha, Minot, Great Falls, Bangor, Cheyenne Mountain. It told primary stations to hold and relay, and then the text cut into a block of black squares that looked like a crossword puzzle eaten by fire. The audio message was shorter. I only caught shelter. Confirmed. Event. The word event hung in the room like a gnat you can't swat. People say there was a flash over the coast. I did not see it. The TV mast on Blue Mountain lost power first. The main transmitter for Channel 8 started to scream at 11:14, a single high noise from the control shelf, and then the lights clicked off in the studio hallway, and I could hear the soda machine dump coins onto its own steel floor. The station manager tried to call PPL Electric on the landline and got a fast busy that sounded like a beating heart. His wife texted him 5 words: "Do not come home. North." She never texted again. I wasn't supposed to be here. I do midnights on weekends and fill-ins when the morning crew drinks too late. But I knew the generator key was in the green metal box by the back door, so I stayed. I wheeled the generator onto the loading dock and pulled the cord like I was starting a lawnmower. When the choke caught, the lights in Studio B woke up in a staircase of little clicks. The mixer came alive like an old dog lifting its head. The transmitter took a second longer, then gave me the OK lamp. I flipped us out of automation and put my hand on the talkback, like it was the hand of someone who might float away. I said the time and the station and my name. I said the bridge cameras were dead and the interstate signs had stopped counting miles to Philadelphia. I said, if you heard me and needed a voice that would not lie, you could stay. I said it like I meant it, and here's the strange part. I did. At 12:03, a truck driver called on the station's old copper line. His name was Ray. He said he was on Interstate 83 southbound near New Cumberland, and every car had pulled to the shoulder like a funeral. He said the sky had gone white over the southeast, not a bright light and not lightning, but the kind of white that forces your eyes to water. He asked if it was the sun. I told him it was midnight. He said he knew, but it looked like day without the warmth. Then he started to cry the way big men cry, with their throat closed and air trying to get out around the block. He ended the call without saying goodbye. 20 minutes later, another driver came in on the same line and said the signs near Baltimore were black. Not off. Black. Like someone had pushed paint onto them. I don't know what that means. I don't pretend. This is day 5. People keep asking me to number the days, so here it is. Monday night was the clocks. Tuesday morning was the quiet. Tuesday afternoon, the phones went one of 2 ways. Either SOS with no bars, or 5 bars with no network. The weather band stayed dead. The FM band turned into a field of ants, little bits of voices you could hear for a moment and then lose. I caught a CBC station out of Windsor, holding for 20 minutes on a looped message about sheltering in place. Then it vanished like a frog into reeds. The AM band has been better, but even here you can feel the waves thin out like hair. WABC carried a live voice until dawn on day 2. Then they relayed a loop about water safety and temporary curfew in the 5 boroughs. Yesterday, even the loop sounded like it had been dubbed onto a tape that had been dubbed onto another tape. What set the switch from odd to wrong was the rail yard. There should be horns at sunrise, even when it's cloudy. We have 3 crossings within a mile, and I've had my show under that sound more mornings than I can count. Day 2, 7:11 a.m., no horn. The rails were still. Then someone found the yard and saw 4 tank cars with the paint blistered on one side, like someone had heated them with a torch that came from the inside. The graffiti was melted into waves. A man put his hand on the steel and jerked it back. It was warm, even though the air stung, The yard office had a note on the door. Foam not working. I do not know if anyone tried. By 10 that day, the river had a film on it. Upstream, it might have been oil, but it didn't glitter like oil. It was a gray sheet, like a shadow with edges. A woman walking a dog said the dog would not go near the water, and then the dog turned around and sat with its back to the river. At noon, someone said the water tasted like coins. I did not put that on air. A man who says the water tastes like coins is a man with a mouth full of fear. You want escalation? The grid told the story better than I can. Pennsylvania split in half along a line that made no sense to me. If you were west of Altoona or east of Lancaster, you might have had power for another day. The middle went dim like a bruise. The substations hummed hotter than usual just before they stopped humming at all. Down in Maryland, the operators tried to island a chunk of the system so that hospitals could stay cold and bright, but it didn't hold. Guys who used to work for the utility say some protection systems tripped like they should, and others never woke up. They say your best gear becomes a paperweight when the wrong kind of surge walks through the door. They also say, quiet, that the surge felt like it came not just through the wires, but through the air itself, like a hand pressed on the whole town at once. Someone at the guard armory came by with a note for me on day 3. He had a patch that said 28th Infantry Division, and eyes that looked like he had skipped 3 nights and eaten nothing but trail mix. He asked if I would read a message on the hour. It said there would be travel checkpoints on the main routes after sunset, and that flashlights would be treated as signals. It said no private drones, no signal flares, and no burning tires. It said if you have a radio, leave it in receive unless you are trained because the bands were crowded with traffic that mattered. He said the word bands like he loved radios more than people. He left a second note with 4 letters on it, NCAW. I asked him what the letters were. He said, National Command Authority, wounded, and then winced like he had said something out loud he was told to keep in his pocket. Before he left, he turned and asked if the weather radio ever came back. I told him no. He nodded the way you nod when you hear exactly what you expected. I spend my nights nursing this board and my mornings nursing myself. There is coffee until there is not. There is a can of peaches in the fridge with a post-it that says, on air only. I do not know who left it. I am tired in my bones now in a way that sleep does not answer. My hands shake after I read certain names, and sometimes I feel like I could fall asleep in the space between the second hand and the next tick. I've learned how to cry without making noise, which is a skill that makes you feel both proud and less than human. You asked for theories, and I'll give you what I hear. Keep salt nearby. A nurse called from Camp Hill on day 2 and said the first wave of people who came in had burns that didn't match fire. The edges were too clean. The white part of the eye looked muddy. She said if there was a window between you and the flash, you might have been worse off than if there was brick. She said the first hour after the flash was quiet in the ER, and the second hour was a flood. By the 4th, they were turning people away with a look that she said will visit her every time she closes her eyes. A guy who used to work on aircraft out of Dover called and said he couldn't say much, but that we should not panic if we heard very loud engines high in the night. He said TACAMO birds were up. That's take charge and move out, the flying radios that talk to submarines. He said if you listen on HF, you might hear skiking traffic, and if you hear it, you should pray for good judgment. I put that on air, and then I worried that I gave the wrong counsel to a town that already has a bruise for a heart. A woman with a clearance I cannot pronounce left a message through our front door mail slot on day 4. It was written with a fine pen on paper that smelled like a new book. She said, "Do not believe anyone who says this was a single shot. Think of it like a storm line. Think of it like several doors opened in a row." She said an early false alarm near the Arctic may have met a real alarm near the Pacific, and then the words "launch on warning" were pulled out of their glass case. She did not say who opened which door first. She said to limit iodine if you don't know doses. She said covers over garden soil might save the fall harvest. She said, if you have little kids, teach them to take off their shoes at the door and leave them there. I read that twice on air and once to myself, and then I folded the paper back up and slid it under the mixer where dust goes to sleep. As the days stacked, the government voice grew thin. I still catch the same FEMA tape on some nights. It starts with the tone and a call up to any station with working equipment. It offers the same script about safe water, but the words boil and minute trip over each other because the tape is stretched. On day 3, the message said, curfew is over, and then curfew is extended in the same breath. I do not think there is a single mouth on that end speaking to us now. I think there are only machines trying to be useful. All right, you want faces. You want names. Right after 1 a.m. Tonight I got a call from a landline that popped up Dauphin County Library. I almost didn't pick it up because I thought it might be a fax. A voice said his name was Curtis, and he was a custodian. He said there was a woman inside with him named Lena, who had been there when the doors locked Monday night. They had a key to the back gate and a cot in the storage room. He said the first night they read to each other by phone light to stay awake. He read her a book about a boy and a large dog. She read him a book about a man walking across a country he didn't know and learning the names of birds. He said he used to hear the trains, and now he hears nothing at all, and that the silence has shape. He said, "Evan, it's like being inside a jar." He asked what to do with the books if they have to leave. I told him to leave the doors unlocked. Someone will need them to remember words that are not about fear. At 2:13 a.m., the copper line rang again. "This is Rosa. I'm in Toledo." The voice sounded like a coat pulled around the shoulders. She said her signal had hopped on the AM sky like a stone on a pond and landed here. She said the Maumee River looked sick on Tuesday, and the westerly made her eyes feel like sand. She said there was a day when every bird she could see on the power lines lifted at the same time and flew west, and nothing took their place. She said her dad was a technician at a retired plant, and that he used to warn about zinc on the roof downwind after a test, and that she should never lick the rain. She laughed a little, and then stopped. She asked if she should go north. I told her I did not know. I told her that sometimes staying is movement. I told her to fill bathtubs. I'm getting some questions about which bridges are open. I don't have a map I trust anymore. On day 2, the Market Street Bridge had a line of cars. Then it had no cars. Then the line appeared again. I don't think that's magic. I think someone tried to wave people through and then change their mind. Yesterday, a man knocked on the back door and said the Wrightsville Bridge had been closed from the York side by an armored truck parked sideways. He said no one was in the truck. He said a paper was taped to the driver's window that said, "Awaiting orders." He said the paper had watermarks and a seal, and the seal looked good. He said he would not trust a seal, even if it was tattooed on a man's forehead now. I gave him a bottle of water, and he left. He didn't ask for more. I tried to reach my brother on day 3. He lives in Queens, near the waterline. We don't talk much. The last time we spoke was about a fight that shouldn't have been a fight. I dialed and got a tone I don't know, and then a loop that said the number was restricted at source. That's a new lie. Yesterday, someone from the Bronx got through and said the bridges were sealed and the helicopters were busy not talking to anyone. He said there were paper notices posted on chain link about temporary shelter zones that were crossed out in marker by the afternoon. He said, if you're in a high floor, stay, and if you're on the ground, climb one floor and stop. He didn't say why. I didn't ask. He wanted to hear my voice. I gave him the time and I told him I would be here at the half hour, and he said he did not know if he could listen because the battery hated him. I told him to turn off his phone and use it only when he needed a voice. I worry he will use his last bar to hear a song from a better summer. I cannot blame him if he does. Someone from inside a hospital in Lancaster wrote down a message and handed it to a courier who drove a bicycle here with a headlamp wrapped in a red scarf. The message said they had moved the babies into the center of the building and stacked cots around them with the men on the outside. It said they were seeing strange burns and that they were taping sheets over air vents and using portable HEPA units taped with painter's tape, and that it might help. It said to keep showers short if you have water, to wipe down the floor after with a wet towel, and to throw the towel in a bag. It said they have a TV on in the break room that shows the same loop of a press conference that never starts, while a seal sits on the podium, like a coin. One of the doctors scribbled a personal line at the bottom. Tell the voice on 6:10 a.m. that his steadiness matters. The nurses cry less when he reads the time. I am reading the time again now. It is 4:29 a.m., Thursday. The air temperature near the station door is 28 degrees. The wind is from the north. The stars are off behind a high cloud deck, and the streetlight at the corner has a halo like a cold pearl. A man who used to work with NORAD, his word not mine, got a sentence into a call on day 4 before someone on his end killed the line. He said there is a name for what happens when someone sees a ghost on the radar and treats it like a man with a gun. He called it a catalyst, like the kind in a chemistry set you got as a kid that makes the green stuff turn black when you drop in the powder. He said the catalyst didn't come from nowhere. It came from everything getting thin at once. Bad satellites, a sun that threw a tantrum on Sunday, a half-finished patch on a box that should have been shut and locked. He said he could not say who threw the first real punch, and I think he meant that he wished he could. Then he said, if you can stay, stay. If you can go, go. But do one thing like you mean it. And then the line went dead. I was angry for 10 minutes, and then I wrote his sentence on a yellow sticky note and put it next to the fader that controls the transmitter so I could see it every time I brought the needle up. I've been doing one thing like I mean it. Someone asked me last night if there's any hope. That is a hard question to answer without lying. There is hope in small shapes here. There is hope in the sound of a neighbor's shovel on a driveway at dawn when no one asked him to come. There is hope in the little clicks of relays that still work. There is hope in a kid's voice on the line from Mechanicsburg, who told me she found a radio in her dad's closet that glows orange and has tubes, and that she plugged it into a battery and caught a baseball game from another year. She and her little brother listened like they were at the park with peanuts, and they fell asleep to a voice saying the score between the Yankees and the Tigers, like that mattered more than anything in the world. I did not correct her. A man in my place has to decide what to hold and what to let fall through his hands. I hold that. Now to basics. If you are listening within the city, there is a community clinic at 1400 North Cameron Street inside the old office with the broken sign that says tax. They have a nurse named May who has a calm voice and strong hands. They are taking people for simple cuts and burns and water advice. They do not have power, but they have buckets and bleach and a chart for mixing called the 842 rule that May wrote out in marker on a cardboard sign. If you go, take a number 2 pencil because pens freeze weird in the cold. They are open while the light lasts and closed when it goes. Do not bang on the door after dark. They need sleep. I'm hearing that the East Side Grocery has a manager who lets one person in at a time, no money, trade or list only. He has a notebook with names, and he writes down what you take, so that if there's a morning when someone can settle up, they will. He has 3 rules: no carts outside, no walking the aisles, and no taking water unless your sink ran dry. Someone tried to take a cart, and he stood in front of the door and said no, and the person put the cart back. I picture that like a scene from a small movie. He was braver than he expected. If you have a shortwave set and you know how to tune, I found a voice at 5.110 megahertz USB last night around 3 a.m. It sounded British, maybe a ham who got through on a wire he strung out his 3rd-floor window to a tree. He said his name was Rob in Cheltenham, and he mentioned a hill that sounded like Cleve, and that the coast had a lights-out order that people obeyed, even though no one came to check. He said the BBC had gone to tape except for a few bursts of live at the top. He said the word ministry, and then corrected himself to department, and that slip told me more than he meant. If you can hear him, tell him that a small river town in Pennsylvania hears him, and that his voice made a room with bad paint feel like church. I need to tell you something hard. Last night, I tried to dial a frequency where I sometimes hear Navy traffic. I heard nothing. That might be a good sign. It might mean they're quiet on purpose. After that, I tuned down and found a station with a warm tone and a woman reading names. She was slow and even and careful, like she was washing dishes by hand and didn't want to break the last good plate. I did not know any of the names. I turned the knob a little, and the names kept coming. I turned the knob farther, and it turned into a hiss and a pip and a number station that was counting by 3s, and then by 5s, and then by heartbeats. I went back to my own carrier. I said my own name out loud, alone in the room, so I would not forget how to say it. To the man who keeps leaving cans on the back steps with the label facing out, I see you. I took the beans and left the tomatoes for someone else. To the woman who left a scarf on the doorknob, it kept the headlamp from throwing a white spear through the room that would say, "Someone lives here." To the kid who chalked a smiley face on the cinder block near the loading dock, I pretended I was angry about the chalk dust, and then I sat on the step for 5 minutes and looked at it, because it made the gray less heavy. I'm going to do the water talk again, even though I know some of you could do it in your sleep now. If your tap still runs and you trust the line, fill containers. Keep one for drinking and one for washing. If you have a way to boil, bring water to a rolling boil for a minute. If you cannot boil, 2 drops of household bleach per quart, 8 drops per gallon. Stir. Wait 30 minutes. If it smells like a pool, let it sit with the cap off, and the smell will ease. Do not add more just because you're scared. More does not equal safer. If you are catching water from a roof, let the first wash go to waste if you can. If you have a backyard and snow, melt it. But remember, melted snow is less water than you think. It's a trickster. I keep thinking about the first thing that told me this was not a storm we could watch from the porch. It was not the sirens or the flash or the tape. It was the way the pigeons didn't show up on day 2. There's a sign on a signpost on 2nd Street where a man feeds them at lunch. He dumps a bag of stale bread and calls to them like he has done since I started here. On Tuesday, he stood there with a bag that looked heavy and a face that looked older than it did on Friday. He waited 15 minutes and then set the bag down and walked away. No birds came. The bread stayed. In the afternoon, someone took the bread. I hope it was someone who needed it. All right. It's 4:43 a.m., Thursday. The wind shifted a hair to the northeast. I have a caller blinking. The copper line flashes like a small lighthouse. I'm going to pick it up now. This is Evan. Name's Mikey. I'm in Queens, Long Island City. I'm using my neighbor's old phone because it plugs into the wall. There was a glow on Monday night. We went up to the roof to see if a transformer blew. The glow didn't have a sound. It was like the world had a film over it. The next day, the subway didn't come. They said stay inside, but we heard a crowd near the bridge, so we went to look. The cops were there, but they looked like they were waiting for orders from a person who forgot how to speak. They had that tired bend to their shoulders. My aunt keeps saying she used to hear planes, and now she doesn't. She says the quiet is heavier. What are you doing for water? We filled the tub. The color is off. We're letting the sediment settle and scooping the top. We're boiling as long as the stove works. We're on the 4th floor. Is that okay? 4th is better than the basement this week, Mikey. Stay off the roof unless you have to hang a sheet for a signal. Try to keep your windows covered with something thick when the clouds are thin. Evan, is Midtown gone? I don't know. I don't want to guess. I think pieces are hurt. I think other pieces are hiding their hurt. I think you should treat every window like a frame and decide what you put in it. I'll call if the line's still here tomorrow. I'll be here. The line clicks. The room breathes. I look at the clock and the second hand is steady again. It takes less to make me grateful than it did on Sunday. There's a pattern to collapses. First, you deny. Then you barter. Then you listen. Then you choose what you will carry. I am in the listening part most of the time, and the choosing part when the power dips. I choose to be here. I choose to read the time and say the wind and open the door when someone knocks with a note, because inside a thin world, there has to be a circle where words still land like stones you can step on to cross a creek. If you're alone, put something on the wall that tells you what day it is. Tear a page off when you wake. That way, your mind can use days like rungs. If you have kids, give them a job that sounds real, because it is. Ask them to count the candles. Ask them to be the carrier of clean water from the stairs to the sink. Ask them to draw your face so you can see yourself the way they do when the mirror is cold. I hear trucks now and then. Some belong to the guard. Some belong to people who found keys. If you plan to move, use day and decide before you start. If you plan to stay, pick rooms and make them tight. Keep shoes at the door. Keep a bucket by the sink. Use towels like gold. Save batteries for news and calls, not songs, unless the song keeps you from breaking. If it keeps you from breaking, press play. A whole town is worth one song. I need to tell you this before the hour. If you are near a siren that runs without a voice, do not stand to listen. Move inside. The sirens in 3 counties are on a long loop, and some ran themselves into the ground. One near Linglestown wouldn't stop, and then it stopped for good. If you hear a voice with the siren, and it says the same sentence twice, it is a tape. If it hands you a map, it is a wish. On day 1, a politician's voice came through twice on this board. It was a speech about unity. I heard it again on day 3, with different words but the same pauses. I don't think the man was alive for the second one. I say that not to make you more afraid, but to make you less. They are not in a room with us. We are in a room with us. That is smaller and sadder, and also, in a way, simpler. Time again. 4:57 a.m., Thursday. Wind steady north-northeast. Temperature still below freezing. If the light grows pink at the edges of the cloud, that is high cold and not heat. If it grows orange from below the clouds, do not watch with your eyes. Find the inside of your elbow. Pretend you are shy. There will be people who tell you the hardest part is the first week. They may be right, but I think the hardest part is every day you choose to be kind when no one is watching. That is work. That is the work I am trying to do here. It is not noble. It is not even interesting most hours. It is reading the time and saying the wind. It is telling a man not to boil water dry, because the pot will warp, and he will need that pot all winter. It is telling a woman that her voice made a radio station into a home for 90 seconds. I'm hearing one more call. The light is steady, not blinking. That means the line is open already. I'll raise it. Go ahead. This is Alan in Carlisle. I have a cousin at Letterkenny. He said they're moving things with no labels, and the people moving them don't know what's inside. He said the trucks do not stop for lights or people or fear. He said if you see one, you should not try to flag it down. He said sometimes they run dark. He said if you think the worst is over, it isn't. What does he want us to do, Alan? He said wait and don't do anything that makes you easier to measure. He said be boring. I don't know what that means. I think it means don't gather in big bright places. I think it means live sideways for a while. Thank you for the call. He hangs up. I write the word boring on a scrap and put it beside the other note. If there is wisdom in the wreck, it will look plain. It will look like boiled water and quiet feet and a radio voice that says the time without asking for anything in return. The top of the hour is coming. I'll hold the frequency. If I drop, count to 10 and listen again. If the battery dies, I will pull the cord on the generator and give it one more good pull with my whole arm and shoulder. If you can hear me, you are not alone. And that sentence is as true as any I know right now. I will stay as long as the board stays with me, as long as the carrier holds, as long as I have a voice and enough breath to push it over this little ridge and into your room. It is 5 a.m., Thursday. Harrisburg is quiet with small noises. The river rolls like a thick rope. The wind is north. The band is open. I'm here. Hold the frequency. It's 5:06 a.m., and the wind keeps scraping across the vents like sand through wire. The generator's idle is rough tonight. It hiccups every few minutes, and each time I think it's about to quit for good. But then it catches again, like a tired lung refusing to stop breathing. I'm still here. This is Evan Kincaid, 6:10 a.m. Harrisburg, whatever's left of it. I can see my breath even though I'm indoors. The heat's been gone for hours, and the concrete keeps pulling warmth from my hands. The desk under me smells like metal and dust. The red on-air light still works, but it feels almost cruel now, too bright for a world that's gone dim. If you've just tuned in, it's day 5 since the flashes, and the world feels smaller every hour. The power grid east of Pittsburgh is gone. Not unstable. Gone. People in the outskirts are lighting fires in oil drums again, burning broken pallets and plastic and anything that burns fast. The smoke hangs low, trapped under the cold air. turning the sunrise into something that looks more like a bruise than a sky. I've been trying to scan shortwave again. Between 4.7 and 6 megahertz, all I get are faint pulses. Someone keying their mic and letting go. No voice. No ID. Just taps. Someone out there is trying to say we're still here, and maybe that's all that matters. Around 3 a.m., I got a letter slipped through the back door slot. The handwriting was shaking, half cursive, half print. It said, "We saw something in the west, like stars falling but slower. The sky burned for minutes, not seconds. Dogs wouldn't stop barking. Then the lights went out. Everything electric died except the radios. What do we do now?" It wasn't signed. If you're the one who wrote that, what you saw wasn't stars. We've been picking up chatter from the Ohio Valley, mentions of missile debris, maybe intercepts, maybe re-entry fragments. The scientists, the ones still talking, say some detonations happened high, too high to burn the way they used to. That's why the light lasted so long. But that doesn't matter anymore, does it? What matters is that you're still breathing, still writing, still asking what to do next. What you do next is survive the silence. If the sky glows, don't watch it. Don't go outside unless you must. Keep your windows covered. Don't drink surface water unless you boil it. Don't trust the static voices that tell you evacuation buses are coming. There are no buses. There's no safe zone. The map changed on Monday night, and we're all living inside its blank parts now. A new voice came through at 2:41 a.m. Faint, male, British accent maybe. He said, "This is Relay Station Lima 9, repeating message from Allied Command Europe." And then it cut off. No follow-up, just the sound of wind over the mic. If that was real, and not just a skip signal from days ago, it means there's still some command network somewhere, still trying to talk through the smoke. The weirdest thing is, right before the broadcast died, I heard something underneath it. Not music, not speech, more like metal scraping metal, like a gate being pulled shut. And then nothing. I keep thinking about how quiet the roads have become. You used to hear trucks all night on 81, constant hum like the heartbeat of the state. Now it's just 1 or 2 engines a day, and most of them sound wrong. One passed at dawn yesterday. Slow, heavy, no headlights. You could hear the tires slap the frozen road, but there was no cab light, no driver silhouette. People in Lemoyne said it stopped near the bridge, and then just sat there, idling, for half an hour before driving off without turning around. No markings on the side. No plates. If that's military, they're moving blind. If it's not, then something else is driving. It's strange what you start missing when the world unravels. I miss traffic lights. I miss the green glow on the windshield. I miss the background hum of machines that used to make you feel safe because they never stopped. I miss being annoyed by small things. Now every sound makes you stop breathing. Let me read something from the note a nurse handed me yesterday. We're running IVs with melted snow. No more saline. Patients are quiet now. The burns are turning pale around the edges. Some people say it's healing. Others say it means the tissue's dead. We just keep moving from bed to bed, pretending we still know what medicine is. She signed it. Rita, UPMC Harrisburg. Rita, if you can still hear this, keep writing, even if there's no one to read it. Words matter more than medicine right now. There's something else happening out there. The Geiger counter I keep by the window used to tick every few minutes. Now it clicks like rain on a tin roof. It's not screaming, but it's alive, and that means something is in the air. You can't smell radiation. You can't taste it, but the meter doesn't lie. I covered the vents with old t-shirts and duct tape. It's not perfect, but it's something. If you're listening, do the same. The strangest call tonight came from a man who said he was near Dover Air Force Base. He spoke in bursts, like he was running. He said the runways were full of planes, but none of them took off. He said there were soldiers there, but they weren't giving orders, just standing in lines, waiting for something invisible. He said they were listening, all of them, facing east. I asked what they were listening to, and he said, "It's not sound, it's pressure, like the air's holding its breath." Then the line cut. I've been looking at the clock for the last 20 minutes. Every time I blink, the second hand hesitates. I don't know if it's the power inverter glitching or if time itself is tired. My hands are numb. My throat hurts. But I'm still talking, because silence feels like surrender. Before I came on, I listened to the voice logs from the first night. There was a man named Patrick calling from Scranton. He said his wife had gone to get milk before the flash and never came home. He waited outside the store for hours, calling her name, until he realized every car in the parking lot had its doors open. No glass broken, no footprints, just open doors. I didn't know what to tell him then. I still don't. It's almost dawn now. If you're still out there, light something small, candle, flashlight, even a phone screen, and put it in your window for 5 seconds, just to let someone know you're alive. Don't leave it on too long, just long enough for a neighbor to see. Because that's all we can do now, send small signals into a large dark. This is Evan Kincaid, 6:10 a.m., Harrisburg. I'll stay on until the fuel runs dry or the signal fades. If I go quiet, wait 10 seconds and listen again. I'll come back. Hold the frequency. It's 5:41 a.m. now. The cold has a voice of its own. It crawls under the doors, hums through the vents, and whispers in the cracks of the walls. I wrapped a towel around the base of the studio door, but it doesn't help much. My fingers are stiff. When I move them, they sound like dry paper. This is still Evan Kincaid, Harrisburg. 6:10 a.m., if that means anything anymore. The city feels hollow. No traffic since last night. No dogs. Just wind moving trash down Front Street. I looked outside through the small glass slit near the lobby. There's frost on the inside of the window. You can see where someone pressed their palm there before it froze over. Probably me, but it looks like someone else now. The power line tower behind the parking lot leans sideways like it's trying to lie down. Its cables hum, even without power. Static hum, not electric. Maybe it's the air. Someone left a voice message on the backup recorder before dawn. It came from a ham relay, weak and warped, but I wrote it down. It said, "If you hear this, this is South Carolina. Charleston, maybe. We've got the coast under a black mist. Boats stopped moving 2 nights ago. It's quiet, like death. Some of the ships, the ones still lit, drift back in without anyone on deck. They just bump against the harbor walls and spin until the tide pushes them out again. Don't come here. Don't come south." Then there's a scrape, and what sounds like someone dropping the microphone. That was 3 hours ago. Haven't heard them since. Around midnight, I tried scanning VHF. Picked up short bursts from what sounded like a police frequency in New Jersey. They said words like containment zone and non-contact perimeter. Then someone cut in shouting that it wasn't fallout. They kept saying, "It's not fallout, it's behavior." Then static swallowed it whole. Behavior. That word's been in my head since. What kind of behavior makes cities go quiet overnight? A truck passed the station again an hour ago. Same unmarked one, same slow crawl. This time it stopped outside the lot for a full minute. I didn't go out. I just listened. The engine idled heavy and uneven. Then something metal clanged in the back, like chains shifting. When it pulled away, I could see, barely through the fog, dark stains down the side. I told myself it was oil. I keep telling myself that. I got a call from a man named Peter in Allentown. He said he used to work for a defense contractor. Said the radiation readings didn't match expected fallout. The isotopes showing up in rainwater, those aren't just uranium or cesium. He said they found short-lived artificial nuclids, ones that decay within hours. His words, not mine. Said it looked more like someone was painting the sky with something meant to scatter signals, not kill people. When I asked why anyone would do that, he said, maybe to blind satellites. Maybe to erase what's left of eyes in the sky. Then he whispered, but it went wrong. I asked what that meant. He said, they thought they were fighting each other. Turns out they were both blind. And then the call cut. 5:49 a.m. now. The generator's coughing again. I gave it the last half cup of gas from the storage can. If it dies, I'll switch to battery for a bit, but that'll only last an hour, maybe 2. I keep thinking about how fast everything went from noise to nothing. The whole world was addicted to sound. Traffic, chatter, news feeds, alarms. And then silence came, and it didn't ask permission. I got through to a woman named Claire outside Pittsburgh last night. Her voice was soft and cracked like she hadn't slept in days. She said she's been keeping her radio on even when there's no signal. Just so the silence has company, she said. She said she lives near the Monongahela River and that the water's still flowing, but every night around 2 a.m., it starts to glow faint green for a few minutes and then fades. She said fish float up after that. She buries them in her garden because she can't stand to watch them rot. She asked me if the world is ending. I told her I don't know. I told her maybe the world ended already, and we're just living in its echo. She cried, quietly, for 30 seconds straight, and then said, I'm going to plant something tomorrow, even if it dies. I told her that was the best idea I'd heard all week. Every once in a while, the radio catches faint military time codes, somewhere between 10.540 and 11 megahertz, just automated pulses. But last night, one of them broke pattern. 3 long beeps, then a voice. Unit Bravo 14, withdraw from Zone 7. Repeat, Zone 7 is compromised. Then static. I don't know where Zone 7 is. Maybe everywhere is Zone 7 now. A note for anyone still near Harrisburg. If you're within reach of the Susquehanna, don't drink from it. I don't care if it looks clear. The readings I've gotten with my old dosimeter are higher every day. If you can find bottled water, trade for it. If you can't, melt snow and let it sit for an hour before drinking. And stay indoors from dawn till noon. That's when the wind shifts south and the sky gets that pale gray shimmer. I don't know what it is, but every time it happens, people start coughing. I keep thinking about what the man from Dover said, the soldiers listening to pressure in the air. Maybe they're right. There's something about the silence that feels alive. Last night, I turned off every device in here just to listen. After about a minute, I could hear this low vibration. Barely a sound, more like a feeling behind your ribs. It comes and goes. Sometimes it fades into the ground. Sometimes it moves through the air. I tried to record it, but when I played it back, all I heard was my own heartbeat. It's funny. People used to talk about the end of the world like it would be loud. Explosions, chaos, sirens. But it's not like that. It's slow. It's quiet. It's like the world forgot how to breathe. I'm still breathing, though. So are you, if you're listening. That's something. That's everything. This is Evan Kincaid, signing off for a short break to conserve power. I'll be back at 6 o'clock sharp if the generator holds. Hold the frequency. Don't go quiet. It's 6:02 a.m. now. The sun's not up yet, but there's a strange light bleeding through the clouds. Too white, too flat. It doesn't rise. It spreads, like milk spilled across a black table. The birds are gone. The wind's low. Everything feels like it's holding its breath again. This is still Evan Kincaid, Harrisburg, 6:10 a.m. I'm speaking to whoever's left in the static. If you're tuning in for the first time, it's day 5 since the detonations, or whatever they were. We've lost every major relay station east of the Mississippi, except 2. One in Chicago, one somewhere near Raleigh, though the Carolina signal sounds like it's coming from underwater. The generator's holding. Barely. It's been 5 days on fumes, and the exhaust smells like rust and burned oil. I'd give anything for silence that didn't mean death. A few minutes ago, I heard something outside. Heavy, deliberate. I thought it was the truck again, but when I looked through the glass slit, I saw a figure standing by the edge of the parking lot. Couldn't see a face, just a coat. Long, dark, the kind that moves even when the wind doesn't. I called out. Nothing. When I turned the studio light off and looked again, the figure was gone. But something was left behind. A single glove on the asphalt. I'm staring at it right now through the window. It's stiff, frozen, pale, like it's been soaked in something that dried clear. I'll go out after sunrise if the air doesn't sting my throat too much. Let's get back to the reports. I've been writing every one of them down in this notebook. Names, places, coordinates. It doesn't feel like journalism anymore. It feels like writing headstones. At 5:19, a woman named Julia from Baltimore called on the old copper line. She said the inner harbor was glowing from below. The water's calm, but light seeps up from underneath, like someone laid lamps on the riverbed. She said she could hear voices, not clear words, just tones like underwater singing. She said she followed the sound until it got louder, and then every radio in her house turned on by itself. No power, no batteries, just the hum of dead stations. She unplugged all of them, but the sound kept coming. Her last words before the line died. It's not radiation, it's memory. Then static. 6:08 a.m. There's been a steady pulse on 9.420 megahertz, 3 long tones, 5 seconds apart, then silence. Repeats every hour. No Morse code, no voice. The first time I caught it, I thought it was military. But now I'm not sure. Someone from a university in Ohio, if the ID was real, called it a synchronization beacon. Said it was meant to align satellite clocks in case of global desync. Said if those pulses keep going, someone up there is still running operations. But he also said the frequency's wrong by a few megahertz, too low for modern systems, too analog, too human. He asked me not to say his name. Said the beacon isn't supposed to be heard down here. Then his phone cut off, and my board flickered for half a second. I keep a thermometer by the door. It's reading 42 degrees inside, 28 degrees outside. The cold is creeping into my teeth. My breath fogs the mic when I get too close. I try not to think about how empty the city must look right now. The empty bus stops, the frozen rivers, the cars that still have headlights pointing nowhere. Somewhere out there, there's a man sitting in his kitchen, eating cold beans with a fork, listening to this. Maybe wondering if the sky will clear. Maybe wondering if it matters. If you're that man, it does. If you can hear my voice, you're proof that the world hasn't gone completely quiet yet. That counts for something. A listener from York County left a note yesterday. Said she found a working ham repeater around 146.82 megahertz carrying a message loop from a civil defense relay. I tried tuning to it tonight. Same thing she described. A calm male voice repeating, "This is Civil Channel 9. Remain in place. Shelter. Food distribution will resume when conditions permit." Then a 2-second pause. If you are hearing this, you are inside a secure perimeter. Then a third line, do not travel toward major population centers. That's it. It loops every minute. I've been hearing versions of that same message since Tuesday, but this one's different. This one's warmer, like someone re-recorded it on purpose, like someone's alive at the other end. I'll keep checking the signal strength through the morning. 6:16 a.m. There's movement outside again. Not the figure this time. Something smaller. A sound like wind dragging over paper. Maybe birds. Maybe rats. Maybe the wind learning a new language. I can see faint dust falling through the air near the floodlight. It glitters when it hits the beam. Not snow. Not ash. Something finer. It reminds me of the dust that hung in the air on day 2 after the first big flash. People said it was just debris, but this stuff moves slower, like it's heavy for its size. If you breathe too close to the door, it tastes metallic. I keep wondering what the air itself remembers. Someone asked me once why I keep talking. Why not just wait it out in silence like everyone else? Because silence is a kind of death. When there's a voice, any voice, it keeps the idea of us alive. Even if no one answers back. Even if the signal only bounces between ghosts. At 5:50 yesterday, a man from Richmond got through for 2 minutes before his signal warped into a hum. He said something about unmapped radiation belts forming over the eastern seaboard. Said atmospheric data showed charged particles clustering unnaturally. Said he thought something in orbit had broken open. A satellite, maybe a warhead casing, and the fragments were creating a halo around the Earth. He said, "We're living under a ceiling now." Then he coughed. Said the lights in his house flickered blue, and the call ended. I've been watching the sky since. The stars that should be there aren't, and the ones that are seem to drift, like they're moving too fast for space, but too slow for airplanes. I don't think they're stars at all. I can hear the copper line crackling again. Someone's trying to call. Click. Hello? You're on the air. A pause. Just breathing. Who's this? Evan? Yes. Who is this? This is Thomas. Lancaster. I used to work at the water plant. You told people to boil their water. You were right. But it's not the pipes anymore. It's the wells. They're glowing. Glowing? Yeah. When you shine a light down the shaft, it glows back at you, like the dark has eyes. What's the reading? Doesn't matter. The meters melted. He went quiet for a long time. Then he said, "You keep talking, man. The quiet out here. It's too loud." Then the line dropped. 6:27 a.m. I keep the notebook open beside me now. It's already thick with names. Some crossed out, some circled, some underlined twice. I don't know why I mark them that way. Maybe so I don't forget the order they called in. Maybe so I can pretend I'm keeping history from dissolving completely. Someone told me once that radio waves never really die. They just get weaker, stretched thinner, until they blend into the background of the universe. So maybe even if this world burns out, our voices will still be floating somewhere, faint but endless. If that's true, then this signal, this one right now, might outlive me, might outlive all of us. Maybe one day, 100 years from now, someone will be tuning an old receiver in a rebuilt world and catch a ghost of this transmission. Maybe they'll hear me saying, "Hold the frequency," and they'll know we didn't just vanish. We spoke. The clock says 6:31 a.m. now. The sky's turning pale. Still no sun. The horizon's glowing like something behind it's on fire, but it's too even to be flame. If that light starts climbing, close your blinds. Don't look. I'll tell you when it's safe to open them. Stay with me. Hold the frequency. It's 6:38 a.m. now. The pale light has climbed halfway up the skyline. It isn't sunrise. The light is too cold, too smooth. The shadows on the street don't stretch right. They blur instead, like they're breathing. I'm still here, Evan Kincaid, 6:10 a.m. Harrisburg. If the broadcast fades, stay tuned for a few minutes. Sometimes the generator lags when the fuel sloshes, but it always catches back. I'll keep my hand on the switch. The Geiger meter is louder today. Not a scream, just a fast clicking, like rain against tin. I've moved it to the far corner of the room, but I can still hear it between words. I don't even know why I still listen. It's not like I can fix the air. The wind outside has picked up again. It sounds thick, like it's pushing through powder, not air. The floodlight out by the parking lot is flickering. The glove that was lying near the edge is gone. Just gone. I've got a few more reports from the outer counties. A man from Williamsport left a voice message on the answering machine just before 5 o'clock. He said the mountains are glowing faint red every night now. Not fire. Something else. He said it looks like veins beneath the snow. He mentioned hearing a hum deep in the ground, like a generator buried under the hills. He said he couldn't sleep because his windows vibrated every few minutes. When he tried to record it, his phone camera showed streaks of light running across the floor like reflections from water. But there's no water in his house. He ended the message saying, "It feels like the ground's breathing under us." Then the tape ran out. 6:43 a.m. The phone line blinked again. Another call. I didn't even say hello before the man spoke. His voice was cracked and flat, like someone reading from a script he didn't believe in. He said, "Evan, this is North Command Relay. We have minimal communications. Philadelphia is gone. Baltimore is gone. Stay on the air if possible. Civil defense signal was hijacked. Do not trust Channel 9. I asked him to confirm, but he didn't answer." The line went silent, and the dial tone that came after didn't sound normal. It pulsed like a heartbeat. If that message was real, then maybe that warm, calm voice we've been hearing wasn't human after all. I keep thinking about what Julia from Baltimore said earlier, about the memory in the water, the way it glows from below. Maybe the world's trying to remember itself. Maybe whatever we did up there, whatever got launched, intercepted, or detonated, cracked the atmosphere just enough to let memory leak through. That sounds insane when I say it out loud, but insanity's not much different from logic when the lights go out. A boy named Eli called from Scranton 2 hours ago. He's 11. Said his parents went to look for medicine and didn't come back. He's been living in the basement with a flashlight and a bucket of canned peaches. He said the upstairs windows glow at night, even though he covered them with blankets. He asked if it's safe to sleep. I told him yes, even though it's not. I told him to keep his radio close and the flashlight off unless he needs it. I told him to talk to me again when he wakes up. He said, "Okay, Mr. Evan, I'll dream in the dark. If you can hear me, Eli, keep that light off. Stay small. Stay quiet." 6:49 a.m. The light outside's getting stronger. I can see the rooftops now, frosted silver. The snow's not melting, but it's sweating. Every surface has this thin layer of dew that shimmers like glass. Someone down by the bridge is burning wood. The smoke goes up straight and stops halfway, like it hit an invisible ceiling. I can smell it even in here. It smells like cedar and something else, like burnt wires. I tried the FM dial again. Nothing but hiss. Then, just before 90.1, a voice came through for 2 seconds. "This is St. Luke's Hospital. North wing compromised. Evacuating lower floors." Then silence. The FM band's been dead for days, so if that transmission bled through, it means somebody out there still has power. Maybe generators like mine, maybe bigger. If you're in Harrisburg and can move safely, the hospital's about 20 minutes east of here. But go only if you can breathe easy in the cold air. If your throat starts to sting, cover your mouth with a wet rag. The dust hangs heavier near the river in the mornings. I keep a photo on the desk. My brother and me, sitting on the back of his car near the shore, fishing lines out. I found it in my jacket pocket 2 days ago. Don't even remember putting it there. It's bent. The edge is dark from sweat. He used to say the world would end in paperwork, not bombs. Maybe he was half right. There's always some form to fill out, even for the dead. I tried his number again this morning. Still that same strange tone. Restricted at source. It's been 4 days. I can't stop dialing anyway. There's a man who keeps knocking on the studio door every night around this time. I've never seen him clearly, but he knocks exactly 3 times, then waits. Never says anything. I used to think it was someone from the guard checking on the station. But now, I'm not sure anyone's left in uniform around here. The first night I didn't answer. The second night, I said through the door, "I can't open up, sorry." And from the other side, he said, "That's fine. I just needed to hear someone answer." He hasn't spoken since. Just the same 3 knocks and silence. If he knocks again today, maybe I'll ask his name. 6:57 a.m. The clock ticks loud now. It's strange. I never noticed how loud clocks are until there's nothing else to drown them out. The notebook's full of names. Ray, Julia, Peter, Rita, Curtis, Rosa, Claire, Thomas, Eli. I keep flipping back through them like a rosary. Each one's a voice that made it through the static for a moment before vanishing. If you're still out there, any of you, know that I heard you. You're not gone. Not really. You're written down in ink that won't fade as long as I'm breathing. The hum under the ground is getting louder again. It rises in waves, almost rhythmic, like something alive. The lights flicker in sync with it, like the power grid's heartbeat. If this keeps up, I might have to shut down for a bit to save power. But I'll come back. I always do. The world outside is half light, half ash now. The horizon glows faint blue, and the air tastes like metal through the cracks in the wall. If you can hear me, stay inside. Don't trust the calm. The calm is when things shift. This is Evan Kincaid, Harrisburg, 6:10 a.m. It's 7 a.m. on what's left of Thursday. I'll check the lines again soon. Don't go quiet. Hold the frequency. 5:42 a.m. Cold air from the river. Ground smells like metal and smoke. This is Evan Marlowe, broadcasting from the east side of Pittsburgh on 5:40 a.m. if the tower holds, and on shortwave 7.490 megahertz if the skip is kind. The room is small, and the paint on the window frame is flaking. My fingers are numb. It's late September, sun not up yet. The sky is gray with a brown edge toward the horizon. If you just tuned in by accident, if you were turning the dial looking for music or traffic, you're not going to find either. I don't have a jingle. I don't have a sponsor. I have a rig that I stared at for years and never touched like this, and I have a cable running out through a busted pane into a homemade antenna strung between a bare maple and a bent TV mast. The city sounds wrong. No buses, no trash trucks, only a far siren that stops fast, and a thumping somewhere upriver that might be a generator that's about to give up. It smells like hot coins when I open the door, and when the wind shifts, you can taste grit. You know what happened, or you think you do. I'll tell you what I saw. I'll tell you what I heard. I'll tell you what I've been told by people who had names and jobs last week and now use first names and burner phones. Stay on this frequency if you can. If the signal fades, try the shortwave. If both go, try 462.675 on GMRS. Try anything that buzzes or hisses. We're stitching a blanket from bad thread and hoping it holds. The first thing that felt wrong wasn't a siren or a flash. It was the airport board not changing. Pittsburgh International usually flips rows in the early morning. The arrivals and departures click over like shuffling cards. Yesterday, just before dawn, they froze. System refresh. A guy with a yellow vest told me when I was there dropping off a cousin for a connecting flight. He said it like a brush off. Behind him, a TSA supervisor stood stiff, polling her phone with her thumb, frowning at nothing. I kept seeing the same flight to O'Hare delayed, same flight to LaGuardia delayed, same flight to Atlanta delayed, time sliding forward, but the words not keeping up. A woman in a red coat walked up to the counter and said she needed to get to Denver because her mother was having surgery. The agent pasted on the smile that agents paste on when they've got nothing to give and told her to hang tight. Then the line of taxis outside got longer and stopped moving because the card readers were down and cash was suddenly king and no one had enough of it. That was before people started filming the sky in other time zones. By mid-morning, the first videos were traveling on group chats that still had juice. A bright bloom over the ocean that didn't look like lightning. A shock wave that kicked dust off a parking lot in Norfolk. And then a line of cars stopped hard in the middle of a freeway. Like the drivers had all agreed they were out of ideas. A voice note from my friend Alan, who used to work at a local NBC affiliate, said their EAS box, the one they test on Wednesdays with that warble that makes you glance at the ceiling, lit up with a national code he had never seen. The text on the little screen didn't say tornado or amber alert. It said NPT in a way that wasn't a test. A few minutes later, the TV went black and stayed that way. A scrolling crawl on one station tried to run on emergency batteries and then choked, repeating the same 5 words. Shelter. Stay indoors. Await instructions. No voiceover. No face. Just those words, like a slogan for a government that had left the building. The rumors came with different accents. An Air Force tech from Wright-Patterson calling into a ham net said 4 birds went up, then 8. Then something else that wasn't ours. He used call signs so clean and clipped I believed him. A guy with a Baltimore drawl said the inner harbor shook like a train was breaking on the roof. A woman in Spokane whispered into the mic of a cheap handheld and said she'd seen a light to the south beyond the hills, and then every radio station turned to hash. Someone in New Jersey kept repeating, "It was at sea, it was offshore, it was offshore," as if saying it made the border between water and land a wall against fallout or fear. My cousin never boarded her flight. She went home, turned all the knobs on her stove to make sure the gas was off, then called me and asked if she should fill the tub. I told her yes. If you're listening now, fill it. Anything that holds water. You can strain it later with a t-shirt. You'll be glad you did. At noon, the phones in the newsroom where Alan used to work rang all at once, and then stopped all at once. A reporter I know who usually jokes through anything lost her voice on the line with me and said, "It's not like the movies. It's quiet." I went outside and the sky looked like it had a bruise. Distant thunder without lightning. 2 helicopters headed west, white and fast. One had a mark that looked like a DHS patch, unless I'm wrong. Maybe I am. You find out how often you were sure of things that weren't true when your city creaks like a ship. Traffic lights blinked red in 4 directions. Milk and bread and batteries vanished from the corner store while the owner tried to count change by hand and couldn't do the math because his brain was stuck on the words he heard the night before. DEFCON changed. He didn't know the number. He just knew the word changed. At 2 in the afternoon, the grid hiccuped, came back, and then went. The streetlights came on in daylight and stayed on for 10 minutes while everything else dimmed. Then the lights gave up too. You could hear the building's old pipes tick as pressure wandered. Those of you in houses with gas furnaces heard the blower fans try to save you and then fail. Freezers hummed and then exhaled and went still. Someone on the block yelled at someone else for using a generator because you'll draw them. Who them was, he couldn't say. He meant attention. He meant people with empty hands and hot eyes. In the stairwell of my building, an old man sat on the step like it was a church pew and said he'd been in the Missile Age, and it felt like that again. He didn't look at me when he said it, like he was telling someone in front of him that he'd never forgiven for leaving him alone with silence. By sunset, the first real word that was more than rumor came over NOAA weather radio, of all things. A monotone that sounded like it had been recorded 3 hurricanes ago said major urban centers had been struck in limited but significant events across multiple theaters. It did not name them. It said to remain indoors, to seal doors and windows with plastic sheeting if available, to turn off ventilation systems. It told anyone with potassium iodide tablets to take the recommended dose for their age. It told you to keep pets inside. It did not tell you who had done what to whom. It did not say if this was the first wave or the only wave. It looped once, twice, 3 times, and then someone cut it off like they'd realized they were saying too much or not enough. You don't realize how much you want someone in a tie to explain your life until the tie is gone, and the only voice you get is a weather robot reading a script that smells like stale printer ink. Overnight, I kept the rig running on a car battery and a solar panel the size of a doormat. I used to think the panel was for camping. It's for this. If you've got one, pull it from the garage even if the sky is ugly. It adds up. I taped a piece of cardboard to the window glass to keep the light from leaking out because in the apartments across the street, the only windows that glowed were a few phones held up by hands, slowly losing hope. Every hour on the hour, I repeated the same basic list. Water, bleach, a bucket, duct tape, towels, food you don't have to cook. a radio that takes batteries, a first aid kit with more gauze than you think you'll need. I said, if you're on any meds that you can't stop, ration them like you would a rare spice, and write down the times you take them on paper, because the clock on your stove doesn't mean anything now. The first hard call came at 1:13 from a man who said his name was Victor in Toledo. He called on the GMRS frequency, and I patched it through crudely to the AM side. He said, "We saw the flash to the north, but we didn't hear it. And after that, the hospital that still had power took people outside because of something with the vents. They lined them up on the lawn with blankets, and then they told family to go home." He said he hadn't seen a cop car since afternoon. He said his neighbor started to walk to the grocery at dusk and came back 10 minutes later with a black smear under his nose from where he'd fallen down in the parking lot when someone pushed him. He said he was sorry he didn't help more people earlier, and then he cried through his teeth and hung up, and I stared at the board like it had answers written on it. If you're in Toledo, and you know of Victor with a stutter when he gets upset, tell him he's not the only one who panicked. Tell him that the way you feel is not a flaw. It's a system trying to save your heart from breaking under a weight no one asked for. At 3:04, an email came in on a spare laptop that's on 2 layers of surge protection and a prayer. The subject line was blank. The sender's address was a string of numbers. The first sentence said, "We did not stand down." The second said, "We did not fire first." It wasn't bravado. It was almost tired. It referenced units by number that I didn't recognize. It said, "Intercepts of inbound confirmed, casualties high." It said, "Secondary detonations near ports suggest sabotage or pre-placed devices." It said, "Primary hits against known command nodes and decoys." And then it said a thing that stuck in my throat. "We are not as blind as they think, but we are bleeding." I don't know if it was a soldier or a liar. I only know liars tend to brag, and this felt like a man staring at the floor while he confessed he had run out of bandages. I read it twice, and then I unplugged the cable and shut the lid. You'd think panic would be loud. It's not. Panic in a city with no power is 1,000 small sounds that don't fit together. A metal gate rattling in an alley. A dog refusing to bark but whining low, ears back. Feet on stairs that take breaks. Private crying stifled in a pillow. A car door opened and then closed so slowly it squeaks only at the end. A generator coughing and then going silent, because the gasoline you thought would last 2 days lasted 9 hours. The nearest thing to loud is when someone swears, because a flashlight's last strength was wasted checking a drawer full of dead batteries. In that silence, you hear your own thoughts, too clear, and they don't feel like friends. So I talk. I keep talking. If you're alone, I'm with you. If you're 2 or 3, put the radio in the middle of the room and let my voice hold the space between you. Make a map of your block on the back of a cereal box while you listen. Mark who's there, who's gone, who's sick, who's strong. The first plan is the best plan because the second plan will not be the one you get to use. Let me log what we know, what we think, and what is probably just the air hissing through broken seals. We know there were multiple detonations, some at sea, some on land. We know some were intercepted because if they weren't, we wouldn't be having this talk. We know the phones stagger and sometimes come back like a drunk who insists he's fine. We know the internet is a patchwork. Big sites show you cached pages with smiling ads for winter clothes, while the world warms in the wrong way. We know the feds told us to shelter and then went quiet. Whether they're underground, overwhelmed, or gagged by their own filters, I won't guess. We know the military is moving. We can hear the C-17s when the wind is right. We know trains still run in places, heavy and slow, carrying something that rattles like chains. We know there are fires you can't call about. We know you feel like the air itself is untrustworthy. Here are the theories from the people who usually speak in acronyms. One says there was a decapitation strike aimed at breaking command and control, timed with cyber on the big grids to force long outages even where no blast hit. One says that a handful of ports were seeded with devices and containers that came in under flags we thought were friendly, meant to go off when a signal hit. One says a rogue state was used as a mask. Another says the biggest player did it straight up and will lie later, because when the world is this messy, lies are cheap. A man who claims he used to work on early warning says we were lit up. Then they went quiet, like a test to watch our reaction time. Then the first hits, then quiet again, as if someone was counting our breaths. He says we still have teeth. He says the word triad as if it means something reassuring. It doesn't to the woman in a basement in Dayton trying to open a child-proof cap on a bottle of pills in the dark. What matters to her is that the city water stopped and the battery in the baby monitor died. I will tell you what to do, even if my voice shakes when I say it. Tape the cracks with whatever tape you have. If you have the heavy stuff, use that. But don't wait to find it. Check the wind direction if you can. If you have a weather app that still renders a crude arrow, fine. If not, go outside only long enough to lick a finger and hold it up and feel the cold side. That's the wind. Rub ash off if it lands on you. Keep clothing in a bag if you go out and back in. Don't burn anything inside that eats your oxygen unless you know the room can breathe without letting the dust in. People will die of stupid things because the smart things are too big. Don't die of a stupid thing. Don't light a charcoal grill in your living room. Don't run a generator in a garage thinking a cracked door will save you. Don't drive under a half-fallen stoplight that sways like a metronome for a song that ended yesterday. Wait. Look up. The risks are in places you never had to look before. At 4:07, I caught a hop on the shortwave from a voice in Lincoln, Nebraska. The man said his name was Tyler, but his breath sounded like he'd been sprinting. He said the base east of town was locked so hard that even bird shadows couldn't get in. He said men at the fences wore gear that looked like they were ready for more than a riot. He said he used to work maintenance on the old Minuteman sites out in the fields, and he drove past one that had always looked like a bump in the earth. Last night, the bump had lights. He didn't stop. He said, "If you're in the low places and the wind is out of the west, do not go outside. The dust is bitter." He said the pharmacy lines were long at noon and gone at 9 because they'd been emptied. He said he took 6 bottles of saline nose spray and a box of children's vitamins and left $40 on the counter, though no one asked him to. He said he didn't know if that made him a thief or a neighbor. I told him it made him both, and that both would have to do for a while. He laughed once, and it sounded like he'd touched a hot stove. For those of you who need something useful to do right now, here's a list while the battery holds steady. Inventory your food. Not what you wish you had, what you actually have. Write it down. Count the meals, not the items. A can of beans is a meal. A bag of rice is 8 meals if you're careful and can cook it. If you can't cook it because your stove is dead and your grill is outside and you're sealing windows, stop and think. You don't need hot to live. Warm helps. Hot is a luxury. It will be a memory for a bit. Fill containers with water. Fill the tub if you haven't. Check on the person downstairs who never leaves. They might not know to fill a tub. Share a roll of tape with someone who has none. If you have a vehicle, bleed a little fuel into a can and mark it for the generator, not the joyride to nowhere. If you think you can leave the city for the cabin, ask yourself 3 questions. Do you have enough fuel to get there without stopping? Do you know for a fact that cabin is empty and safe? And do you have 2 alternate routes that avoid bridges you've never looked at before? If you can't say yes to all 3, stay. I know staying feels like doing nothing. It isn't. It's 5:58 now, and the light outside is a thin stripe. The Ohio River looks sick. There's a film on it that catches red where it should catch gold. Downriver, the mills are quiet, and the smoke that still rises is thin and gray like breath on a cold morning. My hands shake when I pick up the mug because I haven't slept. You can hear it. You can always hear it. I'm trying to keep my voice calm because panic spreads faster than any cloud. I am not brave. I'm stubborn. My dad said once that our people didn't know how to leave well. We stayed. We kept keys for buildings we no longer owned. Maybe that's what this is. Maybe I can't leave this transmitter. Maybe that's fine. If you're in earshot, write down the frequencies on your wall. 5:40 a.m. if the tower holds. 7.490 megahertz on shortwave. GMRS 462.675 for check-ins at the top of the hour. If the phones are up in a burst, text 41255500148 with your city and a short line about conditions. I can't answer everyone, but I can read out what matters and who needs what. If you send a rumor, I'll mark it as one. If you send truth, I'll repeat it until my tongue dries. We're going to take calls now. Not because it feels good, though it might, but because this is how we rebuild a picture of a country someone tried to shatter. We will build it with your voices that clip and crackle and sometimes fail. It's ugly. It's real. You're live if you hear me say your name. Name's Regina, a woman says, voice flat like she's been awake since Tuesday. I'm in Newark. Yesterday, you could see a glow out past the airport, but then something dimmed, like a hand over a lamp. She stops. I can hear a baby in the background and the tap-tap of a ring against a counter. They said to shelter. The building manager slid flyers under doors. The flyers were half-printed. You can smell plastic in the stairway. The water is brown. Not like rusty brown. Like tea. We're letting it sit. Coffee filters help a little. My cousin works at Port Newark, and he said you wouldn't believe the crates that split open when the cranes stopped. Fruit rotting fast. Meat going rank. I've got 6 neighbors here. We're sharing. The guy across the hall had 6 gallons of water just because he's a prepper, he said. I rolled my eyes at him last week. I apologized last night. She takes a breath. If anyone's listening who knows if the wind is shifting in Jersey, text this station. I put tape on the windows, but the smell still gets through. I tell her what I know. The wind overnight was from the south-southwest. If it holds, Newark's mess is more refinery stink than anything worse, but that could change. If anyone on the other end of this signal has a backyard weather station that's still chirping, send me your arrow readings, your gusts, your simple words. Don't send me maps I can't load. Tell me which way the leaves lean, and if the rain on your porch left a ring. Next is a man named Caleb in Kenosha. His little city has lived through its own kind of strain, and now he says the lake looks like it swallowed a nightlight and forgot to turn it off. It's the refinery across, he says. No one's answering. I can't tell if they shut it down. The sirens there went this morning at 4 and then stopped. Does that mean they succeeded or died? He thinks he's being dramatic. He isn't. Sirens stop for both best and worst reasons. I tell him to stay upwind if he can, and not to be a hero near anything that hisses. Heroes die on YouTube in peacetime. In war, they die in stairwells where no one films them and where their names blow away with the dust. Take care of your kids first. Take care of the neighbor with the limp. Take care of the guy with the dog, if the dog's eyes are kind. Theories are coming in disguised as family stories. A woman named Priya in Fremont says her uncle in Sunnyvale, who used to do contracts that didn't have company names on them, told her a thing that he made her swear not to repeat. But then she did. So here we are. He said we were blindsided by a layered hit. Kinetic, cyber, and something else he wouldn't name that sounded like space, but wasn't. He said the word dazzle, which is a word I'd only heard in a different life about party lights. He said ground-based systems we rely on were confused on purpose. He said we still have satellites. He said common carriers are compromised, and we should act like anything we send on the big pipes is watched, blocked, or twisted. I don't know. I'm a guy with a transmitter in a small city that used to be famous for metal. I feel ridiculous even thinking about orbital anything when a pipe in my kitchen gurgles like it's swallowing air. But I repeat what I hear if it sounds like it fits the shape of the day. You might expect soldiers in the street. You might want them. I don't know what to tell you, except that a guardsman at an armory we've all driven past said off record to a former classmate that the call-ups came messy, and some went to the wrong phones, and some went to phones at the bottom of rivers. He said they were told to stand by, and then told to move, and then told to stand by again. He said some units made their own decisions, which is a nice way of saying they went with the orders that felt like action. If you see uniforms, don't assume they know more than you. They probably know different. Ask short questions. Is the water safe? Is the hospital accepting? Is the highway open? If the answers are grunts, don't push. They're human. They haven't slept. They got yelled at by someone who hasn't slept either. If someone in a vest tells you to go home, ask if home means your actual address, or just not here. Words are slippery when the lights go out. I'm going to say the word fallout because you're thinking it. If you're near a hit, you'll know by other ways before you know by taste and throat. You will see light you shouldn't see. You will hear highways become parks. If you're far, what you worry about is dust and time. Dust rides wind. Time reduces harm. If you can put something heavy between you and outside, books, water, boxes of tiles, do that. It's not stupid. It's physics. If you have a basement, it's better than your top floor. If you have a hallway in the middle of the building, it's better than a room with windows. I'm not your dad. I just want you here tomorrow, when I do this again. If you have a Geiger counter, I envy you. If you don't borrow trouble by guessing at numbers you can't measure. Use the clock. 12 to 24 hours inside, snug, is the start of wise. 48 is wiser. 3 days makes you someone who can tell the next person what you learned. It's 6:31 now, and the sky is coming up like a bruise turning yellow around the edges. The street below has 2 people in it, both walking alone, both doing that thing where you look up at windows without really wanting to see a face. In the distance, something booms. Not nearby, not far. Could be a derailment. Could be a transformer that held out too long and decided to leave the fight. Could be a thing we'll never know. Not knowing is the new air. You breathe it and it hurts, and you keep breathing. If you're hearing me on an old radio that you bought at a yard sale, bless that ugly plastic. If you're hearing me on a car radio because you burned a gallon for 20 minutes of voice, I won't waste your time. A text comes through from Marinetti. He says Camp Pendleton sounded like thunder last night that never rolled away. He says the sky to the far out went white and then stayed orange for an hour, and he couldn't tell if it was a ship burning or a trick of fog. He says he was told to get on base with ID or stay well away. He says he stayed away, and the neighbors who tried to watch from a bluff got told to go home by men who didn't raise their voices. He says the freeway in San Diego had cars that ran out of gas in the middle lanes, and people left notes on windshields with Sharpies saying, "Borrowed siphon, will repay." He says he saw 2 different men leave cases of water on the sidewalk at the bottom of an apartment stairwell and walk away. I want to cry reading that. I don't. I breathe, and I read it again to you. Because that's a thing to copy. If you can leave water where someone will find it, do it. Tape a note that says, "Drink." Don't make them decide if it's a trap. Don't make them guess if they owe you. Another text, this one from a number with a UK code. The message is short. "We are with you." London in the dark. Sirens last night. Metro closed. People walking home. I don't know if it's true, but the punctuation is tired in a way that feels real. If you're hearing this across the ocean because radio bounces when the layers above the earth wrinkle, know that someone in a river city in America heard your words and said them out loud. Know that our mess might be yours, and your steadiness might be ours. Know that when the lights come back for any of us, the first thing we should do is call each other and compare notes on what we learned. I have to say names, because names matter. Kenny in Moundsville, West Virginia, says the prison lights went out at midnight and then came on at 1, and he hasn't seen anyone run that fast since high school. He says he doesn't know if anyone got out. He says the river looks wrong there too. He says his wife is 8 months along, and she's holding on. If someone near Moundsville has a midwife's hands and a heart big enough to knock, find Kenny on Elm, the yellow house with the flag down. He didn't ask me to say that. I decided. Because sometimes we don't wait for permission when someone's need is obvious. If we're wrong, we say sorry, and then we ask how to help properly. We learn fast now, or we don't make it. You wanted a voice that didn't sound like a press conference. You have mine. I'm tired and scared and stubborn. I am not going to give you speeches about resilience. I will tell you that I ate a can of peaches at 2 a.m. standing over my sink, and the syrup tasted like my childhood. And I almost laughed because it felt stupid to be moved by fruit out of a can while the world burned. Then I decided it wasn't stupid. It was the point. If you have a thing that still tastes like joy, ration it. But take a spoon now when the dark talks too loud. Hide the rest. Save something for next week, because there will be a next week if we choose it, and make it, and refuse to be small. I'm going to keep the mic hot while I run a short loop of instructions on the other channel. I can't call it a break because there's nowhere to go. If you have questions, text them now while the network gods are in a good mood. If you have a success, tell me. If your neighbor shared tape, tell me. If you saw a truck dump water at a church, tell me. If you saw a thing that made you want to lock your door and never open it again, tell me anyway, and I'll say it and then wash it out with something you can use. I will be here at the top of the hour with a list of pharmacies that are open, if any, and an updated wind note. If this tower dies, go to shortwave. If all radio dies, listen in your head to the sound of a voice telling you that you're not done. You're not. Top of the hour is coming. 7 a.m. Sun shows its dirty hand through a smear of cloud. This is Evan Marlowe in Pittsburgh. 5:40 a.m. if I'm lucky. 7.490 megahertz if the sky lets me. Write it on your wall. Tape it to your window. I'll say it until my voice is a dry leaf. If you can hear me, answer by being gentle inside your walls and fierce at your door. Share news, not doom. Trade truth like it's medicine. The tape on my window is holding. My antenna is a mess, but it's up. I'm not going anywhere. 7:03 a.m. The light is weak, and the dust in it looks like ground pepper if you stare too long. This is Evan Marlowe in Pittsburgh, on 5:40 a.m. if the tower keeps standing, and on 7.490 megahertz shortwave if you can catch the bounce. GMRS check-ins at 462.675 at the top of each hour for the near crowd. If the signal fades, wait 20 seconds before you move the dial. Sometimes the sky breathes and gives us back a little reach. I'm still on the second floor of a brick building that leaks cold around the frame. I've taped what I can. If you can smell the river where you are, you're not alone. It has that iron note, wet coins and something burnt. Power is still out on my block. A line of cars creeped along Butler Street at dawn, like someone told them the gas station on the corner was open. It wasn't. The owner sat inside on a stool with a flashlight and a shotgun across his lap. And for once, nobody knocked. I'm going to give you weather, wind, and a quick care plan before we open lines. I'll keep it simple. Wind in Allegheny County, light out of the west-southwest at about 6 miles an hour, gusts to 10. If you're east of town, Wilkinsburg, Penn Hills, Monroeville, stay inside if you can. If you must go out, wear long sleeves, hat, and keep a scarf or cloth over your mouth and nose, even if it's just a shirt. It's not perfect, but perfect is a museum word now. Air temps around 51 at 7 a.m., climbing to the low 60s if the sun bothers to show. If you're anywhere downwind of the lakeshore hits or port fires, keep a wet towel rolled against the door crack. Swap it when it dries. Tap water in my building came back in a trickle around 6:10 and went again at 6:18. If yours coughs out anything, catch it. Even if it's brown, let it settle and strain it. Boil if you can. If you can't boil, add unscented bleach. 2 drops per liter, 8 drops per gallon. Shake and let sit half an hour. If the water smells like a pool after that, you put too much. It happens. Let it air in a wide bowl, then pour back. If you have iodine tablets, read the label and go easy. If you have potassium iodide tabs for thyroid blocking, take them only if you're near a hit or told by a real source. Don't dose kids twice because you're scared. Fear is loud. Listen past it. I can't see satellites, but I can hear the quiet they leave. Cell is flickering on some towers, strong for 2 minutes, then gone for 30. If your phone catches a bar, send short texts with city, need, and safe if you're safe. I will read them. If you have a charge bank, share it like a cigarette in the old days. If you have a car with juice, run it outside for 10 minutes to top your phone, not an hour. Don't waste. If your car is your only heat later, crack 2 opposite windows and face the tailpipe away from walls. Not now, later. Plan it. Paper plans matter. Write names and numbers on paper. If we lose the last of the cloud work, your mind will not remember under stress. Pen and paper do not crash. I'll log some truth from the last hour. Sirens to the west across the river. Then a thud like a transformer failed. Then quiet. A freight train rolled slowly through the valley at 6:42, horn once, then another horn 2 minutes later. That's not standard in my ears. Might be hand signals failing and the engineer playing it safe. If you're near tracks, assume trains are moving even if the crossings are dead. Never stand on rails to look for cell bars. You will not hear the heavy ones in this air. Hospitals in the city. Presby is on emergency power, triage at the covered drop-off. Mercy has ER open, but is sending non-critical home with printed sheets. Allegheny General is taking trauma only. That's today at 7 a.m. It might change by 9 a.m. Pharmacies. I have confirmed with 2 texts that select stores are opening the doors for 1 hour around late morning to hand out basics, insulin, seizure meds, heart meds, cash only, 1 month max, scripts or bottles as proof. No promises. If you are in line and someone in front collapses, we stop and lift, then we go back to being tough. That's the rule. We keep the weak alive, so we deserve to call ourselves a city when this turns. I'm opening lines. The patch is ugly, but it works. First call is a shortwave bounce with a voice I know from the night shift. "This is Alan," he says, and I can hear the grit in him. "Station Lincoln, Lima 47. I'm over in Lawrenceville, 4 blocks from you, Ev. The TV van I used to ride in is dead on a side street with the mast half up. We tried to play the governor's message on a loop off a battery. The file they sent was empty. The EAS encoder still spits the header, and then silence. There was a second file with a timestamp 2 hours after the first. Same name, same silence. Somebody up the chain is posting blanks. I ask him what he sees on Butler. People walking with paper masks. A guy with a pallet jack moving cases of water from a busted storefront across to the church steps. The priest is there, sleeves rolled, pouring into smaller jugs to spread it. Somebody tagged the word "open" on the pharmacy window in shoe polish. There's a woman at the corner holding a cardboard sign that says, "Pump milk." She's pointing to a small battery pump in a backpack and working like a machine. There's a line. No one's talking much. A kid tried to ride a scooter and his mom pulled him back like the asphalt was made of glass. He pauses. Then, tell people not to use candles if they have a choice. We took a little kitchen fire out on 45th at dawn. Open flame, tape on windows, low oxygen, bad mix. You heard him. Candles look romantic in stories. In real life, they eat air and start trouble. Use flashlights, headlamps, or if you're out of those, crack a chem light. If you have to use a candle, one at a time, in a bowl, on tile, away from cloth. Don't sleep with it. Don't carry it room to room like you're in a dream. You will trip. You will knock it. You will be sorry. Text from Greer, Detroit, 48209. Hearing helicopters all night. Ambassador Bridge closed both ends. Siren at refinery, then none. Water light brown. We have neighbors swapping cartridges. Is wind from the south? Feels weird. Tell people not to pour bleach straight into the throat of the filter. Someone did, and we all coughed. Greer. Wind in Detroit was north to south around midnight, now trending west to east. Keep the cloth on the door. If anyone has a backyard weather gizmo in Dearborn, send me your needle. If you have extra filter cartridges and you're hoarding them like baseball cards, ask yourself what you plan to do with them if your neighbor goes down with a fever and stops breathing. You can't use 10 at once. Keep 2 more than you need and pass 1 to the door on your left. Next call is GMRS, from a man with a voice like gravel. Name's Ron. I'm outside of Paducah, Kentucky. We seen a flash way downriver last night. Low. Not the big one. This was like someone lit a sun behind the trees and then took it away with a hand. A buddy says it was a sub-launched or a bunker buster or something. I don't know. I was Army, but I fixed fuel pumps. I went to the Walmart at 5 and it was shut with 2 employees sitting on the curb, crying. They said they didn't get a code to open safe. Truck stopped. We went home. A neighbor started his generator and then stopped after a minute. He said he could feel eyes on his fence. My wife asked me to put our phones in a metal cookie tin because she read that on the internet. I did it to make her feel better. The baby keeps grabbing at the air like there's dust we can't see. Ron, I don't know about your sky. I know about people. Your neighbor's generator will be useful 2 days from now to run a fridge for an hour and save milk for 10 families if you plan it that way. Set a schedule. Post it on cardboard at the end of the street. Fridge hour, 12 to 1. Bring your perishables. Put a sign-up sheet so you don't draw a crowd. Every crowd is a seed for something we don't want. As for the tin, if it makes your wife breathe easier, it's worth the cookie tin. Fear needs a lid sometimes. We put one on it, then we get back to work. Insider note. I got a text on the back channel from someone using a government domain that still resolves every 10th try. It says, continuity sites are manned. We are not dead. Raven and weather active. Cheyenne is spinning. We are limited by comms, not by will. Tell people to stay off interstates if they don't have a specific safe destination with fuel to spare. Stray units are securing rail lines for supply. Do not gather on overpasses. You look like targets from the air. I can't verify the sender beyond the header, but the tone matches other fragments. If you're hearing this in the hills and you were thinking of standing on a bridge to film the emptiness, don't. Emptiness is not proof. It's bait for your fear. Now, a teaching minute, fast and plain. Fallout basics for the people who never wanted to think about it. The stuff we worry about is dust, not fire. It falls faster close in, slower far away. The first hours are worst. Every hour you spend inside in a spot with more stuff between you and the sky is better than an hour you spend at the window. Use books, water jugs, bags of dirt from a planter, boxes of tiles, anything dense. Stack them around a space you can stand. This is boring. Boring is life. Make it a game for kids. Build the wall that keeps the dragons out. Dragons are easier words than numbers. If you have to go out, do it when the air is still, not when the wind is kicking dust off roofs. Strip at the door when you come back. Bag the clothes. Wipe skin with a damp cloth, and then sit and breathe slow until your hands stop shaking. Then drink water you saved before you left. If you're out of water, remember that the water heater in your basement is a tank with some gallons. Turn off the power and the gas to it if you can, close the valve at the top, open the drain at the bottom, and fill pots. Don't burn yourself. I'm going to read some names. Names are the map we draw when the maps on our phones won't load. Jenna in Omaha says she's in a church basement with 30 people and 4 dogs. There's a nurse there named Arturo who is doing blood pressure checks with a cuff he found in a drawer. He needs batteries for a headlamp and tape. If you're near South 55th and Center and you have tape, they'll meet you at the side door at 9 o'clock with masks on. Knock twice. Say, for Arturo, leave it, and go. Don't linger. Don't crowd. Don't turn a help drop into a hangout. Lisa in Camden says the pet shelter took in 20 more than usual, and they're out of dry food by tonight. If you're a person who bought 3 months of dog food because of a coupon and you can spare 1 bag, tape a note that says, for North 5th Street Pets, and leave it with your number if you need it back later. You won't get it back, but you might sleep better knowing you kept a dog from howling all night while its kid tried to be brave. Now the pain part. I'm not going to turn away from it. A text from M-, no name given, New York, Queens. We saw a tower go off like a match. Not ours, far. The subway stopped and people walked. A man kept yelling that this is it, and a woman told him to shut up, and then she held his hand, and they walked together. I got home and my grandma asked me where the radio was. I said we have Spotify. She looked at me like I was 5. I found an old radio in a closet. It works. Your voice is thin, but it's there. If you're in a house that forgot radios, dig. They hide in closets under board games, in garages next to tangled extension cords, in bottom desk drawers under dead pens. They They run on AA or D or weird 9 volts that taste like copper if you test them with your tongue, which you should not do, but you will. A short block of rumor control. No, you cannot smell radiation. You can smell smoke, burned plastic, odd chemical tang from wrecked things. Don't let a smell talk you into panic math. Look at wind. Look at ash. Check on someone. No, pouring milk in your eyes will not help. No, the government did not open FEMA camps behind the high school overnight. A line of trucks is not a camp. It's a line of trucks. Yes, someone is going to try to sell you anti-rad bracelets or silver water out of a van. Don't trade meds for junk. Keep your meds for people with prescriptions. If you have extras from a family member who passed, now is the time to bring them to a nurse at a church or school with a note listing what they are. Do not be the hero who guesses at someone else's dose. Write it down. Let the nurse choose. I'm tired. You can hear it. My hands shake. There's a film on my teeth from too much coffee and not enough sleep, and the taste of smoke in the air that seeps through every pinhole like it's a living thing. But I'm still here, and I know you are too, because the board lights stutter in a pattern that looks like hope to someone who stares at meters. If I get maudlin, forgive me and tune it out. I'll pivot back to practical fast. I keep thinking about a field trip I took in 3rd grade to the science center. They had a machine that turned sand into shapes with a light above it, and when you moved the sand, the colors changed to show height and depth. That's us now. We're moving the sand by hand and watching the colors shift, and we have to make a safe valley in the middle where the kids can sit and the old can breathe. We do it by being exact about small things. Tape, water, heat, quiet strength, good lies. It's going to be okay. Don't help as much as good lists. A call from a voice that's trying not to break. This is Victor in Toledo again. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cry last time. I got my neighbor to come in. We shut the upstairs vents. We have 6 gallons of water between 3 adults. There's a boy. He's 8. He asked me if the sky is poison. I told him it's just dirty. Is that a lie I can tell? Victor, it's not a lie. It's a shield. He needs to know 2 things. He is not in trouble, and someone is doing something. Give him jobs. Count the bottles. Tear the tape pieces. Make the bathroom in a bucket. Sit safe by the door with a liner and a bit of kitty litter if you have it. Kids who have jobs don't go looking for fear. When the hour passes and the air feels the same, give him a sticker or a marker dot on the wall chart. When you have 10 dots, you both get a cookie. That's how we turn hours into a ladder. Insider theory, and then I'll get off the soapbox and back to calls. A person who says they used to sit in a windowless room at Offutt told me by text that the early wave tried to blind our eyes and cut our voice and break our hands all at once. Eyes, space, and radar. Voice, fiber and core nodes. Hands, power and ports. He said the who is less important today than the how, because the how tells us what they'll try next. He said, they'll try to make you think you're alone. That's the kill shot, so we do the opposite. We make noise, not panic noise, steady noise. Check-ins on the hour, notes on doors, chalk on sidewalks with arrows to clean water, flyers on poles that say, 9 a.m. block, meet in lobby. Bring your list. No yelling. We invent a dial tone with our mouths. It's 7:49. I'm going to push a block of quick hits from texts. Then we open the line to a nurse who's been waiting. Cleveland, West Side. Wind shifted north at 7:20. Brown ash on porch rail. Wearing mask outside. Kids coughing less indoors. Harrisburg. National Guard convoy eastbound on 322, 15 trucks, 2 fuelers, 1 wrecker. No sirens. Charleston, SC. Port cranes idle. Smell like rubber. Battery-powered air monitor at school shows elevated for particulates, not radiation. Still helpful. Phoenix. Heard EAS at 6:30 local, said shelter, then cut. Grid still up in some neighborhoods. Gas stations cash only. Lines long, people mostly calm. Boise. Dark. Quiet. A man yelled at people who were filling jugs at the river at dawn. We pointed him to the church spigot. He cried and said sorry. Okay. Nurse time. Name is Katrina, the voice says. Calm, clipped. I'm in Columbus. I'm a home health nurse. I have 10 patients I can't reach. I have a bag with gauze, gloves, tape, 2 IV start kits, and a blood sugar meter with 20 strips. I can walk to 3 of them today. I can't do all 10. I need to say something to the others if they're listening. Go, Katrina. This is for anyone on insulin who's down to days. Eat steady, smaller portions, less carbs if you can. Don't skip food to save it. Low blood sugar can kill you faster than high right now. If your meter dies or you're out of strips, watch for shaking, sweat, fast heartbeat, confusion for low. If that happens and you can swallow, drink juice or eat honey, and then eat something a little more solid. If you're high, thirst, peeing a lot, blurred vision, small sips of water, keep moving a little, not too much. Don't do big swings. For blood pressure, if you're out of meds, sit with legs uncrossed. Breathe in for 4, out for 6, over and over when you feel the pulse in your ears. It helps more than you think. For wounds, clean with the cleanest water you have. Pat dry. Cover. Don't seal it in wet. For babies on formula, if you're stretching, err toward clean water over exact mix if you have to choose. Don't thicken it with cereal. That's for a later world. Bless you, Katrina. If anyone in Columbus hears this and has wheels and a tank they can spare without risking their own, text me a cross street and the word Katrina. We'll patch you. Keep it tight. No hero parades. A man named Yusuf in Patterson texts. We have a basement grocery with shelves intact. Owner is letting 10 in at a time. He takes cash app when it flashes, IOUs written on a clipboard. He writes names and apartment numbers. He trusts. People are paying. He has lentils for days. Tell people lentils cook faster than beans. Consider it told. Lentils win the fuel math. Rice plus lentils plus a pinch of salt can carry a street if the street shares. Another message, and I can feel your anxiety rise because this one is heavy. Seattle. Saw a glow to the north that didn't look like city light. We don't know what hit where. Fairy horns at odd times. Phones show SOS sometimes. Costco handing out water in the parking lot from a pallet with a forklift that kept dying and then starting again. People line up and don't push. Someone plays a guitar quietly. It helps. My kid asked me if schools will open. I said yes, and I meant it, even if they look like basements for a while. We will have school. It will have no bell, no football game, no cafeteria pizza. It will be a room and a circle, and a book and a pencil stub, and a woman who used to teach math at a real desk saying, "Okay, turn to page 1, write your name, and show me how you add when your hands are shaking." That counts. It counts more than anything on a standardized test you forgot to recycle. I need to talk about force for a minute. People with guns, people with badges, people with neither. You will see all 3. If you have a firearm and you're not trained, put it away unless the door is breaking. A gun in the hands of a tired person is an accident with a trigger. If you are trained, Carry with a round count you can live with, and a mind like ice. If you have a badge, remember, we will remember how you used it. If you have neither, remember we outnumber any gang by 100 to 1 if we use eyes and phones and block lists. We do not need a militia to stop a bully. We need a porch light and 3 people on a stoop and a 10-second video and a calm voice that says, "Not here. Don't go looking for fights. The fights will come to you if you advertise chaos. We advertise order with tape and lists and times on paper. It's boring. It saves. It's 8:21. I have a small list of actual open places in my city from people who walked there and looked. If you're in another city, make the same list and tape it in your lobby. Bloomfield. Pharmacy on Liberty opens 10 to 11 a.m., handing out refills for heart meds and insulin only. Cash. Bring bottle or photo. Lawrenceville. Church on 45th handing out water 9 to 11 a.m. Bring container, 1 gallon per person. Garfield. Community Center has a nurse table 12 to 2 p.m. Glucose checks, blood pressure, wound checks. Polish Hill. Corner store selling dry goods for cash. Limits posted. 2 rice, 2 pasta, 4 cans per household. Owner will take IOUs from known faces. East Liberty. Large grocery closed. Manager says maybe open lot for distribution if a truck arrives. Don't camp there. It draws trouble. If you go, go in 2s, not 10s. Don't bring kids if you can avoid it. Don't carry a backpack that looks full if you can stash your stuff in a rolling cart that looks like laundry. Do not flash cash. If someone follows you, walk to a cluster of people and stand in it and wait until they give up. If it feels ugly, it probably is. Trust that part of your brain that has been yelling at you since the old days when a shadow on the trail meant a cat. I'm getting pings from ham operators in places we haven't named yet. Amarillo says wind is steady out of the west. Visibility good. Radio clear. Baton Rouge says tank farms smell sharp, but the air is moving north. Providence says the downtown hospitals are open to walk in for now. Triage at the door, stairs only. Flagstaff says the sky looked like a smear to the west overnight. Maybe LA or the coast, not sure. Power steady. Shelves thin. If you're in those cities, send a confirmation or correction. We're crowdsourcing a map with pencils. A quiet voice I almost miss. This is Elsie in Wheeling. I'm 91. My husband was civil defense in the 60s. He kept a kit. We used some last night. We have a hand crank radio. It works. We have neighbors in the basement. The boy from next door read the manual out loud, and we laughed because the pictures look old. We're okay. We need coffee if anyone has instant. I'm not kidding. Elsie, if anyone in Wheeling is hearing this and can spare instant coffee, write Elsie on a paper cup and leave it on the first step of her building at noon. Don't knock. She will probably be napping like she earned the right to nap while the rest of us learn new tricks. If you also have sugar, tape it to the cup. Let an old woman's morning taste like her past. Another insider note, short and sharp. NORAD tracks show multiple air lanes quiet that should hum. That can be good. It can mean no new launch. It can be bad. It can mean the web we used to watch is torn. Advise people to plan for 72 hours of low movement. After that, trickle of supply if rail holds translation for street use. Don't plan to leave today. Don't plan to leave tomorrow. Pack if it calms you. Stay if you don't have a sure line. People stuck on highways yesterday slept cold and scared and gave up gas for heat and got nothing back but a cough. I need to talk about grief because it's here, and you're trying to cram it under a rug while you count batteries. If you lost someone last night, or you think you did because the last text was, We're on the bridge, and then nothing. You are going to want to run until your feet split. Don't. Breathe. Write their name on paper. Say it out loud. Sit. Drink water. Eat a bite. Then do one small thing for someone near you. Then another small thing for yourself. We honor the dead by staying alive long enough to build a place to say their names right, with a roof that doesn't leak. The street will have time for tears later. For now, we stack boxes and tape plastic and put pots under drips and make charts and set watches, and we do not surrender to the howl. It's 8:58. Top of the hour check-ins in 2 minutes on GMRS 462.675 for close range. If you're new, key up. Say city, head count, needs, offer, then clear. Short and plain. Shady side, 6 adults, 1 infant. Need formula, have tape. We'll read the ones we catch and repeat back. If you don't hear your voice, it still helped. It told me you're there. If you're farther out, go to 7.490 megahertz. I'll bounce between the bands as best I can. If you are running a neighborhood net, pick a time. 9, 12, 3, 6, and stick to it. Don't stay on all day. Radios draw power. People draw patience. Schedule saves both. Quick gear tip before the hour. If your car has a tire inflator that plugs into the cigarette port, it can also push air into a cheap air mattress if you need to put kids to sleep on a floor away from windows. That keeps them in the safe core and lets you stack boxes high around them. If you have a roll of foil, you can pinch it over window edges like a gasket under your tape. If you have painter's tape, that's better than nothing. It peels without tearing paint later. If all you have is packing tape, use it now and worry about walls in a world with repair shops. 9 a.m. Check-ins rolling. I hear you. South Side, 5 adults, 2 dogs, need baby wipes, have extra bleach. Highland Park, 3 seniors, need blood pressure meds, have 2 propane camp stoves. Homestead, 12 in basement, have water, need diapers, size 3. Braddock, 8, have skills. Carpenter, nurse assistant, 2 high schoolers who can haul, need rice. Millvale, 10, have generator with 2 gallons, need chain for gate. I'm logging. If you can meet needs, text me and I'll say a street corner and a time without names. We don't put targets on backs. If you are the one with diapers, fold them in a grocery sack with rolls of tape to make it look like junk. Walk like you're bored. Drop, nod, go. If you have a chain for a gate, write Mill Vale on a tag and leave it on the 3rd post of the park fence at noon. Don't wave it around like a prize. Quiet help is help that doesn't wake wolves. My brain wants to chase big maps with arrows and flags. My heart tells me to finish my street first. I'm choosing my heart. It doesn't mean I'm blind. It means we get to live long enough to read the map when the map is more than smoke. One last voice before we close this part of the morning. I'm Sam in Duluth. Lake Superior looks calm. That feels wrong. We saw northern lights at midnight, and then they went out, like someone pulled a sheet over the sky. Power dipped and came back. We have a freezer full of venison and no generator. We're cutting and cooking and handing it out on porches to whoever comes by. People are bringing jars. It feels like the old time, and I wasn't alive for that, but my granddad's stories are...
This broadcast from the last frequency is entirely fictional. All names, characters, locations, and events are products of imagination, created only for storytelling and dramatic effect. Any similarities to real people, places, or situations are purely coincidental. The content is not meant to harm, insult, or single out any person, group, community, or belief. Listener discretion is advised. If you like the broadcast, Support its production by commenting, sharing, and subscribing. This is not a test. This is Jordan Hale, broadcasting on 14.230 megahertz shortwave. If you're hearing this, then God help us all. The bombs have fallen. Cities are gone. I don't know how much time we have, but I'm going to keep talking for as long as this transmitter holds. It's 3:42 in the afternoon. Or it was when the last signal came through. Time feels strange down here now. The light doesn't change, just flickers from these old bulbs and the hum of the backup generator that keeps coughing like it's on its last breath. I'm somewhere below ground, about 12 feet or so. This station wasn't built for a war, just tornadoes, just bad storms. But it's the only thing still talking that I know of. The heat's gone. It's cold in here. My hands are shaking. Not from fear, well, maybe some of that, but mostly just the cold. It's quiet now. Too quiet. No jets, no cars, no phones. Just this old mic and static. About an hour ago, maybe more, there was a light. I didn't see it directly. But the sky outside that little camera feed, it went white. Blinding white. And then it was gone, like someone tore open the sky for a second and stitched it shut with fire. I lost the satellites first. GPS just blinked out. Then the communications. Every emergency frequency went silent. Cell towers, dead. After that, the radio chatter started falling off. First New York, then London. Then silence. They hit the cities. We don't know how many, don't know where it started. Some say Beijing got hit first, some say Moscow. It doesn't matter now, it's happening everywhere. I picked up a shortwave burst that said Paris was vaporized, gone in under a second. I didn't want to believe it, but that was before I heard what happened to Chicago. I used to live in Chicago. My sister was there. She had just moved back from the coast. She said she wanted to be near the lake again. Said the air was better than L. I tried calling her when the sky lit up. The line went dead. I don't think she's alive. Jesus. I don't know why I'm telling you this. Maybe you're out there. Maybe someone is. Maybe this is all just going into the void. I've got a map in front of me, but it's useless now. All the lights are off. The camera we used for traffic, frozen. Just this orange haze across the whole screen. Dust, maybe. Fallout. I don't know. I've never seen colors like that in the sky before. Some of the emergency band guys, what's left of them, were still trying to coordinate about an hour ago. Said Denver was a confirmed strike. Washington, D.C., no longer responding. Multiple warheads. No confirmation on Seattle, but the pulse took out most of the West Coast's grid. Radiation sensors are off the charts, even underground. There's a guy I used to talk to on the ham bands, goes by Red Dog, somewhere near Harrisburg. He pinged me maybe 30 minutes ago. Said he saw a flash on the horizon. Said the wind changed. The air started tasting like copper. Then he went quiet. I haven't heard from him since. It's hard to know what's real anymore. There's a lot of noise on the bands. People screaming, praying, some trying to reach loved ones. Others, just silence. You can almost hear the grief in that silence, like the world exhaled all at once and forgot how to breathe back in. I don't know what day it is. I keep thinking about all the things I was supposed to do today. Pay my water bill, go to the grocery store, pick up more cat food. The cat didn't make it. He was outside when the pulse hit. He just didn't come back. The wind outside the station changed. I can't hear it, but I can feel it through the ventilation shaft. It's wrong. Like the world flipped directions. The trees up top are probably all ash now. That firestorm, it moved fast. Faster than anyone said it would. No warnings, no sirens. Just flash, heat, and ruin. I've got a Geiger counter hooked up. It's old, analog. Still works. For now, the needle keeps bouncing between red and redder. So, I guess that means don't go outside. If anyone is hearing this, you need to stay where you are. Don't leave shelter. Don't try to drive. The roads are gridlocked, and the pulse knocked out everything with a circuit. If it plugs in, it's dead. That includes your car, your phones, your fancy radios. All gone. If you're close to a fallout shelter, get to it. If you're underground, stay there. Don't open the doors. Fallout rides on the wind. You won't see it, but it'll burn you from the inside out. Wait at least 48 hours before even thinking of stepping outside. I know that sounds like forever, but if you go now, you won't last 10 minutes. I've got a book down here. Civil Defense Manual from the Cold War. Figured it might be good reading one day. Guess today's the day. It says fallout's worst in the first 24 hours. That's when the dust is thickest. It clings to everything. Roofs, grass, your clothes. You can't wash it off once it's in you. You breathe it in, and that's it. If you've got plastic sheets, tape off your windows. Seal the door frames. Put wet towels under the cracks. Ventilation is a risk, but so is suffocating. Choose your battles. Try to stay hydrated. Don't eat anything that wasn't sealed before today. If you've got canned food, you're lucky. That stuff's gold now. If you've still got power, some old generator or windmill or something, conserve it. Use it only for heat and light. Batteries won't last forever. This bunker was supposed to be temporary. Emergency use only. We've got maybe a week's worth of supplies. Less if I lose the freezer. Earlier, there was a voice through the static. A kid, maybe 15, said his name was Eli. Said he was in Michigan, hiding in a church basement with his little sister. Parents were gone. He didn't say how, just gone. He kept asking if help was coming. I didn't have the heart to tell him the truth. Help isn't coming. Not right now. I told him to stay put. Told him to ration his food. Keep the doors shut. Listen for the birds. That's what the book says. When the birds start singing again, it might be safe to go outside. But right now, there's no birdsong. Just silence. And static. I can't hear the planes anymore. Not since the first strike. Not sure if that's good or bad. Maybe they're out of bombs. Maybe they're saving them. Someone on the band said NORAD was hit. Cheyenne Mountain. That's supposed to be the last line. If that's gone, I don't want to think about it. If anyone can hear this, if you're still alive, you're not alone. I don't know who's left or where, but I'm still here. I'm going to keep this mic on as long as I can, as long as the power holds, as long as my voice works. If you've got batteries, save them. If you've got old radios, try scanning the bands. You might hear me, or someone else. There's a woman in El Paso. Used to run a pirate station. We used to joke about the day the world would end and how we'd be the last ones talking. Maybe she's still out there. Maybe she's broadcasting too. God, I hope so. I don't know what day it is. I don't even know if this counts as a day. The last thing I remember before the lights went out was the sound of sirens. Then, silence. And now, this. I'm going to stay on the air. I don't know what good it'll do. But maybe, somewhere out there, someone is listening. I'll keep talking. Please, if you hear this, stay safe. Stay hidden. And remember, don't go outside. Not yet. Not yet. Still here. Still breathing for now. It's been maybe an hour since the last update. I don't know exactly. The clocks down here all run a little different now. The generator's power dips sometimes, and everything just slows. Lights flicker like they're trying to blink through tears. I've got this old wristwatch, not digital, thank God, but the second hand keeps stuttering, like even time's having trouble keeping it together. Outside the bunker door, the world is quiet. Not peaceful quiet. The kind of quiet that feels heavy, like something is waiting. I keep thinking I hear things, movement, maybe wind, but it could be the ventilation shaft echoing weird. Could be my brain. I don't think I've slept. I don't think I could, even if I tried. The map here, it's just a laminated poster board. Nothing digital. But I've been marking it every time I lose a signal, every time a voice disappears. I've circled 15 cities, crossed out 11. That's just the ones I know for sure. New York is gone. They hit it hard. I heard a survivor for maybe 2 minutes. Some guy, sounded like a cab driver, breathing heavy, kept repeating, "There's nothing left. There's nothing left." And then he was gone. Signal just dissolved into white noise. That was 35 minutes ago. I didn't even know his name. San Francisco went dark after that. No signals from Oakland. Nothing out of Sacramento. LA's a black hole. London held out longer than most. That surprised me. I guess I thought they'd be first, or that they'd retaliate harder. But the voice I heard from there, she was crying, just sobbing into the mic, whispering something about the Thames boiling. That was, God, I don't know. Maybe 40 minutes ago. I can't keep track of time anymore. A few bursts still come through. Little flares of human voices like sparks in the dark. One guy, thick Russian accent, kept screaming coordinates. I think he was military, but he was calling out impact zones like he was reading off a checklist. Cold, precise. Didn't even flinch when he said, "Moscow, gone." Moscow, gone. There's no order anymore, no control, just reactions, panic, maybe some old pre-programmed systems finishing what was started, retaliation loops, automated warheads. We never thought it'd actually come to this. Always figured we'd back off before the button was pushed. I guess someone ran out of reasons not to. The strange part is, no one's claiming it. No country, no broadcast, no message of victory or warning, just silence. Like the bombs fell themselves. Like the world decided to reset without telling the rest of us. Maybe we did this to ourselves. I've been thinking about the moment it started. I was here, just like this. Microphone on. Playing music, some old jazz vinyl I keep in a box. The kind of songs that make you feel like the world has a heartbeat. And then the lights flickered. My coffee mug tipped, and the whole building shook. Not like thunder, not like a quake. This was deeper, like something beneath the earth had snapped, a pressure you could feel in your teeth. I heard metal groan. I smelled insulation burning. Then the power died. Whole board just went dark. I ran, left the record spinning and bolted for the hatch. Sealed it just before the second shake. That one wasn't just vibration. It was impact. Like the world above had been punched by God. I waited there, just holding the door, listening. The air changed. The silence was too big. No sirens, no cars, just that nothing. And then the backup kicked in. Just enough juice for the board, the lights, and this mic. That was the moment everything changed. You ever feel the world stop breathing? I did. Now it's just us, the ones underground, the ones lucky enough, or unlucky enough, to still be breathing. If you're hearing this, you're one of them. I want to tell you what I know, what I've pieced together from the last bits of comms. The EMP pulse was real, more than one. One guy called it a laddered strike, whatever that means. Sequential detonations at high altitude, designed to fry circuits, black out infrastructure. Even things in shielding didn't survive. The blast zones followed after. New York, Washington, Dallas, Atlanta, Chicago, Seattle, Los Angeles. Then they hit overseas. London, Berlin, Madrid, Tel Aviv, Cairo, New Delhi. Beijing is off the air. No word from Tokyo. Sydney might still be alive, maybe too far south. I don't know. But here's the part that gets me. They didn't hit everything. Not all the major cities. Some are just quiet. No flash, no noise, no communications, like they were never there to begin with. There's speculation, old intelligence chatter, that some of the warheads were decoys, dummy payloads. But that doesn't make sense. Why send fakes when the real ones already burned everything? Unless they wanted to make us paranoid. Make us guess who's next. I don't have answers, just pieces. One man on the band said he was in Kansas, near a missile silo. Said he watched the hatch open, and then close again. No launch, just silence. Was it jammed? Was the order stopped? Or did someone up top decide not to go through with it? We'll never know. You know what haunts me? Not the blasts, not the heat, not even the silence. It's the voices that stopped too soon. A girl named Rachel. I don't know where she was, somewhere near the coast. She was whispering into a handheld, trying to get a signal. Said she could see the clouds glowing. Said her skin felt hot. I told her to find shelter. She said she didn't have time. Her voice faded out mid-sentence. She never said goodbye. I hope it was fast. I keep looking at this radiation meter like it's going to give me some kind of answer. The needle doesn't stop moving. It just jitters, like it's afraid to tell me the truth. There's a sound now, outside, low, almost like thunder. Not the rolling kind, something sharper. Could be another blast. Could be something collapsing. Could be footsteps. Number. Probably not. Nothing could be walking out there, right? I keep thinking I'll hear someone banging on the door. But I know better. If you're out there right now, above ground, you're not coming back in. Not without dying on the threshold. I buried a flashlight in the gravel near the entrance, one of those old crank kinds. I left a note. Just in case. Just in case someone stumbles past and needs to know where I went. It's stupid, I know. But hope's the only currency left. That and clean water. I'm going to stay on the air. For as long as I can. If you're listening, please stay alive. If you're scared, that means you're still human. If you're crying, that means your heart's still working. Don't lose that. This is Jordan Hale, or maybe just a voice in the dark, broadcasting from a box buried in earth, hoping someone, somewhere, is still listening. It's 4:21 p.m. now, I think. Hard to know for sure. My watch keeps falling behind. The generator stutters every time the voltage dips, and the clocks go with it. But I keep writing the time down anyway. Every update, every name, every voice. I don't know why. Habit, maybe. Maybe I'm hoping one day someone finds this notebook. Maybe I just want proof that I didn't imagine all of this, that we existed. The air in here is starting to feel different, not dirty, not smoky, just heavy, like something's pressing down from above. I cracked open the shaft earlier, just for a few seconds, needed to know if the wind had changed again. It has. The dust is thicker now. It's sticking to the edges of the grate, like gray snow. And it stinks, like burning metal and plastic and something else. Something alive that isn't anymore. The bunker wasn't meant to run more than 72 hours without resupply. I've got water, but not a lot. Rations, maybe 6 days if I stretch. I already started cutting back. I haven't eaten today. I'm not even hungry. My stomach's just numb. Everything feels like it's happening through a screen, like I'm watching it all from the other side of a wall. I keep replaying yesterday in my head. Was it yesterday? God, it feels like a year ago. There was a kid, must have been no older than 10. His voice came through on one of the local emergency bands, clear as anything. He said his name was Tyler, said he was hiding under his school's gym bleachers with a walkie-talkie and a pack of gushers. He asked if his mom was okay. He kept saying she told him not to leave until she came back. And she hadn't come back yet. That was before the second wave. I've tried scanning for him since then. Nothing. Just static. His signal's gone. It hits you at strange times. Grief. Doesn't come in like a wave. It just stands in the corner of the room and waits. And when you stop talking, stop breathing heavy, stop pretending you're busy, it moves in. I'm not ready to let it all in yet. There was a report out of Norway. Just a whisper, really. A couple engineers on a mountaintop repeater said the northern lights went black, that the sky was clear but empty, said their instruments were showing magnetic fluctuations they couldn't explain, like the poles were trying to shift, like the atmosphere itself was breaking apart. They said it felt wrong to look up. I think they're right. I haven't looked at the camera feed since it went red. No point. It's just a window into a grave. I don't know how to describe the sky right now. From what others have said, what little still gets through. It's like a bruise stretching across the world. Purple, black, pulsing with something behind it. Fallout clouds mix with what's left of the jet stream. That's what causes the weird lighting. The sun's still there, technically, but it can't reach us. Not through that curtain. I've been listening to the power lines. You can hear them hum sometimes through the walls, even with the grid down. It's not electricity. Not really. Just leftover energy. Static. Residual ghosts of what used to be. There's a town maybe 20 miles east of here. I used to drive through it when I visited my dad. Small place. 2 diners, a fire station, 1 blinking red light on Main Street. I haven't heard a single thing out of it. Not a voice, not a burst. Just gone. I wonder if the blinking light is still blinking. I wonder how many stoplights in the world died at the same second. I wonder how many people never made it home. I keep thinking about my neighbor, Mrs. Geller. She used to bring me soup in the winter, kept a shotgun by the front door, said it was for the coyotes, but I always figured she just liked knowing it was there. She was tough. The kind of person who would have stared a mushroom cloud in the face and muttered something about, finally, some peace and quiet. I hope she's still out there. I hope she's got enough canned beans to ride this out. But I haven't heard her on the bands. I haven't heard anyone I recognize. There's no guidance coming, no instructions. FEMA is dark. The Red Cross was transmitting static Morse for a while, SOS on a loop. But even that's stopped now. Military bands have gone from chaos to silence. No presidents, no premiers, no kings or parliaments. Just static. I think about how quiet the world must be right now. No traffic, no planes, no factories, no elevators humming up glass towers, no buzzing phones or city sirens or music bleeding through apartment walls. Just wind, and maybe fire, maybe footsteps, but mostly just nothing. That kind of quiet isn't peaceful. It's terrifying. Like the whole world is holding its breath and no one knows when to let go. Someone earlier asked what people should do. If you're listening, if this is getting through to any of you, I'll tell you the same thing I told her. Find clean water, find shelter deep underground or thickly walled. Don't trust running water unless it's been filtered. Boiled. Don't drink rain unless it's been falling for days. The first rain is poison. Stay away from anything metal exposed to the air. Don't pick up tools from the ground. Don't eat anything you didn't open yourself. And wait. Just wait. If you're near mountains, caves are better than basements. Earth insulates, stone protects. If you can dig deeper, do it. If you have lead, if you have lead, wrap your sleeping area with it. Radiation doesn't forgive. If you see light on the horizon, don't run toward it. Don't be curious. Don't go outside. That glow is death. Wait until it's dark. Wait until it's been dark for a long, long time. And keep listening. Because even if you don't hear me anymore, someone else might be talking. There's a girl in Quebec. Her name's Nadine. She's broadcasting too. Different band. Just above 12 megahertz. She's calm. Her voice cracks sometimes, but she's calm. She talks about books, poetry. I think it helps her stay sane. She read a line the other night. God, it feels like forever ago now. From a poem. Even in the silence, something hums. It stuck with me. Because that's all we have now, isn't it? The hum. The noise we make to remind ourselves we're still here, that we're still trying. That even if the world burned, there's still someone out there whispering into a microphone. Hoping. Just hoping. I've got to reset the battery. Power's dipping again. If I lose the feed, I'll come back. As long as I can. As long as I'm breathing. If you're alive, you're already doing better than most. Hold on. Please. Hold on. I've managed to patch in another power cell. Just a small backup, one of the old gel packs we used for the tower beacon. Not meant for long-term output, but it bought me another couple hours of light. Maybe 3 if I keep everything else dimmed. The radio still works. The mic's still hot. I'm still here. If this signal's coming through, know that this station is still transmitting, even if barely. Even if no one's left to listen. I've rewired most of the control panel now. Old habits, idle hands. I keep thinking if I can get one more band online, maybe I'll hear something I missed. Maybe a relay tower's still up. Maybe someone's tapping out a message in Morse. Maybe there's still a base out there that hasn't gone dark. But every new frequency I scan is just silence. Or worse, voices that start strong, then vanish halfway through a word. I heard a woman earlier. Spanish accent, said she was in what sounded like Merida. Couldn't tell if it was Mexico or Spain. Doesn't matter now. She said the air was thick and orange, that birds were falling out of the sky. Her last words were, "No queda nadie. There's no one left." She didn't scream. She just faded out. I added her to the list. Page 6. I'm on my 3rd notebook now. Every name, every call sign, every whisper. I want there to be a record. Even if we don't make it, even if no one ever finds this station, at least something existed. It's strange how quickly everything stops mattering. Credit cards, commutes, sports scores, deadlines, all the things we wrapped our lives around, all the things we thought we couldn't live without. Gone, replaced by food, fire, shelter, breath, and silence. God, the silence. There's no more hum of air conditioners, no more buzz of neon signs, no more background music in stores or radios and passing cars. The soundscape we lived in, the constant invisible blanket of human noise, it's been torn away, and now we're naked, alone. And the quiet is loud enough to drive you mad. I think I saw something earlier, just past the camera's edge. It could have been a reflection or dust or something else, a shape, moving. But there's no way to be sure. The feed's corrupted, everything's static and red haze. But my skin felt it. You know that feeling when someone's standing behind you in the dark? It was like that, only colder. The radiation levels are spiking again. I had to cover the vent. Sealed it with tape and some spare insulation. The air's getting stale now, but better that than breathing glass dust. That's what it is, essentially. Airborne particles of sand and concrete, mixed with fuel and bone and God knows what else. It gets into everything. It scratches your throat, your eyes, your thoughts. I've been coughing more. I'm trying not to think about it. There's no hospitals anymore, no clinics, no antibiotics, no fours. If you get sick now, you stay sick. You recover, or you don't. I heard from a nurse, maybe 2 hours ago, somewhere near Tulsa. She was hiding in the basement of an old folks' home with 12 patients. She'd barricaded the doors with dining tables, said they'd run out of insulin and adult diapers, but she wasn't going to leave them. Her voice was calm, firm. She said her name was Monica. I haven't heard her since. I keep thinking about what she said, though. She said, "They looked at me like I was the last human being left on Earth." That stuck with me, because maybe she was. Maybe that's all we are now, mirrors for each other's fading humanity. I try to keep my hands busy. I've been rewinding old cassette tapes, playing messages people left years ago, forgotten interviews, town meetings, birthday dedications. I found one from a kid who called in to wish his mom a happy Mother's Day. His voice cracked when he said, "I love you." He couldn't have been older than 8. That tape is spinning on loop now, quietly, behind me. "I love you, Mom," over and over again. It's strange what becomes sacred after everything's taken. The smell of dust and copper, the warmth of a flashlight beam, a child's voice saying something real. I haven't cried yet. I've wanted to. God, I've felt it build, rise, choke the back of my throat. But I haven't. Not because I'm strong. Because I'm scared that if I start, I won't be able to stop. I'll flood this bunker with every scream I held back while the sky burned. And if I fall apart, The mic goes quiet. And if the mic goes quiet, maybe someone who needed to hear a voice will give up. So I don't cry. I talk, and I wait, and I write names. There was a signal from Alaska. Faint, just a weather beacon. Still broadcasting barometric pressure, even though there's no weather left to report. Just a dying machine in the tundra, stubbornly doing its job while the world ends around it. There's something poetic about that. Something human. I've got a list of old contacts taped to the wall. Engineers, ham operators, retirees. I used to play chess with a guy in Vermont over the airwaves. He'd call his moves and wait a week for mine. I haven't heard from him since last Friday. His last message was, knight to e5. I told him, pawn to c6. That board is still set up on the desk, waiting for his next move. I'll leave it there, in case he answers. Because hope, even stupid hope, is all we've got. Even when it hurts, even when we know better. If you're listening, light a candle. Wrap yourself in something warm. Hold someone close if there's still someone to hold. If you're alone, know that you're not. Not completely. I'm still here. So is this voice, this signal, this breath in the dark. We haven't disappeared yet. And maybe, just maybe, there's a dawn waiting beyond the smoke. Even if we can't see it yet. I'll be here, listening, watching the meters, writing the names, hoping, always hoping. Still here, still breathing, barely. It's 5:03 p.m. now, or what I think is 5:03. The sun's been gone for hours, even though the clock says it's still afternoon. The dust is so thick it's turned the sky into a wall. Can't tell what direction the wind is coming from anymore. Can't tell if it's even wind or just heat shifting ash. I tried opening the hatch again for a second. Not the full door, just the inner seal. Thought I heard movement. Thought maybe someone had made it this far, but it was just nothing. Wind scraping gravel. Maybe an animal. I don't know. The light burned my eyes, even from inside. I shut it again and locked the bolts. Triple sealed, not taking chances. The Geiger's screaming louder than before. I've wrapped it in an old shirt to muffle it. The clicking was starting to get into my head. You hear it long enough, it stops sounding like clicks and starts sounding like a countdown. Like time running out. I don't know if it's safe here. Not really. I mean, it's better than above ground. But nothing's safe anymore. Not when the air outside eats your lungs. Not when the rain glows in the dark. Not when you don't even know if the ground beneath you is going to hold. I found a photo earlier. Fell out of one of the notebooks. It was of the studio. Before. Just a group shot. Me, Lenny, Sarah, a few interns. We just finished remodeling the place. That was, 2 years ago. We were smiling. We were whole. We thought we had time. Lenny loved jazz. Always had some Coltrane or Davis on loop during his shift. Said it helped keep the ghosts away. He kept a flask in the desk drawer, but he never drank from it. Said it was a reminder. Just in case the world ever ends, I want to have a sip left. I wonder if he got the chance. Sarah had this laugh, this stupid snorting laugh that echoed off the walls. Drove me crazy some days. I'd give anything to hear it again. Anything. I don't know where they are. I don't know if they made it out. No one came to the bunker. No one tried the door. I was alone when the flash hit. And I've been alone since. I keep thinking about what we lost. Not just the buildings, the monuments, the skylines, but the stories, the inside jokes, the shared glances, the sounds of people brushing past each other in crowded streets, the clink of glasses raised in celebration, the quiet sobs of someone mourning in the next room, all the things that made us human. They're gone, or buried, or floating in dust. There's a signal on 6.245 megahertz. It's weak, fades in and out like a heartbeat. I think it's coming from South Africa. I caught a word or two. Resistance, shelter, Cape Town. The voice sounded determined, calm. She said something about old mining tunnels, about survivors banding together, sharing food, learning to live without light. They're underground. Like me. Like maybe you. I hope she keeps talking. I hope she knows she's not alone. I hope I'm not alone. I've been collecting messages, not just the ones I hear. I've started making them up. I know how that sounds, but it helps. I imagine someone out there, maybe in a basement in Ohio, or a barn in Montana, or a sewer tunnel in Warsaw, someone I've never met, and I write down what I think they'd say. Here's one. Dear stranger, I don't know your name, but I heard your voice. I'm still alive. I'm eating canned peaches and listening to static, but I'm alive. And that means something. That means they didn't get all of us. Not yet. Here's another. I taught my daughter how to use a wind-up radio today. She's 6. She thinks I'm a wizard. Maybe I am. Maybe all we have left is the magic of remembering. I don't know why I'm doing this. Maybe it's to fill the silence. Maybe it's to pretend I'm not just a man in a box, waiting for the world to decide whether I live or die. But when I say them out loud, I feel less like I'm losing my mind, and more like I'm holding on to something that matters. The book says we're in the high exposure window now. Fallout's densest. Don't go outside. Not for anything, not even for supplies. If your shelter's thin, crawl to the center. Find something heavy to lie under. Blankets, mattresses, anything that stops the particles from touching skin. Cover your mouth with cloth, damp if you can. Breathe slowly. Sleep in shifts. If you have a battery-powered radio, turn it on once an hour. Don't waste the juice. Just enough to check for voices. There's a man broadcasting from an oil rig in the North Sea. Don't know how he's still online. He's patching together feeds from different parts of the globe, trying to make sense of this. His last update listed 37 confirmed strikes, 9 countries, dozens of cities. All gone. He thinks there's more coming. Automated retaliation chains, fail-safes failing. Some warheads never detonated properly. They're still out there, floating, falling, waiting. He said we've entered phase 3. I don't even know what that means. He said, this is not the end of the world. This is the end of the part that pretended to be civilized. I think about that a lot. Because we were civilized, weren't we? We had rules, traffic lights, libraries, schedules, etiquette. And now? Now we're beasts in bunkers, scratching out messages to ghosts, waiting for the next fire. I don't know how to be brave. I don't even know if I want to be brave. I just want to be heard. If you're there, if you're still alive, tell someone. Write it down. Say it out loud. Say, I survived. Say it every morning. Say it when your knees shake and your lips crack and your hope runs thin. Say it because you can. Say it because that's what keeps the dark from swallowing everything. Say it because I need to believe you're out there. Please, tell me I'm not talking to no one. Tell me you're listening. Tell me the world isn't finished. Not yet. Not while there's breath. Not while there's sound. Not while this mic is still warm and these words still matter. I'm going to stay on the air for as long as the power holds, for as long as my lungs let me. This is Jordan Hale. I'm underground, I'm afraid, but I'm here, and I'm not done yet. The lights are dimmer now, generators low on fuel. I've been rationing everything, power, water, even words. But I'll keep talking. I have to, even if all that's left out there is dust and ghosts. It's 6:14 p.m., or somewhere close. The clock ticks, but time doesn't feel real anymore. Not since the sky went black and the horizon disappeared. Not since the cities fell. I was thinking just now, I haven't heard a bird in over 2 days, not even through the feeds. No chirps, no crows, no flocks fleeing the sky. Just the memory of them, flapping somewhere in my head like they're still out there. That silence. It's different than the humankind. It's bigger, like the earth itself is holding its breath. I used to take walks every morning, around the park behind the station. Watched the sunrise, fed breadcrumbs to a pair of pigeons I named Marcus and June. I'd sit on the same bench with a cup of gas station coffee and think about what song I'd open the day with. That was only 4 mornings ago. It feels like another life. I miss the sounds of the world, the ordinary ones, wind through leaves, distant train horns, the clatter of shopping carts in a parking lot. I'd give anything to hear someone yelling over spilled milk right now. Anything. I caught a burst signal earlier. Barely audible. Spanish again. Maybe the same woman. She was whispering this time. Said something about an underground church near the coast. Said they'd buried a boy. Said the ground was too hot to dig, so they used a mop bucket to carry soil. She prayed, quietly, almost like she was humming. Then silence again. Another message came through from someone in the Midwest. Said they'd gathered in a high school gym, lit fires and trash cans, and were sharing stories by candlelight. Said someone played a harmonica until the reeds broke. He called it the last concert before the ash. That's the kind of thing I wish I could hold on to. People still finding ways to make music, even when the world doesn't want to hear it. I was thinking about that this afternoon, how even now, even after everything, some part of us still wants to sing. Maybe that's the last part to die. Maybe that's what makes us human. I had a dream during a nap earlier. Don't know how long I was out. I dreamt I was outside again, standing barefoot in a parking lot, watching snow fall, but the flakes weren't cold. They were warm, software like ash from a fireplace, and everyone I ever loved was there, just standing, looking at the sky. No one said a word, and I woke up crying. First time I've cried since the strikes. Didn't even realize it until the tears touched my lips. Tasted like salt and metal. I think my body's catching up with what my mind's been trying to hold back. I think we all hit that wall, eventually. Somewhere, someone's listening to this and thinking, it won't reach me. I'm too far, too remote, too lucky. But that's not how this works. Radiation rides the air. It settles on crops. It leaches into soil. It finds cracks and windows in lungs. It waits. There's no clean line between the ones hit and the ones spared. The map isn't a puzzle anymore. It's a bruise, one that keeps spreading. I'm getting reports of heat lightning in places that never see storms, power surges in circuits that haven't been powered in days, animals fleeing into cities, birds flying in circles until they drop. It's like the earth is confused, like it doesn't know where its children went. I got a voice from Finland, of all places, an old man, barely audible, said he was taking notes, said he had a library hidden in the forest and was transcribing every voice he could still pick up. Stories matter, he said, even if no one's left to read them. He's right. That's why I keep going. Why I keep filling notebooks. Why I'm still talking into this mic even when my throat's raw and my ears hurt from the silence. Because stories matter. And if there's anyone left to listen, just one person, then this isn't just noise. It's proof. Proof that we were here, that we loved, that we tried, that even in the final hours we still reached for each other. I think that's the most beautiful kind of defiance. To care. To care when everything else says not to. I keep thinking about a girl I knew in college, Naomi. She used to light candles during storms, said darkness made her feel closer to the stars. I thought it was silly then, but now, I wish I had a candle. I wish I could see a star. Just one. Just to remember what hope used to look like. The wind's picking up again. I can hear the shaft rattling above. That means the cloud's moving. Which direction? I don't know. But if it's south, then more towns are about to go dark. If you're downwind, wherever you are, seal the windows. Don't open the door. Cover the vents. Use plastic wrap, foil, anything you've got. Fallout doesn't ask for permission. It doesn't knock. It just comes in and makes itself at home. Like grief. Like silence. Like the end. But this isn't the end. Not for me. Not yet. I'm still breathing, and I'll keep talking, because someone has to. Because silence isn't an answer, and because someone, somewhere, might be just as scared as I am. And maybe, just maybe, my voice makes them feel a little less alone. This is Jordan Hale. Still underground, still waiting, still hoping. If you're out there, light a candle for me. It's 7:11 p.m., or that's what the clock says, but it's lying. There's no day anymore, no night, just dim and dimmer, and the light from this failing console that turns my skin the color of dust. I can't remember the last time I felt sunlight, or smelled rain, or heard my own footsteps echo outside. I used to take that for granted, the way sound travels in open space. You never really notice it until it's gone. Down here, sound dies fast. It hits the walls and just gives up. I've been trying not to look at the battery gauge. Every time I glance, it's lower. We're on fumes now. Maybe another few hours. Maybe less. But I'm not turning this mic off. Not until it dies on its own. You deserve that much. If you're still out there, I need you to know something. This isn't just the end of a war. This is the end of a rhythm, a heartbeat that held the whole world together. And now, it's skipped too many beats to come back right. People are asking when the government will respond, when relief will come. I don't think it will. I think we are what's left. A handful of voices, scattered, struggling, trying to remember how to live without being told how. That's what it's going to take now. Memory. Remembering how to start fires with flint, how to store food without refrigeration, how to boil water until it's safe, how to survive without systems, without apps, without satellites. You've got to get local, get simple, learn things you never thought you'd need. Old things, ancient things, because there's no cavalry coming, only each other. I heard from a man in Montana earlier, rough voice, said his name was Derek, said he's got a cellar with enough beans to feed 10 people, and he's opening it, not to strangers, not to everyone, but to the neighbors he used to wave at but never spoke to. He said, "We all saw each other every day, and now we need each other to survive." He's right. If you've got a neighbor still breathing, talk to them. If you've got supplies, share them wisely. This isn't about comfort anymore. It's about duration, endurance, outlasting whatever storm is still crawling across the earth. Another voice crackled in from Ireland. Kilkenny, I think, said they're using peat fires to stay warm, teaching the young ones how to fish in rivers that aren't glowing yet. She said the sun set wrong, west was the wrong color, and the trees leaned toward it like they were trying to understand. That kind of image sticks with you. Trees trying to understand what we did. Sometimes I think the earth is confused, like it wasn't ready to lose us so quickly, like it still remembers how we used to be. There's a file I keep on this desk, an old printout. It's a list of AM frequencies from the 80s, emergency preparedness bands, old pirate stations, forgotten relays. I've been scanning through it every hour, still nothing solid. But then, just 15 minutes ago, I caught a voice. A child, maybe 11. She said, "This is Anna. I'm in a closet. Mommy told me to hide and wait for the radio." Then she started singing. A lullaby. Something I didn't recognize. Something soft. And just like that, she was gone. No goodbye, no static, just gone. I don't know how long I sat there afterward. Might have been 10 seconds. Might have been 30 minutes. I just kept hearing her voice. There's a weight in your chest that doesn't move after something like that. A stone where your heart should be. And yet, it's not heavy enough to stop you. You keep going. You keep talking. Because maybe the next voice will be someone finding her. Maybe someone nearby, hearing her too, lighting a candle and cracking open a door. Maybe. The air in here is thick now. I've sealed everything I can, but the filters are old. I was coughing blood earlier. Not a lot. Just streaks. I'm trying not to think about what that means. Trying to stay focused. This mic is all I have left. The signal is my only way out, even if I never move from this chair. And if you're hearing this, you're part of that escape. Part of that thread stretching through the ash and static. Part of the thing that's not broken yet. The world is gone, yes. But we are not. Not yet. Somewhere, I believe, someone is cooking over an open fire. Someone is listening with a hand-cranked radio and a can of soup. Someone is hugging their dog, staring at the roof, waiting for the humming to stop. And somewhere, someone is listening to this and crying, not because it's over, but because it's not over yet. Because they're still here. And that means something. We are the last flickers. But flickers are still light. And light no matter how dim, is defiance. This is Jordan Hale. Still breathing, still waiting, still speaking into the dark. And you, whoever you are, you're not alone. Not as long as I'm here. And I swear to God, I will be here as long as I can. 7:52 p.m., or something like that. I've started listening to the ticking of the clock instead of looking at it. The sound's more honest than the numbers. The numbers lie. But that tick, it's steady, unchanging. Feels like the only thing left that still knows how to move forward. The static's worse tonight. Whole chunks of the band are just noise now, buzzing like a swarm of hornets. Some of it's radiation interference. At least that's what I'm guessing. Some might be old satellites trying to talk to no one, or broken data loops, still firing signals into an empty sky. I keep listening anyway. Sometimes you can find a voice hiding inside the static, like it's clinging to the noise, hoping to be heard. I found one earlier, a man reciting scripture. His voice cracked every few verses, but he never stopped. He said, "Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow." And then it cut. Just cut. Didn't even finish the sentence. I sat here with my hand still hovering over the volume knob, like I could pull him back with it. I couldn't. You know what's strange? I'm starting to forget the sound of cars, that low rolling thrum they make when they pass outside your window. That used to be constant, background noise. Now my brain has to work to remember it. I can still remember the sound of my mom's laugh, though. That hasn't gone yet. She had this warm, raspy laugh. Smoked too much when I was a kid, but she always laughed like she'd earned it, like it came from her ribs. She died in 2009. Heart failure. Quiet. Sometimes I think I'd rather it had been now. At least then she wouldn't have had to watch it all fall apart. At least she'd never have to breathe this new air. I heard from someone in Iceland. Just a quick burst, probably bounced off the ionosphere. He said the volcanoes were acting strange, ground swelling, magma chambers rising. He said he thought the pressure in the mantle was shifting, like the earth itself is mourning, like it's trying to scream. And I believe him, because the sky here doesn't just look dead. It looks angry. We did this, not just the bombs, everything that came before, the buildup, the tension, the endless push to control more, own more, burn more. We built this world like it would never break. But everything breaks. And now, so do we. I've been rationing light. Only keep one bulb on now, directly above the mic. The rest of the bunker is dark. The shadows are thicker than usual. They hang off the corners like they're watching. I keep hearing things, soft things, like feet on gravel above me, or metal bending. I checked the hatch 4 times already. It's sealed. I know it is. I bolted it myself, but I can't stop checking. Because what if something out there's knocking? Not people. Not anymore. Something else. Something that survived in ways we didn't. I sound crazy. Maybe I am. But if I don't speak it out loud, it'll fester. That's what fear does. It grows in silence. That's why I keep talking. That's why I keep this mic warm. It's not just about sending messages out. It's about keeping the dark from coming in. I've got 2 granola bars left, half a gallon of water, 1 can of peaches I've been saving, but I'm not sure why. Maybe for a good day. Maybe for the last day. I've lost track of how long I've been down here. 3 days? 4? Feels like a lifetime. But then again, lifetimes feel shorter now. You don't measure time in hours anymore. You measure it in batteries, in candles, in cans of food. You measure it in breaths without coughing. You measure it in how long you can go without hearing someone else die on the radio. I haven't heard anyone die in 2 hours. That's something. That's hope, right? Even if it's quiet hope. Even if it's just a pause before the next name. The book I have, Old Survival Guide, says humans can go about 3 days without water, maybe 20 without food. I think we can go longer without sunlight, but I'm starting to wonder what the cost is. The shadows in this place, they stretch longer than they should. They curl around things that aren't even there. Sometimes I think I see my reflection in the equipment glass, but I'm not sitting in the chair, and I'm not smiling. I blink, and it's gone. I don't say that to scare you. I say it because you need to know what this does to a person. The silence, the dark, the grief that never arrives all at once. It drips, slow, like a leak in the roof. You don't notice until everything's soaked. If you're underground and you're alone, you need to keep a routine. Write things down, even dumb things. I've been writing every time I hear a mouse, every time the generator stutters, every time my stomach growls. It keeps my mind busy. You need that. Your brain will start to wander otherwise. It'll start to invent sounds, whispers, memories, screams that didn't happen. Don't follow them. Stay here. Stay present. Stay with me. Let this be your anchor. A voice in the dark. Still here. Still talking. Still holding onto the edge of the world with one white-knuckled hand. There's something beautiful about that, I think. The sheer stubbornness of it. Not to give up. Not yet. Even when everything says you should. This is Jordan Hale. And I'm not giving up. Not tonight. Not tomorrow. Not until the last wire burns and the last circuit goes cold. Because someone out there is still listening. And you matter. Yes, you. You matter more than you know. 8:41 p.m. Still alive, still underground. Still trying to speak through this noise, even if I don't know what's on the other side of it. I could be talking to rubble, or dirt, or just the emptiness between falling stars. But I talk anyway, because maybe, just maybe, someone out there hasn't turned the dial yet. Maybe there's still an ear pressed to a speaker, waiting to hear something that feels alive. If that's you, thank you. You're keeping me alive too. I tried rewiring part of the console earlier. Thought I could split power from the emergency light system and patch it into the band scanner. It worked for about 20 seconds. Then the fuse blew. The whole bunker dropped into darkness. I sat there for a minute, just listening to the dark breathe. I think I forgot what real dark was. Before all this, darkness was soft. It had edges, streetlights, oven clocks, a phone face lighting up on a nightstand. Now it's thick, like smoke, like the air's gone viscous and heavy and wants to crush you. I scrambled to get the backup light on, found it by memory. The beam cut through the room like it didn't even belong in here, like I was trespassing in someone else's quiet. I didn't even know I was shaking until the light hit my hands. It's not the cold. It's never just the cold. I check the hatch again. Still sealed. I know it is, but I check anyway. Because if I don't, I start thinking about what might be waiting out there, about the weight of all that sky pressing down on the earth like a lid. What if we're not survivors? What if we're just leftovers? I heard another voice tonight, faint, garbled. Could have been a bad connection or my mind playing tricks. But I swear she said, "The trees are burning from the inside." Then nothing. I keep replaying that sentence in my head, over and over. The trees are burning from the inside. Is it literal? Figurative? Metaphor? Or maybe the heat from the detonations was so intense, it reached into the marrow of everything. Wood, bone, brick, and left a fire there that doesn't go out. Maybe that's what's happening to us too. Slow burn, quiet fire. I don't think I've ever felt this alone. I mean, I've lived alone for years. No roommates, no family in town. I used to like it. Peaceful, private. Now it just feels hollow, like there's too much space between me and anything that breathes. Even the air feels like it's been abandoned. I've stopped using the calendar. What's the point? There are no days now. Just dark. Just hunger. Just the steady, low rhythm of waiting. I had this plan. If things ever went bad, really bad, I'd go west. Had a friend in Nevada with a windmill-powered cabin. Off-grid, stocked, prepared. I was gonna make it there. But the pulse hit before I could even start the car. And now the roads are full of silence and char. I think about that friend sometimes. Wonder if she made it. Wonder if she's sitting in her cabin now, listening to the static, wondering if anyone's still out there. If you are, if you're hearing this, it's me, Jordan. I didn't make it to the hills, but I'm still breathing, and I miss you. God, I miss all of you. The old life. The messy, imperfect, noisy, irritating old life. I miss the smell of bar soap, the sound of spoons clinking in mugs. I miss crowds, lines, music spilling out of car windows. I miss mornings. I'd do anything to see a morning again. A real one, with golden light and birdsong and someone outside jogging like the world's not ending. I wonder if we'll ever get that back. If not us, then maybe someone. Maybe there's a pocket of people somewhere out of range, untouched, still living, still loving, still building something. Maybe that's the best we can hope for now. Not survival for ourselves, but that the story doesn't end with us. That someone makes it. Someone remembers. If you're still listening, and you've made it through the first few days, here's what I can tell you. Don't eat anything that's not sealed. Don't trust clean-looking water. Radiation doesn't come with a warning label. Make a filter. Charcoal. Gravel. Sand. Old cloth. It's not perfect, but it's something. Keep your electronics in metal containers if you find any. That's called a Faraday cage. Even a popcorn tin can help. If you find a radio that works, check 14.230 megahertz. That's me. And every hour, scan the lower bands. People are starting to resurface in little bursts. One man said there's still signal in parts of New Zealand. Another heard static patterns coming from Argentina. They're not gone, not all of them. And that means we're not either. We're fragments. Splinters, sparks in a burned-out world. But sparks are how fires start. And maybe that's what comes next. Maybe this isn't just the end. Maybe it's the match being struck in a cave, lighting the first torch. I don't know. But I want to believe it. So I'm staying here, at this microphone, as long as it holds, as long as I hold. Because this signal, this is the thread. This is the rope someone might need to pull themselves out of whatever hole they're stuck in. And as long as my voice can climb that rope, I'll keep talking, I promise. It's past 9:20 now. The battery is almost gone. The gauge keeps blinking. Red, then black, then back to red. Like it's gasping for breath. Same way I've been breathing. Shallow. Careful. Like every inhale might be the last clean one I get. But I'm still here. The mic is still warm. And somewhere, I believe, someone's still listening. I've stopped writing down the time between voices. Doesn't help. Some hours, it's 3 or 4 transmissions. Other hours, nothing but the sound of dust moving through the world like it's sweeping up the last pieces of us. There's a new tone on the bands. Low, almost like a heartbeat. Every 15 seconds, it pulses. Not a human signal, not language, just rhythm. Some think it's automated. Some think it's the last emergency beacon from a satellite still in orbit, confused and blind, pinging Earth like it's trying to find home. I like that idea. I like the thought that even the machines are afraid to be alone. I heard from a woman named Kira, somewhere near Anchorage. Her voice was soft, hoarse. Said she hadn't spoken to another human in 2 days. Her husband went out for supplies and never came back. She kept saying, "He said he'd come back. He promised." And then, silence. I called out to her, waited, scanned other bands. Nothing. I hope she's okay. I hope someone found her. Or maybe she found the strength to keep moving. But I can't lie. The silence after a voice like that feels heavier than all the noise in the world. It's the not knowing. That's the worst part of all of this. I could handle pain, hunger, fear, but not knowing. That eats you from the inside. I haven't eaten today. I looked at the granola bar, unwrapped it, smelled it, then put it back. Not yet. I'm saving it for when I really need it, or for when there's someone to share it with. Funny how that instinct sticks with you, even when you're alone, the need to save something for someone else, as if generosity might be the last thread holding your soul together. I'm cold. My fingers are stiff. Takes longer to turn knobs now, to write, to hold a pen. But I'm not sick. Not yet. And that's a blessing. The filter over the vent is holding. The radiation needle hasn't moved higher in the last 3 hours. Maybe the wind shifted. Maybe the worst of the fallout drifted east. Or maybe the world finally ran out of poison. Wouldn't that be something? I heard a laugh on the bands, a real one, short, tired, but real. It came from a man named Rob. He's in what used to be Cleveland. Said he found a working refrigerator in the basement of a Walgreens, opened it and found a single bottle of flat soda and a birthday cake shaped like SpongeBob. He said, "I sat down on the floor and ate the whole thing with my hands." Then he laughed. And I laughed too. Not because it was funny, but because it was real. Because for 1 minute, I wasn't alone in here, and neither was he. He said he's going to stay near the pharmacy. Plenty of supplies, brick building, sturdy walls. If the roof caves in, he said, I'll just move into the freezer. That's how we're living now. One joke at a time, one can, one candle, one song humming in the back of your throat when you're too scared to cry. I found myself humming earlier. Didn't even realize it. That old song, Stand By Me. Just a few notes, broken, off-key. But it helped. It helped remind me that my voice still works, that I still know melody, that the part of me that used to dance in kitchens and sing in showers is still somewhere inside this bunker. Buried deep, maybe, but alive. I used to think hope was something soft, something naive. Now I know it's the sharpest thing we have. Hope is teeth. Hope is claws. Hope is what keeps us moving when the world tells us to lie down and rot. And we're not rotting yet. No, sir. Not while this station's still transmitting. Not while this voice is still climbing the dark. Not while someone, somewhere, is lighting a fire and passing a can of soup to a stranger. That's what it's all about now. Not survival for the sake of surviving, but remembering who we were when we weren't afraid. That's what I'm trying to do here. Every time I push this mic back to life, every time I speak your names, even if I only heard them once, you matter. You mattered then, and you still matter now. If you're listening and you're scared, let me tell you something simple. It's okay. You're allowed to be afraid, but don't let that fear close your mouth. Don't let it freeze your hands. Use your voice, even if it's cracked, even if no one answers. Say your name out loud. Say, I'm here. Say it again. Say it every day. Let the dark know you're not done yet. This is Jordan Hale. I'm still here, still talking, still stubborn. And if this is the last broadcast you hear tonight, let it be this. You are not gone. You are not forgotten. And the world is not over. Not yet. Not while we speak. It's 10:26 p.m. now. I haven't seen the sky in 3 days. I've started counting the hours by generator cycles. Every time it dips and hums back to life, I mark the page. It's down to a murmur now, lower than I've ever heard it. Sounds like it's whispering something to me, like it's asking how long I plan to keep going. I told it, until the last voice stops, until the last hand lets go of the radio, until we all fall silent, together. But we're not there yet. Not tonight. Not while people are still calling in. Not while names still matter. I got a transmission not long ago, faint, from what used to be Flagstaff, Arizona. A man's voice, dry and cracking, said his name was Carter Lane. Said he was holed up in a ranger station with 3 others, Darla, Luis, and a teenager named Tash. They'd been trapped for 2 days. Said the firestorms moved fast, faster than they ever should have. It wasn't wind, he said. It was like the fire had a mind of its own. It was chasing us, following light, heat, motion. It roared, but it didn't sound like fire. It sounded like screaming. They made it up the ridge before the road gave out. The asphalt melted beneath their tires. Said they left the truck running out of instinct, even though it was already dead. The sky was black and not with smoke. He said it looked like night had dropped down like a curtain. No stars, no moon, just pressure. Tash is only 16. She hasn't spoken since they got to the station. Carter says she keeps writing the same sentence over and over on the walls. Where did everybody go? Where did they go? God, I wish I knew. I told him to stay put. Told him to ration heat. Wait until the wind shifts. Wait for my next signal. He thanked me. Then his voice broke, and then he was gone. There was another call, out of Louisiana, a woman named Marianne DeSoto, Baton Rouge. She was on an old boat radio, barely functioning, powered by a solar rig she salvaged off the roof of a shrimp shop. She said the river was dead, just mud and debris and black foam. She said, "The water doesn't move anymore. It's thick. The animals have stopped making noise." She buried her daughter yesterday, 5 years old. Said her name was Ivy, said she died in her sleep. No pain, no struggle. They covered her in a tarp and set a candle in an old glass jar beside her. Marianne said it's still burning. She hated the dark, she told me. I won't let her be in the dark. And then she asked me, so quietly, I almost didn't catch it. Is it wrong that I wish I'd gone with her? I didn't know what to say, not at first. But then I told her, Number, it's not wrong to feel that. It's human. But staying means someone remembers her. Staying means Ivy doesn't vanish. Staying means light. And she started crying. Not loud, not desperate. Just quietly, like the wind outside a shut door. And then she thanked me. Said she'd tune in again tomorrow. Said maybe she'd leave another candle for someone else. Someone's still alive. And I got one more voice, one I wasn't ready for. A boy, Devin, 12 years old. From what used to be Hartford, Connecticut. He's in a mall parking garage with his dog, a black lab named Clover. His parents left to find medicine and never came back. That was 2 days ago. He found a walkie-talkie in a security bag and figured out how to patch into shortwave with a converter from a broken drone toy. When he first came through, he said, "Hello? Is anyone there? I don't want to die." He kept whispering the same sentence, over and over. I don't want to die. He doesn't know what's safe, doesn't know how to read a radiation meter, doesn't even know if he should drink the water dripping from the ceiling. He said Clover won't leave his side. He said he feeds her first. And then he asked me, in the softest voice I've ever heard, "Do you think the world will get better?" I wanted to say yes. I really did. But all I could say was, I think you're one of the reasons it might. He didn't answer right away. Then I heard him say, "Okay." And then, "Thanks, mister." And that was it. The line faded. Gone again. But his voice is still in my head. And I won't forget it. If you're still listening, please hear this. You are not alone. I've got names on this page. Names of people still breathing, still fighting, still hoping. And I'm going to read them now. Because if they're out there, if even one of them hears their name, then that means this signal isn't just drifting in the dark. It means we're connecting. It means we're human. Carter Lane, Flagstaff, Arizona. Darla, Luis, and Tash, Flagstaff. Marianne DeSoto, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Ivy, age 5, remembered. Devin, Hartford, Connecticut. Clover, good girl, still protecting her boy. Liam and Petra, heard near Anchorage, Alaska. Dr. Rowe, last broadcast from Kansas City Medical. Armin, refugee from Tehran, signal bounced off Greenland ice cap. Nadine, still transmitting from Quebec, reading poetry by candlelight. Elias, deep shelter beneath a Berlin metro tunnel. Grace, Omaha, Nebraska, windmill-powered farm, offering shelter to two strangers named Roger and Eileen. Joanna, San Diego, last heard tuning a piano in the dark. Makoto, Tokyo suburb, transmitting Morse code from a flooded metro car. Red Dog, you sent me coordinates once. If you're alive, please try again. These names, they matter. They mean something. They are proof that the world isn't gone. Not entirely. Not while these voices still exist. Not while their stories can still be spoken. So please, if you're hearing this, say your name. Speak it into the dark. Let it echo. Let it remind the world you were here. And if you can, tell me who you've seen, who you've lost, who you're fighting for. I'll say their names. I'll carry them into the silence so they don't disappear. Because silence is the only thing we can't recover from. And I'm not ready for that. Not yet. This is Jordan Hale, broadcasting from somewhere underground, mic powered by a whisper, hope running on fumes, but still going because someone needs to. Because the voices are still coming. Because the world isn't done telling its story. Not yet. Not while we're still listening. 11:13 p.m. That hum in the ceiling. It's gone now. The generator finally gave out. I'm running on battery backups I pulled from old field gear. Enough juice to keep the transmitter alive. For now. Lights are flickering. One corner of the room is pitch black. The other, red, like something's bleeding through the wall. There's no fire. No heat. Just color. And silence. The kind that folds in on you. Makes you feel like you're the only thought left in the world. But I'm still here. Still on air. Still breathing. And tonight, the voices came back. Not many, not long, but enough to remind me this isn't over. Enough to remind me I'm not the last one speaking. I heard from Marcy Whitlock just outside of Boise. She was driving when it hit. Had a '99 Corolla, old enough to avoid the pulse. Said she kept driving even when the sky went white, even when glass started raining down from the overpasses. She didn't stop until the engine gave out near a wind farm. Took shelter in a turbine's base, metal and concrete, thick enough to block the fallout. She's been there 3 days. Has a dog, Buddy, a mutt with one eye. Keeps him close to her chest at night, wrapped in an emergency blanket. She said his breathing helps keep her sane. She ran out of food today. Said her voice is the only thing she has left to offer. So she sang. Quietly. Over the radio. It was a lullaby her grandmother used to hum. Something about silver rivers and drifting stars. I didn't know the tune, but I cried when it ended. She said, "If anyone's out there near Idaho, I'm not afraid to share." Then she signed off, just like that, like hope was something normal, like it didn't cost anything. I also picked up a signal bouncing across the Pacific, barely there. It was encrypted at first, military grade. But then the encryption dropped and it came through. This is Captain Elias Mercer, formerly USS Nevada. We are off-grid, reactor-powered. We have 43 survivors aboard. No harbor, no orders, holding north of Midway Atoll. All civilian transmissions welcome. Repeat, we are listening. 43 people, alive, on a floating city with no country left. No flag, no anthem, just ears, listening. If you're near the Pacific, scan for low-band echoes. They're transmitting once every hour on a pulse frequency. Short bursts. Morse. It's not much, but it's something. And right now, something is everything. Another voice came through from Pittsburgh. A child again. That's 2 in 2 days. Her name was Kayla. 11. She said her dad used to work at a radio station. They lived in the apartments above it. When the first wave hit, he carried her down to the basement. She's still there. She has power from a hand crank flashlight. She's eating stale crackers. She said, "Daddy told me not to open the door unless he says my name twice, but he hasn't said it at all." She's waiting. Still waiting. Her voice didn't shake. Not once. But mine did. I asked her if she could read anything on the consoles, any warning lights. She said, "There's a yellow one. It blinks sometimes. It looks tired." I told her she was brave. I told her the light was like her, still shining, even when tired. She said, "I like that." And then she asked me to stay on the radio a little longer so she wouldn't fall asleep alone. So I read to her from this dog-eared survival manual. I read the section about how to make a water filter out of charcoal and sand. She said it sounded like magic, and then she said goodnight. And then, silence. But not the kind that hurts. The kind that holds. I don't know how much longer the backup battery will last. I don't even know if anyone's still getting this. The dust is thick in the vents now. Every time I cough, it feels deeper. Like something's growing where air should be. I'm not afraid of dying. Not anymore. I'm afraid of going silent. Of this voice fading without a hand to catch it. Of these names being the last things I ever say, and no one left to remember them. So I'll say them again. Because that's what matters now. Names, voices, proof. Carter, Darla, Tash, Marianne and Ivy, Devin and Clover, Rob with the SpongeBob cake, Captain Elias Mercer, Marcy and Buddy, Kayla from Pittsburgh. You are the light. You are the world. Not the rubble, not the bombs, not the silence. You. And anyone still breathing beside you. If you're near a radio, any band, try transmitting at the top of each hour. Say your name. Say your location. Say, "I'm alive." Say it, even if you think no one is listening. Because I am. And even if I'm not there forever, someone will be. Someone will hear. And that's how we begin again. Not with a flag, not with a parade, but with a name. A single word spoken into the dark. This is Jordan Hale. Still underground, still afraid, still fighting. And I swear to you, whoever you are, I will hold this mic until my hands stop working. Until the last battery fades. Until the last voice speaks. Because we're not done yet. And neither are you. Please, if you're out there, speak. Speak now. It's just after midnight now, I think. There's no sun, no moon, no clocks worth trusting. Just this stubborn digital panel above the transmitter, blinking like it's remembering time for me. The kind of blinking you get when a system doesn't want to admit it's dying. I'm trying to pretend it still means something. That numbers still matter. That the line between yesterday and today still exists. The air in here is getting worse. I taped up the vents 3 times now. Added plastic wrap, duct tape, towels soaked in bottled water. Still, the dust gets in. It seeps through the seams. You can't see it, not really, but you feel it. In the throat, in the back of your eyes. Every breath feels like it's brushing past something sharp, like the world outside isn't satisfied with just ending itself. It wants to get in here too, where I've been hiding, and finish the job. But I won't let it. Not yet, because people are still reaching out, still calling, still whispering into half-broken mics and salvaged gear, just hoping someone's out there. And I am. I'm here. And I heard them. About an hour ago, there was a voice from the ruins of Detroit. A woman, older, worn but unshaken. She said her name was Lorraine Davids, 72 years old. She's a retired nurse, used to run a free clinic before the collapse. She told me she's in the basement of a church and that the walls are cracked but holding. There are 8 people with her, all ages. 2 toddlers, a woman in a wheelchair, a man with burns on his hands. She's been treating them with whatever she could find: old first aid kits, unopened hotel soap, alcohol swabs pulled from forgotten backpacks. She boils water in a steel pan over a candle flame. Every night, she reads them Psalm 91. Not because she's religious, she told me she's not, but because it makes the little ones feel like the world still has rules, still has rhythm. She said something that stopped me. She said, "There's a moment in every disaster where the ones who survive are the ones who remember how to be human." Then she asked me to say their names. I wrote them down. Eddie, age 6, lost both parents, carries a plush elephant he won't let go of. Marta, age 35, 3rd-degree burns, recovering slowly. Joey, 2 years old, coughs in his sleep. Kelsey, 28, knows sign language, teaches the others to communicate when they're too scared to speak. Tommy and Reed, brothers, 14 and 16, found in an overturned school bus. Angela, 61, former schoolteacher, built a heater out of scrap metal and blankets. And Lorraine, holding them together with threadbare strength and the kind of love that doesn't ask for anything back. She said they don't plan to leave the church. "There's no other place worth going," she told me. "So we'll make this place sacred." Then she said goodnight and thanked me. She said, "Your voice keeps us from becoming shadows." And I sat here, alone in the dark, blinking hard, wondering if I've become a shadow myself. But I keep speaking, because if I can still talk, I'm still something more than a ghost. I also heard from someone named Tyrell in rural Georgia, just outside Macon. Said he's been living in a shipping container buried in the woods, something his grandfather had converted for doomsday. Never thought he'd actually need it. He laughed when he said that. Laughed the way a man does when he's run out of ways to be angry. Tyrell said he's seen things out there. Not people, shapes. Things moving through the trees at night. Too fast, too quiet. He said their eyes reflected light that wasn't there. I don't know what to make of that. Radiation sickness, maybe. Hallucinations. Or maybe the world is birthing something new in the ashes. He said he doesn't trust the quiet anymore. "It ain't the same quiet we grew up with," he said. "It's like something else is listening back." Then he signed off. Didn't say goodbye. Just let the line go cold. And I've been thinking about that ever since. Is something listening back? Is that what this is? Not just a broadcast, but a conversation? If you're hearing this, if you've been silent, scared to speak, please know this. The silence is not your friend. It's not your shelter. It's the thing that swallows everything when the world ends. Don't let it take your name. Don't let it erase you. I've been writing down every name, every location, every fragment, filling pages. They're scattered all around me now. Hundreds of names, whole families, tiny moments, people singing, people begging, people laughing in the middle of horror. This is what we are now, a record made of static and memory. And tonight, a voice came through from further than I've ever heard. He said his name was Alan, a Romanian engineer stationed at a research facility in Antarctica. His voice was hollow, warped by distance, but it was real. He said they felt the tremors even there, said the ice cracked in ways it wasn't supposed to, said the aurora overhead changed color,